Chapter 101. With the entry of the Great Yin Air Force into the war, the Demon Empire's defenses were forced to shrink. After several airstrikes, the Demon Empire gradually developed countermeasures. But the Great Yin Air Force had also learned to be clever. Every night, while the Demon Empire's soldiers slept, they dispatched several stukas. They didn't drop bombs, but simply swooped down. The screams of death echoed throughout the barracks. The demon soldiers were awakened again and again. After several days of intimidation, they were listless. The Elf Empire seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. The result was a successful contraction of the Demon Empire's front lines. However, tens of millions of elves were still forced into exile because of the war. On a country road in the central region of the Elf Empire, hundreds of elves fleeing from the north walked along the road. They didn't know where they were going, but they knew only that they were fleeing the north. Further ahead was the capital. They heard the capital was providing aid to these refugees. It could be said that seeking aid in the capital was part of what kept them alive. But when they arrived, reality dealt them a slap in the face. As they watched the streets lined with refugees, they were baffled. Didn't they say the capital would provide aid? But now it was like this. Then you saw the white rice in the rice shops on the street, looking at the shopkeepers' disdainful eyes, looking at the indifferent army. They finally realized that the so-called aid was a lie. There was no aid. It was all a lie, all fake. Many newly arrived refugees couldn't accept this reality, but even more were already disheartened. As the refugees will gradually crumbled, the nobles finally took action. They selected handsome elves, both men and women, and enslaved them at extremely low prices. Just then, a Great Yin military vehicle approached. A desperate refugee threw himself in front of the vehicle. The driver slammed on the brakes. The major standing nearby was terrified and broke into a cold sweat. This was horrific. This man almost died. The refugee seemed to know it was a Great Yin vehicle. He clung to the door and spoke tremblingly. "Sir, please, tell His Majesty what's happening here. Millions of refugees are starving in the capital, tens of millions are oppressed." The major's face darkened upon hearing this. He then glanced around at the elven soldiers staring at him. He pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket, peeled it, and stuffed it into the man's mouth. Then, he spoke viciously. "Watch your mouth." Then he ordered the driver to drive away. The major was certainly aware of the current situation in the Elven Empire's capital, but he was merely a logistics officer. He had no chance of meeting Queen Sif. Nevertheless, he reported the matter to his superiors. The intelligence bureau quickly gathered evidence and placed the report on Leon's desk. Leon was troubled by this. It was simply internal conflict within the elves, but if it were allowed to continue, there was a high probability that chaos would erupt in the Elven Empire's rear. The impact on the front lines would be immeasurable. The Elven Empire might even disintegrate on the spot. After careful consideration, Leon decided to tell Sif about this matter. Upon learning this, Sif was furious and began questioning the ministers responsible for the relief efforts. But these ministers were shielding one another, and it could even be said that Sif was kept in the dark. Sif's orders simply couldn't reach the local level. The Elven Empire, while nicely described, was actually an organization of 7 kingdoms. Sif was merely a souped-up mascot. True power lay in the hands of the 7 kings. Now, 4 of the 7 kings had arrived, 3 were fighting independently, and only 1 sided with Sif. But none of them dared to challenge the Great Yin, because their attack depended on the support of the Great Yin Air Force. When word of Sif's interrogation of the ministers reached the people behind the scenes, they began to intensify their oppression of the refugees. Now, people were dying every day in the Elven Empire's capital, with emaciated elves visible every 10 steps. Or perhaps corpses. According to intelligence investigations, the refugees had formed 4 or 5 organizations. Most organizations are motivated by a desire to make ends meet, but a few, in particular, are driven by the desire to overthrow the regime, and each of these organizations has someone secretly supporting them. Leon realized that his words to Sif were useless. It seemed he had to take matters into his own hands. He then ordered Hans to infiltrate these organizations with spies and gain a certain level of influence. After that, he would immediately dispatch assassins to eliminate the leaders of these organizations and support the spies in their place. Rather than letting the unrest be controlled by others, it was better to take control of it himself. But doing so would undoubtedly attract the attention of the person behind the scenes. It was very likely that Diane would have to confront this person. But Leon was curious about who was behind this. What was the point of this? With the unrest within the Elven Empire, the front lines were also affected to varying degrees. Sif noticed that the quality of the food for the soldiers on the front lines was deteriorating. The Minister of Food gave a reason. Most of the food was supplied to the refugees, so of course the quality of the food on the front lines would decline. Sif listened to this, appearing calm and feigning agreement. But inside, she was furious. She knew the situation in the capital, and now the Minister of Food had said this. They were even reaching out to the front lines. They were afraid the Elven Empire would perish. They were all loyal ministers. Every civil and military official in the court was loyal. Who were the traitors? There were no traitors. Sif laughed with a calm expression. She was hatching a plan. The soldiers on the front lines were receiving less and less food, while the nobles within the empire were growing richer. Sif decided to seize this opportunity and eliminate these parasites in one fell swoop. In the military camp on the front lines. After a busy morning, the soldiers finally arrived at mealtime. Tens of thousands of elven soldiers lined up, waiting for their meal. Finally, the chef lifted the lid. A burst of fragrant aroma wafted out. The elven soldiers were already wondering what the dishes would be. When they saw the food, their faces suddenly changed. The rice had turned into porridge, and the meat had turned into fruit. They were frontline troops, meant to bear arms and go to the battlefield. And they were being fed this. How could they muster the strength to fight the enemy? Looking at the enraged soldiers, the chef was helpless. He tried his best to comfort them. But the soldiers didn't see it that way. Who knew if they would have their next meal? They didn't know when they would die, and now they couldn't even get enough to eat. What was the point of being here? Chapter 102. Just as the soldiers were about to mutiny over food, Sif appeared. Soldiers, I can't do anything about the food shortage, but rest assured, I already sent people to the capital to urge them. Rest assured, the food will arrive soon. Seeing Queen Sif emerge, the soldiers stopped talking. Especially when they saw that Her Majesty was eating the same food as them, their discontent was temporarily suppressed. Your Majesty, there will be torrential rain for the next 3 days, and aircraft may not be able to provide support. The leader values his pilots very highly. For safety's sake, please forgive me. The communicator began. Understood. Then, Sif hesitated. The Air Force will now launch a full-scale bombing raid on the Demon Empire's defenses. Your Majesty, please prepare for a counterattack. Sif nodded. The Elven capital. A sea of planes took off from the airport. Everyone was watching them. Every takeoff heralded the outbreak of war on the front lines. When would the war end? Or perhaps, why did it break out? After giving away her candy, an elf girl, watching the fleet of planes depart, questioned herself. Alan! Prepare to leave the formation. Understood. Renault. Above the clouds on the front lines, 2 Stukas left the formation. They had received an order to support tens of thousands of besieged elven troops. It wasn't just about rescuing tens of thousands of people that sent 2 Stukas. This was an urgent mission. All the Stukas had already identified their targets. Then suddenly came this mission. Thousands of demon cavalrymen had trapped tens of thousands of elven soldiers on the banks of the Song River. Tens of thousands of soldiers had been without food for a day. The Elven Empire sent troops to rescue them, but 3 attacks failed. For this reason, the Elven Empire could only request air support. Alan and Raynor were assigned to provide support. Soon, Alan and his men arrived above the besieged Elven army. When the Elven Empire heard the roar of aircraft, they cheered. But they were soon stunned. For they saw no formation of aircraft blocking the sky, only 2 Stukas accompanying each other. In the army commander's tent, Kyla, a light elf noble of the Elven Empire, clad in armor, stared solemnly at a map. Suddenly, she heard a roar in the air. She immediately emerged from the tent and spotted 2 Stukas in the sky. Without hesitation, the 2, after confirming the distribution of the Demon Empire soldiers, decisively launched their bombs. Just as they were preparing to evacuate, a barrage of fireballs soared directly from the jungle below. They immediately rolled to avoid them. But Renault was unlucky. One fireball struck the tail of his plane. Thankfully, the impact was minimal, but it still caught fire. Although the Stuka was made entirely of metal, fireballs burned by consuming mana. So, the flames wouldn't extinguish until the mana was exhausted. Renault glanced at Alan and said, I must return. Do you want to continue harassing us? You go back. I have enough fuel to keep me going for another half hour. With that, Alan pulled up, preparing to turn back. Renault didn't hesitate, piloting his plane, its rear end ablaze, back to base. Alan, lost in thought, watched Renault depart. I'm the only one left. On the ground. The Elven soldiers were initially excited by the incoming Stukas. But soon, they saw fireballs attacking the planes. 2 planes were forced to return. Watching the departing planes, the elves felt lost again. We've been abandoned again. Kira didn't know what to say. Home lay on the other side, but the Sanjiang River ruthlessly blocked their hopes of returning home. The Demon Empire seized this opportunity and launched an attack on the Elven army. And they deployed their newest military force. Air Force. Hundreds of demon soldiers were seen flying in from afar on giant eagles. The Elven army panicked. Kira immediately ordered the magicians to organize air defense. But the Demon Eagle Knights had already reached the sky, unsheathed their magic crystal bombs, and prepared to release them. At that moment, a roar erupted from the sparse clouds overhead. Looking up, the dazzling sunlight forced the Eagle Knights to look away. But some of them still managed to see clearly. A Stuka was diving. The next second, the shriek of death echoed through the sky again. The Elven soldiers watched the lone Stuka dive like a lone hero. They were stunned. Some magicians rekindled their fighting spirit and launched an attack with all their magic power. This unit had broken through the occupied area, so they were not equipped with firearms, and could only rely on magic. The 412.7 caliber machine guns on the Stuka's fuselage opened fire. They strafed the Eagle Knights in the air. The Stuka originally only had a single 7.92 caliber machine gun. To enhance the Stuka's survivability, in addition to engine enhancements, the weapon system had also been upgraded. The 412.7 caliber machine guns tore through any enemy in their dive path. Many giant eagles were hit, wailing and falling. In a single encounter, over 20 Eagle Knights were shot down. The remaining Eagle Knights immediately dispersed, preparing to attack Alan. Several of them, armed with captured MG-42s, fired at Alan. She. Ding ding ding. The bullets pierced the Stuka. But Alan was unharmed. However, Alan noticed that the fuel tank seemed to have been hit, and the fuel gauge was rapidly dropping. Alan was nearly frightened to death. In 5 minutes at most, Alan would be out of fuel. After the fear, there was relief. It wasn't tracer bullets that hit the tank. Otherwise, Alan would have said goodbye to this world. After a brief moment of relief, Alan attacked again. 5 minutes, enough, Alan performed moves he hadn't dared to attempt. He had to eliminate these Eagle Knights as quickly as possible. The Elven magicians on the ground also exerted their strength, already shooting down over 20 Eagle Knights. Here, Alan was even more ferocious. He opened fire on the Eagle Knights he saw, and in just 3 minutes, over 40 of them had retreated from the battlefield. The remaining dozen or so Eagle Knights retreated immediately upon seeing this. But they were naive. How could a giant eagle match the speed of a Stuka? One Eagle Knight after another was shot down. With only a few Eagle Knights left, one Eagle Knight gritted his teeth and charged at the Stuka. It was almost a collision. But then a shocking scene unfolded. Alan did a 180-degree roll and vanished from the Eagle Knight's sight. The Eagle Knight turned back, but it was too late. Chapter 103. Alan, with a powerful power gain from the engine replacement, completed a Hardman twist. He appeared directly behind the Eagle Knight. He pulled the trigger. The bullet shattered the Eagle Knight. To his death, the Eagle Knight never understood why Alan had suddenly appeared behind him. But he no longer needed to understand. After dispatching this Eagle Knight, Alan dealt with the remaining Eagle Knights as well. Just as he finished off the last Eagle Knight, the Stuka's propeller stopped. Alan leveled the joystick and glided toward the capital of the Elven Empire. Everyone present could see the Stuka in the air. The Elven Empire soldiers were filled with admiration. They seemed to know the Stuka's final fate. Alan looked at the cheering crowd below and smiled heartily. Kayla watched the Stuka, forced to glide without power, and could not help but marvel at the tenacious fighting spirit of the Great Flame people. Technology is important, but courage and a wise mind are even more crucial. Alan calculated that he could only fly another 10 kilometers at most. The plane would then land. After careful consideration, Alan decided to land the plane. He aimed at a plane in the distance. From the air, Alan saw nearly 100,000 Elven Empire troops approaching the battlefield to rescue the trapped Elven Empire soldiers. See, they're saved. I have to find a way to save myself. Finally, Alan safely landed the Stuka on flat ground. But landing a plane off a runway is dangerous. A moment's carelessness could result in a crash and death. But fortunately, Alan's Stuka had lost power. The danger level was far less than the former. Finally, Alan climbed out of the Stuka, a weary face on his face. He then gazed into the distance. This place was still several hundred kilometers away from the Elven Empire's capital. How would he get back? Alan picked up the emergency supply pack inside the Stuka, removed the MP40 hidden in the cabin, and touched the M1911 and bayonet at his waist. After a quick packing, he set off for the Elven Empire's capital. He didn't know what he would encounter next, perhaps enemies, perhaps elves, but no matter who, He would continue on, because his home was in Great Yin. With the completion of the last operation before the storm, 1/3 of the Elven Empire had fallen. But the Great Yin Air Force had also suffered losses. 9 Stukas were destroyed, and the whereabouts of 4 were unknown. This was a significant loss for the Great Yin Air Force. But sacrifice was inevitable. They had to undergo the tempering of blood and fire to become qualified pilots. 3 days passed, and the storm arrived. The entire northern Elven Empire was shrouded in a hazy haze, the world lost in the heavy rain. Alan had been traveling for 3 days, 400 kilometers from the capital of the Elven Empire. Now, forced to shelter under a towering tree due to the torrential downpour, he had already eaten all the food in his supply pack. He could only forage for wild fruits and animals to satisfy his hunger. After securing his prey, Alan found a small stone cave and built a fire inside. He simply skinned a rabbit and roasted it. As darkness approached, Alan decided to eat and then have a good sleep. But just then, a noise came from outside the cave. Alan couldn't help but pick up his MP40. Who? He pointed the gun directly outside the cave. Silence fell outside the cave. If you don't come out, I shoot. Alan loaded his MP40. The next second, an elf woman walked into the cave entrance. Seeing her covered in dirt and scratches, Alan silently lowered his gun. Who are you? Alan asked, moving the roasted rabbit. My name is Weiya, an elf, fleeing from the north. Weiya stood and spoke. My name is Alan, a Great Yin soldier. I see you're also fleeing. It's raining heavily now, so why don't you rest here tonight? Alan looked at Weiya, but he couldn't bring himself to send her away. But Weiya seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Alan sensed something was wrong. Can I bring the children with me? Weiya pleaded. What did you say? There are children? Where are they? Alan was shocked and asked hurriedly. Vaya immediately stood up and ran out, soon returning with 7 or 8 elf children. Looking at the confused eyes of the 7 or 8 elf children, Alan couldn't help but fall silent. Are they your brothers and sisters? No, I found them on the street. They are orphan children. After saying this, both sides fell silent. The children and Vaya stared at the rabbit meat intently. Alan smiled and handed the rabbit meat to the children. Thank you, big brother. You are so kind. The children thanked him politely. Along the way, they begged many people, but they all scoffed at them. Weiya was covered in wounds trying to find food for them. They were also very sensible, and didn't even complain of hunger. Some of the children even fainted from hunger. Soon, the rabbit was devoured by the children. Alan looked at Weiya, who had never tasted rabbit meat. He patted Weiya's shoulder, and motioned for her to follow him out. The two of them reached the cave. Alan handed Weiya the anti-inflammatory medicine from the supply bag and a green apple. Weiya looked at Alan and didn't take it. Alan then took out an apple and began to eat it. Weiya finally took it. This is anti-inflammatory medicine. Apply it to your wounds. It will speed up your recovery. After hearing Alan's words, Weiya understood the purpose of the bottle and put the medicine away. Alan pretended not to notice. He knew Vaya was doing this to preserve it for the children, but Alan couldn't say anything. Was she right? I don't know. From a different perspective, of course I don't know. Vaya had protected the children well along the way. Alan couldn't help but feel a little more admiration for them. The two of them watched the forest outside the cave gradually swallowed by darkness. After a long pause, Alan spoke. What are your plans? I'm planning to take the children to the capital. I heard the Empire is providing assistance to refugees there. Vaya lowered her head. I advise you not to go. The Elven capital is now a giant magic crystal vat, ready to explode. But if not the capital, where else can we go? Vaya's words left Alan speechless. This was an ironclad fact. Alan didn't argue. Let's go to the Forest Elf Kingdom. The war there has stopped. After a long pause, Alan spoke. Vaya remained silent. Going to the Forest Elf Kingdom? It's another 1,000 kilometers. I might be able to do it, but what about the children? The two of them glanced at the children sleeping inside, starving. I take you to the elf capital, but you must go to the Forest Elf Kingdom. Chapter 104. With the arrival of the storm, the Elven Empire's army halted its offensive and began to close in on its defenses. Without further attacks, the soldiers settled in. But as the food became increasingly poor, the soldiers' previously content hearts erupted once again. The food changed from porridge to rice soup. There wasn't even a grain of rice to be seen. The fruit was replaced with half-ripe fruit. Several soldiers were sent to the field hospital after eating unripe fruit that was poisonous. The army's dissatisfaction with management had reached a fever pitch. It was like a powder keg about to explode. But just then, even more devastating news arrived from the capital. The Elven Empire's capital had exploded. Millions of refugees revolted in the capital. The grain stores were looted. Originally, these refugees were seeking food, but the situation devolved into looting and violence. The Elven Empire's army immediately suppressed the situation. But tens of thousands of garrisons couldn't hold back millions of rebellious refugees. Soon, chaos erupted in the Elven Empire's capital. The riots in the capital. The final straw broke the camel's back for the frontline soldiers. Lower-level officers began discussing how to revolt. Some mid-level officers also joined in the action. Queen Sif watched silently. She was waiting for the right moment to step forward and legitimately reclaim her power. This was a grand chess game. If she wasn't careful, Sif could lose everything. Lion, far away in Great Yin, also learned of the Elven Empire situation. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The unrest in the rear was already a headache. To protect the airport and its pilots, Leon ordered the Air Force to withdraw from the Elven Empire's capital. Back at a small airfield on the border of the Forest Elf Kingdom, Leon worried that the rebellious elves might do something drastic to the planes and Air Force soldiers. According to spies, the uprising was extremely chaotic. It was very likely to eventually become a suppressed rebellion. Leon felt deeply distressed. That's over 10 million people. How great it would be to bring them to the Yin for labor reform. Or perhaps even use them to bolster the population. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but think of Sif, who was making a big move on the front lines. Hopefully she succeeds. Otherwise, Yin will be left to clean up the mess for the elves. As the situation in the Elf Empire grew tense, the Dwarf Empire finally made a move. They dispatched the 2nd Legion, stationed on the northern border, totaling 300,000 mountain infantry northward. Entering the Elf Empire, what are the dwarves up to? Leon ordered his diplomats to inquire about the Dwarf Empire's plans. But the Dwarf Empire didn't respond. The 300,000-man army hadn't harmed a single person along the way. They arrived directly 100 kilometers outside the capital of the Elven Empire and set up camp. The situation was becoming increasingly complex and confusing. Lion's scalp was tingling with worry. He had once been a carefree noble, enjoying this and that every day. But now, he was no longer the same person he used to be. He was now the leader of Great Yin. No longer his simple self. Lion found that he was spending less time with Shuangxing and the others. He had gone from being a naive person to a cautious politician who considered every step carefully. After this busy period, he would give Shuangxing an explanation. But the most urgent task now was how to deal with the Elven Empire. If carelessness is not taken, the Elven Empire will collapse, and Great Yin will be surrounded by the enemy. This will have a significant impact on Great Yin's development. After careful consideration, Lion dispatched the 1st Armored Division, the only combat-ready unit currently in place. They were stationed in Fallen Leaf City. The Demon Empire. A demon man sat on the throne, dressed in a purple robe, his pupils a strange purple. He was the current Demon Emperor, Latifase. Listening to his servants' reports, Demon Emperor Latifase realized this was an opportunity. A chance to take down the Elven Empire in one fell swoop. Grandmaster, how many more troops can the Empire mobilize? Your Majesty, the Empire currently possesses 5.6 million soldiers, 3.2 million of whom are stationed in the Elven Empire, and 2 million troops are stationed on the western border to resist the eastern expedition of the Papal State of Light. A gray-haired old man said. Recruit another 500,000 soldiers to intensify the attack on the Elven Empire. Just as all nations were focusing their attention on the Elven Empire finally reacted. First, the nobles jointly petitioned Sif to suppress the rebellion. Sif, however, procrastinated, desperately concentrating all her troops on the front lines. Time passed. Watching the gradually darkening sky, many lamented the impending rainstorm. The Demon Empire also halted its attack. After all, rainstorms had a significant impact on combat in the age of cold weapons. Both sides achieved a rare, brief peace. At night, soldiers lined up for food. The soldiers again questioned the cook why the food was still so scarce. The cook was speechless. The soldiers then erupted in anger. Dozens of soldiers rushed the quartermaster and beat him up. They pressed the quartermaster to find out where the food had gone. At first, the quartermaster gritted his teeth. But after a half-hour of lecturing by dozens of soldiers, the quartermaster finally spoke. It was King Rover, king of the Fire Elf Kingdom. He took most of the food that had been delivered. After hearing this, the soldiers could no longer contain their anger. The world rushed into King Rover's tent. Watching the dozens of soldiers rushing in, King Rover, who was playing with the female elf, suddenly became nervous. He then burst into a barrage of curses. "You damned soldiers! What are you doing? We're here to get our food back." A young soldier confronted him. "Your food? It's clearly mine. I kill all those soldiers who trespassed into the tent. Hang them up as a warning to others." With this, King Rover's guards surrounded the dozens of soldiers. 20 minutes later, dozens of corpses were hung on the banner outside the tent. All the elven soldiers saw these tragic deaths of their comrades. King Rover, looking at the enraged soldiers, muttered, "It seems we can seize control of the army in one fell swoop." While all the soldiers were suppressing their emotions, the lower-level officers had already begun discussing the uprising. The tragic deaths of dozens of their comrades had completely sobered them up. Reasoning with those nobles would not work. They had to negotiate with them with their rifles in hand. The lower-level officers quickly set a time for the uprising. The rainstorm was the signal. They wanted to take back what was theirs, they wanted to eat, and then there was the capital city, where their families were still roaming. After hearing the news from the planet assassins, Sif donned her armor, which she hadn't worn in a long time. Success or failure depended on this one move. The Elven Empire would shine once again. Chapter 105. Boom! A thunderclap roared, and a torrential downpour descended upon the land. The darkness, mingled with the heavy rain, made it impossible to see the world. Inside the military camp. The moment the downpour began, the entire camp sprang into action. All the soldiers drew their weapons. Over half were equipped with weapons from the Great Flame. And just as the soldiers emerged from the tents, they saw Sif approaching. The soldiers instantly tensed. Of course, they knew Sif, the queen who ate the same food as them, and fought alongside them on the front lines. If anyone could stop them, it was the queen before them. But Sif's words startled them. "Soldiers, the nobles have withheld our food, leaving us starving. We will no longer fight for them. We will fight for ourselves," Sif declared forcefully. All the soldiers were stunned. Because Sif's words made her position clear to them, they cheered. Sif led the rebels directly into King Rover's tent. Before the other man's horrified gaze, she severed his head. "I lend you your head." Sif walked out, carrying King Rover's head. Then she held it up. All the soldiers immediately knelt. "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" The overwhelming cheers jolted everyone awake. As many officers emerged from the tent, they were met by the million-strong rebel army. Some soldiers, quick-witted and quick-handed, quickly contained them. Some officers took advantage of the soldiers' inattention and ran to the nobles. Sif then spoke. "Soldiers, we must take back everything that belongs to us. All hands on deck." The army moved, attacking all the nobles' tents. The guilty nobles, unprepared, were killed by the rebels before they could react. Although some of the guilty nobles had made preparations, they were no match for the attack of a million-strong army. And those nobles who had nothing to do with this matter were terrified. Yes, Sif had investigated the entire situation beforehand. After establishing her authority by killing King Rover, Sif distributed the list and informed them that the Demon Empire was behind this. Everyone on the list was in cahoots with the Demon Empire. Is this story true? Is this list authentic? Leon didn't believe it, nor did Sif herself, nor did many officers. But now everyone had to believe it. After identifying their target, the purge began. Torrential rain washed the world clean, and the rebels purged the nobles. The once high-ranking nobles now fled like stray dogs. But where could they escape? Their ultimate fate was only one, to face trial by the rebels. Perhaps there were innocents among them, but if they killed every last one, there would be no innocence. As the purge progressed, some powerful nobles attempted to resist. They were slain one by the 9th-rank powerhouse, Sif. They could not understand how Sif could possess 9th-rank power. Because in their eyes, Sif had always been a 7th-rank weakling. Sif said she had endured for 10 years for this day. 10 years ago, 16-year-old Sif went on an inspection tour of the streets. It was her first incognito visit since ascending the throne. She witnessed the lives of the common people under the oppression of the nobles. Even more horrifying, Sif helped a commoner denounce the nobles, but she was unharmed. But the commoner's body appeared on the street the next day. What most determined Sif to eradicate them was the death of her mother, the previous elven queen. Everyone said she died of overwork and illness. But Sif knew her mother was poisoned to resist the control of the nobles. In this empire where the nobles held the final say and power was hollowed out by the kingdoms, Sif, the queen, held only the title. So Sif endured for 10 years. Throughout those years, she kept her talent hidden, waiting for the day when she would reveal her true fangs. Now Sif had finally gotten what she was waiting for. she slaughtered all the nobles of the past in one fell swoop. She then consolidated leadership of the army into her own hands. It had been a bloody night, but thankfully, a torrential rain washed away the blood. After the nobles were dealt with, the night passed. The next day, the torrential rain continued. But Sif could no longer sit still. The situation in the capital was becoming increasingly chaotic. Sif had informed Leon of the situation the previous night. Leon, without hesitation, immediately dispatched the transport convoy stationed at the air base in the Elven capital. 500 transport trucks, taking advantage of the torrential rain, headed north. To deliver supplies to the front lines, the Elven Empire hastily built a 4-lane highway. 500 transport trucks raced directly to the front lines. They secretly brought back the troops. Each trip could carry over 10,000 men. 10 round trips, and 100,000 elite Elven soldiers were secretly transported. Sif also arrived at the air base, preparing for tomorrow's appearance. No one expected someone to brave the torrential rain to bring back troops. Under the manipulation of those with ulterior motives, the Elven capital had become a haven for rioting refugees. Originally, the refugees were just seeking food. But now, things had changed. The next day, the rioters took to the streets as usual. Only then did they see the army marching in from the city gates. Many of the rioters instantly realized their mistake and scrambled for cover. Where had these troops come from? But some took up arms, ready to fight the army to the bitter end. But they were stunned when they saw their queen. "What are you doing? This is the capital. Your compatriots live in it." Hearing Sif's words, many of the rioters laid down their weapons. They knew what they were doing was wrong. But some still refused to repent. What awaited them was the merciless slaughter of 100,000 elite soldiers. In less than half a day, the million-strong rioters collapsed. The moment they saw Sif, over 90% of them chose to lay down their weapons. The remaining hundreds of thousands lingered, but were eventually dealt with one by the 100,000 elite soldiers. At noon, the once chaotic Elven capital finally calmed down. The families who had been assaulted emerged. They loudly denounced the mob's brutality to Sif. Sif ordered her soldiers to record them one by one. But before dealing with them, Sif had one more important task to do. That was to declare the Elven Empire dissolved. Without destruction, there is no construction. Sif was going to rebuild the Elven Empire. Chapter 106. Your Majesty, please reconsider. After Sif returned with her army, some nobles who had been hiding immediately emerged. They exaggerated and slandered the rioters, blaming them for all sorts of unfounded accusations. Sif ignored them. But now these corrupt nobles had jumped out to challenge her. Sif could not tolerate this. Your ministers are advanced in years. Please return. The Empire will provide for your retirement. Hearing this, the ministers glanced at each other. Then they met Sif's cold gaze. The ministers noticed the sharp swords in the hands of the surrounding soldiers. The air fell silent. Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall take our leave. The ministers finally gave in. After all, the swords wielded by the soldiers were no joke. With the ministers' departure, Sif had cleared the final obstacle. 12 noon, inside the Elven Empire Cathedral. Sif swore an oath to the Goddess of Light, announcing the dissolution of the Elven Empire and the establishment of a new one. Sif also lowered food prices, ensuring everyone had enough to eat. With the help of the church, news quickly spread to neighboring kingdoms. Several Elven kings fled at the first sign of the rebellion. Except for King Rover, who was slain by Sif, and the Forest Elf Kingdom, which was absent due to rebuilding its kingdom, the kings of the remaining 5 kingdoms had mixed reactions upon receiving the news. Among them, the Light Elf Kingdom and the Water Elf Kingdom chose to join the new Elven Empire. The Fire Elf Kingdom, however, led the Tuda Elf Kingdom and the Moon Elf Kingdom in a rebellion against Sif, establishing the Western Elf Empire. The Wind Elf Kingdom also chose to wait and see. The Forest Elf Kingdom chose to join the new empire. The new empire was called the East Elf Empire. 3 against 3. On the surface, the two sides were even. But don't forget that Sif still had over 2 million troops assembled from several nations at her disposal. Now they were all obeying Sif's orders. Shortly after Sif's announcement, the dwarf army 100 kilometers outside the city chose to leave. The dwarves made a brief journey, and then returned. No one knew the purpose of the dwarfs' actions, only the dwarves themselves. With the Elf Empire divided, the Demon Empire in the north began to stir again. The torrential rain could only provide temporary resistance, not permanent protection against the demons. To this end, Leon increased military support. He also prepared mortars suitable for flexible combat for the Elf Empire. Lion had long intended to manufacture mortars. But at that time, Leon was obsessed with artillery. After all, wouldn't that man prefer larger caliber artillery? 3 types of mortars were given to the Eastern Elf Empire. One was the 120mm M43 mortar. Another was the 81mm GRW34 mortar. And the 50mm GRW36 mortar. The 120mm mortar could be used against demon chariots. The 81mm mortar could provide suppressive fire. The 50mm GRW36, due to its compact design, was very portable. It was the perfect choice for guerrilla warfare. Also, to strengthen the elves, Leon developed the PPSH-41, which used a magazine feed. He also developed the ZB-26 to bolster the firepower of the elves' guerrilla warfare. While the MG-42 was useful, it was, after all, used by the people of Dayin. Moreover, Leon learned that the Demon Empire had captured MG-42s and was using them against the elves. Leon didn't want his soldiers to face them. The armaments of nearly 1 million soldiers were sent to the Eastern Elf Empire. Sif was very grateful for Leon's support. She stated that the Eastern Elves would always stand with Dayin. Leon didn't want Sif's gratitude, but rather a question. He asked how to deal with the rioters. Sif stated that those guilty of serious crimes had already been executed. But those with lesser offenses couldn't be executed directly. They needed supervision, such as forced labor or imprisonment. The Eastern Elf Empire currently had to defend its northern frontier. At the same time, it also had to guard against the Western Elf Empire. 2 million troops were simply not enough. How could they possibly have the manpower to monitor the prisoners? Acquitted. The people in the capital would turn the tables the next day. Lion, having learned of the situation in the Eastern Elf Kingdom, finally revealed his true colors. Leon suggested sending the men to Dayin for labor reform. If they agreed, Dayin would provide half-price military equipment for 500,000 men. After hearing Leon's offer, Sif was tempted. By handing over these vulnerable criminals, she could secure half-price equipment for 1 million men. But Sif remained calm and asked, "Can I bring the men back to the Elven Empire at any time?" Leon agreed. "As long as they're willing, we in Dayin won't stop them. I swear to the Goddess of Light." After receiving Leon's affirmative response, Sif didn't hesitate and decisively handed the men over to Leon. Leon was already squealing with laughter. Nearly 5 million laborers. They were acquired in exchange for a batch of weapons and equipment costing less than 200,000 gold coins. Don't worry about the 200,000 gold coins. With 5 million laborers, Leon guarantees he can create hundreds of 200,000 more. As the rainstorm subsided, the Demon Empire launched another offensive. 5 million laborers were also sent to Dayin. Dayin's factories developed rapidly. Industrial capacity doubled weekly. With this influx of laborers, industrial capacity has greatly increased, and the armored units of the Armored Corps will be fully deployed in just 2 weeks. Currently, the tank troops of the 234th Division train with several squads sharing one tank. Full deployment is impossible. But now it's different. The equipment can be deployed to the troops immediately. Just wait. Demon Empire, you haven't settled the score for my assassination yet. The Eastern Elf Empire also blocked the Demon Empire's southward advance. But at this moment, the Western Elf Empire launched a pincer attack. Sif angrily denounced the Western Elves for their short-sightedness. But instead of deploying troops, they requested the Great Yin Air Force to scare off the Western Elf Empire. One Stuka dive. The Western Elf Empire's army would be routed. And they couldn't retaliate, because the Stukas didn't drop bombs. If they retaliated, it would mean declaring war on the Great Yin. The Western Elf Empire knew that going to war with the Great Yin would be tantamount to seeking death. So they had no choice but to comply with the Great Yin's wishes, and were forced to suspend their attack. Instead, they concentrated their forces on attacking the Demon Empire. To ensure that the two countries could jointly resist the enemy, the Great Yin, as the coordinating nation, forced the two countries to sign a wartime non-aggression pact. And they swore an oath to the God of Light. At the same time, the Air Force's combat hero, Alan, was found. The event that infuriated Sif also occurred. Alan's discovery began during those rainstorm days. The story goes like this. Chapter 107. Although the army halted during the rainstorm, the people continued their march. Alan, with Weya and the children, marched towards the elven capital. They met many people along the way. Many who shared Weya's aspirations were heading for the capital with their families. But most of them met a tragic end. Many might not even reach the capital, collapsing on the road due to lack of food. Luckily, Alan had a dozen silver coins on him. Alan and his friends arrived at a small town, where a grain store charged 1 silver coin per pound of grain. This was exorbitantly more expensive than the 1 copper coin per pound of grain in the territory of sin. Alan, completely hidden under his cloak, stared at the grain store, unable to recover for a long time. "Are you guys buying food?" The owner approached. He looked at Weya with a lustful look, and Weya subconsciously leaned towards Alan. "Why is your food so expensive?" Alan asked, counting the silver coins in his hand. "This is the price of food now. The closer you get to the capital, the more expensive it gets. If you don't have money, it's not a problem. Give me the woman behind you. I give you 10 kilograms of food," the boss said lecherously. Via lowered her head, her mind swirling with hesitation. 10 kilograms of food. Should that last Alan and the children for a few days? Alan, upon hearing this, tore off his cloak, revealing his Great Yin uniform. The boss was stunned. He hadn't expected Alan to be a Great Yin. The name Great Yin was now a revered deity within the Elven Empire. As the newspapers spread, most elves knew what a Great Yin soldier looked like. So, as soon as Alan removed his cloak, the merchant recognized him as a Great Yin soldier. "Sir, it's like a flood has washed away the church. We're family." The merchant's face beamed as brightly as a chrysanthemum. "Who are you and he?" "He and I are family," Via retorted. "Alan, question mark. Wait, what did she say for me? Wait. Is there a problem? It seems like there's nothing wrong." Alan's little head was filled with doubts, his mind racing. Finally, he came to a conclusion. "I'm not well educated," Via finished, seeming to realize the flaw in her words. Her face flushed, and she silently lowered her head. The merchant smiled. "It's okay. If we're not family, then we're family. Sir, would you like to buy some food? Here, you can buy food for 10 copper coins per pound. That's the cheapest price in the Elven Empire right now." Alan didn't refuse and handed the merchant 5 silver coins. The merchant immediately produced 50 pounds of food. Alan gave half to Via and then carried it on his back. "Thank you, boss." "Take care, sir." As the two of them left the store, Alan felt dozens of eyes on them. Ignoring their gazes, Alan immediately gathered the children and set off. But Alan noticed that several strong elves were following him, their faces unfriendly. A little elf girl named Shiana seemed to sense a threat from behind and kept tugging at Alan's clothes nervously. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Alan touched Shiana's purple hair. Shiana said she was a descendant of a moon elf and a forest elf. Shiana was the most thoughtful of the children. Alan was planning to take her back to Dian to study there. She'd definitely be a talent in the future, but the future is too far away, the present is reality. Alan and his companions took shelter from the rain under a large tree beside the road. A few strong men seemed to notice that they were surrounded by the elderly, weak, and sick, and immediately harbored evil intentions. As the strong men approached, the children showed fear. They silently approached Weya. Alan suddenly stopped and turned to look at them. They were stunned. "What are you doing?" Hearing Alan speak, a familiar feeling instantly hit them. Break the men's legs, steal the food, let the brothers have fun with the women, and tie up all the children and sell them later, the leader began. Their deafness told Alan that this wasn't their first time doing this. But Alan wasn't worried. He silently raised the MP40 hidden under his cloak. "A gun! It's a gun! This guy has a gun!" a strong man said fearfully. "Of course I know," the leader exclaimed, then tried to steady himself, trying not to let Alan see his fear. But Alan didn't hesitate, pointing his gun at them. "Hands up! Turn your backs to me." The strong men immediately obeyed. After double-checking, Alan saw no danger and spoke. "Tell me, what have you done?" "Brother, you're kidding. We're all good people, brother." Bang! Before he could finish his words, a bullet pinged the ground. "Brother, don't shoot. I tell you. I tell you. Don't try to be sly. Whoever comes first to confess, I promise I won't use this MP40 on them." Alan tapped his MP40 and said, then looked at the burly men. The burly men looked at each other. One of the burly men spoke first. "Brother, I'm guilty. I killed 2 men, raped a woman, and sold 2 children." Alan's face turned pale. Weya, standing beside him, was also somewhat shocked. The children were terrified. Shiana's beautiful eyes were blurred by tears. "Brother, Shiana is very good. Shiana doesn't want to leave Sister Weya and you. Keep going," Alan said calmly. Several people rushed to recount their crimes. Finally, they finished. Alan pointed at the man who had spoken first and said, "Where do you stand?" The man immediately ran away. "Weya, tell the children to turn around." Weya did as she was told. Duh. The next second, Alan raised his gun and fired. The flames illuminated Alan's furious face. He was furious. These people were beasts. As a magazine emptied, the burly men collapsed with fear written all over their faces. This frightened the remaining burly man deeply. He then looked at Alan, as if asking, "You're not going to go back on your word, are you?" Alan sheathed his gun and gestured for the man to leave. The man was immediately ecstatic and ran out. He had finally escaped. The next second. Bang! Then his vision suddenly went black, and he said in disbelief, "You're lying." He collapsed unwillingly. Alan sheathed his P08. "I said no MP40s, but I didn't say no P08s. Alan looked at Via and the children watching him from the side, and couldn't help but sigh. The road was still long. What should he do? Can he protect them all the way? Of course he could. He had to. Just then, a transport truck approached through the rain in the distance. He was saved. Chapter 108. Seeing the approaching transport trucks, Alan immediately rushed to the road and waved. The driver stopped. Normally, he wouldn't have dared stop, because these refugees, starving for days, would likely dismantle his vehicle. But there were still 20 elven soldiers on board. The driver said, "Let me see what's going on." The car stopped in front of Alan. Alan walked forward, and the driver immediately saw Alan's Air Force uniform. The two saluted each other. Why are the Air Force here? This precious branch of the military is usually stationed at the base. To ensure the combat effectiveness of the aircraft, De Yin equipped these 500 aircraft with 1,000 transport trucks to transport ammunition and supplies. This made the driver envy them. The Air Force is a very rich army. Alan then recounted his experiences. This made the driver sigh in admiration. Then, a sudden thought occurred to him, and he asked hurriedly, "You're the pilot of the 013 Stuka bomber? The combat hero, Alan?" Alan was a little confused. "I'm Alan, the pilot of the 013 Stuka bomber. Finally found you. Intelligence found your plane, but not you. Now, because Queen Sif is about to take action, the search for you has been delayed," the driver said excitedly. "I can claim credit for this achievement. Get in. I take you back to base," the driver said enthusiastically. "I have 8 elf children and 1 elf girl here. I met them along the way." The driver then turned serious. "It's not impossible to force them." Alan then placed the 4 children in the passenger seat. He then took Via and the other 4 children to the back of the car. They quickly squeezed in. Alan returned to the Elven capital. He witnessed Sif rebuilding the Eastern Elven Empire. He then reported everything he had seen and heard along the way. Due to the seriousness of the situation and Alan's glorious military achievements, the report on this matter was placed before Leon. Leon pondered for a moment. Many elven children had left their homes due to the war. They were denied an education, which would create a talent shortage in the Eastern Elven Empire. And Leon had a plan. He wanted to establish schools within the Eastern Elven Empire and have the Great Yin people teach them. Free schools. Free education. Capture the next generation of elves, instill them with revolutionary knowledge, and gradually redden the Eastern Elven Empire. Politics isn't all about violence. Appropriate tactics are crucial. After Sif learned of the persecution of her people, she set a grain price and began a purge. How did they bring down food prices? Go ask Sif's knife and De Yan's pickup truck. At the behest of the Intelligence Bureau, Sif's purge proceeded at a rapid pace. A large number of human traffickers were apprehended, numbering over 10,000. After interrogating them, Sif traced the entire illegal industry chain. She discovered that millions of people were being trafficked through them. Without hesitation, Sif executed them all by slicing them to death after their usefulness had ceased. Sif then began to crack down on this terrifying industry chain. But its complexity proved daunting. It involved not only the Eastern and Western Elf Empires, but also the demons. Most outrageous, it even had connections to the Dwarf Empire to the south. A feeling of powerlessness filled Sif's heart. She wanted to make a difference, but reality was so cruel. But just then, Leon made a suggestion. Let the Great Yin Intelligence Bureau intervene. Lion's suggestion tempted Sif like a demonic whisper. Sif knew that letting the Intelligence Bureau intervene would inevitably give the Great Yin some leverage over the Eastern Elf Empire. But now, as the matter escalated, many elves began to demand that Sif get to the bottom of it. Lose the people's support or keep the leverage, Sif had made her choice. So the Great Yin Intelligence Bureau intervened. With its help, they thoroughly investigated all the details within the Eastern Elf Empire. But the results frightened even Hans, the ruthless intelligence chief. After careful consideration, Hans decided to submit the matter to Leon for a decision. Lion remained silent as he read the report. This was a vast industrial chain encompassing the Elf Empire, the Dwarf Empire, the former territory of Sin, the Holy Empire, the Demon Empire, and the Orc Empire. Dwarves and elves were trafficked to the territory of Sin, from which a smaller number were captured and sold en masse to the Holy Empire. After the people of the Holy Empire grew tired of them and lost their value, these people were purchased and sent to the Demon Empire and the Orc Empire, where they were transformed alive into secret elixirs. The mastermind behind this vast industry remains unknown, but over 10 dukes and kings were implicated in this filthy business. In the 10 years before Leon took office, over 200,000 civilians were trafficked. The most crucial thing was that even after Leon took office, before the establishment of Great Yin, someone had continued to attack Great Yin. This infuriated Leon greatly. The people of Great Yin were not merchandise to be sold at will. Leon gave Hans an order to bring about the results within 2 weeks, no matter what method Hans used. Hans, receiving the order, mobilized all of the Great Yin intelligence agency's subordinates. Each country had noticed that their leaders had recently become extremely nervous. There were also a number of bodies in some alleys. At the same time, Leon, unable to find the culprit, considered the Demon Empire and the Orc Empire, who were turning humans into secret elixirs. He then ordered the Air Force to increase bombing on the front lines. 500 transport trucks were added, greatly increasing the Air Force's strike force. Looking at the missing persons listed on the table, Leon felt a complex situation. Although most of them had disappeared before he took office, Leon could not help but remain silent. Their fate. Human trafficking has existed since ancient times, both in his past life and here. Human trafficking during the feudal era was even more horrific. It's not that they don't know, it's that they can't control it. Just like now, with so many countries involved, do you think the original Elven Empire can completely eradicate this industry chain? It's difficult. And the Yin will definitely find a way to eradicate them. It's not just out of anger, but more of fear. Leon fears that something like this will happen to him one day. It's also out of revenge against the Demon Empire and the Orc Empire. As for the Holy Empire, if they cooperate, Leon won't do anything. But if they resist, Leon won't mind helping to dismantle the Holy Empire prematurely. I heard that Edward III's health is getting weaker. I wonder if Edward III's time has come, or if the Cardinal is manipulating things again. Chapter 109. As the Intelligence Bureau dug deeper, Leon discovered that the Elven Empire and the Dwarven Empire were most affected by the human trade. Over the past decade or so, over 5 million people have disappeared in the Elven Empire, and 3 million in the Dwarven Empire. For two countries with populations exceeding hundreds of millions, these millions of people would have been a significant number. But due to the nobles' cover-up, the truth remained hidden. Having learned the truth, Leon could not allow the Dwarven Empire to stand by and watch. He immediately revealed the truth to the Dwarven Emperor Andvari. Andvari was furious. Dwarves are known for their straightforward nature. Under the angry Dwarven propaganda, they could not accept this outcome. Dwarven Emperor Andvari assembled 1.5 million Dwarven mountain infantry. Led by the Dwarf King Regizel of the Northern Kingdom, they entered the Western Elven Empire and marched directly north to attack the Demon Empire. At the same time, war erupted in the Violet Duchy, dragging the Holy Empire's 2 million-strong army into the quagmire. The situation erupted in an instant. The combined active military strength of the Demon Empire and the Orc Empire exceeded 10 million, with 6.1 million from the Demon Empire and 4.3 million from the Orc Empire. The Dwarf Empire, on the other hand, fielded 1.5 million troops, the Western Elf Empire 1.2 million, the Eastern Elf Empire 2.1 million, and the Holy Empire 2.4 million. More than 2 million of the Demon Army was contained by the Papal States in the Western Continent. Central Continent, South Continent, North Continent, and West Continent, only the Eastern Continent remained. But the Eastern Continent was no longer the enemy. A world war had already broken out. The three great empires plus the Great Yin Empire faced the two great empires of Demon and Orc. Currently, it's a 7.2 million man army against an 8.4 million man army. On the surface, the Demon Orcs hold the advantage in manpower, and their soldiers are generally more powerful than those of the three empires. However, the Papal States aren't included. The Papal States launched the Eastern Expedition solely to retaliate for the Demon Empire's disrespect to the Goddess of Light. Furthermore, given the current situation, Great Yin hasn't yet joined the war. And the Dwarf Empire hasn't yet fully mobilized its forces. Who will win remains to be seen. Following the shocking revelations of human trafficking, the entire Great Yin, fueled by Leon, launched a public opinion offensive against both countries. The entire Great Yin, already filled with hatred for both countries, was now even more furious. At the same time, the Demon Empire, having learned of its own revelations, intensified its offensive against the Eastern Elf Empire without hesitation. To protect the Eastern Elf Empire, Leon sent a large number of wire cannons. He intended to engage the Eastern Elf Empire and the Demon Empire in trench warfare. Hold the Demon Empire at bay. Wait for Dehyen to enter the fray. Meanwhile, Leon hopes the Dwarf Empire can lend some strength, seeking to draw firepower, allowing the Eastern Elf Empire to hold off the Demon Empire's offensive. On the Eastern Elf Empire's northern defense line, an elf soldier diligently digs a trench. Barbed wire has been deployed. The entire northern defense line has been transformed into a sturdy, impenetrable structure. The Demon Empire on the other side of the river has also seen technological advancements. Not only have they developed magical chariots, but they also developed magic crystal cannons. The two sides engaged in trench warfare. Originally, the Demon Empire planned to launch an offensive, but after sending 50,000 men, they were decimated by the Eastern Elf Empire's dense machine gun fire in a single day, and they relented. At least until they figure out a countermeasure, they won't launch another large-scale offensive. Every day, they bombard the opposing positions with magic crystal cannons. Then, they quickly hide their cannons to avoid the impending airstrikes. It must be said that the Demon Empire is very quick to learn. They already developed magic chariots, and will soon be able to develop tanks. At that time, trench warfare might not be able to withstand the Demon Empire's offensive. However, Dehyen will join the war within a month. We know whether it's a mule or a horse when we take them out for a walk. As the war in the Eastern Elf Empire reached a stalemate, the war in the Western Elf Empire was bleak. Before the arrival of dwarf reinforcements, the Western Elf Empire was suffering. The demon army's offensive was so strong that they were forced to retreat, even though Leon sent the Air Force to provide free assistance. But they still couldn't hold on. The Western Elves had been trying to mobilize the people, but because Sif had dealt with the human traffickers, the people's support was on Sif's side. But it wasn't just the Western Elves who couldn't withstand the pressure. The all-powerful Holy Empire was also invincible. I wonder what Edward III was thinking. He hadn't used Imperial Marshal Winster, but instead had to appoint two more. Both marshals were recommended by the Cardinal. I won't go into detail about their background. Poor Winster had only 500,000 infantry, while facing millions of orc cavalry. Does the Empire still have a future? Within the Holy Empire. On the border of the Violet Duchy, Winster's army was stationed at the only fortress on the border, surrounded by the vast western plains. The fortress was built around a mountain named after the once valiant Kuenberg. It's called Foaming Mountain. The name puzzled many, but Kuenberg said, this is where the Empire rose, and where it fell. This made everyone attach great importance to Foaming Mountain, regardless of the strange name. A fortress of size was built here. The walls were 50 meters high. It was as high as the Holy Empire's capital. This clearly shows the importance the Holy Empire attached to this place. Although Edward III had lost his mind, his subordinates did not. To defend the fortress, his ministers jointly requested that Winster be sent to guard it. Winster did not refuse, for he also understood its importance. Standing on the fortress wall, Winster gazed into the distance. There was the imperial capital. His wife and family were watching him. The fortress must not be lost, otherwise tens of millions of the Empire's civilians would be forced to flee their homes. Looking at the soldiers walking back and forth on the wall, their youthful faces betrayed their age. Winster sighed. A 500,000-man army, half of them new recruits. And the Orc Empire is still continuously increasing its forces. It's estimated that by the end, there will likely be over 2 million troops outside the fortress. Can they hold it? Winster himself couldn't give an answer. But he had to stay here. Everyone was watching. Winster suddenly envied Caddis. He envied Caddis for having a leader like Leon. Not only did he give Caddis immense power, but he also treated him with the respect he deserved. Winster suddenly had the idea of leaving the Holy Empire and joining the Great Flame. After this battle, I leave the Holy Empire. I've done enough for this country. I'm really tired. Chapter 110. A few days passed, and no large-scale fighting broke out on other battlefields. But within Sai Fortress, undercurrents were brewing. The number of orc scouts, which had originally appeared once a day, gradually increased, now reaching 8 times a day. Winster knew war was about to begin. He immediately ordered all soldiers to be on alert, demanding constant vigilance for the next few days. A large number of stone cannons and logs were transported to the city walls. A large amount of oil was ready to be boiled at any moment. Over 1 million arrows were piled on the city walls. Winster's concerns were indeed correct. Within 2 days, The Orc Empire's army surrounded the fortress. War was imminent. Looking at the vast army outside the city, Winster's expression remained calm. Based on Winster's past experience, the Orc Empire's army before him numbered at least 2 million. However, Winster saw no siege equipment, only a small number of siege engines, while the rest were being hastily constructed. This relieved Winster, as it meant the Orc Empire wouldn't launch an attack anytime soon. Winster had already requested aid from the Empire. But what Winster didn't know was that his plea was doomed to go unanswered. A few days later. Woo! With the sound of the war horn, the 300,000-strong Orc Empire army began its siege. Because the walls of the Sai fortress were limited in area, it could only accommodate a maximum of 150,000 troops at a time. So both sides employed rotational warfare to wear each other down. In the age of cold weapons, offensive and defensive warfare was a matter of heaping lives. Whoever gave in first would collapse. Day 1. With the arrival of dawn, the Orc Empire launched its attack. A 300,000-man army launched its attack under a dense hail of arrows. The first attacking troops were cannon fodder. Most of this Orc Imperial army consisted of the elderly, children, the sick, and criminals. They were pushed forward to wear down Winster and his men. An attack by a 300,000-man army was no easy task. After losing tens of thousands of men, the Orc army approached the city walls and began the assault. The Orc soldiers below frantically climbed the ladders. The Imperial soldiers above used pitchforks to push the ladders down again and again. But the Orc archers constantly shielded the Orcs on the ladders. A brutal battle ensued. Whenever a demon climbed, elite Imperial soldiers would immediately charge forward. Some new recruits threw down rolling logs and stone cannons to repel the Orc attacks. One elite Imperial soldier fought for an unknown amount of time. The Imperial sword in his hand had become dull, his muscles swollen, but he continued to swing it. How many enemies had he killed? A dozen, perhaps. An Orc charged forward, and the soldier dispatched him with a single blow. Looking at the young Orc soldier, a flicker of tenderness crossed the soldier's heart, but he quickly suppressed it. This was a battlefield. No mercy or compassion, only blood and death. The elite soldier continued to chop down. He fought so hard because he was a Violet. He hoped to return home victorious. Every Violet soldier was proud to be a glorious Violet Knight. And the first rule of a Violet Knight was, at all times, remember that the Violet Knight's code is home, the bright moon, and loyalty. The Violet will shine again, it will. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted the soldier back from his thoughts. Looking at the long sword piercing his abdomen, the soldier swung his sword and decapitated the opponent. Then he slowly sat down against the city wall. Hazy, he looked toward the Violet Duchy, and tears streamed down his face. I really want to go home. Myria, are you still waiting for me? My hometown Violet, please let my soul return to my homeland. The soldier left this world, a Violet soldier who had left his homeland and died without ever returning to the land he loved. It was right before his eyes, but he, weak as he was powerless to change it. Aren't we all the same? His comrades, the other soldiers who had retreated from the Violet Duchy, saw their brother fall and erupted in even greater fighting power. The loyal souls of the Violet live forever. Homeland, bright moon, and loyalty. Homeland, bright moon, and loyalty. Homeland. Everyone on the city wall was infected by this aura, and they immediately drove back all the Orcs who had climbed the walls. The morale of the Imperial soldiers rose to a peak. Winter, seeing this scene, felt guilty. Caddis, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for these Violet soldiers. They are true heroes. They didn't deserve to die like this. Dusk and sunset. The day's siege ended. 20,000 Violet soldiers and 50,000 Imperial recruits rested here. Only a few tens of thousands of the 300,000 Orc soldiers escaped. The first day was so brutal. What about the days ahead? Many soldiers bowed their heads. The remaining 180,000 Violet soldiers spontaneously collected the bodies of the fallen Violet soldiers. A purple handkerchief, adorned with a silver violet, was pulled from the chest pocket of the deceased soldier. A comrade wiped the corpse's face with water and covered it with the handkerchief. Violet soldiers have always been known as elegant gentlemen, not only for their refined attire, but also for their tenacity and loyalty. The Violet Duchy has saved the Holy Empire countless times. It can be said that the Violet Duchy holds up half the empire. But now? Winster repeatedly urged the Empire, but why hadn't they replied yet? In fact, Winster had already guessed it, but he didn't dare say it. Over 400,000 people would not accept this outcome. Winster decided to be the bad guy and not tell them the outcome. But when Winster heard the soldiers discussing whether the Empire could take this opportunity to encircle the orcs or recapture the Violet Duchy, unable to contain his tears any longer, the iron-blooded general shed tears. The soldiers stood here without complaint, willing only for the Empire to encircle the orcs or reclaim the Violet Duchy. But what they didn't know was that the Empire had already forgotten this place. The only answer to staying here was death. The soldiers carried stone cannonballs and rolling logs up the city walls under the cover of night, while some new recruits encouraged each other, promising to return home alive. This was the lower class, devoid of romance, only the simplest yet unattainable aspirations. Chapter 111. With the fortress of Sighs under siege, all eyes were focused. The next day, at dawn, a mounted orc noble emerged from the orc army. He arrived alone at the fortress gate. "Who are you?" "Bachmet, the commander of the orc army." The soldiers immediately informed Winster. Winster rushed over. As soon as Bachmet saw Winster emerge, he spoke. "Duke Winster, I am Bachmet. The blood of the Empire flows through my veins. I do not wish to see the Imperial soldiers sacrificed in vain. Duke Winster, retreat. Leave this city. The Holy Empire will not send reinforcements. You have been abandoned." The other soldiers looked at Winster in disbelief, as if wondering if this was true. Winster lowered his head and spoke seriously. "Bachmet, the Holy Empire will not surrender its dukes. Nor will it surrender its cities. Go back. The Empire will never surrender." Bachmet nodded and left. Turning back, all the soldiers were looking at Winster. Their eyes were filled with hope, hoping to hear a positive answer from Winster. But Winster was destined to be unable to answer. He looked into the distance and spoke. "Reinforcements will arrive. We just have to hold out for 5 more days. The Empire will win." Hearing these words, the soldiers felt a shot of confidence. Victory! 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 The overwhelming voice resounded, telling everyone that the spirit of the Empire still existed. Woo! With the blast of the horn, the siege began. The enemy once again sent out 300,000 troops to wear down the Imperial army. However, today's 300,000 troops were significantly stronger than yesterday's. Another dull day of attack and defense. The 300,000 troops were routed once again. Today's casualties were slightly lower than yesterday's. 15,000 Violet soldiers and 40,000 Imperial recruits were killed. There were also many wounded. Adding yesterday's casualties and injuries, the fortress had fewer than 250,000 combat-ready soldiers. How long could they hold out? 5 days? Winster didn't know. But Winster and his men had to hold out. The Empire absolutely could not lose Fortress of Sighs. On the 3rd day, the Orc Empire sent out 300,000 troops to continue wearing down Fortress of Sighs defenders. However, today's offensive was exceptionally fierce. The 300,000 Orc Empire soldiers were all elite. After today, Fortress of Sighs' strength had been further reduced. Only 100,000 Violet soldiers and 50,000 Imperial recruits remained. It was only the 3rd day. The soldiers thought, 4 days left. They must persevere. As long as they can hold out for 4 days, they will be saved. They can go home. On the 4th day, the orcs sent out 500,000 elite troops. They stormed the outer city wall in one fell swoop. Winster personally led the charge, and without using magic, he suffered heavy casualties. They successfully recaptured the outer city wall. Winster took stock and found only 50,000 Violet soldiers left, excluding the tens of thousands of wounded who were still alive. The rest had already fallen. Tomorrow is the decisive battle, right? It seems I won't be able to wait for reinforcements. At night, someone blew a recorder from the city wall. The clear sound of a flute echoed throughout the fortress. Winster gazed at the statues of Emperor Dreens and Alexander the Great in the fortress's main hall, lamenting the passage of time. The once mighty empire was no longer glorious or sacred. Thousands of years ago, Dreens set out from this very place, founding a vast empire. Decades ago, Alexander rebuilt the empire, making it shine once again. But now, Edward III has squandered it all. The empire is on the verge of collapse. Ancestors, please open your eyes. Save the empire. If the fortress falls, tens of millions will be displaced. The empire can no longer withstand this kind of harm. Winster knelt in the hall, a look of desolation on his face. The sound of a recorder reached his ears, and moonlight filtered through the glazed ceiling, falling upon him. Is this perhaps the end of a hero? Outside the hall, 50,000 Violet soldiers listened quietly to the recorder music. This song, from the Violet Duchy, tells a poignant and beautiful story. Legend has it that before founding the Violet Duchy, Balian, the founder, was a poor blacksmith. But a noblewoman fell in love with him. Balian had nothing to offer the noblewoman, so he gave her the violet, a flower unique to the Violet Duchy. The girl accepted the flower, and spent the night with Balian. Balian's affair with the girl was discovered by her father, who sent him to war. Killing can be numbing. But to remember the girl, Balian personally carved a violet into the chest of his armor. Balian then spent 10 years following Emperor Draen's campaigns across the country. He ultimately earned the reputation of the Violet Knight in the defense of the imperial capital. He led 50,000 Violet Knights to crush the 800,000-strong four-nation coalition besieging the imperial capital. He also captured the emperors of the Demon Empire and the Elf Empire alive. He achieved fame in one battle. He was granted the title of Duke and established himself as the governor of a region. Balian named his principality the Violet Duchy. After 10 years of fighting and enduring countless dangers, Balian, despite his success, never forgot the beautiful woman of his hometown. But when he returned home and sought out her family, he learned of her death. She had committed suicide by jumping into the water to avoid marrying another. She left behind only Balian's child. Devastated, Balian devotedly cared for the boy she bore him. He never remarried. A great Violet Duke, his rise to fame was fueled by love, and his fall was also fueled by love. The tradition of the Violet Knights endured forever. If a Violet man and woman fell in love, the man could enlist in the army if the woman's family disagreed. The woman's family was not allowed to interfere with the woman's wishes, unless the man died on the battlefield. This was the gift the Grand Duke of Violet left to everyone in the Violet Duchy. He didn't want anyone else to have the same regrets as he did. A Violet Knight could die, but not with regrets. As time passed, only this single song survived. This song, originally a symbol of love, became a symbol of tragedy. When a Violet soldier heard this song, it was the moment for them to fight to the death. Winster also recognized the tune and immediately polished his sword. Looking at the sword that had been with him for over 30 years, Winster couldn't help but sigh. "Old friend, let us fight side by side one last time. Fongming Mountain. The Empire rose here, and it will also fall here." Chapter 112. Day 5. When dawn arrived, light descended upon the fortress of Sighs. The once bustling fortress now contained only 50,000 soldiers. The walls bore the scars of battle. The soldiers were making final preparations. They had abandoned the outer city and planted a large number of magic crystals there. They planned to wait for the enemy to enter the outer city and then blow them all up. The Violet soldiers retreated to the inner city. They blocked the gates with a large number of stones. They transformed the inner city into a true fortress. No gate, no chance to leave. And just then, Bachmet rode up again. "Duke Winster heroes, you have proven yourselves. If you surrender, the Orc Empire will give you the respect you deserve." Bachmet's voice, like a demonic whisper, tempted everyone. But no one spoke. They simply stared at Bachmet in silence. After a long pause, a Violet soldier spoke. "Orcs, put away your hypocritical face. You invaded my homeland. Now you want us to surrender? Impossible. You want the fortress? Then you have to walk over our corpses. The Violet Knights will never surrender. Homeland, the bright moon, and loyalty." As soon as the soldier finished speaking, the rest of the soldiers immediately joined in the shouting. Homeland, the bright moon, and loyalty. Homeland. Though only 50,000 men, their momentum surpassed that of the original 500,000. Within the Orc army, every soldier silently watched these stubborn enemies. The Orc soldiers couldn't understand why the enemy's morale was rising. They heard a sense of grief and loyalty in the roars from afar. An Orc centurion watched them, thinking back to the past, the days of Alexander the Great, when the Orcs were dominated by the Violet Knight. Bammet had finally returned. The men below tried to detect any emotion on Bammet's face. But Bammet's expression was remarkably calm. Ever since he was old enough to understand, Bammet had never easily expressed his emotions. This was why, despite being a half-blood, Bammet was still highly regarded by the Orc Emperor. Because Bammet was the calmest of all the princes. An angry person was unfit to be a monarch. The Orc Emperor had always wanted to train Bammet as his successor, but the other dozen or so princes constantly marginalized and suppressed him. This deeply angered the Orc Empire. But Bammet did not disappoint him, and continued to grow. He held considerable prestige within the Orc Empire. In the military camp outside the fortress, "All troops, prepare. Prepare to take this fortress," Bachmet said calmly. "Yes." His generals immediately went down to prepare. Soon, the Orcs assembled their forces and launched a general assault, aided by a large number of catapult mages. The fortress's defenders, without mages, were forced to endure the bombardment. Winster had requested mages from the Empire, but the Cardinal refused, citing a shortage of mages. Indignant, Winster set out with his troops. The fortress's defenders were left relying on the Scorpion ballistae on the walls for long-range attacks. But under the magician's targeted attack, the Scorpion ballistae were quickly destroyed. The fortress's defenders were forced to passively defend themselves. Fortunately, there were still many catapults within the fortress. The two sides resumed their strife, but by now, the catapults had been mostly destroyed. The fortress's defenders could only retreat, waiting for the orc soldiers to approach so they could defeat them squarely. The 800,000-strong orc army pressed forward. The overwhelming force made everyone hold their breath. The decisive battle began. Fireballs rained down. Following closely behind were 100,000 orc heavy infantry. The heavily armed heavy infantry left the violet soldiers helpless. However, they were also considered semi-heavy infantry. With their formidable combat power, the violet soldiers briefly suppressed the orcs. But the orcs launched wave after wave of attacks, pushing the violet soldiers on the outer wall back. After 2 hours of fighting, Winster abandoned the outer wall and retreated to the inner city. During their retreat, they used magic crystals to blow up the staircase connecting the outer and inner walls. The orc soldiers saw Winster and his men voluntarily abandon the outer wall. Then, their morale soared, believing Winster and his men were about to be defeated. Tens of thousands of them swarmed over the outer wall. Some orcs were still milling around inside Wung City. Unbeknownst to them, the violet soldiers within the inner city were awaiting their entry. Since they knew they were going to die, they might as well take a few with them. Determined to face death head-on, the remaining 30,000-plus violet soldiers had already made their final preparations within the inner city. Seeing nearly 100,000 orcs approaching, Winster chose to detonate the magic crystal outside the city without hesitation. Boom! The terrifying magical wave blasted all the orcs in the outer city skyward. Bachmet's expression changed slightly as he watched the 100,000-man army reduced to ash, but he remained serious. Bachmet regretted the loss of these 100,000 troops, but immediately began to think about how to continue the attack. No matter how many casualties there were, the fortress had not been taken. The orcs couldn't withdraw. If they retreated or turned to attack other targets, the Orc Empire's previous efforts would be wasted. Capturing the Fortress of Sighs would allow the Orc Empire to directly threaten the Holy Empire's capital, tying down more troops. This would free up more troops to support the Western Front. So, after the outer city explosion, Bachmet only sent 100,000 troops in rotation. 100,000 men would fight for 2 hours and then withdraw. The violet soldiers' strength and energy were constantly being drained. Night fell quickly. The orc army retreated regretfully. They were on the verge of taking the city, but the orc soldiers could no longer advance. The violet soldiers held the last 2 attics with great determination. With their last 800 men, they held off the attack of several thousand orcs. As night fell, Bachmet stopped his soldiers from attacking. We had come this far. This last attack was not enough. Let the soldiers rest well and continue the attack tomorrow. That night, the 800 violet soldiers slept in the attic. They collapsed from exhaustion. But tomorrow, death awaited them. Winster looked at the last 800 violet soldiers, unsure what to say. A violet soldier spoke up. Your Excellency the Duke, are reinforcements not coming? Or perhaps there were no reinforcements in the first place. Chapter 113. I'm sorry, I lied to everyone. Winster said, his duke's authority gone, replaced by the harmony of comrades. The violet soldier chuckled self-deprecatingly, then spoke. We've been abandoned. But what saddens me isn't the abandonment, but the inability to return home. I want to go home. The violet soldier's roar echoed far into the night. Everyone heard these heartfelt words. Many violet soldiers wept softly. They had endured brutal battles without crying, nor had they cried when their comrades died, but now they wept. Men don't shed tears easily. When they learned they were abandoned, with no chance of returning home, they could no longer hold back. As warriors of the Violet Duchy, they had abandoned their homeland without a fight. It was a shame for them. They had always wanted to fight their way home. But now, that thought had become an unattainable luxury. All the violet soldiers turned to Winster. Winster saw the longing in their eyes and understood everything. Winster led 800 war horses from the fortress's stables. He then retrieved the long-dusted violet knight armor from the armory. The violet soldier's eyes blazed with passion. Becoming a violet knight was the dream of every violet soldiers. Although they hadn't undergone the knighthood ceremony, they were already qualified violet knights. They lived up to the spirit of violet chivalry. If Caddis were here, He would have promoted them to knighthood too. Because they deserved it, the soldiers caressed their knightly armor as if it were a rare treasure. This was the armor left here long ago by Grand Duke Kedes during his expedition with Alexander the Great. It had originally been intended as replacement equipment for the Violet Knights. But now, these Violet soldiers were granted this final honor. The soldiers donned the knightly armor they had longed for. Many of them laughed. They finally wore their knightly armor. But would Grand Duke Kedes recognize them? The soldiers then grew dejected. Kedes will recognize you. Just as the soldiers were feeling lost, Winster's voice rang out. Everyone looked at Winster. Winster spoke with a firm expression. You have proven yourself worthy of the title of Violet Knight. The soldiers, donning their knightly armor, fell asleep peacefully, for they would die honorably on the charge the next day. Many soldiers were writing suicide notes, some to their wives, some to their families. The entire camp was utterly silent, save for the cool autumn breeze. The next day, before the sun rose, on the city walls, 800 Violet Knights mounted their war horses. Since the city gates were blocked, they had no choice but to walk along the walls. Winster cast a spell, briefly building a bridge. Then he led the 800 Violet Knights down the hill. Behind them lay the fortress, which would soon burst into flames. Not wanting their comrades' bodies to be humiliated by the orcs, they set fire to the fortress before leaving. The fire would consume the fortress, allowing the fallen soldiers to ascend to heaven, and also burning the statues within the main hall. Dream, Alexander. We no longer owe the Empire anything. Soon, the flames began to blaze. But Winster had already led 800 Violet Knights into the sleeping orc camp. Feeling the ground shaking, the orc sentries immediately sounded the alarm. But it was too late. Led by Duke Winster of Thunder, the 800 Violet Knights charged into the camp like a cleaver. They set fires and slashed at the orc soldiers. Many, hearing the commotion, had barely had time to put on their clothes before being side down by spears the moment they emerged. The orc soldiers had never expected Winster and his men to dare charge with only 800 men. Even more terrifying was the fighting prowess of these 800 men, which filled even Bachmet with respect. They charged in with the determination to die. After a brief charge, Winster saw the wolf cavalry emerge and regrouped his remaining troops. Fewer than 500 men remained. Winster, without hesitation, led the remaining men towards the Violet Duchy. He was going to take these men home, even if it meant dying there. A Violet soldier nervously guarded the contents of his arms. A bundle was covered in blood. He was the 6th soldier to take the bundle. The previous 5 had already perished. Winster led his men all the way into the Violet Duchy. At this point, the heavy cavalry's disadvantage became apparent. Their horses couldn't keep up a charge for long. The horses were exhausted, many collapsed to the ground. Looking back, only a little over 300 men remained. The soldier, under the gaze of the remaining men, held out the bundle. He opened the bundle, and pulled out a tattered purple flag. The soldier dismounted, knelt on the ground, and with a lance, hoisted the flag onto it and planted it in the ground. The purple flag fluttered in the wind. The Violet Duchy Infantry Regiment has returned. The soldier roared. The rest of the soldiers roared with all their might. They're back. Even if they're in a disastrous state. But the flag is back. That means they're back. They haven't forgotten their homeland. They finally returned. But a rumbling sound came from the distance. Over 100,000 wolf cavalrymen were charging towards them. Form! Winster roared. The remaining 300 soldiers immediately formed a square formation, preparing for the final battle. Winster! 3 chances are enough. This is your last chance. Surrender? You are true heroes, Bachmet said. Bachmet! Put away your hypocrisy. There's no such thing as surrender in the Empire. We will never surrender. Winster pointed his sword at Bachmet and said. Winster desperately wanted to slay Bachmet with a single blow, but with 5 or 6 9th-level auras locked onto him, he stood no chance. Bachmet looked at the remnants, shook his head, and waved his hand, signaling their destruction. The wolf cavalry immediately charged. 300 soldiers braced for death. But at that moment, a roar echoed from the western sky. Over 300 strange iron birds appeared in the sky. What was this? Both sides were stunned, but before they could react, whoo! A sound that sent shivers down their spines rang out. The iron birds began to swoop. As the sound drew closer, everyone grew increasingly uneasy. The next second, over 300 tiny black dots descended from the sky. This is... Before they could come up with an answer, the orc soldier's vision went dark. Chapter 114. Boom boom boom. The horrific explosion instantly blew nearly 10,000 wolf riders to smithereens. The wolf riders reacted immediately, and fled in all directions. Winster and the others were stunned, but the next second, a tremor was heard in the distance. Thousands of steel behemoths appeared in the distance. What was this? A red flag fluttered in the sky. It was the Great Flame. The Great Flame had arrived. The wolf riders were stunned when they saw the thousands of steel behemoths appear. They had no idea what they were. But they had a premonition, what terrifying weapon they were. Sure enough, thousands of tanks opened fire. A single volley of artillery fire instantly crushed the wolf riders. The wolf riders immediately supported Bachman's retreat. But Bachman stopped the wolf riders. Instead, they gazed at the distant torrent of steel. This was the newly formed Great Flame 2nd Armored Division. It comprised 4 tank regiments. The shock of thousands of tanks was something cavalry couldn't bring. Bachman stared intently at the red flag. Soon, the torrent of steel advanced behind Winster and his men. The wolf cavalry, driven back by machine gun fire, had no choice but to retreat, hovering about 700 or 800 meters away. Bachman seemed to guess the origin of this torrent of steel. A Tiger tank approached Winster. Lion emerged from the tank. Bachman. Surprised? Unexpected? Lion asked with a forced smile. It's you? How did you get here? Bachman's expression changed slightly. Although he had already guessed it might be the Gratian army, he was still surprised. Of course we fought all the way here. It's only about 1,000 kilometers, so it took 2 days. By the way, thank you for the 300,000 skilled laborers sent by the Orc Empire, Leon said with a smile. Bachman's mouth twitched. He then prepared to leave. A wise man never suffers a loss. Wait, I said something. In the past, because you were so powerful, we had no choice but to endure it. But now I tell you, orcs, that the Great Flame has risen from hell, and we return with the flames of vengeance. Are you ready? Pay the price for your actions, Leon said coldly. Bachman was deeply upset. They, the orcs, had never been threatened before, and Leon's words now made him furious. But he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at the 9th rank expert beside him. The 9th rank expert immediately understood, and was about to attack when a voice rang out. Don't even think about it, or you lose your head. An ice spike instantly pressed against the 9th rank expert's neck. Frostar, dressed in military uniform, stepped out. She domineeringly protected Leon. Leon, is this what it means to be a gigolo? A wife is so powerful. With such a beautiful and capable wife, I won't have to worry about anything in the future. Hee hee. Looking at the dangerous Frostar, the orc warrior retreated. He then looked at Bachman, signaling him to prepare to leave. But just then, a familiar voice rang out. The orc warrior's legs trembled at the sound. Since you're here, why don't you stay for a while? Cades, clad in silver knight armor, stepped out. His face was filled with uncontrollable murderous intent. Grand Duke! Grand Duke! The violet soldiers cheered immediately. The orc warriors were already sweating profusely. Watching Caddis approach, the orc warriors grew nervous. Soon after, several more orc warriors arrived at Bachman's side. Frostar, upon seeing this, immediately embraced Leon, fiercely protecting him. Lion, am I being forced by a woman? But Leon didn't notice that Frostar's cheeks had already flushed red. Caddis looked at the 5 or 6 9th rank warriors before him with a somewhat disdainful sneer. Come on, are you all coming together or something? I'm in a hurry. I still need to see what you've done to the Violet Duchy. Hearing Caddis's domineering words, the orc warriors dared not breathe. Because Caddis was absolutely capable of crushing them all. Just then, another figure landed beside Bachman. Caddis, do you think you're invincible all by yourself? A figure wearing a golden robe and a golden mask, unable to distinguish between male and female, spoke. National Master. The powerful orcs beside him saluted. Oh! Just because you're here, you think you can stop me? Caddis smiled. Can you defeat all of us alone? The National Master said with a hint of disdain. But what if I'm included? A voice came that the National Master found hard to believe. Chester, with an incredibly handsome move, descended from the sky, landing directly in front of everyone. Chester? Didn't you die in the storm sea? The National Master said in disbelief. You and Old Witch didn't die, so how could I? Chester complained. Stop joking. Leave Bachman here, and you can go. Caddis raised his sword and spoke decisively. The Imperial Master seemed hesitant, but then he glanced at Chester and Caddis and sighed. He patted Bachman on the shoulder and left. Bachman was furious, for he loathed humans. All his displays of gentlemanly demeanor were a facade. He even loathed his own mother. Why was she human? If she hadn't been human, He wouldn't have endured so much contempt as a child. He truly hated her, but he didn't show it. He would wait until he came to power to exact revenge on everyone, but Leon had no idea of Bachmet's filthy thoughts. Looking at the captive Bachmet, Leon blurted out, "Someone. Stand one by the streetlight." Then Leon realized he had misspoken. Frostar, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Chester and Caddis's mouths twitched. Then Caddis whispered, "He's an orc mage, a bit tough, but hanging him might not kill him." Now it was Leon's turn to twitch. Leon didn't continue to argue and spoke directly. "All right, forget about him. Lock him up. First, go capture those hundreds of thousands of wolf riders. They're a prime labor force." Leon's eyes were full of money. One orc captive could generate a gold coin in 4 months' work, and the food was just what he wanted. Isn't that better than working as a worker? Leon had become the strongest capitalist in the other world. Even capitalists would shed tears watching him. Several people approached the captive, not even glancing at Bachmet. Bachmet was flustered. Had he been ignored? Chapter 115. Let's go back 2 days. When the Battle of Psy Fortress began, Leon already knew about it. Leon informed Keatis of the news. Keatis hesitated, but he didn't act on his own. He waited for Leon's orders. Leon wanted to send troops as soon as possible, but the 2nd Armored Division was only 2 days away from completing training. So Leon could only wait. At the same time, he mobilized part of the Air Force fighting in the Elven Empire to wait until the training was completed and the Air Force arrived. 2 days had already passed. Leon immediately assembled all his forces. 1 armored division, 2 infantry divisions, and 300 Stuka bombers. Under cover of night, he launched an attack on the Violet Duchy. To achieve a rapid advance, Leon used Stukas to bomb all enemy camps, and then concentrated his superior forces to attack key cities, encircling and annihilating the orc forces within. In addition, all rear supply centers were given special attention by the Stukas. The orc army, deprived of logistical supplies, quickly collapsed under the combined encirclement of armored and infantry units. In a single night, the Great Yin army advanced 200 kilometers and captured 4 cities. The troops advanced directly towards the Violet Duchy's capital, Barian City. 300 kilometers away, the orcs in Barian City were still reveling, completely unaware that the Great Yin army had already invaded the Violet Duchy. The orcs continued to revel in Barian City, and many arrogant orcs smashed Barian statues. This infuriated the remaining Violet citizens of Barian City. But they were powerless to defeat these orcs. So they could only pray to the goddess of light, praying for her to save them. But what they didn't know was that the aloof goddess of light had become a frequent visitor in Leon's dreams. Every night, she visited him in his dreams. Leon was almost annoyed by her. Or to keep his father at bay, Leon could only swallow his anger. Wait until I can turn over and sing. The next day, the armored forces advanced rapidly. Since there were few cities along the way, the orcs had no time to relay the news, so they didn't even know that the Great Flame had arrived. By the next evening, the Great Flame's armored forces were already at the gates of the city. However, Leon didn't rush the armored forces into an immediate attack. Instead, he chose to give them a 6-hour rest. After all, they had already been on the offensive for almost a day. The armored forces needed rest. Soon, at midnight, the armored forces launched their offensive. With the support of artillery and air force, they quickly broke through the city of Balian. Balian City had fewer than 50,000 defenders, barely enough for a single armored division. The border garrison totaled less than 150,000, and they were defeated overnight. But Leon was puzzled. Where had the rest of the Orc Empire's forces gone? Outside the Psy Fortress, there were approximately 2 million troops. And within the Violet Duchy, there were 300,000. But the Orc Empire's forces numbered over 4 million. Where had the other 2 million gone? Leon immediately notified the Eastern and Western Elf Empires, instructing them to prepare for battle. He then focused his attention on the Violet Duchy. This battle must recapture the Violet Duchy. And this didn't count as De Yen declaring war on the Orc Empire, because Leon was still nominally a Duke of the Holy Empire, and De Yen was still nominally a Duchy of the Holy Empire. This meant that Leon could use his dukedom to reclaim the Violet Duchy, because the Duke of the Holy Empire had a special privilege, the ability to lead troops to reclaim the Empire's lost territories. This privilege caught Leon's attention. Because he said he could lead troops to reclaim the Empire's lost territories, he didn't specify the specific period of the Empire's territory. If we trace back to the time of Alexander the Great, then a small half of the Elven Empire and a small half of the Orc Empire were part of the Empire's territory. Going even further back, To the time of Emperor Dreams, most of the world was part of the Empire's territory. Got it. This place has been Dian's territory since ancient times. My thoughts return to the present. After conquering the city of Balian, the armored troops were welcomed by the citizens of Violet. And many of the members of the 2nd Armored Division were Violet citizens. They had finally returned to their homeland. They were sincerely grateful to Dian for reclaiming their homeland. As a result, the 2nd Division's combat effectiveness skyrocketed. Already equipped with semi-magical equipment, the 2nd Armored Division was already formidable enough. Add to that a group of motivated soldiers. The 2nd Armored Division swept through the Violet Duchy. In less than 2 days, the armored forces were on the verge of approaching the Fortress Assize and piercing the Violet Duchy. The Orc Empire's army, it turned out, was a motley crew, numbering only 300,000 men. The 2nd Armored Division declared, "Not a single one of us can fight." What stopped the Armored Division in its tracks was the hundreds of thousands of wolf cavalrymen before them. Arriving early is worse than being lucky. Lion and his men happened to run into these hundreds of thousands of wolf cavalrymen. They had caught them in a trap. They even captured their old acquaintance, Batchman. Lion had never felt so happy. Winster and Caddis were reminiscing about the past, and were shocked by Chester's appearance. After seeing the two again, Winster chose to join the Great Yin without hesitation. He no longer wanted to serve this corrupt empire. The repeated backstabbing and betrayal had broken the veteran's heart. But before the three could catch up, reconnaissance news arrived from the Air Force. The Orc Empire had assembled a 1,000,000-strong army and breached the Holy Empire's defenses. Their forces were heading straight for the imperial capital. It turned out that the Orc Empire's troops had not been mobilized to the western frontier, but had remained at the Empire's borders. Wait for the Fortress Assize to be breached, then form a pincer attack with Batchman's army, directly attacking the Holy Empire's capital. Just as Leon was preparing to support the Holy Empire, the Demon Empire launched an all-out offensive. Though the Eastern Elf Empire held out, the Western Elf Empire did not, losing 2/3 of its territory. Thankfully, the 1.5 million-strong dwarf army provided backup, halting the demon army's southward advance. But now the situation was extremely delicate. The Eastern Elves would be attacked from both sides. And the Holy Empire was in imminent danger. Leon said, "It's too difficult." "How do you fight two enemies at once?" "The answer is to fight with your hands." Leon immediately dispatched the 1st Armored Division into the Eastern Elf Empire. At the same time, he immediately withdrew an infantry division from the Violet Duchy to support the Eastern Elves. He also had Keatis and Chester jointly issue a statement exposing the Cardinal's true identity. At the same time, Leon, as both a duke and a prince, launched a national defense war. He requested troops from all principalities to rescue the imperial capital. But Leon had a trick up his sleeve. He sent Hans to secretly transport his mother out of the imperial capital. Leon was worried about the people of the Holy Empire. Chapter 116. With the northern defenses breached, panic gripped the Holy Empire. A large number of nobles fled south. The Holy Empire consisted of 9 duchies plus Great Flame. The most powerful of these duchies was the now captured Violet Duchy. The second strongest was the Richard Duchy to the northeast. The Richard Duchy was renowned for its infantry. The combat effectiveness of Richard's snow infantry far exceeded the average level of the Imperial army. The third strongest was the Cara Duchy to the south. They were gifted archers, even rivaling elves in archery. The other duchies each had their own strengths. However, with the northern border breached, the 9 duchies each harbored their own agenda. With the exception of the recently liberated Violet Duchy, the other 8 duchies remained silent upon receiving the news. Even when Lion spearheaded the National Defense War, only Richard and the last-place Ceto Duchy responded. Until Caddis and Chester broke out. The twin pillars of the Empire have reappeared. People were amazed by Chester's appearance, but some suspected he was a fake. It wasn't until Chester used magic, causing the statue erected in his honor at the Imperial Academy to flicker, that everyone finally believed Chester had truly returned. If Keatis was the Holy Empire's most powerful spear, then Chester was its most powerful shield. Keatis' appearance galvanized the Holy Empire's people, while Chester's presence reassured them. Soon, the 9 duchies responded to the National Defense War. But to Leon's indignation, only the duchies of Richard and Ceto sent troops. The duchies of Richard sent 300,000 snow infantry, while even if Ceto mobilized all its troops, they still only had 100,000. 400,000 troops were a mere drop in the bucket for the million-strong Orc army, yet they marched forward without hesitation. The capital of the Holy Empire, the Imperial City. The once bustling city, capable of accommodating millions, was now in chaos. Many families fled south, dragging their families with them. Some students of the Imperial Academy took to the streets, urging the Empire to fight to the bitter end. Edward III scoffed. He himself was planning a southern tour. Fighting to the bitter end? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I still want to live a few more years. In the hall, Edward III looked at the cardinal and said, Teacher, Keates and the others are maliciously slandering you. Your contributions to the Empire are obvious to all. I hope you can speak well of you, and the Goddess of Light, and grant her a blessing. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I will shed my last drop of blood for the Empire. The cardinal knelt and spoke. Just then, a deafening cry of battle rang out. A royal guard ran in. Your Majesty, old Duke Brian is leading his troops. The next moment, an old man, frail and gray-haired, with a wrinkled face, walked in, wearing marshal's armor and carrying a sword. Brian, what are you doing? Come! Come! Edward III pointed at Brian and cursed. Edward, don't think your deeds are unknown. I tell you, you can't go anywhere today. You must stay in the Imperial City. If you leave, let your lackeys take your body away, Brian said forcefully. Impossible. I still have an army loyal to me. Come! Edward III tried to make a last-ditch effort. I already have 100,000 Imperial soldiers, and 100,000 guards under my control. As the Emperor, a descendant of Dreen, the son of Alexander, how could you possibly think of escaping? Brian pointed at Edward III and said, then he advanced towards the cardinal, sword in hand. As Edward III stared in shock, he struck off his head with a single blow. Former Grand Marshal of the Empire, Duke Brian of the Sun, requests that your Majesty blockade the Imperial City. Fight to the bitter end. Before Edward III could speak, Brian left. Except for grand occasions, Brian rarely had to give Edward III a hard time. Not just because he was a duke, but because of his past. Catus and his men had fought under Alexander, but Brian was decades older than them. Alexander the Great's father was Emperor Padian, and Emperor Padian's mentor was Brian. Brian served as Grand Marshal of the Empire for over 100 years, seeing off 3 emperors, including Padian's father. Brian stated that if Edward III disagreed, he wouldn't mind serving for another generation. With Brian's return, 200,000 troops immediately prepared to defend the Imperial City. The Imperial City would close its gates in 3 days. The 3 days were reserved for civilians to evacuate. However, Brian required the adult male nobles to remain and help defend the imperial capital. As for the female nobles, Brian did not impose too many requirements. However, some enlightened nobles volunteered to stay, including several young ladies wearing knight armor. Brian praised them for this. However, many nobles still tried their best to escape the imperial capital. Brian increased the intensity of the screening at the city gates, but of course, the civilians did not have to worry. The reason civilians were not left behind to assist in the defense was that they had already fulfilled their tax obligations, while the nobles enjoyed privileges. Now it was time for the nobles to fulfill their responsibilities. However, upon hearing that Brian was responsible for defending the imperial capital, some commoners volunteered to stay. They trusted Duke Liang and believed the imperial capital would not fall. The entire imperial capital was now in turmoil, and at this moment, no one had noticed that someone had infiltrated the palace. At night, in Elena's bedroom, a maid, led by the head maid, arrived outside Elena's chambers. Eve, where did this maid come from? I never seen her before. The female guard stationed outside Elena's chamber spoke. This is the new maid. Lady Elena suddenly needs a bath, and I'm taking her to bathe her. Come in. The female guard checked her, and then let her in. The maid followed Eve straight to Elena's bed. Lady Elena. Elena, who had already gone to bed, drowsily woke up. Lady Elena, didn't you say you wanted to bathe? Elena was a little surprised, then quickly put on her clothes. Come in. The two of them immediately went in. As soon as they entered, the maid knelt. Madam, by the leader's order, I'm here to take you to the inn. Leader? Elena was puzzled. The great leader is your son, the Duke of Leon. Looking at the enthusiastic maid, Elena felt a little frightened, but then she was delighted to hear her son's name. Chapter 117. Soon, the next day arrived. Elena rose early, as usual, and then began her day. Even to those familiar with Elena, nothing unusual would have occurred. But in reality, Elena's heart was filled with hope. She desperately wanted to escape this dark and cold-blooded palace. In a bungalow outside the palace, Hans, disguised as a businessman, was plotting how to get Elena out. To ensure Elena's escape, Karl had secretly arrived in the imperial capital. and Hans activated 2 spies hidden within the palace management. The activation of these 2 spies meant they would be exposed after the operation. This was a significant loss. But to rescue leader Leon's mother, the intelligence agency would spare no effort. Soon, Hans had formulated a rescue plan. The plan was to escort Elena out of the palace tomorrow, the last day of Brian's restraining order. But the problem now was that De Yin had liberated the Violet Duchy. This had thrust Lion into the spotlight, and Elena, Lion's mother, had been dragged into the storm unwittingly. Edward III, having been deprived of power, had, after appealing to heaven and earth to no avail, vented his rage upon the harem. Queen Johanna, Edward III's wife and mother of the eldest and second princes, silently bore Edward III's wrath. After just one night, Johanna, unable to bear the pain, returned to her parents' home. But that same night, her parents sent her back. Edward III's abuse of Johanna intensified. The eldest and second princes were furious but dared not speak out. They could only privately order their families, who supported them, to find ways to restrict Edward III. However, one of the second prince's advisors suggested going all out and executing Edward III. The second prince was terrified at this. After all, the most taboo in the Holy Empire was patricide. This brings us to the founding emperor, Dreens. The original first emperor of the Holy Empire was not Dreens. It was Dreens' father, Nicholas. But Nicholas, wanting to pass the throne to another heir, had to kill Dreens, despite his military support. But Dreens took the initiative and led his army to attack the palace. That night, Dreens lost his father, mother, and fiancé. So, Dreens swore an oath to the goddess of light that from now on, the throne of the Holy Empire could only be passed on through imperial decree by the previous emperor. For years, no prince dared to cross this red line. Many emperors succeeded their predecessors only after they had outlived them. Thus, many ascended the throne in their 40s or 50s, passing the throne to the next emperor a dozen years later. The exception was Alexander the Great. Alexander's father drowned while on a leisurely trip. At only 16, Alexander ascended the throne and, with Brian's assistance, initially gained control of the empire. Then, at the age of 34, he met the 2 pillars of the empire, Cadechester. And so began his life of unparalleled succession. As Alexander the Great's son, Edward III came to the throne through illicit means. Cadiz and Chester were absolutely certain that Edward III was responsible. But why hadn't Edward III suffered divine retribution? This puzzled Chester and the others. But the answer would soon be revealed, for Leon and his men were about to arrive at the gates. On the 3rd day, as dawn rose, Elena, fully prepared, sat nervously in her chambers. Hans had bribed the guards, and resolved any problems along the way. But the word resolve might require further scrutiny. Soon, everything was ready, and it was noon. This was the time Hans had agreed to take action. The undercover maid from the intelligence agency informed Elena to prepare for action. Elena hadn't donned her usual finery, but a sharp outfit. To be precise, before marrying into the royal palace, Elena had also been a fighting knight. But just as everyone was about to leave, something unexpected happened. Edward III has arrived. Hans, disguised as a maid, had just left the chamber with Elena when he spotted the approaching carriage. Without hesitation, Hans immediately led Elena back to the chamber. Elena then donned a gorgeous coat, disguising herself. Standing nearby, Hans, dressed in a maid's outfit, pretended to be working diligently. Soon, Edward III arrived. Without knocking or announcing, he simply pushed the door open and entered. Elena, look at this son you gave birth to. He founded the Great Yin Republic. Not only did he disobey my orders, but he also launched a national defense war. Now Brian is convinced that Leon and the others will support the imperial capital, and he's holding me captive here. It's all your fault, you bitch. Look at the son you gave birth to, Edward III said, almost frantically. Elena, however, remained calm, giving him a cold glance before speaking. Oh! She didn't even take Edward III seriously. Edward III was furious and raised his hand. Standing beside her, Hans had already put his hand under his skirt, ready to draw his pistol. Yes, this is a must-have skill in the intelligence agency, hiding a bomb in your crotch, even more so when it comes to maid outfits with skirts. Just then, Elena grabbed Edward III's hand. She looked coldly at the incredulous Edward III. You know what? I had enough of you. I used to worry about what you do to Xiaoang, but now I'm telling you, I'm done with that little worm of yours. She then ripped open her finery, revealing the powerful attire beneath. Fighting spirit erupted from Elena. Elena drew her knight's sword and placed it against Edward III's neck. Edward III had never imagined that this woman, with whom he had shared a bed for nearly 20 years, would be so. A woman of that age, a fighting knight. Hans, standing by, was stunned. Although Edward III's physical stats, including his length, were laid out on his desk, Elena's words completely stupefied him. Is this something he could listen to? Will the leader kill me when he gets back? Edward III stared in horror as Elena knocked him unconscious. Afterward, Hans had his undercover agents eliminate Edward III's entourage. Seeing Edward III's carriage approach, Hans acted quickly, getting the unconscious Edward III and Elena into the carriage. Then he drove out of the palace. While this might attract Brian's attention, it would at least prevent anyone else from suspecting anything. After all, if Elena and Edward III went out together, and Elena disappeared, it was unthinkable that it was Diane's doing. Chapter 118. Riding in Edward III's carriage. Hans and his companions soon arrived at the city. Without time to change clothes, Hans and his companions immediately changed into another carriage. They then abandoned the unconscious Edward III. But they had not gone far when a large number of troops were dispatched. They had learned that Edward III had left the palace. Brian immediately ordered the soldiers inside to seal the city gates and conduct strict inspections. But this had no effect on Hans and his companions, because they were not Edward III. The soldiers on the road saw the carriage, briefly inspected it, and then let it pass. They drove towards the city gates. However, they encountered a small problem at the gates. Hans, dressed in a maid's outfit, was driving the carriage through the city gates. But a guard nearby was attracted by her beauty. While inspecting her, his hands restlessly groped Hans' legs. Most outrageously, Hans blushed with embarrassment. Everyone knew Hans was acting. But wasn't it a bit too convincing? The other female agents' eyes lit up as they watched Hans, dressed in a black silk maid outfit. They said they couldn't control themselves if they were men. Finally, after the inspecting soldiers had their fill of masturbation, Hans and his companions were finally allowed to pass. As soon as they reached the woods outside the city, Hans removed his maid outfit. He then glared at the other agents fiercely. The other agents immediately made gestures to silence them, promising not to tell anyone. Only then did Hans let them go. This was a stain on his life. He had sold his body just to get through the city gates. It's over, I'm not clean anymore. Hans felt hopeless, and the next second, he leaned against a nearby tree and vomited. Carl also descended from the nearby tree and asked, "Out?" Hans nodded. "Nothing serious?" Carl frowned. He could sense several terrifying auras within the city, rapidly searching it. Suddenly, Carl drew his sword and turned back. "Let's go!" Hans didn't hesitate, quickly starting the nearby jeep. With Elena in tow, they sped towards the Violet Duchy. The next second, a terrifying aura burst forth from the imperial capital. "Carl? Why are you back?" The next second, a powerful figure with a terrifying aura landed directly in front of Carl. "I'm back to pick someone up. Leave now." Carl looked at the middle-aged man coldly. "You can't take Elena with you." "This is our only way to threaten Leon," the middle-aged man said sternly. "Since you can't take them away, did you let them out of the city?" Carl said. "You don't need to know that. You just need to know that you should hand them over," the middle-aged man said disdainfully. "If they can't be taken away, get back here. Don't think your church can do anything," Carl said coldly. "Carl, you're old after all. You must understand that the elders must give way to the younger ones," the middle-aged man said. "That's not for you, you lackey of the church." Carl shook his head, his face filled with disdain. Hearing this, the middle-aged man could no longer tolerate it. He drew his sword and charged forward. Carl, without hesitation, unleashed a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man, helpless, took the blow. Followed by this, a bolt of lightning struck Carl. When the smoke cleared, Carl, clad in black armor, emerged. Electric arcs flickered across the armor. The middle-aged man then remembered Carl's nickname. Thunder Knight Carl. The middle-aged man showed no disdain and immediately gave it his all. Night Kai, radiating light, donned his attire in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a 100-meter-long golden sword descended from the sky, pointed directly at Carl. Carl swung his silver sword, creating a massive dark cloud above the two of them. At the same time, Carl soared into the air. He swung his sword, and with each swing, a bolt of lightning several meters thick struck down. Boom! 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 The terrifying aftermath reached the imperial capital. The imperial capital's defensive magic circle activated passively. Brian also sensed the familiar aura of thunder. He flew out without hesitation. He saw Carl pinning down the middle-aged man. Every time the middle-aged man raised his head, Carl struck him with a bolt of lightning. He couldn't even raise his head. Seeing he was being suppressed, the middle-aged man exerted his strength. He waved his hand. Thousands of golden gates appeared. Thousands of four-winged angels emerged from behind them. The Pope has commanded. Slay the evil spirits. Yes. Thousands of angels responded and rushed towards Carl. Each angel possessed the strength of a 7th-level angel. But Carl didn't retreat. Instead, his aura intensified, several times stronger than before. Carl soared high into the sky. With a flick of his sword, the dark cloud shimmered with a golden glow. As if anticipating the impending attack, the angels immediately gathered together, condensing into a massive angel. His strength rapidly increased, reaching the 9th level in an instant, and continued to climb. It seemed as if he was about to break through the 9th level limit. But the next second, Carl roared. Thunderbolt. Tens of thousands of golden lightning bolts rained down, like a torrential rain. Striking the massive angel, it instantly disintegrated, and thousands of angels were torn to pieces by the thunder. Brian gasped at the sight. When had Carl become so powerful? You know, the lifespan of a Dochi Knight is generally around 150 years. But once a Dochi Knight passes 50, their Dochi begins to weaken. A Dochi Knight over 100 years old finds it difficult to use their Dochi freely. However, Carl's move seemed to have already touched the threshold of that step. Brian couldn't imagine it. He couldn't imagine the devastation Carl's attack would inflict if it struck the Imperial capital or the army. The entire Imperial capital was captivated by this terrifying thunderstorm. Some old monsters couldn't help but turn their gazes inward. Edward III was startled awake, and immediately saw a large number of soldiers surrounding him. Edward III, who am I? Where am I? A moment later, the thunderstorm dissipated. Leaving behind was only the middle-aged man, whose body was reduced to his underwear. Afterward, Carl gave Brian a knight's salute and flew away. Brian also began to pay attention to Leon. Since Caddis, Chester, and Carl were serving him, Leon must have some extraordinary qualities. Perhaps making him the next emperor of the Holy Empire would be a good choice. Chapter 119. Watching the terrifying thunder behind him, Hans drove at top speed. He feared the lightning might injure Elena in the car. There was no other way. If anything happened to Elena, Hans might be sold to some unknown place. It was Elena's first time riding in a car, and she was curious and looked around. The result was that Elena got carsick. Hans could only slow down slightly to take care of Elena. But Elena didn't ask Hans to slow down. Instead, she patted Hans' shoulder and said firmly, "Go as fast as you can. Hold on. Excuse me." With that, Hans stepped on the accelerator, and the jeep took off like an arrow. Many citizens fleeing from the north saw this, and couldn't help but wonder what kind of magical device this was. How could it be so fast? The Imperial capital was only 1,000 kilometers away from the Purple Sky Fortress. For a jeep, the drive would have taken just a day and a night. But Carl couldn't wait any longer. He lifted Elena up with his Dochi and flew with her at high speed. They soon arrived at the Fortress of Sighs. After Barrett's capture, the Imperial Master immediately ordered the troops of the Fortress of Sighs to evacuate. The orcs there immediately withdrew upon receiving the order. So Leon and his men took over the Fortress of Sighs effortlessly. They used it as a temporary headquarters. They stationed troops nearby and prepared to launch reinforcements for the Imperial capital. According to intelligence, the Orc Empire's vanguard was still 1,300 kilometers from the Imperial capital. They were capturing cities and strongholds along the way. Most cities surrendered, but some still resisted. What greeted them was a massacre. Lion and the others fell silent upon hearing this news. Although they were citizens of the Holy Empire, they, like himself, were human. Lion, a human, could not help but feel anger when he learned of the millions of humans slaughtered. Population is the foundation of a nation, and Great Yan's population was already small. So Leon could only focus his attention on the Holy Empire. As for the Holy Empire's refugees, Leon would save everyone he could, for they would eventually contribute to the development of Great Yan. However, the massacre had already occurred, and there was no point in being angry. It was better to think about how to complete this war to protect the nation. It was currently known that the two principalities had dispatched 400,000 troops, assembled 800 kilometers northeast of the Imperial capital. And based on their marching speed, they would need at least 20 days to reach the Imperial capital. 1,300 kilometers was only half a month for the Orc cavalry. This meant that the Imperial capital would have to hold out for 5 days. But for the current 400,000 troops, they would just be delivering food to the enemy. The other principalities chose not to send troops, instead adopting a wait-and-see approach. But if Leon's 100,000-man army were added, the balance of victory would likely tip. and the imperial capital still had 200,000 defenders. In any case, 700,000 versus 1 million, the advantage was his. Furthermore, Leon understood that only a portion of the 1 million Orcish troops were cavalry. This meant that the number of enemies arriving at the imperial capital within 2 weeks was not as high as expected. So Leon planned to launch a siege and annihilation campaign outside the imperial capital. Try to eliminate the cavalry. The Orc Empire had no idea how fast armored units could march. So, they had no idea that Leon, the sixth man, was lying in ambush along the way. Immediately, Leon ordered the 2nd Armored Division to march day and night. At the 2nd Armored Division's speed, 1,000 kilometers would take them just 1 day and 1 night. But this meant they would have difficulty getting air support. The Stuka's original combat radius was 580 kilometers. After engine upgrades, the Stuka's combat radius reached nearly 1,000 kilometers. But it still couldn't reach the imperial capital, because there was no rule that an emergency would increase fuel consumption. For this reason, Leon had to urgently deploy a large number of magicians to construct a temporary airfield 200 kilometers outside the Psi fortress. This allowed the Stuka bombers to reload their weapons. Leon's requirement was that the airfield be completed within 7 days. As the army advanced, Leon finally understood the agony of blitzkrieg in that world. The logistical pressure was immense. To meet the needs of the Great Yin Armored Division for weapons, equipment, and ammunition, you would need nearly 2,500 military trucks to transport ammunition. For every 100 kilometers the front advances, the number of military trucks would increase by 100. To bolster the armored division's firepower, in addition to its powerful armored corps, each division was equipped with a dedicated artillery brigade. So, while the Great Yin Armored Division, with its 50,000 men and seemingly bloated organization, was in reality a corps under the name of a division, with complete artillery and air support. Leon's initial concept was to use divisions as combat units. In fact, the next level up was the army. Leon defined the army as responsible for attacking a nation. This meant that if the first armored army was successfully established, De Ying could launch a war of revenge against the Orc Empire. That day was not far off. The 3rd Armored Division was about to complete its training, and the 4th Armored Division would complete its training in at most 20 days. At that time, a full-scale counterattack against both the Demon Empire and the Orc Empire could be launched. Just as Leon was planning his battle plan, Carl returned with Elena. Elena didn't ask anyone around Leon to remind him. Instead, she quietly walked up behind him. She silently watched Leon, lying on the map, watching Leon earnestly explain his ideas to his generals. Although Leon was a leader, he knew he was a novice in warfare. So, for every battle, Leon would share his thoughts and plans. The 20 or so officers from the general staff would come to revise or object to Leon's battle plan. As long as the staff's arguments made sense, Leon would adjust his ideas and plans. And Caddis strongly encouraged Leon to do so, because it cultivated Leon's commanding abilities. One day, Caddis and Chester would leave Leon first. So Leon's growth was essential, compared to his initial enthusiasm upon arriving in the territory of Sin. Leon had transformed from a frivolous, middle school boy into a reserved, half-baked politician. The staff and officers of the entire command center straightened their backs. Regarding? Lion spoke, looking up to find the serious-looking staff. What was going on? While Leon was puzzled, Reinhardt was giving him frantic glances. He turned back. The next moment, Leon's vision went dark, and he heard the voice he had been craving. Shaolin. My dear son. The staff officers were immediately overwhelmed. Chapter 120. Mom. I can't breathe. The 6th level fighting knight's tight embrace nearly suffocated Leon. Elena immediately released Leon and caressed his head lovingly. Little Leon, you changed. You gotten darker and stronger. You must have suffered a lot. Elena began to sob softly as she spoke. Leon, unconvinced by his mother's condition, hurriedly said, It's okay, Mom. I didn't suffer much. I'm standing here in front of you, okay? Leon then placed a cup of coffee in Elena's hands, telling her to rest. Elena's emotions gradually calmed down. Hans then reported the details of the operation. When Leon heard Elena, who had previously been gentle, confront Edward III directly, he was completely stunned. It turned out his mother was no delicate woman. A tomboy. Oh my God. When Leon heard that Hans, dressed as a woman, had his legs touched by a city gate guard, he looked at him with disdain. Hans! I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I treated you like a brother, but I never expected. Hans could only lower his head silently. After calming down, Elena surveyed everyone in the command center. She noticed that everyone held Leon in the highest respect. Suddenly, Elena noticed Froststar standing nearby. Seeing Froststar's eyes never leaving Leon, Elena gave him a malicious smile. Leon suddenly felt a chill on his back. Why did he feel such a chill on his back? The next second, Elena spoke. Xiaoan, how old are you? 21, right? Almost 22. Where's my daughter-in-law? Where's your duchess? Where's my precious grandchildren? Watching his mother, Elena, gradually getting angry, Leon's inner fear awoke. Mom, Leon said weakly. The rest of the staff immediately ran out. If they kept watching, the intelligence agency would break in. No! Look at the eldest and second princes. They're only a year or two older than you, and their children are already 5 or 6. Elena shook her head, muttering to herself. No! I have to find Xiaoan a wife. Elena then looked at Froststar. Froststar's rabbit ears twitched, sensing something was amiss. Seeing this, Leon stepped between Elena and Froststar. What's your relationship? Wife. Boss. Leon glanced at Froststar, as if to ask, aren't you my wife? Froststar's face was already flushed, so red it looked like smoke was coming out. What's your relationship? Subordinate. Lover. Now it was Elena's turn to be fuming. Lady Elena. Froststar had just begun to speak when Elena made a noise. Lady Mother. Hey! My dear daughter-in-law. Elena spoke immediately, then asked. Are you married? What's your name? Are you Leon's wife? When are you planning on having children? Elena launched into another flurry of attacks, leaving Leon stunned. Froststar spoke. My name is Froststar, and I'm a half-orc. We're not married yet. I'm Leon's first wife. Puff. At this, Leon spat out the tea he just drunk to calm himself. Beside him, Elena's eyes lit up. So you little on. You like bunny-eared girls. And a wife? You like people around, right? Hearing this, Leon could no longer sit still. Mom, that's not true. That's exaggerated. I'm not that perverted. Oh, you mean you're a little perverted? No, I'm not perverted. If you're not perverted, what are you? I am a pervert. Leon panicked, trying to explain, but the more he tried, the more outrageous it became. Elena clutched her stomach and nearly died of laughter. For so many years, imprisoned in the palace, her words and actions were restricted. It's been ages since I laughed so hard. My own son is so much funnier. Lion. I loved him. The reason Leon didn't react was because he couldn't maintain his aloof persona in front of people he knew. But once he realized what was happening, Leon looked at Froststar in shock. Wait, first wife, could it be? Lion looked at Froststar in shock. Froststar had lost her usual aloofness, now looking like a little bird in the palm of his hand. Lion was instantly excited. Finally! This huge iceberg. Finally, Elena's eyes lit up beside him. Because she heard the word first wife. That meant Leon had other women. Looks like he have grandchildren. Just when the three of them were feeling awkward, Hans came to the rescue. Leader. There's movement in the Dwarf Empire again. Lion regained his composure and asked. What's going on? He took the report and began to read it. The more he read, the more his scalp tingled. Because the Dwarf Empire also used magical technology. And its sophistication far surpassed that of the Demon Empire. Leon had seen the image of a magical chariot in the intelligence. What infuriated Leon was that the dwarf's magical chariot looked exactly like the Panzer IV. Leon looked at Hans calmly. Hans immediately lowered his head. I don't care what you do. After the National Protection War, I want everyone who leaked information about the Panzer IV thrown into prison. Leon said coldly. Then do you want? Hans made a gesture as if he was wiping his throat. Leon shook his head. It's too easy for them to die now. After the war, let them know the consequences of betraying the Yin. Looking at Leon, who had instantly calmed down, Elena fell silent. Because Leon has become this way, he must have experienced countless betrayals, which made him so skilled. So, I need to find him a few more wives. After Hans left, Leon took Elena to his temporary quarters. Originally, Leon planned to send Elena back to the Yin, but Elena insisted on staying with Leon. Leon had no choice but to arrange for Elena to stay with him. He asked Shuangxing to chat with Elena while he and Caddis planned the future of the Violet Duchy. Although most of the Violet Duchy's people fled to the Yin, the Violet Duchy still has a population of nearly 5 million. We need to make use of all of this. What? You're saying the Holy Empire will take back the Violet Duchy? No, that's impossible. The The Violet Duchy is a territory of the Holy Empire, and De Yin is a duchy of the Holy Empire. So, is it wrong that the Violet Duchy is part of Great Yan's territory? Yes. Is there something wrong? Absolutely not. The Holy Empire wants the Violet Empire? Go ahead. Violet possesses numerous resources, and Great Yan must seize them. Furthermore, the Violet Duchy's strategic location is crucial. Chapter 121. As soon as Lion launched the National Defense War, the Duchy of Richard and the Duchy of Zyro responded. The Duchy of Richard assembled its army almost instantly and set out. But within the Duchy of Zyro, a different voice emerged. In the Duke's mansion of Zyro, Ronald, the 86-year-old Duke of Zyro, looked at his arguing subordinates with a dreadful look. We Zyro only have 120,000 troops. Sending out 100,000 at once would be like asking for our lives. How would we defend ourselves? We shouldn't have participated in the National Defense War. A general expressed his inner thoughts. If we don't send troops, are we just going to wait for the orcs to attack us? Can sending troops really turn the tide? We only have 100,000. We're nothing compared to the orc army. Listening to the heated arguments among his followers, Ronald drew his sword from his waist and slashed the table in front of him. Everyone stopped immediately. Everyone looked at Ronald. All done? Then it's my turn. Ronald glanced around, then spoke. Most of you have taken over your father's duties in the last 20 years. You haven't experienced the Empire's glory days, so of course you don't understand why I'm so obsessed with sending troops. Over 40 years ago, there was no Principality of Silo, let alone Duke of Silo. There was only one illegitimate son of a count, Ronald. His stingy father only gave him a small baronship, but fate provided for him. This humble baron rode on the chariot of Alexander the Great. I became a member of the Alexander Imperial Army. As if blessed by the goddess of light, the Empire ushered in its most glorious era since the reign of Emperor Dreens. I will never forget the Empire of that time. A full 5 million Imperial troops marched against the Demon Empire. Golden banners stretched from the Imperial capital all the way to the Violet Duchy. That was the era I longed for most, the most magnificent spectacle I ever witnessed. But the Empire ultimately declined. And only a few of us, the old men, remained of the Alexander Imperial Army, Richard, Chester, Keates, Brian, and me. And for my meritorious service, I was granted the title of Duke. But what good was this title? I watched Chester lead his army into the Storm Sea, I watched Keates be exiled, I watched Dekishu be crucified alive, and I watched the Empire decline day by day. I tell you, I can't stand this anymore. I can't watch my beloved country decline day by day. I will do my last bit for it. No one can stop me. Ronald practically roared as he finished. Everyone bowed their heads. The Duchess beside him quickly stepped forward to support the panting Ronald. Thank you, Lilia. You worked so hard all these years, Ronald said, reaching out to stroke Lilia's snow-white hair. Lilia smiled. Well, I know you're heading off again. Take care of yourself. After all, you're no longer the withered Duke of the past. You're just an old man with an old woman waiting for you at home. Promise me you won't be so stubborn, okay? Lilia said carefully, as if admonishing a child. Ronald lost his former Duke's dignity and instead smiled. Okay, my Lilia. Ronald's grandson, Zyros, immediately brought a suit of gray armor. Grandpa, let me go in your place. Zyros was 27 years old and a 7th-level Dochi Knight. He had practically grown up listening to his grandfather's legend. Grandson, you must know, the reason I must go is to let those orcs know I, Ronald, am not dead. And to see my old friends one last time. Ronald smiled fondly. The Zyros before him was the one most like him, having been designated as the heir to the Principality of Zyro. Having listened to his stories since childhood, Zyros had always emulated him, avoiding the vices of the nobility. Zyros couldn't help crying after hearing this. He knew his grandfather, suffering from a hidden wound from his early years, was now on his last legs. But Zyros couldn't stop his grandfather, for this was his grandfather's last remaining dignity, the glory of the Duke of Withering. Zyros forced himself to stand straight, suppressing the tears. He personally put on Ronald's armor. Well done. Ronald patted Zyros' shoulder and shouted. Come! Bring the Withering banner. A dark red banner was brought out, guarded by 8 Vatican officials. The 8 officials exchanged glances and released the seal. As the seal was lifted, a chilling chill swept over. The wails of countless undead echoed in his ears. What is this? Many young people were filled with questions. Ronald took the withered banner, and the next second, the terrifying aura vanished, as if it had never appeared. Inside Zyro City, many retired elders felt the surge of resentment. Tears welled up in their eyes. Withered army. Empire. We're back. Many of them roared to the heavens. That noon, a knight in gray armor passed through the streets of Zyro's city. Many of the elders' eyes welled up. They had never imagined they would see Ronaldo in this armor again in their lifetime. This was the glory of the Zyro people. The Duke of Withered became the Duke of Zyro because Ronaldo's hands were stained with blood. The Withered army, led by Ronaldo, fought alongside the Empire. The Withered army, due to their excessive number of kills, had their name erased. But one thing that stood as proof of their fierce battle record was the blood-stained Withered banner in Ronaldo's hand. A conservative estimate suggests it's stained with the blood of millions and blessed by the gods of death and war. Ronaldo brought with him the last 500 members of the Withered army of the Principality of Zyro. The Withered army was the Holy Empire's only true heavy infantry. Armed to the teeth with armored infantry, in their hands were 2.5 meters long double-edged halberds. Yes, it was armored infantry. Weighing nearly 60 kilograms, Leon was surprised at first, but after repeated confirmation, he realized it was the same armor from his own world. Later, it was learned that the Duke of Zyro had received guidance from Leon's own great-grandfather to create this heavy infantry. At its peak, the Withered army numbered 50,000 men. They slashed their way all the way from the Empire to the Demon Empire's capital. The Withered army was undoubtedly the most daunting force for the demons and orcs. And this final Withered army would shine for the Empire one last time. Chapter 122. With the departure of the Principality of Shilua, the national defense war between the three principalities officially began. The mission of the principalities of Richard and Shilua was to lead their armies to the imperial capital as quickly as possible. Responsible for defending the imperial capital, Lion and his men had already dispatched the 2nd Armored Division to set up an ambush 100 kilometers outside the imperial capital. The imperial capital's perimeter was undefensible, but for armored forces. As long as it's on land, as long as it's above ground, I can set an ambush. The 2nd Armored Division found a plain, flanked by sparse jungle. Although the plain was several kilometers wide, it was no problem for thousands of tanks. Time passed quickly. The Orc army's southward advance drew closer to the imperial capital. At this moment, the Principality of Crody to the south caused trouble. The Principality of Crody, located at the southernmost tip of the Holy Empire, was also Chester's hometown. The Principality of Crody boasted nearly 2,000 kilometers of coastline. It was the largest duchy in the south. Now, the Duchy of Crody had declared its secession from the Holy Empire. This immediately sent the other duchies into an uproar. Some accused Crody of betraying the empire, but others chose to remain silent. Still, some chose to secede altogether. The entire Holy Empire crumbled in an instant. The people of Lion were stunned. The vast Holy Empire hadn't even begun, and the battle was already disintegrating. This boosted the morale of the orcs and demons, who seized the opportunity to launch an all-out offensive. In the end, they were repelled. The Demon Empire on the western front was unable to attack, nor could it retreat. If they retreated, they would be relentlessly pursued by the elves and dwarves. Then they would be forced to continue fighting the elves and dwarves. They would have no time to spare to support the Orc Empire. To ensure the capture of the Holy Empire, the Orc Empire pushed forward with all its remaining forces. A full 2.5 million orcs marched south from the northern Holy Empire. Upon hearing this news, a major crisis erupted within the Holy Empire once again. If the secession of the Duchy of Crody was just the beginning, the Empire's division had now reached its peak. The duchies of Crody, Barya, Stick, and Pabubia declared their secession from the Empire. Only Yen, Violet, and Shilua remained in support of the Empire. For other duchies waited and watched. But soon, the Duchy of Kara chose to join the national defense war. However, this was likely due to the Orc southward advance, and the Duchy of Kara was located directly beneath the imperial capital. If the imperial capital fell, the Duchy of Kara would inevitably be destroyed. Following the entry of the neutral Duchy of Kara, 3 other duchies also chose to join. However, they were all small states, even smaller than the Duchy of Silo. This was due to Edward III's policy of reductions. This greatly weakened the duchy's strength. And the 1.5 million strong imperial army, under the previous cardinal's instructions, had simply chosen to declare themselves kings, calling themselves the Holy Kingdom. The Empire's division, coupled with the rebellion of the imperial army, nearly drove Edward III to death in the palace. Traitors! Traitors! Help! Help! After shouting for a long time, Edward realized that he had no one available. Then came the news that Edward III had fallen ill. Brian had no choice but to suppress this news, as Edward III's illness would completely detonate Middle-earth. As long as Edward III remained strong, the Holy Empire's last vestiges remained. But there's no such thing as a wall that's impenetrable. With Edward III's illness, the hearts of the princes began to stir. But Leon ignored all this, his attention still focused on the Orc vanguard troops approaching the imperial capital. The intelligence agency confirmed it. The Orc vanguard army numbered 300,000 cavalrymen. And they were heading straight for the imperial capital, likely without much rest until they reached the vicinity. This was a perfect opportunity for Leon and his men to seize the opportunity and crush this 300,000-man army with lightning speed. Soon, the Orc army arrived at their ambush. It was night, and the Orc army planned to advance another 50 kilometers before setting up camp. So, after a brief reconnaissance by their scouts, they quickly passed through. Because normally, what fool would set an ambush on the plains? Leon, I'm offended. But as they entered the plains, suddenly, hundreds of bright lights shone in the distance. The giant wolves were forced to slow down under the glare. What was this? As the roar grew closer, the Orc cavalry finally saw what these luminous behemoths were. One after another, boxy, steel behemoths charged towards them. The Orc cavalry commander, after a brief moment of reflection, immediately ordered his soldiers to charge. Although the Empire had received a warning from the demons that humans had possessed a powerful steel behemoth, the Orc Empire was extremely cautious. But the Orc commander saw this as merely an excuse for the demons' defeat. Without the Violet Knight, the Holy Empire would no longer be holy. They were just soft persimmons, to be exploited at will. However, as the two sides drew closer, the Orc commander sensed something was amiss. The armored commander's face widened with laughter when he saw the Orcs not only refuse to flee but actually charge them. He immediately ordered his soldiers to hold fire and charge at full speed, waiting until close range to open fire and surprise them. When the leading troops of both sides were less than 50 meters apart, the Orc commander finally realized something. This is unnatural. He immediately gave the signal to retreat. But it was too late. The armored troops had already opened fire. Boom, boom, boom! The tank guns tore through the Orc cavalry, and the machine guns mowed down the fleeing Orcs. Thankfully, the charging Orcs were few in number, and the remaining 200,000 plus troops immediately prepared to withdraw. But by then, the other armored units of the armored division had already blocked their retreat. A large number of tanks rushed out from the jungle on both sides. Yes, thousands of tanks surrounded 300,000 Orcs. No matter what, 1,000 versus 300,000. The advantage was mine, and at that moment, a dense roar echoed from the sky. 300 Stukas began to dive. Woo! With the death shrieks, the Orcs' lives began to count down. The cavalry, trapped on the plains, were blown skyward by 300 500-kilogram pumpkins. With the Air Force joining the battle, the 300,000 Orc cavalry were cornered. But 300,000 cavalrymen were not so easy to intercept. A number of them still managed to escape. The Orc cavalry desperately fled. Already exhausted, they encountered such a devastating blow, and their morale was instantly shattered. The 300,000-man army was instantly defeated. Chapter 123. The Orc army was like an egg smashed against the rock of a yen. But the Orc army was not an iron egg. The egg eventually broke. Before the steel wall of tanks, the Orc cavalry collapsed. The 2-meter-tall tanks made it impossible for them to cross. They could only flee in all directions or dismount their giant wolves and try to climb up. But then the infantry arrived. They jumped directly from their half-tracks and hurled the grenades they were carrying. The M2S on the half-tracks and the modified MG-42S in the infantry squads also opened fire. The barrage of bullets tore through the Orc cavalry. Many cavalry managed to escape before the encirclement closed in. But hundreds of thousands remained on the plain. They rushed towards any remaining gaps. But the next second, the half-track sealed the gaps. The half-track armored vehicle swooped down, extinguishing the Orc cavalry's last hope. The giant wolf slammed into the armored vehicle, wailing loudly. Before the cavalry could dismount, it was shattered by the vehicle's machine guns. Some of the Orc archers immediately drew their bows and fired arrows. But Leon had equipped the soldiers manning the machine gun positions with body armor. While body armor might not protect against magic, it certainly provided some protection against arrows. Furthermore, Leon had replaced the original blades with scrap wood. Yes, one of the Yan's specialties. Scrap wood, it can't be burned, nor can it be made into weapons. But it possesses astonishing hardness, and is a good barrier to magic. Lion had tested it, and found that even a close-range shot from a Mauser rifle couldn't penetrate 3 centimeters of scrap wood. Scrap wood is also highly resistant to magic. Lion was already planning to equip the Tiger tanks with scrap wood armor. and to reduce the tiger tank's weight appropriately. With the half-tracks surrounding them, the orc soldiers were completely trapped on the plain, and the infantry platoon's direct mortar squad also opened fire. The artillery did not participate in the battle, as the slightest mistake could easily damage the tanks. Finally, after their escape became impossible, the orc army surrendered. Although Leon wanted to kill them all and avenge the tragic deaths of the civilians, Lion knew that prisoners were also laborers, and could not be left to die in vain. They had to die in the mines or in the prisoner of war camps. With the orc army's surrender, the 2nd Armored Division began to clean up the battlefield. They chose not to pursue the over 100,000 fleeing orc cavalry, because if they headed north, the Air Force would be unable to provide support. After clearing the battlefield, Leon received the battle report. Over 30,000 orc cavalry were killed, and over 100,000 captured. This alone annihilated 150,000 Orc Empire troops. Although this was only a minor incident compared to the Orc Empire's army of over 2 million, Leon immediately ordered the Orc cavalry to be taken back to the Violet Duchy. They were to contribute to the Violet Duchy's infrastructure. After completing these tasks, it was already the next day, the darkness gradually fading and dawn arrived. Leon and his men chose not to rest on the spot, but instead headed for the imperial capital, because Leon had other matters to attend to. Over 2 hours later, Leon and his armored forces arrived at the imperial capital. Seeing the massive armored force, the imperial city guard sounded the alarm. Brian quickly scaled the city wall. Then, he saw Caddis flying over. "Senior Brian?" Caddis saluted. Brian nodded with satisfaction. "You arrived so quickly?" "Yes, and we defeated the Orc Empire's vanguard," Caddis said. "What? Are you sure?" Brian was a little incredulous. There had been no sounds of fighting near the imperial city, and now Caddis suddenly told Brian they had won a victory. This, of course, left Brian bewildered. But Caddis didn't pursue the matter with Brian. He simply spoke in a low voice. "What should we do with Edward III? Senior, didn't you write that those people are going to take action?" "That's right. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th princes have begun a struggle for power." Brian finished, patted the city wall, and gazed into the distance with a look of worry on his face. With a formidable enemy at their doorstep, these people still have the energy to scheme and fight for power. Great. Wonderful. Looking at the enraged Brian, Caddis didn't know what to say. But then he asked, "Did Edward III actually take part in that incident?" Although Caddis already knew the answer, he still wanted to hear the outcome from Brian. This definitive outcome, this answer that had landed him in exile for over 20 years. It was Edward III who did it. He instructed a maid of honor through the cardinal to poison Alexander the Great's medicine. Brian said calmly. "Then why didn't he suffer divine punishment?" Caddis said. "What if I tell you there was no oath to the goddess of light from the beginning?" Brian looked at Caddis calmly and said, "What?" Caddis could no longer sit still. This oath that had bound the Empire to observe for thousands of years was actually false. Drains knew from the beginning that human greed is boundless. A capable person who aspires to become king will inevitably harbor ambition. And ambition is destined to lead a path paved with blood. To become king, blood and betrayal are inevitable. So he deceived us all, and through this oath, he brought peace to the Empire for nearly 1,000 years. But this oath was broken by Edward III. Brian said helplessly. "So I'm innocent?" Caddis said calmly. "Yes, to keep this secret, only some people had to be sacrificed." Brian closed his eyes. So, as an outsider, Decathlas, knowing nothing and doing nothing, was thrust out to shield the enemy, crucified alive, eternally condemned to death. His soul shattered. Caddis's fury could no longer be contained. He had originally believed Decathlas was responsible, or perhaps it was connected to Decathlas. This had made Caddis hate Decathlas for 21 years. It had turned the once close friends into enemies. But in the end, someone told him that this had never happened. Caddis could no longer contain his anger. He could imagine the innocent Decathlas being driven into his flesh one by the Vatican's specially crafted soul-eating nails. The pain gnawing at his bones, the searing of his soul. Caddis could no longer think, but he could still imagine the agony Decathlas had endured before. A long sword was placed at Brian's neck. You know everything. Why? Why don't you stand up? Because this is the price of becoming emperor. Chapter 124. What are you doing? The guards beside Brian immediately drew their swords. Stop! Brian stopped the guards. I know I let you down. The Empire's decline is partly my fault, so I did one last thing. What is it? Caddis regained his composure and lowered his sword. Brian waved his hand, isolating himself from the surroundings. I'm ready to support Leon as the next emperor. Cadus's face darkened upon hearing this, and he asked, even if you kill all the princes, will the church agree? After all, when Leon was born, the church prophesied. The church? What if I have Alexander the Great's will? Brian suddenly smiled mysteriously and looked at Cadus. What do you mean? Cadus's mind was running out. Alexander knew he would die, and he also knew the prophecy, so he left a will. If Edward III proved unfit to serve, wait until Leon grew up and depose Edward III, allowing Leon to succeed him. Brian said calmly. Doesn't the prophecy say Leon will bring endless war to the continent? Cadus was puzzled. Why did Alexander allow Leon to succeed him? Actually, there's another half to the prophecy, but to protect that half, Alexander kept it secret until his death. The same goes for me. I didn't even dare pay much attention to Leon. Brian finished, glancing at Cadus. Besides saying Leon will bring war to the continent, the prophecy also says Leon will restore the empire to unprecedented glory. Unprecedented heights? Cadus's eyes widened. Back then, Dreens had only failed to unify the eastern continent, otherwise, he would have unified the world. This had something to do with the Storm Sea. The predecessor of the Western Empire on the eastern continent was the Yolanda dynasty. Drains organized an expeditionary fleet. The Yolanda dynasty was in a state of panic. The entire dynasty was filled with pessimism. Even the king was filled with sorrow. But Princess Philia of Yolanda did not want to see her country destroyed. Unable to accept this outcome, she chose to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. The king, heartbroken, died. The princess's brother, Ferris, saw his beloved sister die. Consumed by rage, he sacrificed himself to the evil god, who cursed the storm sea and sent his subordinate, the storm banshee. Because of the curse, the storm banshee existed. The imperial expeditionary fleet was completely annihilated. Kuenberg risked his life to bring Dreens back. But due to the curse, the power of Dreens and Kuenberg vanished completely. Emperor Dreens died soon after. Thanks to the Fountain of Life, Kuenberg survived, watching the empire decline day by day. And the Yolanda dynasty, decimated by the fall of the royal family, was forced to regroup. It split into 3 nations. These are the present-day West French Empire and 2 other nations. The East Continent and the Empire thus forged a mortal feud. His thoughts returned to the present. Hearing Brian speak of unprecedented heights, Cadus immediately realized. This was a plan to unify the continent, and then his eyes grew fiery. Would he still be able to see the Empire shine in his lifetime? Although Cadus was deeply disappointed with the Empire, Cadus had also fought tooth and nail for it. Who would want to see their child decline? As the 2 sides were discussing this in secret, Leon also arrived at the city gates. Looking at the glorious imperial capital, Leon felt mixed emotions. A year ago, he had left in disgrace. Now, he had returned as a legitimate Grand Duke. Looking at the 100-meter-tall colossus of Dreen within the city, Leon finally remembered the place where he had lived for nearly 20 years. I wonder if the Xiaobing lady is still making Xiaobings? I wonder if the proprietress of the Moonlight Tavern is still there? I wonder if those poor people who once comforted and encouraged me are still here? Leon. I'm back. Soon, with the Queen's consent, Leon led his army into the city. Due to Edward III's coma, Queen Johanna was the only one left to oversee the situation. Inside the palace, the eldest and second princes looked at their mother. They had just learned of Leon's return. Then they received a message from their mother requesting them enter the palace. Not wanting to delay, the 2 immediately arrived at Johanna's chambers. Got it? Leon's back, Johanna said. The 2 exchanged glances and lowered their heads. Edward III and the orcs are useless. They promised to kill Leon, and the orcs, having taken over the Violet Duchy, still haven't killed Leon. Why? Why? Johanna went berserk, grabbing a nearby vase and smashing it to the ground. The eldest and second princes dared not utter a single sound. Because whenever Johanna got upset, she would take it out on them. Growing up, they had been deeply terrified. Leon will definitely return to fight for the throne. I don't care what you 2 do, Leon must die. I don't want to see that bitch Elena smile, Johanna said fiercely. The 2 could only grit their teeth and comply. Johanna sighed as she watched the 2 depart. Then she murmured, You 2 must seize the throne, or else, once your origins are discovered, I be doomed too. Leon, who was entering the city, suddenly sneezed. Leon rubbed the back of his head. Who's talking about me? Leon had no idea someone was trying to challenge his limits. If he had known, he would have definitely encouraged them. Ever since Leon was assassinated, Frustar had been with him almost 24/7, practically tied to him. Leon said, "Great, I don't even have to sleep alone anymore." Most of the people in the imperial capital had left. Only the elderly, the weak, the sick, and a few who had volunteered to stay were left. Leon looked at the crowds lining the road, watching him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, a curiosity about the Tiger tanks and armored units. Leon didn't see anyone familiar in the crowd. Back in the imperial capital, Leon had always been unwelcome. All his savings went to drawing maps and buying materials. So Leon would often sneak out into the imperial capital to see the bustling city. Of course, Leon knew people were watching him, but if he just wandered around, no one would bother. In this way, young Leon traveled throughout the imperial capital, meeting many people living in hardship. Leon learned a lot from them. The suffering they endured was beyond his imagination. But they never gave up on life. This is the reality of the lowest class of people. Chapter 125. As Leon entered the imperial capital, everyone's attention was focused on him. But Leon didn't care, for in 10 days or so, the Orc Empire's army would be at the gates. So, Leon set up his headquarters in the imperial capital. He split his armored division into two, stationing them on the east and west sides of the imperial capital. This formed a horn-shaped formation with the imperial capital. He also mobilized an infantry division to garrison the imperial capital. He built the imperial capital into an impenetrable barrier. He then dispatched the fully trained 3rd Armored Division to the Violet Duchy. If the Orc Empire were defeated or engaged in a fierce battle, he would immediately advance into the northern part of the empire, cutting off its retreat route. Just as everything was proceeding according to plan, unexpected news arrived. Edward III wants to see Lion. Lion was surprised to hear this news. Out of disgust at Edward III's actions, Lion had no intention of going. But Edward III said this was the last time he would see Lion. He would not bother Lion again. After consulting Caddis and Chester, Lion decided to enter the palace. But to be on the safe side, Lion brought Chester, Caddis, and Frustar with him. Soon night fell. Lion and his companions arrived at Edward III's bedside. "You're here," Edward III said weakly. Lion replied expressionlessly. Edward III before him was pale, no longer his usual spirited self. "Lion, I know I done many wrongs, and I'm sorry to Caddis and Chester. For so many years, I was influenced by the Cardinal, until Brian killed him, Elena left, and the Empire collapsed. Only then did I realize I wasn't a good emperor, a good husband, or even a good father." Cough cough. Edward III began to cough as he spoke. A maid beside him immediately brought him a glass of water. "You haven't wronged me, nor have you wronged Chester. You wronged the soldiers who died tragically," Caddis said coldly. I know. Edward III's cloudy eyes finally brightened. "Please block it," Edward III said, pointing overhead. Caddis and Chester exchanged a glance, and then cut off the air. In fact, the Empire is already dead in name only, or rather, it was long ago. The culprit behind all this is the Vatican, which has subverted the Empire. My father, Alexander the Great, waged war with such ferocity that he wanted to free the Empire from the Vatican's control. But I believed the Vatican and killed my father with my own hands." Edward III finally broke down. Lion and the other three remained expressionless. Edward III continued. "Several duchies in the Empire are secretly supported by the Vatican to oppose the Empire. I wanted to counterbalance the Vatican by weakening the duchies, but I found the Vatican growing stronger. These past few days, I realized that the root of all this lies with me." Edward III smiled wryly. Lion lowered his head. Caddis and Chester remained expressionless. Frustar surveyed the area. "Only a strong emperor can lead the Empire and eradicate the Church. I no longer count on the Crown Prince and his men. So, Leon, as the Emperor of the Empire, I beg you to make the Empire shine again. I, Edward III, the 267th Emperor of the Holy Empire, officially pass the throne to Leon." Edward III spoke with all his might, pulling out the sword of Dreen, the sword of Orlandel, a symbol of his imperial status. He then looked at Leon with hope. Lion shook his head and took a few steps back. "Perhaps the position of emperor is tempting, but I do not want to be emperor." Hearing Leon's answer, Caddis and Edward III looked at Leon in shock. This is the emperor. If someone refused the throne, the whole world would be filled with regret. Then Leon turned and left. Edward III recovered from his shock and looked at Caddis, handing him the sword of Orlandel. Whether he's emperor or not, the empire must end in his hands. Caddis' eyes widened at this. What did he mean? But then Edward III spoke. "Come!" asked Grand Duke Caddis and his companions to leave the palace. A guard gestured for them to leave. After Cadus and his companions had left, Edward III suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The black blood spilled onto the ground. "Your Majesty!" A maidservant was about to call the priest. Edward III stopped her. Then he looked at the statue of the goddess of light and murmured, "Just wait. Someone will reveal your true identity." Edward III then lay down. A myriad images flashed before his eyes. "Father! Don't call me father! You should call me Emperor." "Emperor? Aren't you my father?" "That's different." "Never mind." "Then, father, can you play with me?" A dark-haired boy and a blond man were talking under a large tree. Tears streamed down Edward III's face. Just then, the guards announced Johanna's arrival. Edward III then gripped his sword tightly beneath the quilt. "Let her in!" Edward III said with all his might. A graceful and elegant woman entered. "Your Majesty." A seductive voice echoed, and Johanna sat down beside Edward III. But Edward III remained unmoved, speaking coldly. "What are you doing here?" "To visit His Majesty, of course. By the way, Bazaar and Will are waiting outside the palace," Johanna said, looking at Edward III. Edward III looked at Johanna in disbelief. "Your Majesty, don't keep our two children waiting." Johanna gave a strange smile. "You?" Edward III seemed almost mad with anger, almost breathless. "Father!" Baza and Will walked in. "What are you doing?" Edward III's commanding voice rang out. Baza and Will shuddered. "Father! Your father has decided to pass the throne to you." Johanna spoke immediately. Edward III and Baza both looked incredulous. "Was this your idea?" Edward III glanced at the two. They shook their heads. "Get out!" Johanna said, and the two immediately ran out. The next moment, Edward III looked at Johanna. They exchanged glances. "Are you really going to do this?" Johanna smiled strangely. Chapter 126. "Your Majesty, you are old." "Good, good, good." Edward III laughed angrily. Johanna stared at Edward III. After a long moment, Edward III's smile faded and he asked, "Let me ask you something. Are they my children?" "No," Johanna said sarcastically. Edward III took a deep breath, calming himself. "Whose are they?" "You don't need to know." "Good. Good. Good." Edward III said good 3 times in a row. "All right, hand over the throne now, and let me grant you a last dose of dignity." Johanna clapped her hands, and a maid came over, holding a cup of poisoned wine. When Edward III saw the poisoned wine, he could no longer contain himself. After all, over 20 years ago, Edward III had also poisoned Alexander with a cup of poisoned wine. "You?" Edward III was furious. But Johanna showed no emotion and continued to press his questions. "Where's the sword?" Edward III laughed again at this. This time, his laughter was full and hearty. "What are you laughing at?" Johanna suddenly realized something and grabbed Edward III by the collar, demanding, "You never find that sword." Looking at Edward III's mocking face, Johanna could no longer hold back. She reached out and grabbed Edward III's neck. "Then where is the sword?" Looking at Johanna, whose expression was twisted with anger, Edward III's face remained calm. And while Johanna wasn't paying attention, he grabbed the dagger from under the quilt with both hands. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed. "You?" Johanna watched in disbelief as a dagger pierced through the quilt and pierced her abdomen. "There are things I won't give you, no matter how much you want them. What I give you is yours." Edward III drew his dagger and ignored the unconscious Johanna. He looked at the maid holding the poisoned wine. "Come here." The maid stood there, stunned. "Come here." Edward III pointed at the maid with the dagger. The maid immediately came over with the poisoned wine. Edward III took the cup of poisoned wine and muttered, "From dust to dust, from ashes to ashes, history always repeats itself. Is this God's will? If so, let it end this way." Edward III drank the poisoned wine under the maid's incredulous gaze. Soon, Edward III felt a piercing pain. "So this is what it feels like to drink poisoned wine. Father, I'm sorry. I failed to protect the empire." Edward III collapsed. A maidservant immediately stepped forward to help Johanna up. "He's dead?" Johanna asked, staring at Edward III's body in disbelief. "Who else was here just now?" "Grand Duke Lion and Grand Duke Kedes," the maidservant said fearfully. "It seems they have the sword of Orlando." "Great. Lion, you easily taken the throne upon your return. It seems you can't stay." Lion, having just returned to the command center, heard the bells ringing in the palace. 9 rings in a row. Everyone understood that Edward III had passed away. Caddis looked at the sword of Orendale in his hand, then glanced at Lion's back, then silently sheathed it. Lion wouldn't accept the sword now, but he would need it in the future, because the treasure of Dreen required it, and to rebuild the empire. But something happened that struck Lion and his men as outrageous. The next day, a large number of palace guards surrounded the headquarters. They claimed to be under the Queen's orders to capture Lion. The Gratian National Defense Army couldn't bear to have their leader captured, so they engaged the palace guards on the spot. At first, the conflict was merely verbal, but then a palace guard attacked a soldier first, and a physical fight ensued, with a Gratian soldier pinning the guard to the ground. It wasn't that the palace guards weren't as physically fit as the Gratian soldiers. It's just that the Gratian soldiers are simply too numerous. The company commander nearby saw this, and immediately reported it to Leon. Leon was stunned upon hearing this news. "What's wrong with this queen? Come to arrest me? Who gave her the guts?" Leon then went out to meet the palace guards. After all, these guards were only following orders, so it wouldn't be wise to make things difficult for them. Looking at the hundreds of bruised and bound guards, Leon's mouth twitched. Who did this? The soldiers lowered their heads, and the company commander explained the situation. "Well done." Leon nodded in agreement. He then ordered the soldiers to untie the guards. The commander in charge of conveying the order spoke. "Grand Duke Lion, the Queen suspects you of poisoning His Majesty Edward III. The commander didn't dare look up at Lion as he spoke. If what the Queen said was true, then Lion would have himself killed without hesitation. If what the Queen said was false, then Lion would still have himself killed without hesitation. The commander of the guards was utterly devastated. Thankfully, Lion didn't challenge him. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling the commander to wait. Lion summoned Caddis and Chester to discuss the matter. Caddis and Chester's faces were solemn. Yesterday, Edward III's illness didn't seem that serious. It's impossible for him to have died suddenly overnight. But the commander of the guard's words just now reminded Caddis and the others. Edward III was poisoned. The three of them fell silent. Frostar, standing nearby, secretly picked up a piece of dessert and began to eat. Frostar's thoughts were like this. Politics? Isn't politics your business? It has nothing to do with me, or is it the desserts that matter to me? Lion wandered around the headquarters. He then ordered Hans to find the spies in the palace and inquire about what happened after he left. In less than half an hour, Hans returned with intelligence. Lion learned a piece of news that would have struck everyone as outrageous. First, yesterday, after Lion and his companions left, Johanna took the two princes to visit Edward III. The two princes then emerged, immediately announcing Edward III's death and Johanna's serious injuries. That wasn't the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was that every servant in Edward III's chambers had been executed. Hans was able to obtain this information because an intelligence officer had saved a maid. And even more shocking news, this maid was the one who had carried the poisoned wine. Chapter 127. This maid knew the true cause of Edward III's death. Edward III was poisoned by Johanna. But the maid didn't hear the conversation between the two. Otherwise, Leon would have known the Holy Empire's greatest secret, its greatest shame. That the Emperor's son was not his biological son. But Johanna's poisoning of Edward III was already a shocking event. Leon immediately ordered Hans to protect the maid. But before the order was given, Hans received news. The maid and the intelligence officer had been killed. Hearing this, Leon sighed. He felt sorry for the sacrifice, and also sensed the difficulty of the situation. The other party had acted so quickly, either because the incident was of great significance or because they had been well prepared. But Leon felt it was both. However, just as Leon was contemplating this at the headquarters, news arrived from the palace, saying that Leon was to attend the coronation ceremony. However, the person ascending the throne was bizarre. Upon hearing this news, Caddis spoke up. Johanna wants to make things a done deal. She wants her son to become the next emperor. And then what? So what? Leon was puzzled. As for the current emperor of the Holy Empire, whoever wanted to be emperor could be the emperor. Isn't his own Sin City more comfortable than here? No scheming nobles, just eye-catching beast-eared women every day. Isn't that more comfortable than being emperor? Caddis spoke awkwardly. Well, actually, I have that sword. After hearing Caddis's words, it was Leon's turn to be stunned. Don't get me wrong, I didn't accept the sword just to make you emperor. Kuenberg said that Dreen's treasure is in Diyen, and the way to unlock it is to find the sword of Orendal. Caddis explained, but whether this statement was Caddis's primary thought is unclear. After hearing Caddis's explanation, Leon calmed down. because every citizen of the empire knew about Dreen's treasure. Leon said that after conquering various nations, Dreens gathered their treasures and buried them in the territory of Sin. Since abducting Blackfeather, Leon sent men to investigate the Black Dragon's lair, but they found nothing inside except several million gold coins. However, Leon did not touch these gold coins. After all, they were Blackfeather's savings, and Diyen didn't need them at the moment. What Diyen lacked now was time. But Leon knew that Dreen's treasure was not in danger. There's definitely more to it than that. Rumor has it that the treasure lies hidden within a vast underground palace. There are mountains of gold and silver, rivers of emerald flow, and the banks are lined with gemstones. Having strayed from the subject, my thoughts return to the present moment. Cadis pulled the black sword of Orendil from his storage ring and handed it to Leon. As soon as Leon touched it, the Han sword at his waist lit up. Soon after, the Orendil in his hand also lit up. Everyone was slightly stunned. What was going on? Before he could think, a thought flashed through Leon's mind, instructing him to clash the two swords. As the two swords collided, a bright light flashed before his eyes. And then, Leon discovered that his cultivation was skyrocketing. From the humble beginnings, Karami soared straight to become a 5th-level Dochi Knight. His Dochi also grew from its original short, tiny form to the thickness of a small tree. Seeing Leon's rapid rise, everyone was stunned. But before they could think anything more, someone from the palace arrived again. They repeatedly urged Leon to attend the coronation ceremony. After much deliberation, he decided to attend. Regardless of Johanna's intentions, the Holy Empire was deeply ingrained in the minds of the citizens. If Great Yin wanted to gain population, it had to hoist the Holy Empire's banner as much as possible. Attending the coronation ceremony would increase Great Yan's sense of identity among the citizens of the empire. Add to that the current national protection war, and it was a two-pronged approach. Leon said, "Everyone, come to my bowl." Others make money, Leon makes people. Soon, Leon arrived at the palace, ready to attend the ceremony. At this time, news arrived that Duke Richard and Duke Ciro had arrived in the imperial capital. The dukes of the two duchies had just arrived for the coronation ceremony. Everyone awaited the two dukes' arrival. Leon took this opportunity to examine Johanna. As for Bazaar and Will, Leon paid them little attention. They were merely mascots. Bazaar sat on Edward III's throne, with Johanna beside him. The nobles in the audience were divided into 4 factions. One was the neutral faction, led by Brian. Another was led by Duke Charles, Edward III's younger brother. And yet another group supported Bazaar and Will as princes. As for the final group, they were the nobles supported by the Vatican. The nobles supported by the Vatican were the largest in number. Watching the undercurrent surging in the court, Leon sensed that something big was about to happen today. He immediately ordered Hans to inform the army to prepare for battle. It looked like there would be another palace drama before the war. Soon, Duke Richard and Duke Silo arrived. Duke Richard looked very young, still sporting dark hair. Duke Silo, standing beside him, looked shaky. But when Duke Silo entered, nearly all the older dukes saluted him. Even Keates and Chester saluted and greeted him. Seeing this, Leon saluted without hesitation. It wasn't just Duke Silo's noble status. But at his age, he was willing to lead the army to participate in the National Protection War. In any case, he deserved Leon's respect. Immediately, Duke Ronald of Zyro, Duke Richard, Cadis, Chester, and Brian began chatting. They paid no attention to Johanna. In their view, with the death of Edward III, the entire empire existed in name only. It would be better for these old men to reminisce about the past. Johanna looked at the dukes, who showed no regard for her. On the surface, she seemed calm, but inwardly, she was frantic. She had planned for so many years, and finally became the most noble woman in the empire. She had finally made it this far. But she hadn't expected the empire to be in turmoil. Johanna then looked at a purple-robed Vatican envoy. The envoy stepped forward and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, since everyone is here, let us attend His Majesty's coronation ceremony." The nobles nodded. Baza, Johanna, and the others also stood up. And just then, Duke Ronald of Zyro spoke. "You may ascend the throne, but I want to see the sword of Urindel, the symbol of the Emperor." This statement immediately silenced everyone present. Chapter 128. The air suddenly fell silent, and the hall fell into a deathly stillness. Everyone looked at Johanna. Johanna said expressionlessly, "The sword of Orlindel has been sent to reinforce the Imperial capital's magic circle, and is not currently in the palace." Ronald didn't pursue this explanation further, as it was valid. But Brian spoke up. "We haven't received the sword of Orlindel. To be more precise, The imperial capital's magic circle hasn't been reinforced. Brian's words directly exposed Johanna's lie. Instantly, everyone from every faction stared at Johanna in shock. Choosing to enthrone the emperor because they didn't have the sword of Orlandel would be tantamount to treason. Many palace guards had already grasped their swords. Leon looked at Keates in surprise. Keates shook his head, saying he had no idea Johanna would be so bold. Ronald then drew his sword and pointed it directly at Johanna. "Where is the sword of Urindel? How did Edward III die? I seriously suspect you're responsible for Edward III's death." Johanna panicked upon hearing this, but managed to remain calm. She glanced at the Vatican's envoy. The envoy signaled Johanna to bite Leon. Johanna then spoke. "Your Majesty passed away last night, and only the Grand Duke of Leon had seen His Majesty before." Leon was stunned upon hearing this. "How did this bring me into this?" Before Leon could say anything, the Vatican's envoy spoke. "The Holy See has agreed to Bizarre's succession to the Holy Empire." This statement from the Holy See immediately ignited the entire crowd. For the Holy See's move was tantamount to officially declaring control of the Holy Empire's political power. The nobles of the Holy See immediately echoed this sentiment. Brian's nobles drew their swords, ready to fight the Holy See. Ronald pointed directly at the Holy See's envoy. "Who the hell are you, the Holy See? This is the Holy Empire, not your papal states." The Holy See's envoy straightened his collar and said dismissively, "This is the will of the Goddess of Light. Also, besides Prince Bizarre and Prince Will, which other prince has the right to inherit?" Ronald was shaken by this, but then he looked at Leon. Duke Leon could certainly do it. But Leon is suspected of murdering His Majesty. The Holy See's envoy smiled. "Leon, you still won't plead guilty? Don't you know what you done?" Johanna was truly a dog of the Vatican. As soon as the Vatican envoy finished speaking, Johanna launched into a frenzied attack on Leon. Leon glanced at the barking Johanna, then at Brian, who was watching the spectacle. Caddies and Chester stood to Leon's left and right. Caddies whispered, "Kill her directly, and your emperor?" Leon twitched his lips. Although he desperately wanted to deal with Johanna, killing her in the hall would be unwise. Leon then spoke. "I did not kill His Majesty Edward III. Then why were you summoned by His Majesty last night?" Johanna seemed to have watched Leon fall into her trap step by step. If Leon claimed to have accepted the sword of Orlandel, then Johanna could say that it was Leon who had taken the sword and poisoned Edward III. But Leon's words stunned everyone. "His Majesty summoned me to the palace to pass the throne to me," Leon said calmly. But the other ministers and nobles were instantly furious. And something even more shocking was yet to come. "I refuse." The ministers present, including Johanna, the papal envoy, Ronald, and Richard, were all stunned. Johanna considered that perhaps Leon had accepted the sword of Orlandel and thus become the next emperor. But Leon insisted, "I really didn't receive the sword from Edward III. It was clearly given to me by Keates. Then how can you prove that you didn't poison His Majesty? And who else knows whether you actually took the sword of Orlandel?" After hearing Johanna's words, everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions. Because they also knew that everyone in Edward III's chambers had been killed. This was silencing. Hearing this, Leon finally lost his temper, watching Johanna's unreasonable behavior like a child playing house. Everyone knew that Edward III was most likely killed by Johanna. But the presence of the church made them hesitant. For this reason, Leon wanted to take out the sword of Orlandel. But Caddies indicated to Leon that now was not the time to take out the sword of Orlandel. Because bringing out the sword in front of the church would be tantamount to directly disrupting the church's plans. De Yen was currently engaged in a multi-front war, and it would be unwise to call on the church to start a war. Finally, Leon sighed, turned, and left. "Forget it, I go home and be with Frost Star." Johanna's expression was captivating as she watched Leon leave. As Leon left, Brian also said perfunctorily, "The Imperial capital's defenses must be urgently deployed. I take my leave." As soon as Brian left, a large number of nobles chose to leave. Only those from the Vatican and some of the prince's faction remained. Johanna was furious, her emotions boiling over. She looked at the Vatican's envoy again. The Vatican's envoy nodded, assuring Johanna that the Vatican would deal with Leon. Then, Johanna raised her eyebrows meaningfully at the Vatican's envoy. The ministers present dared not breathe, even though they had noticed the unnatural relationship between Johanna and the Vatican's envoy. As the various factions departed, tensions throughout the imperial capital reached a peak. Ronald and Richard stationed their troops directly next to the imperial capital. Brian ordered his soldiers to blockade the imperial capital. Lion's army declared martial law. The number of patrols within the city increased several-fold. According to the intelligence agency, virtually all the nobles within the imperial capital were actively preparing for war. Oh my goodness, he just caught up in a coup. Despite his complaints, Lion still ordered his soldiers to stay alert. Because many hidden forces within the imperial capital had yet to be exposed, Lion realized that the imperial capital was just as the rumors had it, a place where people were eaten without leaving any bones. As all sides prepared for war, ordinary people within the city also sensed the eerie and murderous intent within the imperial capital. I consciously returned home and closed the doors and windows. Night quickly fell. The nights of the Holy Empire, with winter approaching, were a bit cooler and filled with even more murderous intent. Chapter 129. Hundreds of nobles gathered in Brian's dukedom. Their armor gleamed brightly in the moonlight. Brian approached, dressed in full military uniform. Lord Brian. The noble saluted. After a brief glance, Brian pulled out an imperial decree from his storage ring and began to read it. I, Alexander, on my deathbed, write this will. The people of the empire must obey it. I have made contributions and mistakes in my life, but I still could not save the empire. I could only watch helplessly, as the empire was undermined by the church. I launched 6 western expeditions solely to break free from the church. But no matter how hard I try, I must face one reality. That is, I have failed. So the task of making the empire shine again falls to you. No matter who becomes the future monarch, the next emperor must be Leon, Edward's son, Leon. The empire will shine again in his hands. Everyone, Alexander swears that if there is another life, I will lead you on another expedition to rebuild the empire. With this, Brian threw the will into the air. A gigantic portrait of Alexander's head appeared in the sky. The nobles immediately knelt. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Brian drew his sword and roared. For the empire. The nobles drew their swords one after another. For the empire. Tens of thousands of imperial troops rushed towards the palace. The entire imperial capital was awakened. And now, outside the palace, tens of thousands of the Vatican's private soldiers, clad in black and gold chainmail robes, had received orders from the special envoy and arrived to protect the palace. Soon, the imperial army led by Brian collided with the Vatican army. The imperial army, in red robes and silver armor, faced the Vatican army, in black robes and gold armor. Red, black, like two tidal waves colliding in the darkness. The eruption of battle between the two sides quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. Many civilians began to denounce Brian and his men, saying they were defying the goddess of light, and would curse the empire. But when Brian unfurled the banner of the Alexander Expeditionary Force, no one dared to speak. He then had Alexander the Great's will read out through magical power. The name Leon reignited. However, many die-hard church loyalists, and some civilians, who had regained their composure, chose to side with Brian. The armies fought a desperate battle outside the imperial palace, and the civilians, divided into two groups, also began to confront each other. The entire imperial capital was in chaos. Ronald and Richard were blocked outside the city. Although they had brought a total of 400,000 troops, they still could not bring themselves to attack the capital. Suddenly, they saw the image of Alexander's head in the night sky. Ronald and Richard were stunned. Then, magically, Alexander's will spread throughout the imperial capital. It also reached Ronald and Richard. As they listened, they began to cry. They didn't know why, perhaps because they felt the same way as Alexander. They hadn't been able to save this country. Outside the palace, tens of thousands of imperial troops had already fought the Vatican's army, leaving both sides devastated. Both sides were at their wits' end, but at that moment, a violent tremor was heard in the distance. Thousands of imperial armored cavalry charged forward. The leader was none other than Duke Charles. The imperial army thought Duke Charles was coming to help them, but Charles was fighting both sides. He spoke again with magic. Alexander the Great's will is a fake. My father never issued such a will. I am Alexander the Great's son. I cannot possibly defame my father's reputation. Looking at Duke Charles's solemn words, many chose to lay down their weapons. Whether the will was authentic or not was obvious to them, but ordinary people wouldn't know. The imperial army wavered again, for they were plotting a rebellion. Watching the imperial army gradually lay down their weapons, Charles nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze towards the Vatican army. Duke Charles, are you going to make an enemy of the Vatican? Baza has been recognized by the goddess of light. The Vatican army commander exclaimed. The goddess of light's recognition? If those two bastards can become emperor, why can't I? Charles's words stunned everyone present. Bazar and Will are not Edward III's sons. They are bastards born from the affair between that bitch Johanna and someone from the Vatican. Charlie used magic to tell the entire city. The Prince's faction, who were fighting Brian and his men, were stunned. The one they pledged allegiance to wasn't the Emperor's true son? Ronald, and the other two, outside the city, had a fascinating expression on their faces upon hearing this. Inside the palace, Johanna looked at the attendants with a grim expression, suspiciously observing their gazes, as if she saw mockery in them. Come! Take them all away, and execute them. They're mocking me. The attendants had done nothing before the insane Johanna had been dragged away and chopped off. Baza and Will were also filled with disbelief. Looking at Johanna's madness, they could confirm that they were indeed not Edward III's children. Baza and Will were also mad. They could not accept this outcome. Just then, the Vatican's envoy entered from outside. Johanna, as if grasping at a lifeline, crawled over, grabbed the envoy's clothes, and pleaded. You said you would let them sit on the throne. They are your children. The envoy stroked Johanna's soft hair and spoke. Don't worry, Leon will die today. The imperial capital was now filled with blood, and Leon was the focus of everyone's attention, yet Leon, the protagonist, was incredibly relaxed. Leon was currently enjoying a midnight snack in the headquarters. Steam was rising from a camp pot. A bag of pickles was simmering in the pot, and Leon was adding pieces of tofu. On the side, the four old men, Caddis, Chester, and Carl Winster, stared eagerly at the pot. It's ready. It's cooked. Eat. Lion personally picked up several pieces of tofu for Shuangxing. Is this delicious? Shuangxing asked. It's delicious. There's a saying, eat pickles and tofu, and even the emperor can't compare to me. Shuangxing was bewildered. Eat it. No matter how good it is, you can't stop eating. Lion then stuffed the tofu into Shuangxing's mouth. You? Shuangxing swallowed it decisively. It was so delicious. Then he waited eagerly for Leon to feed him. Lion continued feeding him, inadvertently catching sight of the four old men staring at him eagerly. Oh my God! How can you four be so disgusting? You expect me to feed you? The four of them smiled and began to eat. The reason they were so casual was that they had already spotted the assassin sent by the Vatican outside the headquarters. The purpose is to lure them into a trap. After all, waiting is too boring, so it is better to eat something and discuss them at the same time. Chapter 130. Sir, why don't you take action? No. It's not time yet. But what? But it smells so good. In the trees outside the headquarters, several Vatican experts were complaining. Hearing his men's words, the leader rubbed his stomach. How abominable. They even added chili peppers to the pot. The aroma has reached here, and that damn Leon is still showing off. Finally, the magic circle in the leader's hand lit up. Prepare for action. The envoy has sent a message. Herod. A whistle blew, and hundreds of black-clad men rushed towards the headquarters from all directions. Caddis and his four men flipped the table over and pulled their weapons from under it. Leon, who was about to grab some tofu, froze. You old fools. You want to fight, and not let me eat, right? Damn it. I'm not eating either. Leon also drew his mountain and river sword. But at that moment, a massive magic circle instantly enveloped half of the imperial capital. What was this? Before Leon and the others could react, they felt their fighting spirit and magic power evaporating. Chester spoke immediately. This is the Vatican's sacred artifact, the Word of Greed. It forms a zone that severely weakens humans within, while other races remain unaffected. Before Chester could finish, the black-clad figures rushed over. Each one of them possessed the strength of a 5th or 6th level. It seemed the Vatican had revealed all its secrets. Frostar immediately swallowed her food and protected Leon behind her. The massive magical wave of the 9th level magician soared into the sky. The black-clad men immediately dodged Frostar, much to her surprise. But the next second, 2 9th level warriors flew in from the sky and attacked Frostar directly. Caddis also recognized these 2 9th level warriors. They were the Holy See's left and right guardians in the Holy Empire. This truly respects Leon. Although Caddis and his men couldn't stop the 2 9th level magicians, they could still eliminate the smaller 5th and 6th level soldiers. The 4 of them held off the attacks of over 100 black-clad men. But the siege of the 2 9th level warriors gradually put Frostar at a disadvantage. Leon, without hesitation, handed Frostar the artifact he received from the Demon Empire. The artifact dagger, Whisper of the Dead. An incredibly sharp dagger with the ability to absorb magic. Holding the dagger, Frostar barely managed to block the 2's magical attacks. With each attack, Frostar would wield Whisper of the Dead, directly cleaving the magic. This presented a difficult situation for the two guardians. The guardians then began to use their trump cards. Golden runes flew out, blessing the two guardians on either side. The already powerful attack was further intensified. The balance of power, finally even, tilted once again towards the church. Froststar gradually fell behind. Leon wanted to do something, but found himself powerless. Beside him, Carl, while fighting the enemy before him, unleashed bolts of lightning, disrupting the two guardians. The lightning frequently interrupted their spells, causing them great irritation. But the Froststar before them kept them focused. The two exchanged glances, then chanted the same spell together. "Stop them!" Caddis, knowing the two were about to launch a powerful attack, shouted hurriedly. He flung the violet sword directly. Carl unleashed a bolt of golden lightning. But it was too late. A destructive spell flew towards Froststar and Leon. Froststar sensed danger and tried to evade it with Leon, but it was too late. He could only hold Leon tightly, bracing himself for the attack. The next moment, Leon, who had closed his eyes, suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. A woman with black hair appeared before him. Raising his hand, he blocked the attack. Leon finally saw who it was. The woman with black hair was clad in a purple robe, and the most striking thing about her was her long, serpentine tail. It was a snake. Oh no, it was a green dragon. Leon's heart was filled with excitement. As expected, snakes are always reliable in crucial moments. The ancients never lied to me. The appearance of the cloud-green dragon immediately disrupted the plans of the two guardians. Because the plan didn't call for another 9th-level warrior to appear. And he was also a half-orc, unaffected by the artifact. The two guardians exchanged glances, confirming their eyes that they were outmatched. They then bolted, their swift escapes, leaving behind only a few dozen soldiers standing bewildered. Lion then declared, "Surrender and save your life." He. These are dozens of high-quality magicians, used as fuel. Ugh. Perfect for locking them up in a dark room and using replication magic. Seeing the two guardians abandon them and flee, the dozens of black-clad men lost all desire to continue the fight. They surrendered decisively. After cleaning up the battlefield, Leon looked at Yunchinchi. Yunchinchi casually embraced Leon. "I'm relieved to see you're okay. After all, I was so worried when I heard about your assassination." Leon said, "What are you worried about? By the way, I've been thinking a lot these days. I remembered what my mother said. When she said, if I ever develop feelings for someone of the opposite sex, I'm in love with them." After saying that, Yunchinchi looked at Leon. Leon suddenly shuddered. "Leon, my tail really likes you." Leon was stunned, as were Caddis and the others. "Wait, it's not you who likes Leon, but your tail that likes Leon?" "Your tail?" Leon was stunned. "Yes, it's my tail. Every time I see you, my tail trembles uncontrollably. So I think my tail likes you." Leon said, "I'm completely stunned." Caddis, standing beside him, had a blank expression, while Carl was already trying to stifle a laugh. Chester and Wadice chatted, changing the subject. Froststar, standing nearby, was practically numbed with laughter. "Do you agree?" The Yunchinchi immediately wrapped its 2-meter-long tail around Leon. Leon glanced at Caddis and the others, who pretended not to notice. Good boy. If they could take the Yunchinchi, it would be double joy. So Caddis and the others were eager to throw Leon onto the Yunchinchi's bed. Fundamentally, Leon's move was a complete win. After seeking help from Caddis and the others to no avail, Leon turned his attention to Froststar. Froststar couldn't just sit there and do nothing, could she? But Leon was proven wrong. Froststar clenched her fist, as if to say, "Come on, take her down." Leon was stunned. Looking at the towering Yunchinchi, Leon said humiliatedly. 30 years later. Before he could finish his sentence, Yunchinchi grabbed Leon. "Do you agree?" "I agree." Leon wasn't acting out of fear, he was acting from the heart. Chapter 131. After humiliatingly agreeing to Yunchinchi's demands, Leon finally understood the meaning of the steel wool. If Froststar was a terrifying bomb, then Yunchinchi was a small nuclear bomb. Caddis and the others were already chuckling. This move only sacrificed a tiny bit of Leon's happiness. Perhaps Leon was actually happy after all. Froststar didn't mind the matter, which surprised Leon. And most outrageously, Froststar even told Leon that there were 2 more good-for-nothings waiting for him in Sin City. And Leon thought of Leia, who was on the front lines of the Elven Empire. My goodness, there's really not a drop left. She'd die. But now wasn't the time to dwell on these things. With the Vatican's assassination attempt exposed, the time for a counterattack had arrived. Before Leon could even speak, Caddis had already assembled his troops. Lion immediately issued his orders. Of course, Leon's decision to participate wasn't for the throne. Instead, he wanted to quickly end this meaningless coup. Because no matter who ultimately sat on the throne, the casualties would always be within the empire. The Holy See, however, would be the biggest winner. Besides preventing the empire from accumulating internal friction, Lion also intended to take action against the Holy See. Although directly eliminating the Holy See might be unrealistic now, killing 2 people as a warning to others is still feasible. The Holy See's power must be limited, and then an opportunity will be found to completely eliminate its influence within the Holy Empire. In fact, the Holy See's church also existed in Dehien. But the church did not have much power. Because the Holy See's power was strictly limited by Lion. No inciting the civilian population, no meddling in politics. What? You said you asked for the Papal States' orders? Who do you think will arrive first, the Papal Army or the Great Yin National Defense Army? And if you encounter someone truly recalcitrant, just plead your case to the foodie goddess in your dreams. And, by the way, to the goddess of light. Goddess, you don't want to be without delicious food in the future, do you? As a result, Leon eliminated or weakened all church power within Great Yin. But the power of the church in other countries was immense, even entwined with the power of the emperor. For example, in the Holy Empire, the longer a nation has been established, the more deeply entrenched the church's influence becomes. So, to completely eradicate the church, you must destroy it and rebuild it. Leon has already begun to completely dismantle the Holy Empire. Eliminate all the church's lackeys one by one. Re-establish a true Holy Empire. Of course, the Holy Empire might need to change its name. While Lion was pondering this, the Great Yin National Defense Army began intervening in the fighting. With the intervention of the National Defense Army, both sides were quickly and forcefully subdued. Many soldiers considered resisting, but then the National Defense Army broke the news that they had ordered the Vatican to assassinate Lion. The Imperial Army and Charles's troops were stunned. Charles and Brian reached a consensus: charge in first and destroy the Vatican. How could they tolerate their own people being bullied by an outsider, the Vatican? What's more, Brian opened the city gates. He directly allowed the 2 dukes to enter the city to assist in the purge of the Vatican. As various forces began to unite to encircle and suppress the Vatican, the entire palace was in turmoil. Johanna stared at the Vatican envoy in panic. What should we do? They're about to break in. The Vatican envoy's face was gloomy, dark enough to drip ink, and he sat silently to the side. Bazaar and Will stood trembling as they watched them. Suddenly, Johanna grabbed the Vatican envoy's hand and said, "Let's go. Take Bazaar and Will, the 4 of us, run. Back to the Papal States. We can definitely escape. We can definitely escape." Johanna's utter disbelief grew. She then began packing her bags. The Vatican envoy closed his eyes, sighed, and said weakly, "Okay. Pack up, let's go." Just now, the left and right guardians had received news that the assassination attempt on Leon had failed. In addition, an order had come from the Papal States, angrily condemning the Vatican envoy's actions. This indicated that the Papal States were unaware of the Vatican envoy's actions. He sold out the Vatican envoy and placed all the blame on him. Just as the 4 were about to leave, a voice boomed from above. "Want to run? Can you?" Caddis leaped from the air, approached the 4, and drew his violet sword. "Caddis? Are you determined to kill us all?" Johanna was completely unhinged. "I'm killing us all? You're the ones who are killing us all, aren't you? Everyone knows how Decius died, you witch." Caddis pointed at Johanna. "What happened back then is over. Can't you just let me go?" Johanna said guiltily. "Is it true that, regardless of the facts, Decius himself is innocent?" Johanna immediately began to make a scene. Just then, another voice rang out. "Ignoring the facts, who do you think you are?" Ronald, clad in gray armor, descended from the sky, his face filled with anger. "Let you go? Are you going to let go of the Decius clan, over 5,000 members?" Richard, standing by, said coldly. Not only that, more and more familiar yet terrifying figures appearing for Johanna. Charlie, Brian, Carl, Chester, Wendy's. Those who had been persecuted by her whispering in Edward III's ear appeared one by one. Yes, Johanna also bears some responsibility for the Empire's current situation. And her whispering wasn't the reason everyone resented her. It was because she had framed Decius for many false charges. This led to Decius's crucifixion, and the extermination of over 5,000 members of his clan. All because of this vicious woman before her, once the Empire's most brilliant scholar and capable minister. And such a tragic end. All these years have passed, and Caddis and the others find themselves unable to let go. Instead, the memory grows ever more vivid. And today, this matter will come to an end. Johanna, in light of your actions, we, on behalf of the Empire, will strip you of your title of queen and execute you on a later date. Cadis said. No. You can't do this. I'm the noble queen. Johanna said in disbelief, then looked at the Vatican envoy, hoping he could save her. You must have a way, right? The Vatican envoy looked at Johanna, who was looking at him with hope. Shaking his head, he said, I'm sorry, I can't help you, and I'm not familiar with you. How could you do this? Johanna cried hysterically. Why shouldn't I do this? I approached you from the beginning just to use you. The Vatican's envoy's words were like a bolt from the blue, completely shattering Johanna's heart. So she was the one who had been kept in the dark. Chapter 132. Looking at the Vatican envoy distancing himself from her, Johanna was enraged. She grabbed the envoy and roared like a madman. The envoy remained silent. Cadis and the others silently watched Johanna's clown-like behavior. Finally, after looking around, Johanna sat down on the ground in a daze. Baza and Will silently stepped forward to help their mother up. Looking at herself, only her 2 children stood by her. Johanna finally came to her senses. So all this prosperity was just an empty dream, and she had been pursuing it. But she had neglected the most important and precious things around her. Johanna regretted it. She remembered the words of Edward III, what I give you is yours. What is not yours will eventually bring you disaster. Greed will destroy your most precious things. Boom! Thunder exploded, and a sudden downpour fell. Raindrops pelted everyone present. Drops of water splashed against armor, creating a cascade of water droplets. Inside the imperial capital, at the Defense Forces headquarters, Leon sipped his freshly brewed tea. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Many lives would be lost, and his own was among them. But this was necessary. Throughout history, every revolution has been achieved with blood. To fully restore the Holy Empire's rise, the corrupt officials within it must be eliminated. Cutting the Gordian knot and boiling the frog in warm water seemed like a good option. Watching the torrential rain outside the window, Leon glanced at the documents on his desk. It was written prominently. Transition the Empire from a constitutional monarchy to its incorporation into Great Yin. Lion fell asleep while watching. Froststar quietly entered and draped a blanket over him. She stood quietly by watching him. Froststar couldn't help but miss the old Leon. Lion always smiled, but as time went on, Lion's expression faded, and he only smiled in front of her and Yin Xian. Froststar knew this was the way a leader should behave, but she really didn't want Leon to bear so much. But thinking of the people of Great Yin whose lives were becoming increasingly better, Froststar felt torn. Was she too selfish? Just as Leon slept peacefully, the palace coup finally ended. Johanna quickly gave up resistance, and Cadis had the 3 of them imprisoned. Then they dealt with the Vatican's envoy. The envoy stood there, letting the rain drench him. Are you ready? Pay the price for your actions. And tell me what you've done. Cadis began. Everyone then turned to the Vatican's envoy. Tell me, what exactly is the Vatican planning? Chester asked. The Vatican's envoy sighed, and then spoke. The Vatican isn't as glamorous as you believe. They've been plotting this for a long time. The Cardinal isn't just a spy for the demons, he's also a spy for the Vatican. The Vatican has been plotting this for a long time. Every country has Vatican organizations. We've been waiting for the right moment to completely unify the continent. That moment is almost here, and we're about to succeed. By the way, let me tell you a secret. There are actually Vatican agents undercover within the Empire, and their rank is far higher than mine. Cadis demanded. Who is it? It's... Before the Vatican envoy could finish, a massive black mist erupted from him, instantly dissolving him into a pool of blood. Cadis and the others immediately realized that someone was watching them. And the Vatican envoy had mentioned that they had an undercover agent within the Empire. After dealing with the Vatican envoy, everyone returned to their original question. Who would be the next emperor of the Holy Empire? Bazaar and Will had completely left the stage, leaving only Leon and Charles. Charles looked at everyone and said, Why don't you let me be the emperor? No one is more qualified than me. Hearing this, many of the princes and Charles's supporters agreed. After the downfall of Bazaar and Will, the prince's supporters felt threatened. When they heard that Charles was running for emperor, they flocked to join him. They hoped that Charles would spare them after his ascension. Upon hearing that Charlie wanted to be emperor, Cadis and Brian were immediately displeased. This was especially true of the group led by Brian, who had come specifically for the Will. But now they were being told that Charlie would be the next emperor. This result was unacceptable to them, and both sides immediately engaged in verbal attacks. Caddis was also somewhat unable to accept it, although he knew that Leon had no intention of becoming emperor. But Caddis and the others wanted Leon to be emperor. After all, he was the emperor of the Holy Empire. If Leon became emperor, the Holy Empire would regain its glory under his leadership. For this reason, Caddis and the others had to fight for it. Have you asked Leon's opinion? Upon hearing this, both sides fell silent. Ronald spoke. In that case, we know the answer at tomorrow's court meeting. Ronald looked at Keatis and transmitted his message through magic. Does Leon possess the Sword of Eulendil? Keatis glanced at everyone, then relayed the answer through magic. The Sword of Eulendil is in Leon's possession, and he has awakened it. Ronald's expression froze at this, but he didn't show it. Awakening the Sword of Eulendil meant Leon had the makings of a true emperor. Since the founding of the Holy Empire, only 4 individuals have been able to awaken the Sword of Eulendil, and each of them has left behind incredibly glorious deeds. Now Leon can also awaken the Sword of Eulendil. So, according to Ronald, he would no matter what, elevate Leon to the throne. Lion said, "You caused me so much trouble." Richard, standing nearby, noticed their movements. He seemed to have guessed something, but didn't show it, feigning ignorance. So everyone left, awaiting the next morning's court session. The next day, the various forces were already waiting in the hall. Leon, the protagonist, slept until he woke naturally, then set off, led by Caddis, on the road, in the car. "Are you sure?" "I am sure." "Really? Really?" Caddis kept asking Leon if he really wanted to be emperor. But Leon said he really didn't want to be emperor. Being emperor would mean managing a vast empire. Given the current mess of the Holy Empire, anyone would be in tears. Why not manage Great Yin first, and then find a way to rebuild the empire? Becoming emperor now? Wouldn't that be crazy? Chapter 133. At the palace, Lion and his group arrived only to discover that Charlie and his group hadn't yet arrived. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't the last to arrive. Soon, Charlie and his group arrived. Charlie had been in high spirits today, but the moment he saw Lion, he gradually calmed down. Because today, he would have to compete with his nephew for the throne. It wasn't right either morally or logically. Looking at the various factions that had arrived, Brian announced the start of the election for the Holy Empire's emperor. Although it was called an election, Keatis and his group already knew the answer. If Lion wanted to become emperor, then all he had to do was present the Sword of Warrendale, and everyone would choose Lion without hesitation. But Lion didn't want to be emperor. "Duke Lion, Duke Charlie, are you two willing to participate in the election for emperor?" Brian asked. Originally, the emperor's choice should have been predetermined, but now, due to the complex intertwined forces between the two factions, this election was the only option. "I do," Charlie said. Everyone said it was expected, but Leon's next response surprised no one. "I don't want to. Let my uncle Richard take the throne." Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Caddis and the others managed to remain calm, but Brian's men were furious. They were puzzled as to why Leon would give up. Because if Leon hadn't given up, he could very well have become the next emperor. So many of Brian's men looked at Leon in confusion. Leon didn't elaborate. Instead, he had already instructed Hans to investigate all the officials present. He wanted to find evidence against all of them. Then, he would have these officials help Leon completely eliminate the corrupt officials within the empire. Let these corrupt officials fight among themselves. At the same time, he would manipulate the selection of ministers, inserting as many capable people as possible into the Holy Empire to bolster it. Then, at the opportune moment, he would launch a coup d'état to transform the monarchy into a constitutional monarchy. Then, he would gradually seek a republic and ultimately merge with Great Yin. This process might take a long time, but it was the best way to resolve the empire's problems. Of course, there was another way. That was to exacerbate the unrest in the Holy Empire, provoke an uprising, and then lead an army to suppress it and annex the empire. The latter would involve countless casualties, and Leon was not an executioner, so he couldn't do it. The former, on the other hand, would cause minimal damage to the Holy Empire, and would also strengthen it. While strengthening it, Leon could also insert many people from Great Yin into the Holy Empire. Even if it were a constitutional monarchy, the entire Holy Empire would still obey Leon's orders. My thoughts returned to the present, after Leon announced his withdrawal from the race. Brian hesitated for a moment, but then announced the result. Since Leon had withdrawn, Charles was the undisputed next emperor. Charles had clearly not anticipated Leon's choice. He was stunned for a moment, then snapped back to his senses after Brian's reminder. Is he now emperor? Lion didn't make things difficult for him. Charles was surprised. If Leon had interfered, he likely wouldn't have become emperor. But now, he had become emperor. Brian cleared his throat and declared loudly, Duke Charles will succeed the Holy Empire as the 279th emperor. Long live His Majesty. Everyone present, except the Duke, who was allowed to greet the emperor without kneeling, knelt and shouted. But Karl did not kneel. Instead, he curled his lips. You, the emperor, are nothing. Hearing Karl's words, the dukes were stunned, then their expressions became more vivid. The coronation ceremony was soon confirmed to be in 3 days. When Leon heard the time, his mouth twitched, because in 3 days, the orc army would likely be at the gates. Charlie was about to initiate a war mobilization. Soon, everyone returned to their respective bases. But Ketis came to Leon, asking for a favor. Lion was completely stunned. Caddis came to ask for help? I want you to help prepare a hot pot table. I want to treat those old guys to a meal, a get-together. After all, no one knows if there will be a next time. Leon stopped Caddis from continuing and immediately went to prepare the ingredients for Caddis and the others. No reason. They were true heroes, worthy of Leon's respect. Leon roughly calculated that there were probably 5 or 6 people coming, including his own group. Leon prepared 200 kilograms of beef without hesitation. Leon went to great lengths to prepare a good meal for these old heroes. Civilians in the Holy Empire were forbidden from eating beef, so Leon, without hesitation, found a noble and asked him to prepare some for them. Soon night fell. 2 round tables were put together, 2 steaming hot pots placed on them, and the tables were filled with food. Just then, Shuangxing and young Kinky arrived. Shuangxing changed into a blue evening gown, while young Kinky beside her stunned Leon. Because Snake now has legs, looking at young Kinky's slender legs, Leon almost lost his composure. Bold monster. How dare you disturb my Dao heart, dressed in a black evening gown, coupled with her 1.80 meter height, voluptuous figure, and aloof demeanor. Leon said he couldn't handle her. Unable to handle her at the moment. But what Leon found unbelievable was that young Kinky, the queen of aloofness, even intervened to help him. Oh my goodness, 2 icebergs collided? Shattered? Just as Leon was lost in thought, he heard a conversation outside. The next second, Caddis arrived with 7 or 8 people. Leon's mouth twitched. This guy really wasn't treating the headquarters like a headquarters. This guy was treating it like a cafeteria. Despite his complaints, Leon immediately arranged seats for them, only to discover they were all familiar faces. Caddis, Chester, Karl, Winster, Ronald, Richard, Brian, and Zoe. Originally, Caddis hadn't planned to invite Brian, due to past events, but after much thought, Caddis decided to invite him anyway. The others sat on the stools, looking at everything on the table with curiosity. Duke Richard looked at Leon and teased. I guess this must be the famous Grand Duke Leon. I wonder what his cultivation level is. Everyone knew Leon couldn't cultivate before, but now only a few knew he could. Richard said this just to tease Leon. After all, teasing the younger generation is fun. But the next second, Zoe slapped the table. Richard, watch your mouth. You were so mean over 20 years ago, and you're still so mean now. You don't want to keep your mouth anymore, do you? Richard saw Zoe's outburst and curled his lips. You have a husband, you're amazing. I can't beat you. Everyone present couldn't help but laugh at this. Chapter 134. Okay, stop talking, Leon. Get out your treasure. Caddis patted Leon's shoulder. Leon twitched his lips and silently pulled out several bottles of baijiu from his storage ring. That's all? Leon twitched his lips again and pulled out a dozen bottles of baijiu. No more. No more. Leon said, his hard-earned winery treasures gone just like that. This is a special edition for the leader. If I sell it, it'd be worth a fortune. I'm a leader, not an emperor. I need money to live. Ignoring Leon's despairing expression, the old men started drinking. What? A leader isn't as important as an old friend, Leon? Get lost. Then everyone began to eat. Richard and Ronald had never had hot pot before, so they were a bit polite at first, but once they understood what was going on, they let loose. Brian, unpretentious, also devoured the feast. Lion looked at the group of old men before him. He couldn't help but sigh. These were the most precious people in the Holy Empire. When could he bring them all back? Lion looked at Shuangxing. Shuangxing seemed to guess what Lion was thinking and shook her head. You're dreaming. Lion got hard. Okay. So you're going to turn against Tian Gang, right? 30 years later. The next second, Shuangxing picked up a chopstick of meat and stuffed it into Lion's mouth. Lion was stunned, only to see Xuanxing look away in a haughty manner. Lion smiled as he ate the meat. Yuan Qiqi, who was standing nearby, saw this and immediately became displeased. He also picked up a chopstick of meat and stuffed it towards Lion. Leon shook his head frantically. Don't come over here, because it's at least a pound of meat. Looking at Leon's reluctant face, Yuan Qiqi narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled menacingly, as if to say, come on. Be good. Open your mouth. Or I spank you. Leon had no choice but to open his mouth. There was only one outcome. Leon choked, and with Froststar's help, he calmed down. Yuan Qiqi lowered his head in embarrassment. Good fellow, when nothing's wrong you're the aloof queen, and when something's wrong you're the girl next door? Leon seemed to have discovered a new world. And just as the three of them were feeding, Zoe also got a kick out of it. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and patted Caddis's shoulder. Caddis was chatting with Richard when he felt a pat on his back. He ignored it and continued chatting. But the next second, Caddis was dragged towards him. Caddis masked his embarrassment with a smile. Zoe held out her chopsticks. Caddis's mouth twitched, a look of reluctance on his face. How old am I? Do I still need you to feed me? But the next second, feeling the pressure on his shoulders, Caddis finally opened his mouth. Everyone burst into laughter. Carl, standing by, pulled Winster aside and said, Old man, that's a jerk. Showing affection in front of a bunch of single guys like us. Let's teach him a lesson. Who would have thought Winster would pat Carl's shoulder and say helplessly, I'm not single. You're the only single person here. He shook his head. No, Carl looked hopeless. Watching Carl's expression, Caddis chewed his food smugly. This irritated Carl even more. Caddis, let's go out and have a fight. I'm going to get you. Looking at the broken down Carl, Caddis said calmly. Carl, young man, stop being so impetuous. Learn to be calm. Go find a wife, too. Everyone laughed again. Watching them fuss like children, Leon couldn't help but sigh. So these old men also have an undiminished childlike innocence. They were young ones. They had innocent childhoods. It's just that the burdens they shoulder have forced them to become tough. Aren't we the same? Looking at the group of relaxed old men, Leon lost his seriousness. But there was a more serious issue. Leon was about to burst. Froststar and Yuan Qiqi took turns serving food to Leon. I'm full, about to burst. After eating and drinking, the crowd began to argue. Leon brought a small stool and listened quietly as they recounted their legends. Yuan Qiqi and Xuanxing sat on either side of Leon. They didn't know why they did it, but since Leon did it, they had to do the same. Caddis was the first to speak. Back in the 4th Western Expedition, with 3 armies, Richard was surrounded and attacked from the start. If Ronald and I hadn't arrived quickly, Richard would have been dead. Who could have imagined that Richard could get lost with an army of 500,000? Hearing Caddis's words, Richard felt completely humiliated. Can't you give me some face? There are so many people watching. Face? What's face worth? If you don't speak up, this matter will be buried, Caddis complained. Richard stopped talking after hearing this, and began to let himself go. How dare you say that to me? Back then, when you besieged the capital of the Orc Empire, you ran out of food and fodder halfway through. You begged and pleaded for help, but it was me who sent you food over thousands of miles, Richard said proudly. Come on, it was Alexander's orders. Otherwise, would you have sent food over thousands of miles? Richard couldn't hold it in any longer, realizing he couldn't argue with him, so he turned his gaze to Ronald. Ronald, remember? During the 2nd Western Expedition, we had a combined 200,000 troops, and we faced the Demon Empire. The Demon Army numbered over 1 million, but we did it. We crushed the Demon Empire, known as the Steamroller, and your withering army became famous in one battle. Ronald put down his chopsticks and said quietly, It seemed like you were just a bystander in that battle. The air was awkward. Seeing everyone bullying Richard, Brian spoke up. Richard still has strength. After all, during the 4th Western Expedition, Richard ultimately led his army to capture the Demon Empire's capital. And during the 6th Western Expedition, he pierced the Demon Empire and reached the Papal States. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, for that was the last Western Expedition. The Holy Empire's most glorious moment since Dream. Winter spoke. It's all over. Everyone was filled with emotion and helplessness. Caddis stood up, looked around, and said, Who says it's all over? Aren't we still here? As long as we're here, there will be another Western expedition. People of Zhongzhou, the Holy Empire will eventually make the world tremble again. With this, Caddis raised his glass. Everyone stood up and raised their glasses. Looking at their old friends, Their eyes lit up with fighting spirit again. Let's set a small goal first. Defeat the orc army. Then defeat the demons. Defeat them all. Defeat them all. The moonlight streamed down, illuminating everyone's faces. Years ago, they had made a promise under the moonlight, and years later, they were still. Chapter 135. The next day. Leon woke up groggy, his head about to explode. Because at the end of the day, Caddis and the others had asked Leon to learn how to drink, but as soon as they touched it, Leon passed out. Leon didn't know how he finally made it back to his room. But as Leon awoke, he realized something was wrong. Because he couldn't move. Leon then saw a shocking scene. Yun Qingqi and Shuangqing slept on either side of him. They were practically touching him. The camp bed was so small, it was barely big enough for one person. But now, there were 3 people crammed in. The camp bed, it's so hard, it's endured what it shouldn't have. And they were facing each other, 2 beautiful faces facing him. Looking at them, Leon was almost losing control. He struggled to get out of his Rigiamo. Then he carefully put on his coat and headed to the headquarters. The moment Leon walked out, the 2 men opened their eyes simultaneously and stared at each other, sparks seemingly igniting. Leon's every move just now was being observed. But what Leon didn't know was that if he had just touched one of them, it would have been a bloodbath. A cheerful Leon arrived at the headquarters, only to find that, aside from a few staff officers, none of Caddis and his men were present. Great. Paid leave, right? Being late for work? Wait, I don't think I paid them. And do they even need that little money? Leon realized he was the clown, the only one who needed to earn a little extra cash. After a brief moment of doubt, Leon got back to work. As the Orc Empire advanced southward, drawing ever closer to the imperial capital, intelligence gathered. A flood of intelligence reached headquarters, where the staff diligently mapped it. For example, several thousand men had appeared at a certain location. Then, several staff officers began analyzing the enemy's next move. Furthermore, Lion would dispatch aircraft to drop leaflets along the route, notifying civilians along the way to evacuate. It was unrealistic for a few dozen staff officers to simultaneously analyze an army of millions. So, Lion used the military academy students. He recruited some of the top students to serve as staff officers, placing them directly in the army. According to the intelligence, the Orc army's vanguard was less than 150 kilometers from the imperial capital. In 5 days at most, or 3 at the earliest, the Orc army would be at the gates. Lion had already arranged his troops and laid out the sacks. Once the Orcs arrived, they would engage. Just then, news arrived from the arsenal in Sin City. The development of the rocket launcher was complete. For his first rocket launcher, Lion didn't choose the Katyusha. Instead, he chose the 107 rocket launcher. No reason, this rocket launcher is simply a classic. After all, Rabbit's praise for this weapon would have been incredibly high in his previous life. Although the Katyusha boasted ample firepower, its reload speed left the logistics staff fuming. While significantly more powerful than the 107, its accuracy was far inferior to the 107. However, their ranges were comparable. And the 107 could be mounted on vehicles. The gap between the two was narrowed. Of course, this wasn't meant to disparage the Katyusha. After all, the latter was a product of comprehensive expertise. With the introduction of the 107, Lion immediately ordered the arsenal to accelerate production using magicians. At the same time, to strengthen its logistics capabilities, Lion also began producing transport aircraft. Although it had already planned to develop the famous C-54, Mi-323, and Ju-52 transport aircraft, the development of transport aircraft was not something that could be achieved overnight. The front lines were under strain. Or rather, as the battle line lengthened, the efficiency of automobile transport decreased. So Lion simply developed a crew transport aircraft, the Gotha Go-244 transport aircraft. The most expensive part of this transport aircraft was probably its engine. The fuselage was constructed of welded steel pipes into a truss, covered with fabric, while the wings, tail, and tail boom were constructed of wood with fabric coverings. Although it was simple, its 6.8-ton design load capacity made Lion, in urgent need of strengthening its logistics capabilities, choose it without hesitation. Although it was cheap, Lion did not despise it. So, over the past few months, Lion produced nearly 200 Go-244 transport aircraft. It can transport nearly 1,400 tons of supplies at a time. Every 10,000 troops on the front lines consume approximately 100 tons of supplies per day. The armored forces consume even more. With these 200 transport planes, at least the armored forces on the front lines don't have to worry about logistical issues. Because of the transport planes, Lion urgently requested that the arsenal resume full production within 2 days. After tens of thousands of magicians dedicated themselves to the Yin 107mm rockets, and 500 launchers were produced in just 2 days. The 12-tube launchers were directly loaded onto the Go-244 transport plane. A single 107mm rocket launcher weighs 385 kilograms. A transport plane can fit just 11 of them. A single 107mm rocket launcher weighs 18.8 kilograms. 50,000 rockets combined weigh only 1,000 tons, and 200 transport planes packed them up and delivered them to the imperial capital at night. With these 50,000 rockets, Leon had a bold idea. Concentrate the Orc army in one location, then deploy rocket launchers and artillery for an intensive bombardment. 500 launchers could fire 6,000 rockets in a short period of time. Ask yourself, who could withstand 6,000 rockets with their flesh and blood, and they could still fire without launchers, if the enemy numbers exceeded expectations? Leon didn't mind having the soldiers manually fire. At the same time, that night, Leon assembled the artillery unit and taught them how to use the rocket launcher. The soldiers quickly learned how to operate the rocket launcher. After all you had to do was aim, and then... The soldiers were immediately intrigued by this weapon. Since the rockets resembled artillery shells, they understood that they were support weapons. To ensure the soldiers could master the use of the rocket launchers, Leon ordered them to secretly practice with live ammunition at night. To maintain secrecy, Leon had Carl mask the explosions with a thunderstorm. Carl, Caddis, and the others were immediately intrigued by the weapon. Caddis directly asked why it wasn't mounted on a vehicle. Leon smiled and explained that it was a rush production, and that a vehicle-mounted version would be available later. Everyone became more convinced of the Blitzkrieg strategy. With this weapon, the Orcs could be crushed to pieces. The Intelligence Bureau reported the Orcs' movements. They would arrive in the Imperial capital as early as tomorrow night. Come on, Orcs, let's settle old scores and new ones. Chapter 136. As time passed, scouts from the Orc army appeared near the Imperial capital. The soldiers in the Imperial capital grew nervous. Brian was making final preparations to meet the incoming enemy attack. Meanwhile, Richard and Ronald took up camp near the armored divisions on both sides. Once the battle began, Richard and Ronald immediately launched their forces, attacking the Orcs from 3 sides. The Orc army seemed to have guessed Leon and his men's intentions. They did not immediately attack the Imperial capital, but instead sought to eliminate Richard, Ronald, and their armored forces. But as soon as the Orcs launched their siege, the armored forces, carrying Richard, Ronald, and their men, immediately retreated. Without hesitation, this troubled the Orc commander, Baruti. Baruti was already aware of the terrifying combat power of the Great Yin armored forces. Currently, Baruti had only 1.2 million troops at his disposal, having lost over 200,000. If a million-strong army were to be divided to pursue the armored forces, how many should be divided? Would they be able to defeat them? Besides, there were 400,000 elite troops from the Holy Empire supporting them. After much deliberation, Baruti decided to mobilize his forces. 1 million troops were too few. Taking the Imperial capital was a pipe dream. The Orc Emperor then handed command of another million-plus Orcs to Baruti. Baruti immediately ordered these over 1 million Orcs to advance on the Imperial capital. Encircle the Imperial capital and the armored forces. Form a large encirclement. Baruti, in turn, led his own 1 million troops to hold back Lion and his hundreds of thousands of men from within. A round of repeated encirclement. The Orc Emperor was somewhat concerned about this tactic. Verity said it was the best tactic, because the Orc army couldn't catch up with the armored forces. And to annihilate them, they had to force the armored forces into a head-on battle. But could they win? Verity felt uneasy. As a veteran of the Orc Empire, he had witnessed Alexander the Great's many western expeditions. He had witnessed the vast Orc Empire being ruthlessly crushed by the Holy Empire. And it was Verity who had saved the Orc Empire with the last 10 cities. Verity was also old, almost 80 years old. The lifespan of an Orc was around 100 years, and Verity, a 9th-level magician, had lived to 120. But Verity was old, and he could no longer command an army of millions with the ease of his youth. He had to admit his age now. Rest after this battle. Several lieutenants lowered their heads as they watched the toiling Baruti. The Grand Marshal's work was not easy. The Empire and His Majesty had been pressuring Baruti. They urged him to seize the opportunity presented by the Holy Empire's decline and take it down in one fell swoop. But Baruti only wanted to bring all those high-ranking officials to the front lines. Let them see the soldiers terrified by the great flame artillery, and the steel behemoths. Baruti didn't want to send his soldiers to their deaths again. This war could very well end in the Orc Empire's utter defeat. But Baruti still had to fight. So he deployed the majority of his troops in the outer encirclement. If the battle proved unsuccessful, Baruti would have them withdraw at full speed, preserving the Orc Empire's manpower. I hope my worries are misplaced. As the Orc army launched its move, the humans also began theirs. First, Caddis determined the enemy commander's intentions. After learning that the enemy commander was Baruti, Caddis became even more convinced that the enemy intended to deploy a heavy encirclement tactic. Baruti was a longtime rival of Caddis and his men. He was considered the Orc Empire's most capable commander. It was a pity that he was also old. Caddis felt an inexplicable sense of sympathy. He then glanced at Winster, who stood nearby. Winster seemed to have a thought, and turned his head away silently. The command center fell silent. Leon noticed the uneasy atmosphere, but he didn't say anything. Because Leon didn't know how to mediate. Facing the Orc Empire's tactics, Leon and his men had a plan to counter them. Take advantage of their own tactics. Use the armored divisions, and Richard and his men to hold off the outer Orcs' attacks. Lion and his men concentrated their firepower on the enemies within the inner encirclement. After defeating the internal enemies, they counterattacked the outer enemy forces. At the same time, the 3rd Armored Division stationed in the Violet Duchy advanced eastward, directly blocking the Orc army's escape route. Lion had already planned to annihilate these invading enemies. Avenge the tragic deaths of over 10,000 civilians. Hatred was ingrained in his bones. Lion, a man who had lived under the red flag in his previous life, had inherited the fine traditions of farming and holding grudges. Agricultural players don't hold grudges overnight. Those who do hold grudges overnight will be repaid 100-fold. The Kara Duchy and other duchies had also assembled a 500,000-man army, preparing to come to the aid of the imperial capital. Lion stationed them on the periphery, responsible for coordinating the counterattack. The Kara Principality was initially reluctant, believing they had the largest numbers. However, after Keady's and Chester's visit, they agreed without hesitation. Following one's heart, the situation in the imperial capital grew tense. With the Orc army approaching the city, tensions grew within the capital, especially among the few Vatican undercover agents who had survived the recent roundup. In reality, Lion had deliberately left behind a few small-time operatives and infiltrated them with intelligence agents. This was to lure them out. After all, there was still a major undercover agent hiding within the Empire. He had to be apprehended. And the best way to lure them out was to expose a flaw. So Lion spread the word about building an arsenal within the imperial capital. To make it more convincing, Lion arranged for a large number of trucks to transport supplies daily, creating the illusion of a vast supply base. This lured the undercover agents into action. After all, the Holy Empire was frantically suppressing the Church, and with the Orc Empire advancing southward, the Church would surely not miss this golden opportunity for revenge. As expected, just after the Orc Empire began its siege of the city, the Intelligence Bureau discovered the Church's undercover agents had begun their activities. Survey of the undercover agents was immediately increased. With the Intelligence Bureau's help, the undercover agents began frantically communicating. The undercover agents even complained about the National Defense Force's foolishness, believing their patrols were mere formalities. After a day or two of observation, the Intelligence Bureau determined that the undercover agents frequently gathered at a tavern. But when the tavern information was placed on Leon's desk, Leon was stunned. Moonlight Tavern. Lion looked at the familiar name, recalling memories of his time in the imperial capital. But Leon chose not to alert the enemy. Instead, he ordered the Intelligence Bureau to keep a close watch and report any movement immediately. And just then, the Orc Empire launched its attack. The Orc Empire began its siege. Chapter 137. Early that morning, the Orcs began their siege. A large number of Orc troops appeared around the imperial capital. But Leon was not worried at all. Because, in addition to the 200,000 Imperial Army troops, there was also a great flame infantry division within the city. And the imperial capital's walls were so impressive that even Leon, a time traveler, was impressed. First, the main wall stood at 25 meters. This height was exceptional among city walls. Next, there were the 12 gates and their fortifications. Furthermore, beyond the main wall, the outer wall rose 15 meters high. Every 100 meters, there was a tower. Below the outer wall was a moat, and where the moat met the outer wall, there was a slope at an angle exceeding 60 degrees. This slope amplified the force of the rolling stones. The outer wall was 6 meters wide, the inner wall was 8 meters wide, and the moat was 5 meters wide. The imperial capital was the pinnacle of the Holy Empire cities. Since its founding, it has been besieged 3 times, but each time failed. After suffering horrific casualties, they breached the outer wall, only to face the even higher inner wall. No one could accept this fact. Verity gazed at the majestic imperial capital and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he couldn't take the city. That's right, this was the Holy Empire, after all, but a symbolic attack was still necessary, otherwise, there would be no retreat, and those parasites within the empire would not let him and these soldiers off. Inside the orc army, a young orc, forcibly conscripted into the vanguard battalion, stared blankly at the magnificent city walls before him. He couldn't imagine himself using his flesh and blood to capture this seemingly impossible city. Looking at the others around him, many shared the same expression. The young man was terrified. His name was Urus. He was afraid he would die here. He was the only male in his family, his father having died in the invasion of the Violet Principality over a decade earlier. For all these years, his mother had raised him, and his sister alone. When he was taken away for conscription that day, his mother had wept heartbreakingly. "I must return alive. My mother and sister are still waiting for me." Urus stumbled upon Baruti, who had just emerged from the main camp. Baruti saw the young man from the vanguard battalion, his eyes filled with a desire to survive. Then Baruti looked away. He dared not let his gaze linger on the young man. He had fought in countless battles and seen countless others, like Urus, driven by a desire to survive. But they all ended up buried in a foreign land. From the time of Alexander the Great's western expedition to the present day, the orcs had existed for over 30 years. In just over 30 years, the Orc Empire had seen 3 emperors. However, none of these 3 emperors were peace-loving. They were constantly seeking ways to launch wars and expand their territories. Waging war is understandable if there's a strong economy. But the Orc Empire's economy has been sluggish for years, showing no signs of improvement. And yet, the emperor has been scheming to launch a war southward. Thankfully, the current emperor has some sense and isn't rushing into war. He rested for a few years before launching a war. But decades of continuous war had nearly shattered the Orc Empire. Their war potential had been exhausted. This war was a forced undertaking by the Orc Empire. If they failed, the empire would be plunged into endless crisis. So Verity had made preparations, determined to preserve at least some of his manpower. At least to preserve the Orc Empire. He didn't want to see the Orc Empire destroyed. But that was all for the future. The siege was the current task. Woo! As the attack horn sounded, the 50,000-man vanguard began their pointless quest for death. But even though they were committing suicide, Verity was a good commander. He had assembled all his magicians, and the Orc Empire's latest creations. Magic Crystal Cannon. Looking at the massive cannon, over 4 meters long, Leon suddenly felt worried about the walls of the Imperial capital. The Orc Vanguard Battalion, seeing such abundant firepower, couldn't help but feel a little more reassured. Boom, boom, boom! The Orc army's magicians and magic crystal cannons began to cover the infantry's attack. After enduring a brutal beating, they had finally mastered infantry artillery coordination. And they did it with flying colors. The terrifying attack from the magic crystal cannon slammed into the outer wall. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted into the sky. Many soldiers on the wall were reduced to gas. But the wall remained strong, though cracked. Caddis, seeing Leon's confusion, explained why such a formidable magic crystal cannon couldn't destroy the wall. This is because the outer wall is connected to a massive magic circle. If a single point is attacked, the impact is distributed evenly across the entire outer wall. Also, the outer wall's defensive magic circle is separate from the inner walls. This means that even if the orcs used all their might to destroy the outer wall, the inner wall would still hold out for a considerable time. After hearing Ketis' explanation, Leon couldn't help but stroke his chin. How could this be a city wall? It's the wall of size, but if the Great Flame attacked the city, the outcome would be uncertain. After all, the 800mm caliber weapon would soon be unveiled. Lion was preparing to use it against the demon army on the western front, which had been locked in a stalemate for a long time. The demons saw that they couldn't push their defenses forward, and because their army was too large, their supplies were running low in the rear, so they withdrew from the front lines, with a significant portion of their troops returning to production. To prevent the Elven Empire and the Dwarf Empire from launching an offensive, the Demon Empire constructed a massive defense system. They also deployed several 9th-level magicians, activating forbidden magic. They successfully constructed a fortress defense line stretching hundreds of kilometers. Even 355mm howitzers couldn't effectively damage some of these fortresses. As a result, The fighting on the Western Front has gradually calmed down, with both sides essentially locked in a stalemate across a no-man's land stretching several hundred meters. The Elves side is covered in machine gun emplacements and barbed wire. If the demons dare to attack, they will be mercilessly shot down. So everyone is concerned about the Orc Empire's siege of the Holy Empire's capital. If the Orc Empire succeeds, the combined forces of the demons and orcs can break through the Holy Empire. If the Orc Empire fails, humans, elves, and dwarves can launch a counterattack. Success or failure depends on this one move. After nearly several hours of continuous attack, the outer walls of the Imperial capital are covered in cracks and are on the verge of collapse. The Orc Vanguard Battalion has also launched its attack. Urus looked at the wall before him and swallowed. The sergeant beside him patted his shoulder and said, "We will return. The Wolf God will protect us." Chapter 138. As the Orc army began its assault on the city, both sides suffered casualties. The Orc army used magic to fill the moat and deployed a large number of ladders and wooden curtains. As the ladders were placed on the city walls, the Orc soldiers and the Imperial army engaged in a fierce battle on the ramparts. Although many of the ladders were ignited by fire magic during the Orc army's charge, the Orcs had made ample preparations for this attack. They had prepared over 1,000 ladders alone. As the Orc army scaled the outer walls, the Imperial army also began to attack. Arming their multi-meter-long spears, they stabbed the enemies on the ladders. Many Orcs were stabbed. At the same time, the Imperial magicians instantly cleared the mud from the moat and filled it with water. Many Orcs fell into the water. As they were puzzled, a large amount of hot oil was poured down. Many Orc soldiers, who had just emerged from the water, screamed in agony from the scalding. But before they could react, the Imperial archers on the city walls unleashed a barrage of rockets. Some veterans, observing the hot oil floating in the moat, instantly understood what the humans were up to. As the rockets fell into the moat, the entire moat burst into flames. Thousands of Orc soldiers who fell into the water were set on fire and forced to dive. The Orcs on the ladders were also in trouble. Under the influence of the scorching airwaves, many fell from the ladders, and some were forced to retreat, afraid to cross the sea of fire. To stop the Orc attacks, the Imperial army prepared a large amount of oil to stop the Orcs, and it was remarkably effective. Upon seeing this, the Orc Empire's magicians immediately unleashed their magic, filling the moat once more. The siege continued, but thousands of Orc soldiers struggling within the moat were buried alive. They didn't even have the right to resist. Watching their comrades buried alive, many Orc soldiers silently shed tears. But the scorching air quickly evaporated their tears. The brutal siege continued. The 50,000 Orc soldiers of the Vanguard Battalion were urged on by the overseers to continue their attack. As the soldiers ahead gradually dwindled in casualties, it was finally Urus's turn. Some of the Orcs around him were thrilled, while others, like Urus, were filled with fear. As the army advanced, Urus got a closer look at the magnificent city wall. Even though it was covered in cracks, Urus sensed an unrivaled aura from the wall. It seemed as if it were mocking Urus. "You, a tiny Orc, dare to challenge me? Woo!" The charge horn blew again. Urus was pushed forward into the attack. After the first wave of attacks was repelled, the Imperial army destroyed most of the ladders. The Orc Empire could only use the spare ladders to rebuild the city walls. There were also a large number of towers. At this time, the Imperial army's faces gradually revealed a ferocious look. They rolled out heavy repeating crossbows from the attic. Javelins, up to 1.2 meters long, were fired directly from the crossbows at a rate of 60 rounds per minute. The javelins easily shredded the tower defenses, pitting the Orcs inside like gourds. Some Orcs in the infantry formations were also attacked by the crossbows. The Orcs' leather shields were no match for the sharp javelins. The Imperial army used repeating crossbows because it was getting dark, and night was approaching, to prevent corpses from piling up beneath the city walls, making them vulnerable to a nighttime attack. Brian immediately ordered the Imperial army to open fire. Each attic housed 2 heavy repeating crossbows, and the attics were piled high with thousands of javelins. The Imperial army manning the crossbows went berserk. As the Imperial capital's young master soldiers, they finally had a chance to prove they were no young master soldiers. And accompanying the crossbows was a torrential rain of arrows. Among the 200,000 Imperial army soldiers were 80,000 archers. After several rounds of cavalry volleys, the Vanguard Battalion was left with few survivors. Observing this, Verity sighed and ordered his soldiers to withdraw. Urus finally heard the horn signaling a retreat. He looked at the sergeant pinned to the ground, his eyes filled with fear of war. He had just witnessed a javelin pierce through the 2 shield bearers in front of him, then pin his own sergeant to the ground. He was right next to the sergeant, having watched him being impaled. Fearing death, he quickly took shelter under a nearby tower, avoiding the hail of arrows. Just then, the sound of the retreat horn brought Urus back from his fear. Urus and his fewer than 3,000 remaining soldiers retreated to the main camp. Verity also provided a good meal for the surviving soldiers of the Vanguard Battalion. Verity had already decided to withdraw the troops the next morning. He didn't want to see the Empire's soldiers die pointlessly here. He had to leave a way out for the Empire. Today, the 50,000-strong army had been completely destroyed before they even took the outer city wall. Moreover, it was only the Imperial army defending the outer walls, and they hadn't encountered the insanely powerful Great Yin Defense Army. Thinking of this, Verity couldn't help but wonder, would the enemy launch a night attack tonight? After pondering for a long time, Verity still had no definitive answer. But he still set up defenses. What Verity didn't know was that Leon and his men would indeed launch a night attack tonight. They wouldn't be coming by land. Artillery ready. All artillery fire. 5 minutes of rapid fire. Rockets ready to fire. At this moment, hundreds of artillery pieces from the artillery brigade were already trained on the Orc camp. The Orc army had a protective array, so the artillery brigade's hundreds of artillery pieces would pave the way for the rockets. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of artillery pieces roared, and a barrage of shells flew towards the Orc camp. The Orc camp's protective array was activated. The barrage of shells struck the protective array, causing ripples to form on the shield. Witnessing the enemy's terrifying attack, Verity finally believed the Vanguard's claims, previously routed by armored forces. Verity immediately ordered his soldiers to prepare for evacuation. The magic circle couldn't hold out much longer. As expected, 10 minutes later, it finally gave way. With a flash of light, the magic circle dimmed. Some shells landed in the camp. Observers on the city walls witnessed this, and immediately sent a message to the artillery positions. 2 minutes later, an unprecedented sound filled the air. Swish, swish, swish. A blanket of objects, trailing orange-yellow flames, flew towards the Orc camp. What was that? The next second, 6,107 mm rockets landed in the Orc camp. 6,000 brilliant fireworks exploded in the darkness. The Orc army, however, faced catastrophic destruction. Urus felt the terrifying power of the 107 mm rockets, powerless to do anything but huddle in the crater. Mom, I want to go home. Chapter 139. After an unknown amount of time, Urus, his ears ringing, opened his eyes. He stared around in a daze. The original camp had been reduced to ash. The yellow earth lay charred black, and all around him were broken arms and legs. Urus looked around in confusion. What was he doing here? What was the point? The nobles talked about territorial expansion, but they had already taken all the land. The soldiers were even deprived of their basic pensions. That's why the Orcs have always been afraid to join the army. The Empire never treated them as human beings. Suddenly, Urus felt someone tap him on the shoulder. An Orc soldier was speaking loudly to him. Urus, with his ears temporarily ringing, couldn't hear what the Orc soldier was saying. The Orc soldier waved, gesturing for Urus to follow him. Urus glanced at the deserted camp, and numbly followed. At this moment, after Verity had assigned 500,000 to reinforce the outer defenses, the nearly 1 million-strong Orc army was reduced to less than 300,000. The rockets had scattered the Orcs. The actual casualties were probably less than 200,000. With the Orc army's collapse, a large number of Orcs fled. It was already difficult for Verity to gather these 300,000 troops. With his troops assembled, Verity immediately ordered a breakout. Lion had anticipated their attempt and adopted the classic tactic of encircling 3 sides and leaving one side vulnerable. In reality, Leon's forces were insufficient to contain the 300,000 Orcs, while also intercepting the 1.5 million Orcs on the periphery. So, Leon deliberately let the Orcs escape. Then, use armored units and air forces to wear down the Orc army, dealing hard with the Orcs' morale along the way. Then, with the 3rd Armored Division, encircle the Orcs in the north, permanently trapping them within the Empire. Verity seemed to understand Leon's tactics, but he had to get in on the action. He had already planned to lead 100,000 Orc soldiers as a rear guard, giving the Orcs a glimmer of hope. But reality proved harsh. With the Orcs' offensive plan shattered, the Holy Empire sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Richard and Ronald led 400,000 troops in the lead attack. They caught the Orcs, who were gathering their forces on the periphery, completely off guard. But these troops were, after all, Verity's elite troops. They quickly drove Richard and his men back. After breaking through the encirclement, Verity immediately led his troops north, retreating at full speed. Leon immediately ordered the armored forces to attack, nipping at the orc army's tail and severely depleting it. At the same time, the Air Force also began its attack. Leon wanted the orcs to remember the horror of humanity, and to defeat them so that they would never dare set foot on human soil again. After all this, Leon set his sights on the city. The Vatican had indeed taken action. The imperial capital was silent late at night, but the explosion in the arsenal shattered the stillness. To ensure realism, Leon had placed some explosives inside. I had thought the Vatican would not take any risks, but unexpectedly, they took action anyway. Outside the headquarters, 3,000 Wehrmacht troops in black uniforms stood still like statues. They were directly under the Intelligence Bureau, acting as a mobile force for the agency's arrests. Leon stepped out. Everyone, let's go! Target, Moonlight Tavern. Leon was also going on this mission, because of someone. Leon couldn't believe she was also an undercover agent for the Vatican. For safety, Leon brought along Carl, Yuan Qingqi, and Shuangxing. Martial virtue was abundant. Soon, the group arrived at the Moonlight Tavern. According to intelligence, members of the Vatican were gathering inside the tavern, discussing their departure. Charge in. Shoot anyone who resists. Han shouted, drawing his pistol. Then, a large number of intelligence agency mobile forces rushed into the tavern. The Vatican remnants, who were on alert, saw Leon and his men approach and went to notify the others. But it was too late. Carl cast his domain, cordoning off the area. As the intelligence agency entered, the sounds of smashing and looting were heard. Then, there were occasional gunshots. Half an hour later, the intelligence agency soldiers had completely captured all the Vatican remnants in the tavern. Lion stared blankly at the hundreds of remnants of the church. Hans approached, whispering, "Leader, someone's inside. Don't touch her. She seems to know you're coming and is waiting." Lion waved his hand and walked inside with Yuan Qingqi and Shuangxing. Looking up at the familiar moon symbol and the shattered tavern, Lion felt a pang of guilt. As soon as he entered, he saw the woman who had been with him for 8 years. Lion's story with this tavern begins in his childhood. When he was 10 years old, Lion had just been bullied by the first and second princes. Sadly, Lion ran out, as usual. As if by fate, Lion saw the moon symbol of the Moonlight Tavern. Lion was drawn in. Upon entering, he realized it was a tavern and hurried to leave. But he overheard complaints about Edward III's foolish behavior. Lion unconsciously leaned over. "Little guy, what are you doing here?" Lion was listening intently when he suddenly felt a grab on the back of his collar, followed by a feeling of weightlessness. "What the hell are you doing? Put me down." Little Lion struggled, his limbs flailing in the air, appearing helpless. "Ha ha." A burgundy-haired older woman grabbed hold of him, bursting into laughter at his antics. Little Lion immediately grew angry and struggled even harder. All right, I won't tease you anymore." The older woman put him down. Little Lion looked away, disgruntled. Okay, it's my fault, sister. Can you please stop being angry? I play with you, okay?" As a time traveler, Leon no longer had any interest in playing around, but to avoid drawing attention to himself, he chose to pretend. From then on, whenever Leon felt wronged, he would come here, find his elder sister, and chat with her. 3 years passed like this. Leon also learned her name. Franca. A stranger who had drifted from the Papal States. The people at the Moonlight Tavern were very free to speak. But Edward III still noticed this. A leading critic of the imperial system was secretly murdered. Leon finally understood what it felt like to witness someone's head being cut off because of politics. Looking at the dejected crowd, Leon glanced at the podium, then back at the seat. Unbelievably driven, Leon finally stood up. Chapter 140. Lion took the podium. He recounted the glorious past of the Empire, interspersed with his own practical advice. Although Brother Sherman has been arrested, we are still here. Criticizing the existing social system will inevitably lead to death. But things were different in the past. Many years ago, Emperor Drenii, during his expedition to the Papal States, said something. God cannot save us. In the name of the Empire, we protect the world. This statement states that the Empire exists to protect us, but as time passes, is it still the same Empire? The Empire is certainly the same, but some things have faded. Those who once protected us are gone, so we must learn to be strong. Everyone fell silent after hearing the young man's speech. After finishing his words, Lion scurried down. An audience member couldn't help but ask Lion's name. Lion thought for a moment and said, "My name is Bush." "Bush?" "Yes. Bush, little brother. I love your speeches. Can you come every day from now on?" Franca looked at Leon with sparkling eyes. Leon nodded. So young Leon spent 5 years in this moonlit tavern. He met many poor people. He also understood the hardships of the lower classes. Although Edward III disliked Leon, he never deducted from the prince's standard allowance. Leon's experiences in the moonlit tavern also made him realize the cruelty of the world. This strengthened Leon's resolve. To prepare in advance, Leon spent years preparing detailed maps and a large number of blueprints, waiting for the day of his canonization. During these 5 years, Franca also accompanied Leon throughout his youth. Franca provided Leon with sisterly care during his most vulnerable moments. Whenever Leon came to the Moonlight Tavern when he was feeling down, Franca would always take him out to play. She carefully counseled Leon, helping him escape the shadow of Edward III. If Leon had any regrets, it was not saying goodbye to Franca. But now, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Franca before him, Leon couldn't believe that Franca was an undercover agent of the Vatican. "You're here." Leon responded, taking his old seat. "It's been over a year since we last met. You changed a lot." "No, it's not me who's changed, it's you." Franca smiled, lowering her head. "Perhaps, but I don't think I changed at all," Leon said, looking at Franca. "No, you went from Little Bush to Leon, the Grand Duke of Leon," Franca said, shaking her head. "What about you?" "I thought you were just Sister Franca," Leon said calmly. "I'm sorry, I lied to you. From the day I met you 9 years ago, I approached you with a purpose," Franca said, her voice trembling. "So your kindness to me was all fake?" Leon said angrily. "Yes," Franca said, tears streaming down her face. Leon remained silent, sitting in his chair. Froststar watched, heartbroken. For only Froststar knew that when Leon was deeply sad, he wouldn't cry or laugh. He would just sit there, brooding. Leon. Franca knew Leon's habit, and seeing Leon's sadness, tears welled up in her eyes. They hadn't said goodbye, yet they met again in this way. "Are you an undercover agent for the Holy See? The highest-ranking undercover agent in the Holy Empire?" Leon said emotionlessly. "Yes." Franca collapsed. "So, you know all about the harm the Holy See has inflicted on the citizens of the Empire over the years?" Leon remained calm. "Yes." Franca burst into tears. "So Edward III's abandonment of the Violet Duchy and the Orc invasion of Great Yin were both related to the Holy See?" "Yes." Franca burst into tears. Leon finally broke down in tears and turned his head away, not wanting to show his vulnerability to others. After a long moment, Leon drew his pistol. Hans, watching this scene, didn't dare to breathe. As the director of the intelligence agency, Hans's ability to read people's expressions had reached its peak. He could see the leader was deeply conflicted. Bringing Franca to justice was a matter of both public and private concern. But Leon couldn't fool himself. Leon finally understood. So, the most important thing about being a leader isn't talent. It's accepting that you can't do whatever you want. Leon slowly raised his gun. The pistol, weighing only a few pounds, trembled in Leon's hand. It was so heavy, why couldn't he hold it? Carl came over and helped Leon hold the gun. "I know you're sad, but this is something you have to go through." Leon reluctantly closed his eyes. The next second, the mountain and river sword at his waist suddenly lit up. A ghost appeared before Franca, or more accurately, a soul. "Big brother. That's not what happened. It's because of me that I was coerced into spying on you for the Vatican." A little girl with twin pigtails looked at Leon with a look of grievance. "Flaw." Franca's voice came, and she was about to rush over. Froststar hugged Franca. Leon squatted down and asked, "Why?" "Actually, I came here to earn money for my medical treatment, but because I met you, the Vatican arrested me and used me to control me," Flaw said, looking apologetically at her sister, Franca. Franca had collapsed to the ground, powerless. Leon fell silent. "Actually, I didn't do anything. My job was to keep an eye on you, big brother. I only learned about the Vatican's actions against the Empire later. It was only this time that I attacked you. But don't worry, big brother. I won't hurt you again. The Vatican will never let me listen to them again," Flaw said proudly. Leon looked at the spirit form of Fulla, who seemed to understand everything. "Fulla." Franca burst into tears. "Okay, sister, don't worry about me. I'm going to see Mom and Dad. By the way, 8 years ago, I was captured by the Vatican," Fulla said casually, as if she were discussing something insignificant. Everyone was silent. Fulla. "Sister. I'm sorry." "Don't cry, sister. You're the best. You done so much for Fulla. You have to live well," Fulla said soothingly, hugging Franca. Franca cried. She tried so hard, but still couldn't save her sister. Fula suddenly grabbed Leon's hand and said, "Big brother, I didn't hurt you. Can you forgive me?" Leon nodded guiltily. Fula was captured by the Vatican and used to threaten Franca, and this was also related to Leon. Great. Then, big brother, can you please grant Fula one last request? Leon knelt on one knee and touched Fula's head, which she couldn't touch. Big brother, can you go to the Papal States and rescue those children like me? They're also being used by the church to threaten others. I promise. Chapter 141. Great. Fula was delighted when she heard Leon agree. Leon's face was also filled with guilt. At this moment, Fula's careless words frightened Leon. Those evil men from the church used things Fula had never seen before. They hit Fula with things she had never seen before. It hurt so much. Even though I was such a good boy, they still wouldn't let me go, Fula said with a hint of disappointment. At this moment, the air was quiet. Even the iron-blooded General Carl listened quietly. Ever since Fula was taken away by those bad men, she's been locked in a dark room. Surrounded by many children like Fula, they were also obedient, but those men in black wouldn't forgive us. I saw with my own eyes a man in black slashing at a child. His screams echoed in my mind for days. Hearing this, Carl's body was already arcing with electricity. I couldn't bear to listen any longer. The Papal State, claiming to be the will of God, was so filthy. So what exactly is this so-called God? Big brother, sister, Fula is leaving. Fula glanced at Franca reluctantly. Then, bit by bit, she dissipated into the air. May there be no evil in heaven. With the events at the Moonlight Tavern concluded, the war continued. The armored divisions were closing in on the Orc army. This forced Barity to lead his troops behind to cover the rear. Barity's plan was to advance his army a distance further north before covering the rear. Because Barity knew that even if he stayed behind to cover the rear, he wouldn't be able to stop the armored divisions. So Barity racked his brains, trying to get the army farther north. The retreat over the past few days had left Barity's defenses broken. From time to time, bombers flew overhead to disrupt the army, and the Orcs' morale plummeted. The armored forces, like a millstone, slowly ground the Orcs' rear guard like wheat. This was torture for them. Some generals wanted to counterattack, but as soon as they did, the armored forces fled. Then, they would slowly catch up, continuing to wear down the Orcs. After several days of recovery, Urus finally recovered. But he still felt a deep fear of the sound of the 107mm rocket launcher. At the mere sound of the rocket launcher, Urus would flee in panic. Many soldiers shared Urus's symptoms. After much deliberation, Baruti decided to leave these problematic soldiers behind to cover his retreat. Looking at these soldiers, Barity felt guilty, but that was all he could do. He was the commander. He had to take responsibility for the army. This was unfair to the remaining troops, but for the main army, losing these destabilizing factors increased their chances of survival. Don't blame me, may there be no war in heaven. As Barity left behind 100,000 remaining soldiers, Leon reacted. He ordered Ronald to lead his 100,000 troops to hold off Barity. Meanwhile, the rest of the army continued in pursuit. Barity had anticipated Leon's reaction. So, Barity arranged for 7 or 8 generals to leave 100,000 troops every 200 kilometers to provide a rearguard action. If all went well, over 1 million soldiers could still return to the Orc Empire alive. But reality was cruel. Along the way, the Imperial army pursued them relentlessly. The vast Orc army was utterly frustrated. They lost over 100,000 men without even facing the enemy. Finally, after sacrificing 600,000 men, the Orc army retreated to the northern border. But just then, the 3rd Armored Division launched a surprise attack. With lightning speed, it split the Orc army in two. At the same time, the Imperial army immediately coordinated with 2 armored divisions to divide and encircle the Orc army. But nearly 1 million troops continued to advance north. Leon could only say, "Swallow what's in your mouth first, then worry about what's in the pot. Otherwise, they might die of bloating." The Emperor of the Orc Empire nearly died upon hearing this news. He immediately ordered the Orc Empire's Mage Legion to attack, to support the Orc army in the north, and at the same time, to find a way to rescue the besieged 500,000 men. Save as many as possible. As the situation on the Eastern Front changed, movement finally began on the Western Front. With the support of the Dwarf Empire, the Western Elf Empire launched a new offensive. But the result was a crushing defeat. The Western Elf Empire had once again lost significant territory and was forced south. At this time, the Demon Empire increased its military deployment. With the Western Elf Empire's renewed defeat, the Eastern Elf Empire's defenses were further strengthened. The Eastern Elf Empire's forces were already stretched thin. There were no extra troops left to defend the new lines. At this moment, the demons seized the opportunity and broke through the Eastern Elf Empire's western defenses in one fell swoop. After breaching the defenses, they captured several undermanned cities and headed straight for the Elf Empire's capital. The Eastern Elf Empire was in imminent danger. Lion had already urgently dispatched the 1st Armored Division. But the muddy roads along the Eastern Elf's western front had broken the armored forces' defenses. That wasn't all. The Demon Empire had completed the magicalization of its army. Over 1 million magic legions launched a pincer attack on the Eastern Elf Empire. Lion couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had adopted a moderate policy toward the Holy Empire. If relations with the Holy Empire deteriorated now, there was a high probability of collapse. Lion was now somewhat overwhelmed. De Yin had taken too big a step, making too many enemies at once. The war must be ended quickly. Continue to hide and develop secretly. Lion sorted out his current enemies, the Orc Empire, the Demon Empire, the Papal States, and his temporary ally, the Western Elf Empire. There were too many enemies, and he had to fight to show his might. Or if he could catch one, he could cripple the entire nation. Lion then set his sights on the Orc Empire's army within the Holy Empire. Nearly 2 million orcs. If they could be disarmed, the Orc Empire would likely leave early. Lion calculated the forces at his disposal. The Imperial Army had 200,000, Richard 300,000, Ronald 100,000, and the Duchy of Kara and other principalities had a combined 500,000. De Yin had 150,000 troops deployed within the Holy Empire. Lion could also mobilize 1 armored division and 2 infantry divisions from within De Yin. Total forces, 1.4 million versus 2 million. This battle might not be impossible. Chapter 142. With the mobilization of its forces, the Great Yin army successfully encircled the orcs. However, the Orc Empire still assembled a large force, preparing to break out. But the Orc army, divided into several sections, became like a headless fly after losing Barity's command. Commanding 100,000 men is completely different from commanding 1 million. War is no joke. The burden of commanding a 1,000,000-man army is heavy, and no one in the Orc army dared to take on the task. And without a leader, the army was quickly surrounded by the well-prepared human coalition. Panic filled the orcs. Many orcs were filled with pessimism. Urus, watching the retreating breakout troops, realized the hopelessness of the breakout. His initial calmness gave way to apathy. The Orc Empire was also closely watching the fighting here. The Magic Legion would take at least 7 days to arrive. By the time the Mage Legion arrived at the battlefield, the corpses had all rotted away. The Orc army never gave up on breaking out. After suffering heavy casualties in 7 or 8 attempts, they chose to retreat. It seemed they were waiting for a chance from heaven. But heaven would not give them that chance, for gods do not shed tears for mortals. On the 4th day of being trapped, because the various units were cut off from each other, many of the Orc army's logistics units were even separated from the combat units, to the point where some Orc troops were already running low on food. To expedite the battle, Leon deployed the Air Force to drop leaflets daily to speed up the Orc surrender. Barity, who had been trapped for a long time, picked up a surrender notice floating on the ground. Looking at the details on the notice, Barity fell silent. Stop fighting for nobles, who don't care about your lives. You have families too, and many of you were forced into battle. There are no winners in war, only endless casualties, and the shattering of countless families. You are surrounded by us, and the only options before you are death or surrendering to the light. With this leaflet, De Yin will guarantee your safety. The words on it moved every Orc soldier. Dissent gradually emerged from within the Orc soldiers. In Urus's army, several more planes streaked across the sky, dropping a large number of leaflets. Urus picked up a leaflet, read the familiar content, and finally made up his mind. These days, tons of leaflets have been dropped into the Orc camp. To prevent mutiny, the Orc generals have forced all soldiers to hand in the leaflets. Urus could only glance at them briefly before handing them in, but after seeing them so many times, he memorized everything. Many Orc soldiers also memorized the contents of the leaflets. He recalled the treatment he received from the nobles and generals. Many soldiers were indignant, but there was nothing they could do. They needed a leader, and this leader hadn't stepped up. Urus could no longer endure this. He wanted to go home. He didn't want to die here. The Orc generals also noticed something was amiss with the army and immediately released their last reserves of food. In an attempt to calm the troops, however, the lower-level officers once again broke their low. The generals had originally released the food to appease the lower-level soldiers, but the lower-level officers had misjudged the Orc generals' intentions. They thought the orc general was planning to give out a final reward before leading his army out. So, they continued their usual stinginess. They couldn't help but withhold some of the money. Originally, withholding a little was traditional. But at this critical juncture, even the orc generals didn't dare to do so. But these petty nobles were already accustomed to it. Such withholding would ignite the entire orc army. Verity also asked the orc emperor whether to surrender. He knew that if the siege continued, either the human coalition would crush them, or his own people would revolt and disintegrate. There was also the possibility that they would all starve to death. Of course, that was impossible. But the orc emperor refused to let Verity surrender. In his eyes, surrender was shameful. A brave orc warrior could never surrender. Verity was forced to continue fighting the human coalition. And just as the two sides were at a stalemate, Frostar came and told Leon. Franca left. In Franca's room, only a letter was found. Leon, I know I done many wrong, but I don't want to stay here any longer and embarrass you. You should have killed me that day because I lied to you. But you didn't, and I know it's because of the question I asked you that year. If I ever lied to you, would you kill me? No. Why? Because Sister Franca wouldn't lie to me. Leon, you avenge Fula, and I will atone for my own sins. There's no need to look for me. When you resolve to conquer the Papal States, you will learn its secrets. Seeing this, Leon fell silent. After learning the full story, and pondering it over, Leon finally realized that the root of this matter lay with him. The intelligence agency's investigation revealed that there were discrepancies in what Franca had said. Franca had indeed come to the Yin to seek medical treatment for her sister. However, in the first 2 years of her arrival in the imperial capital, Franca did not become an undercover agent for the Vatican. It was not until Leon's arrival that the Vatican took notice of Franca. After a year or two of getting along, the Vatican took action against Franca's sister. They threatened Franca to monitor Leon's every move. But Franca found herself unable to part with the two. One was her sister, the other she considered her brother. What should she do? To counter the Vatican, Franca continued to weave stories about Leon. To deal with the Vatican. This was kept secret for 5 years. Until the day Leon was sealed. The Vatican even intended to kill Leon from the very beginning. But thanks to Franca's existence, the Vatican changed its perception of Leon. Leon successfully survived. Lion, upon learning the truth, was furious. So this world isn't that simple. Even survival has become a luxury. Because of Franca's loss of her sister, and after all she done for him, he almost killed her. The Papal States? What exactly is the Papal States? It's okay, we find out soon enough. Lion looked at the mountain and river sword hanging on the wall, a cold glint in his eyes. Chapter 143. 3 more days passed. Some of the orc army had been out of food for several days. However, some of the orcs had abundant supplies. Both sides tried to find ways to communicate. But within a few days, barbed wire had been erected between the divided orc armies. The orc army had lost its last chance to break out. However, some generals, seeing their army's food supplies were running low, immediately led their troops in a desperate attempt to break out. Approximately 200,000 remnants escaped. Over 100,000 orcs were killed in the process, and another 100,000 captured. Now, only 1.5 million orcs remained trapped. Lion was ready to eat. With 500,000 fewer, Keates said there was a 50% chance of annihilating the orcs. Lion accepted Keates' battle plan without hesitation. Also, to end the battle more quickly, Lion had Carl use his storage ring to bring the 800mm caliber weapon. It will be used to sound the clarion call for the general attack. Looking at this 1,350-ton cannon, everyone was stunned. They had no idea what it was. The artillerymen's faces were filled with disbelief. Looking at the cannon magnified countless times, they couldn't believe it was actually a cannon. Lion believed this cannon could shine again in another world. Is the Gustav too heavy? Lion obtained a storage ring from Zoe that was large enough to hold 10 Gustavs, and transported the Gustavs inside it. Is loading the ammunition a hassle? To ensure speed, Leon borrowed a 7th level Dochi knight from Caddis to manually load the ammunition. Is cleaning up a hassle? Lion took another bite out of Caddis's money, and assigned 2 7th level magicians to Gustav to clean and repair the Gustav's barrel. After this round of operations, Gustav's combat effectiveness skyrocketed. It's equivalent to 7 or 8 people being able to operate this massive cannon. Of course, these 7 or 8 people are all 7th level experts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy. The only problem is calibrating the gun's position, which still requires some time. But after receiving an epic enhancement, Gustav can already fire 6 7-ton shells per hour. This will be a powerful weapon that will strike fear in the enemy. In addition, Leon has ordered the arsenal to produce magic steel to strengthen the Gustav's barrel, allowing it to withstand even more powerful shells. He has also ordered the arsenal to find a way to replace the gunpowder in the 7-ton shells with magic crystals. The arsenal conservatively estimates that if the experiment is successful, the Gustav's power will increase at least 5-fold. That's a bomb crater the size of 20 football fields. Lion couldn't bear to think about it anymore. The image was too beautiful. Perfect for fighting the orcs. Late at night, in a valley 30 kilometers from an orc camp, the magicians filled the valley and released Gustav. Gustav was being held by the knight commander of Cadis's 12 squires. He was an 8th level Dochi knight. Nearly 20 powerful warriors of the 7th level and above had gathered in this valley. But the vast majority of them were Cadis's veterans. And Cadis had already handed them over to Leon. Looking at the number of powerful warriors needed to control Gustav, Leon couldn't help but sigh that De Hien still had too few mid-level and high-level warriors. Or perhaps there were no machines or tools to replace them. Leon thought of mushroom eggs, but after 6 months of searching, he found no trace of uranium mines. So, to prepare for the upcoming situation, Leon created the Gustav. Also, to counter the magic crystal tank and the dwarven advance in tank technology, Leon put the Panther V on the agenda and launched the T-34 modification program. The original 76 modified 75 tank was converted to the 85 modified 88 tank. The 88mm T-34, only bigger, not smaller. Also, to strengthen the armored forces, the KV-2 and IS-2 tanks had already begun production. The Tiger was good, but its existence would inevitably be targeted by the enemy. So, other excellent tanks were brought out to leave the enemy with no escape route. This was the culmination of technology from a previous life. It was the product of the hard work of millions of people. It couldn't be surpassed by simply copying. If the roads in that other world weren't so bad, Leon would have wanted to try his hand in an E-100. At the same time, Leon also noticed the shortage of air units in various countries. After the demonic Eagle Knights were severely punished by the Stuka and Mustang, the demonic Empire followed suit and built aircraft powered by magic crystals. And because the demonic Empire fearlessly challenged the Gratian Air Force to battle, they quickly perfected their magic-powered aircraft, which could evenly compete with the Stuka and even the Mustang. To ensure the Gratian Air Force maintained air superiority, Leon pulled out 50 B-29s produced by the aircraft factory. He even performed a ruthless modification. In addition to installing 4 Laogan Ma missiles above the cockpit and on the tail, the 2 lower turrets were also transformed into modified quad-barreled flak 37mm anti-aircraft guns. The 37mm anti-aircraft guns, equipped with magic arrays, possessed an insane rate of fire and the power of a 75mm cannon. The B-29 became a true flying fortress. Meanwhile, Leon planned to find a way to modify the large transport aircraft after it was built, putting 150mm or larger cannons on top. Although somewhat unrealistic, it was still a thought. After all, Leon had no idea how advanced the opposing magicians could be. His thoughts returned to the present. Leon watched them begin loading the Gustav. Looking at the shells, taller than a man, Leon couldn't help but sigh that his martial virtue was truly growing stronger. 10 minutes later, under the clumsy control of several Dochi knights, the Gustav aimed at the orc camp 30 kilometers away. The orc camp had dispersed its forces to prevent artillery and air raids. The cannon's bombardment was not very effective. The air bombing wasn't very effective. And now wasn't the best time to send in ground troops. The orc army still had some fighting power. So let's use them to test Gustav. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone present felt something fly out. The great flame soldiers in the trenches heard something flying overhead. But after hearing the familiar whistling sound overhead, the soldiers relaxed. This must be artillery fire. But why was the whistling so loud? The next second, flames shot up from the orc camp before them. A terrifying gust of wind was stirred, accompanied by violent vibrations. The soldiers in the trenches, a kilometer or 2 away, felt this terrifying power. What was this? This wasn't just the great flame soldiers' thoughts. It was also the thoughts of the orc soldiers. Chapter 144. The next day, everyone, human and orc alike, was discussing the events of the previous night. It seemed that the great flames cannon had opened fire. Because the soldiers were accustomed to the whistling sound of the shells, they believed it was indeed artillery fire. The orcs also believed it was a long-range weapon of the great flame, since no signs of grinding were found at the scene. At the same time, the orc casualty statistics were released. The previous night's cannon had directly hit the camp of the 200,000-strong Orc army. Although the Orc army had dispersed its tents to prevent artillery fire, the original power of Gustav's shot could have created a crater the size of 4 football fields. Not to mention the terrifying impact. According to Orc statistics, nearly 1,000 Orcs were killed directly, and thousands more suffered damage, such as dislocation of internal organs and hearing loss. Some Orc soldiers farther away were fine, but those closer were even more affected. A deep fear of Gustav had already formed. At the same time, the 7th level Orc magician provided the answer. Gustav's power was at least equivalent to the full force of a peak level 7th level magician. It was even comparable to that of an 8th level magician. The current Orc army simply couldn't withstand such a blow. The commander of this Orc army hurriedly contacted the commanders of the other armies, and shared the news. Verity also learned that Great Yin had produced weapons capable of completely annihilating them. At this point in the battle, the Orc Empire was completely defeated. If they didn't concede, they would lose their entire fortune. Verity remained unfazed when the army was divided and surrounded, nor when the barbed wire was erected. Even now, when the Great Yin army presented Gustav, they were finally frightened. Because Verity knew that Gustav would gradually chip away at the Orc army, and its immense power would threaten the cities of the Orc Empire. If the Great Flame annihilated them, they could march north. With Gustav's terrifying might, the Great Flame could already destroy cities along its path. The Orc Empire couldn't lose, but Verity could. So could the Orc army. He, Verity, would never allow the Great Flame to destroy his homeland, even if it meant being branded a traitor. Thinking of this, Verity consulted the Orc Emperor, Beremert, one last time. He asked him, since the Orc army was at its wit's end, and the enemy was using terrifying weapons, threatening the Empire's cities, whether to surrender in order to save the Empire. Beremert gave his answer. Never. In 10 days, a 1,000,000-strong mage army will arrive at the border to rescue you. Verity smiled at this. 10 days? A single shot from the Yan's weapons could terrify thousands of soldiers. Do you think the Yan will give the Orc army 10 days? And half of the Orc army is already out of food. Many magicians are already using space magic to create passages. But their low-level space magic can't transport living things, only small amounts of food. But for an army of 750,000, this is a drop in the bucket. It can't even meet the army's needs, and can only barely keep the Orc army alive. Verity left the tent. He looked at the 100,000 remaining soldiers who had followed him, and at the many young faces among them. Despair, confusion, anger. A variety of expressions filled their faces. Baradin finally lost patience. He looked toward the great flame fortress outside the camp, a network of barbed wire and machine gun fire. Many Orcs had surrendered under cover of darkness, while others, fearlessly, attempted to break through the blockade. But there was only one outcome. The stinking corpses on the ground were the answer. At some point, raindrops began to fall. The late autumn rain was chilly. Drops fell on Baradin's pale hair. Baradin cried, feeling powerless once again. He didn't want to see the Empire fail again, but defeat was already inevitable. The soldiers stared at Baradin silently, and many cried too. Urus looked at Baradin, and thought of the leaflet again. He hesitated. Baradin was a good commander, but he wanted to survive. Just as Urus hesitated, Baradin pointed at him. Child, yes you. Come here, Baradin said kindly. Urus felt a little guilty, but he still walked towards Baruti. Son, what's your name? How old are you? My name is Urus, I'm 17. How many people are there in your family? My father died in battle, and now only my mother and 13-year-old sister are left at home. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Baruti took a deep breath and then asked, So how does your family make a living now? When I was here, I helped with the farming. My mother and herd sheep for the nobles, barely making ends meet. Hearing Urus' words, many veterans silently wiped away their tears. Why cry? Because this is reality. At this point, Urus couldn't help but lower his head. He didn't want to cry in front of everyone. Child, I want to know. Do you want to go home? Go home alive. Barity patted Urus' shoulder and said. Urus was stunned. He watched Barity stare at him, and the others stare at him as well. Everyone was waiting for his answer. Urus was afraid. He was afraid that if he revealed his answer, the generals would kill him for disrupting the army's morale. But he had never longed to go home so much. I do. I want to go home. Urus practically roared his answer. Barity looked at the crowd and asked, Do you want to go home? We do. Go home. Go home. Go home. Barity nodded and said, You will go home. We will all go home. I promise. Hearing this, all the orcs were in an uproar. They couldn't believe it. The emperor had clearly ordered no surrender, yet Marshal Barity said they could go home. Rather than trusting the illusory emperor, they preferred to believe Marshal Barity before them. All the orcs looked at Barity eagerly. Barity unleashed his magical power and soared into the air. He declared with his magical power, "Commander of the opposing human coalition forces, I am the Orc Supreme Commander Barity." The orcs no longer wished to fight. Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the front immediately informed their company commander, who immediately contacted headquarters. Leon was not surprised by this news, and immediately took Caddis and Carl to meet with Barity. Leon had a premonition that the Orc Empire would soon be plunged into civil strife, and that Barity was undoubtedly responsible. Chapter 145. You are Leader Lion, right? I am Baruti, the Imperial Marshal of the Orc Empire. On the battlefield, between the Great Flame and the Orc positions, in an open space, the two leaders met. Yes, I am Lion. I long heard of Marshal Baruti's reputation. I admire his feat of restoring the nation from 10 cities. Although Baruti was an enemy, his deeds commanded Lion's admiration. He never supported a war of aggression. He was commissioned by the Emperor in all his wars, never volunteering. Many times, he accepted the order in times of defeat. It could be said that Baruti extended the life of the Orc Empire for 30 years. Because it has been exactly 30 years now, and as for the future, who knows? And there was something Baruti said that Lion really liked. I don't support war for the sake of the people, but I lead wars for the sake of the country. He was such a non-warlike man, yet he possessed supreme combat talent. Barity, so you've grown old too? Caddis sighed, looking at the frail old man before him. Yes, you've grown old too, but I'm leaving first, and I worry about the future of the orcs. Barity responded, looking at his nemesis, Caddis. You haven't met a good ruler. This is the Orc Empire's sorrow, but it's fortunate to have you. Caddis praised him. Barity was a true general, and that was the real reason Caddis and his men considered him an adversary. Heroes cherish each other. Caddis also stood up for the enemy general he had fought for over a decade. However, Caddis was thankful to have met Leon, and to be able to shine again in his lifetime. Carl couldn't help but sigh. The high-spirited Baruti 20 years ago had grown old. All right, enough of that. Today, I want to discuss getting my children home, Baruti said, waving his hand. The others stopped sighing, and took the matter seriously. Marshal Baruti, the current situation is that the Orc army's defeat is a foregone conclusion. Marshal, you should know that, right? Leon said, like a seasoned shrew. I know. So, I have only one request. Let your only son return home. Everyone else surrender unconditionally. At Baruti's words, Leon and Caddis's expressions changed slightly. Originally, Leon had planned to keep them all, send them to Dehien for labor reform, and contribute to its development. But Baruti's demands clearly exceeded Leon's expectations. However, Leon and the others quickly adjusted. Caddis spoke first. Barity, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. The Orc Empire's invasion of the Holy Empire is an undeniable fact, so the orcs must pay for their actions. Lion listened to the conversation, his mind replaying Hansa's analysis of the Orc Empire. An agrarian nation, relying on herding and farming for survival, has consistently exploited the lower classes, squeezing out its war potential. The domestic economy is on the verge of collapse. Lion clasped the hilt of the mountain and river sword, thinking. Off to the side, Barity and Caddis were arguing. Lion slammed the table and said, I agree, but I have one condition. Hearing Leon's agreement, Caddis looked puzzled, but remained silent, knowing that Leon must have a solution. After all, Leon hated the orcs even more than he did. Leader Leon, please speak. Baruti looked at Leon and said, all underage orcs must undergo 3 months of labor reform in Dehien. Those found innocent can return after 3 months, and those with outstanding performance can return earlier. Hearing this, Baruti hesitated. Standing beside him, Caddis instantly understood Leon's intention. This was to completely destroy the Orc Empire. Yes, Leon wanted to give these young orcs a revolutionary education. These innocent youngsters went to the battlefield and experienced the cruelty of war. They already had some understanding of war, and the trauma it brought. 3 months would surely change them. After all, our ancestors in previous lives had been able to tame them. Why couldn't I give it a try? If it doesn't work, I won't eat beef. Let them return to the Orc Empire and initiate bottom-up change. Success or failure, Dehien would intervene. If it succeeds, then just when it's about to succeed, he'd pull off a monkey-stealing trick. If that doesn't work, we come to your aid. In short, Let the Orc Empire fight among itself, buying time for Leon and his men. Concentrate our forces against the Demon Empire. What about the others? Verity's heart was moved. The guilty will be tried according to the laws of Great Yin, and the innocent will undergo labor reform. But their release depends on the Orc Empire. We will only release them if the Orcs surrender and pay compensation, Leon said calmly. Verity's heart sank at this. Then, he spoke. Let me think about it. No problem, Marshal. I want the results before sunset tonight, otherwise the cannons from last night will continue until dawn. Leon also spoke. Verity didn't stop, returning to the camp at top speed. He then addressed his lieutenant. Count all the soldiers. I want to know how many are underage. With Verity's order, the Orc army immediately moved. Although they didn't know what Verity was going to do, the 1.5 million strong army obeyed Verity's orders unconditionally. In less than half a day, Verity had determined the number of underage soldiers in the Orc army. Among the 1.5 million soldiers, there were 270,000 wounded. These 270,000 underage soldiers ranged from 13 to 18, each a day shy of their age. Verity felt a chill in his heart. Has the Empire reached this point? Of course not. These underage soldiers were children from the poorest families. They were simply cannon fodder. With a population of nearly 200 million, it was impossible for the Empire to field child soldiers. Then there was only one possibility. The nobles were using these low-ranking people as cannon fodder. Because the Empire employed a conscription system. The Orc army recruited able-bodied men. Each man was given 10 silver coins. And the nobles in charge of the conscription simply chose these children to save money. Thinking of this, Verity couldn't help but spit out blood. The nobles are incompetent. The nobles are incompetent. Empire! 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 Verity roared, then fainted. The lieutenants immediately rushed forward to support Verity. In the evening, just as the sun was about to set, Verity awoke. His first words were, Tell Leon I agree. All the generals bowed their heads. I saved the Orc Empire, but it's not worth your death. Or rather, you shouldn't fight for certain people. With that, Verity fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 146. Leader, Verity has agreed to our terms. Leon immediately turned to Hans. Confirmed. Verity has indeed agreed to our terms, but he's fallen ill and likely won't live long. Hans explained the situation. Leon glanced thoughtfully at the Orc camp in the distance. He then announced his acceptance of the Orc surrender. At the same time, he began counting the Orcs who had committed crimes. The prisoners were separated according to their crimes. Many of the most heinous Orc soldiers panicked as they watched the prisoners being separated. They found themselves surrounded by soldiers with blood on their hands. They seemed to have imagined their own fate. Many soldiers attempted to flee. They were shot dead by nearby Great Yin soldiers. They instantly fell to the ground, their lives unknown. The other soldiers, seeing this, calmed down. Soon, the 1.5 million man army was sorted. Among them, there were over 200,000 wounded. As for the lightly wounded, Leon simply treated them. After all, Great Yin is a nation of propriety. How could they persecute prisoners? He praised the generous treatment of the prisoners, and their gratitude overflowed like a spring. Then they voluntarily devoted themselves to the construction of Great Yin. So touching. What kind men they are. As for the disabled soldiers, Leon simply waved his hand and sent them back. Let them return to attack the Orc Empire. As for the seriously injured, Leon very humanely asked for their opinions. Would they go home or stay? As for those returning home, Leon immediately let the disabled soldiers take them away, regardless of life or death. Meanwhile, for the seriously injured who remained behind, Leon had Hans send someone to keep them. Soon, no more wounded were seen in the Orc army. At midnight, the Orc captives, divided into countless groups, finally received hot food. Those guilty of serious crimes were denied food by Leon. Those guilty of lesser crimes were given discarded black bread. Innocent soldiers were given porridge. Leon still needed them to overthrow the Orc regime. He couldn't let them die. Many Orcs beamed with joy, for they finally no longer had to starve and worry about their own sudden death. Although they were captives, at least they had food. Many soldiers thanked Verity for his choice and prayed for his speedy recovery. Just then, the order from the Orc Emperor Baramert arrived. Upon learning that Verity had surrendered without authorization, the Orc Emperor Baramert was furious. How could he do this? How could he do this? I trusted him so much. How could he do this? The Orc Emperor Baramert was so angry that he was speechless. Your Majesty, Verity's actions are treason. I recommend severe punishment, said Baramert's attendant. Yes. He's committing treason. Come, tell him. Never return. He's betrayed my trust. Give him the sword. Then the magician immediately wrote down Baramir's words and, using space magic, sent the letter and the sword to Barity. Barity, having just woken up, heard Baramir's words and saw the sword. Trembling, Barity took up the sword. After a long silence he spoke. History repeats itself with surprising regularity. 20 years ago, I laughed at Kitty's being driven away by Edward III. Today, I, Barity, was ordered by Baramir to commit suicide. What a twist of fate! Barity smiled bitterly. This sword was Barity's former sword. It was with this sword that Barity helped restore the Orc Empire. Also, this sword was later gifted by Barity to the previous emperor. And it was with this sword that the previous emperor committed suicide. Marshal. No! Marshal. The disarmed generals in the tent immediately tried to persuade him. Knowing that Barity was ill, Leon still gave him the respect he deserved. Meanwhile, Carl stood guard outside the tent. Hearing the commotion inside, Carl didn't notify Leon. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and quietly stared at the tent before him. Inside the tent, Barity looked at the generals around him, shook his head, and said, "It's useless. Someone must take responsibility for this surrender, and I initiated it. I will shoulder this responsibility." Then he drew his sword. He saw his face reflected in the sword. Have I really grown this old? Looking up at the others, they were all looking at Barity with concern. Barity smiled, placed the sword against his neck, and said, "In my life, I fought over 300 battles, big and small, and never let anyone down. I have no regrets in my life, but what worries me is the future of the Empire. I ask one last favor of you, protect our country." With that, he swung his sword and committed suicide. Marshal! Marshal! He listened to the exclamations from within the tent. Carl put down his teacup and gazed at the midnight sky. Congratulations, you're free. Soon, news of Barity's suicide spread throughout the Orc army, and Leon and the others also learned of it. Compared to the calm of Leon and his companions, the Orc army was like a madman. Wailing echoed throughout the long night. Many Orcs fainted from weeping. They couldn't believe that Marshal Baruti, whom they had revered as a god, had died. But when they learned that Baruti's death was linked to the Orc Emperor Baramir, their fury boiled over. Baramir had forced Baruti to death. A wave of hatred permeated the Orc army. Urus huddled in a tent, surrounded by enraged Orc soldiers. Urus cried silently, unable to believe it. The war was clearly over, so why had Marshal Baruti died, and at the hands of the Emperor he had been taught to support since childhood? Urus was devastated. By day, Baruti had patted his shoulder, and now he was gone forever. Why? Why are good people always bullied in this world? Why? I just want to return home alive. But it's so difficult. Urus pulled out the flyer he'd been hiding in his pocket. He read what it said. "You must understand why we're fighting." Why am I fighting? I'm fighting for all those in this country who, like me, have been oppressed by the nobles. If the nobles hadn't started the war, I wouldn't be here, wouldn't have to leave my homeland. I must go back and make the nobles pay. In Diane's words, where the people are, there is justice, and justice will triumph over evil. I will liberate my country. With Barity's suicide, news spread like an avalanche. The Orc Empire also learned of Barity's suicide. The entire empire was in uproar. Baramir labeled Barity a traitor, and prohibited his worship. But the people spontaneously held a memorial. The entire nation was in mourning. Baramir sent soldiers to suppress the protest, but the soldiers refused. Because they, too, felt sorry for Barity's suicide. The Orc Empire was just one straw away from collapse. Chapter 147. With the Orc army's surrender and Barity's suicide, the war against the Orc Empire finally came to an end. However, Baramir remained steadfast. He continued to order the Mage Corps toward the border. Brian led the human coalition northward, confronting the Orc Empire at the border. The Mage Corps had originally received the Emperor's order to attack, but they encountered Barity's coffin. The Mage Corps immediately halted their advance. When the Mage Corps learned that Barity had been forced to death by Baramir, they immediately disobeyed the order and chose to escort Barity's coffin back home. The Mage Corps, cut off from information due to their march, only now learned of Barity's fate. Angry, they immediately sought an explanation from Baramir. Brian watched this scene with a bewildered eye. Retreating now, after repeated confirmation, Brian breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed the Mage Legion had indeed withdrawn. He then set his sights on the Holy Empire. Several principalities were in rebellion, with over 1 million rebels remaining. The empire itself was not at peace. To reclaim his homeland, Lion left behind an infantry division to assist Brian in unifying the empire. The remaining soldiers returned to Sin City, preparing to rest and regroup before marching west. A few days later, Lion and his men returned to Dahien with over 1 million captives. They were imprisoned according to predetermined categories and put under labor reform. At the same time, the Demon Empire unleashed a secret weapon. A mobile fortress, a massive fortress, magically aided by magic, moved along the ground. According to frontline soldiers, the mobile fortress was likely powered by earth elemental magic. Leon also felt a sense of worry for the Eastern Elves. The mobile fortress was so powerful that even a 150mm howitzer couldn't penetrate it. However, Emperor Sif of the Eastern Elf Empire temporarily halted the fortress's advance with forbidden magic. But the demons on the western front continued their advance. They quickly surrounded the Eastern Elf capital. The Eastern Elf capital's air force had already been evacuated. Only a single logistics battalion remained, unable to leave in time. The battle for the Elven capital was about to begin. So, upon returning to Sin City, Leon immediately assembled all of Dahien's forces. Except for the 1st Armored Division, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Armored Divisions were assembled. One division remained in garrison, and one was fighting the rebellion in the Holy Empire. Leon still had 2 mountain infantry divisions, and 2 artillery divisions available. Leon left the 4th Armored Division and 1 mountain infantry division in Dahien, preparing to bring 2 armored divisions, 1 mountain infantry division, and 2 artillery divisions, totaling 250,000 men, to support the Eastern Elves. Meanwhile, Leon ordered some captured 6th-level magicians to hastily craft a Gustav. Meanwhile, the armory had already begun developing an enhanced Gustav. Soon, the Great Flame was operating at full speed, making final preparations for the impending march. Inside the Duke's palace, Leon was resting. After months of fighting, he finally had a chance to rest and relax. But just then, someone burst through the door. Little Leon. Tell me the truth. Who is Yu? Who is Yin Xian? How are they related to you? And Leia? Watching his mother's eyes light up, Leon was sweating profusely. They're still children. Leia is the princess of the Forest Elf Kingdom. Leon answered honestly. Where's Yin Qinchi? Leon fell silent, sweat dripping down his spine. But just then, Elena patted Leon and said, It's okay, just treat them well. And, when will I get to hold my grandchildren? Leon stood there, bewildered. And just then, Hans burst through the door. Leader, the battle to defend the Elven Empire's capital has officially begun. I'm sorry, Lady Elena. Hans had barely finished speaking when he saw Elena lecturing Leon. She then slipped away, preparing to leave. Wait! Hans! What are you talking about? Leon spoke as if grasping at a straw. Goodbye, mother. Looking at Leon, who seemed to be fleeing, Elena smiled. Tease her son was so much fun. But her expression quickly changed. No, if Leon kept up this way, she didn't know when she'd ever get to hold her grandchildren. Looks like I have to resort to some tricks. Lion, rushing to the military headquarters, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Inside the headquarters, Dahien's military ministers and top fighters had gathered. To end the war quickly, Lion summoned Yun Chi-Chi, Celtic, and Alina. Everyone gathered to discuss the battle plan. Before the meeting began, Lion ordered all Stukas and B-29s to take off to support the Eastern Elf Empire. He also questioned the Dwarf Empire and the Western Elf Empire as to why they weren't rescuing the Eastern Elf Empire. Neither country responded. Lion didn't react. The country is on the verge of destruction, yet they're still fighting among themselves. I'm so pissed. What a bunch of scum trying to get in my way. It's okay. Everything will be fine as long as the 1st Armored Division launches its offensive. Caddis offered his own perspective on the current Elves situation. The Eastern Elves are now completely powerless to stop the demonic offensive. The only turning point is to stop the demonic offensive in the capital, or in other words, to defeat and annihilate the demonic empire in the capital. Does that mean we have to fight a city battle in the capital? Indeed, and we must fight to the death. We must defend the capital. This is the Eastern Elves' only chance. Once we enter the city, the range advantage of magical weapons will be diminished. City fighting is a strategic game. Elves equipped with PPSH-41s are likely to crush the demonic forces in the capital. Listening to Caddis's proposal, everyone fell into deep thought. Leon's mind was full of thoughts. PPSH-41, city fighting, winter is almost here. Wow, the buses are fully stacked. Leon immediately adopted this plan. He also ordered a transport fleet to deliver a large amount of weapons to the Eastern Elves. A large number of PPSH-41s and ammunition were delivered to the outside of the Elven capital. The demons surrounded the city on 3 sides, leaving only one exit near the Song River. This was done to lure the elves out. After all, the Demon Empire was also struggling internally. If they could easily capture the Elven capital, they could minimize their losses. But it was clear that the Eastern Elf Empire would not allow them to do so. The elves were continuously transporting troops, weapons, and ammunition into the Elven capital via the Song River. The logistics battalion chose to remain, directing the Elven city fighting. Lion commended their actions, and gave them the authority to call for air support. It wasn't that Lion didn't want to give the elves this authority, but rather that his own people were more reliable. The Elven soldiers took advantage of the night to row their boats towards the capital before them. The capital must not be lost. Chapter 148. Because of the need for urban combat, Leon invested heavily, experimentally manufacturing 5 Stern Tigers. They were powered by a magic crystal fuel mixture and manually loaded. A 4th-level Dochi Knight was hired as the loader. A 4th-level Dochi Knight could easily carry the Stern Tiger's 350-kilogram shells. At the same time, to bolster the Elven soldiers' anti-tank capabilities, a large number of Panzerfausts and Pak-40 anti-tank guns were transported. Many soldiers chose a house with good visibility, dug it open, and placed a Pak-40 anti-tank gun inside. Dian already had mines. However, using mines in urban combat is extremely dangerous and could potentially kill unsuspecting allies. To be on the safe side, Leon provided them with tens of thousands of Panzerfausts. The reason for Leon's generosity was that the RPG-7 was about to be released. The Panzerfaust would be consigned to the back of the cabinet if it wasn't used again. The firepower of a 10-man Elven squad has changed dramatically. 4 of the 10 are equipped with PPSH-41 rifles, 4 with medium-sized rifles, and 2 with ZB-26 machine guns. They carry 24 grenades and 2 Panzerfausts. Seeing the elves' equipment, Leon couldn't help but grumble. If they can still lose, then let's restart. Meanwhile, Hans discovered the person who leaked the Panzer IV tank. It was a dwarven blacksmith. He had connections with the Dwarven Empire before Leon arrived, but they were rare and covert, having only been activated twice in 20 years. Even the intelligence agency hadn't uncovered his details. Leon hadn't reached a conclusion on his fate, waiting to judge him after the battle. However, he still had the Intelligence Bureau interrogate him. Some Dwarf Empire spies hidden within the Great Yin were uncovered. 2 days later, the fully prepared Great Yin National Defense Army set out in full force. Everyone in the Great Yin nation longed for the soldiers' triumphant return. Many new recruits were filled with anticipation for the war, yearning for the sight of the veterans returning in glory. But their squad leader kept telling them that war was no joke. But what could these young, hot-blooded men do? Would they listen to their squad leader's earnest advice? Once they were on the battlefield, they would understand all this. Shortly after the Great Yin National Defense Army set out, the Demon Empire launched an attack on the capital of the Eastern Elf Empire. This city, which had stood firm for thousands of years, was once again affected by war. The demons assembled an army of over 2 million to launch the offensive. The Eastern Elf Empire was the first to activate its magic circle for defense. But the demons had learned their lesson, using a large number of magic crystal cannons to bombard the magic circle. It took a full half-day to destroy the magic circle. The bombardment continued, razing the city walls to the ground. Many houses were also hit. This clearly demonstrated the Demon Empire's determination to capture the Eastern Elf Empire's capital. They placed such high importance on this city because they believed that if they captured it, they could force the Eastern Elf Empire to surrender. Alas, their illusions were doomed to be shattered. After nearly a day of bombardment, the walls surrounding the capital were completely razed. The entire interior of the Eastern Elf Empire's capital was exposed. The Demon Empire's soldiers seemed to see victory beckoning. After a night's rest, they prepared to launch an offensive the next day. But that night, the Great Flame Air Force arrived. The Air Force had already learned of the Demon Empire's offensive when the magic crystal cannons bombarded the capital. But the Demon Empire's air defenses were becoming increasingly sophisticated. A large-scale airstrike against the demons had to be launched under cover of darkness. In the darkness, it was difficult for the magicians to see aircraft in the sky. And this time, the Air Force also gave the demons a great gift, 50 B-29 bombers. These 50 B-29 bombers, combined with 500 Stukas, took advantage of the darkness to bombard the Demon Empire's frontline positions. The Demon Empire lost over 3,000 soldiers that night. However, even more heartbreaking than the casualties, the Demon Empire was more devastated by the loss of equipment. A significant amount of equipment, and supplies intended for the next day's attack were destroyed by the bombing. But the next day's attack had to proceed as planned. This was only compensated by the lives of the soldiers on the front lines. At dawn the next day, over 500 magic crystal chariots of the Demon Empire roared, leading 100,000 demon mage soldiers as they attacked the capital. They launched their attack with utmost confidence. But they could never have imagined what awaited them within the city. The soldiers who survived the battle said this: "If I had another chance, I would never set foot here." The Demon Empire's vanguard quickly entered the outer city. They swept through the streets of the outer city. But strangely, they seemed to have found no trace of a single enemy. The commander of the Demon Front immediately sensed something was amiss. According to their intelligence, there were still many Elven Empire soldiers within the city. Where were they exactly? At this moment, numerous squads, each consisting of a magic crystal chariot and hundreds of soldiers, were advancing into the city. Inside the magic crystal chariot, the loader, loading the magic crystals, couldn't help but grumble. It seems these elves are scared. Tiny elves dare to go against the Empire? Ha ha ha. Luffy, don't be careless. After all, the great flame stands behind the elves. The commander admonished him. Captain, don't scare me. Just them? As the magic crystal chariot slowly advanced, a house door appeared on the far side of the street. A great flame defense force corporal wearing an M35 helmet, and several elven soldiers were manning a Pak-40 anti-tank gun. The gun was trained on the advancing magic crystal chariot. Squad leader, shall we fight? An elven soldier licked his lips and asked nervously. Everyone was nervous. A corporal from the Great Yin National Defense Force was staring intently at the magic crystal chariot through a telescope. If we fire at close range, we likely only have one shot. If we can't take it out with one, we be the ones to fall, the corporal said nervously. And just in front of this house, hiding in the houses on both sides of the street, were over 200 elven soldiers. If they destroyed the magic mirror chariot, the elven soldiers would launch their attack. Not only were anti-tank guns trained on the chariot, but several iron fists were also ready. How could a demon soldier, who had never experienced urban combat, understand the horrors of it? The Demon Empire was destined to suffer a heavy setback. Chapter 149. Fire! Boom! Following the corporal's order, the elven soldiers immediately opened fire. A 75mm armor-piercing shell flew out of the building and directly hit the advancing magic crystal chariot. The two were less than 200 meters apart. At this distance, the Pak-40's power was incredibly strong. It pierced the magic crystal chariot with one shot. With incredible luck, the shot hit the driver's seat, knocking the chariot to its knees. The demons had made a mistake. Their magic crystal chariot was modeled after the Tiger tank. They didn't choose the more superior sloped armor. Instead, they opted for vertical armor. Watching the shell pierce the demon's chariot, the corporal immediately gave the order. Switch to high explosive rounds. A dozen seconds later, the elven soldier had loaded the high explosive rounds. Fire! Boom! The demon soldiers had barely recovered from the shock of the first shot when the second round arrived. Another hit landed on the grounded demon chariot. The demon chariot instantly erupted in flames. The single shot blasted the chariot's stored magic crystals, sending the crystal chariot skyward. The demon soldiers were stunned, and some searched for traces of the enemy. But they were met with dozens of grenades. The grenades blew them skyward. The demon soldiers, who managed to survive, struggled to their feet, and saw the elven soldiers rushing out of the house. Looking at the PPSH-41 rifles in their hands, their hearts sank. After just 2 shots, the elven soldiers unleashed a volley of bullets, overwhelming the demon soldiers. They were forced to retreat. Almost instantly, the demon army entering the capital came under varying degrees of attack. Over half the chariots were destroyed the moment they met them. Of the remaining half were destroyed by the Iron Fist. Only a quarter of the chariots, seeing the situation was not right, immediately retreated. The demon soldiers also evacuated immediately. In the capital, upon seeing the demons retreat, the soldiers of the Great Yin Defense Force immediately drove away their Pak-40s and deployed them at the next defensive point. The military had already formulated a plan for the elves. Use the numerous streets in the outer city to destroy as many of the demon crystal chariots as possible, and annihilate as many of their active forces as possible. Look for an opportunity for a decisive battle in the inner city. Sif analyzed the Great Yin's plan and found it to be the optimal solution. She agreed without hesitation. But with the first wave of attacks thwarted. Inside the Demon Empire's army headquarters, the demon commander Irda angrily smashed a table. Why? Why was the once mighty chariot force being beaten back? Irene's words made everyone bow their heads. According to reports from frontline soldiers, the elves possess a large number of anti-tank weapons. A general whispered, "That's no excuse for your failure. Continue the attack tomorrow. Since the elves are determined to defend every inch of the capital, we will seize it inch by inch." Understood. With Ires' order, the demon army changed its tactics. The soldiers would lead the charge, and tanks would be called upon for support if difficulties arose. That night, the Gradian Air Force arrived again. This time, dive bombers like the Stuka were not deployed. Instead, they relied solely on B-29s, as dive bombers were easily shot down by the magician's concentrated fire. This was a bloody lesson. However, to protect the B-29s, the Air Force dispatched 200 Mustang fighters. Last night's attack was a surprise attack, and tonight, there was a high probability of encountering the Demon Air Force. As expected, shortly after the B-29s dropped their bombs, a large number of magical aircraft flew in from the distance. They were called aircraft, but in reality, they were modeled after the Stuka and other aircraft. Then they drew a wind magic circle, causing the giant iron bird to rise and propel itself forward. The magic circle was activated using magic crystals. At first, the demon pilots thought this was another Stuka or Mustang. So, the 300 magic crystal aircraft gathered their strength, ready to teach the Great Flame Air Force a lesson. But in reality, the Great Flame taught them a lesson. The quadruple Flak 37 anti-aircraft cannons sent them fleeing in panic. One hit would have disintegrated in midair. Not to mention the Mustangs escorting the B-29s. After expending a large amount of magic crystals, the demon pilots finally approached the B-29. However, when they saw the massive fuselage of the B-29 clearly reflected in the moonlight, they were stunned. What was this? Before they could react, they were riddled with bullets from the quadruple 12.7mm machine guns. What on earth was this? The Demon Air Force, realizing they could gain no advantage, decisively retreated. After all, a single magical aircraft cost several times more than a tank. Nothing could happen. The Air Force became the most prestigious branch of the Demon Empire. As the two sides engaged in aerial combat, the demons and elves below watched the battle. When the elves saw the demons retreat, they cheered. The Dayin soldiers remaining in the city were also worried about the Air Force. As a logistics force, they were well aware that the Air Force's advantage was dwindling. With the advent of magical aircraft, Dayin's air superiority was being weakened. Tonight's battle had declared to the world that Dayin was the master of the skies. Meanwhile, Lion and his men were up all night, watching tonight's air battle closely. If the air battle failed, Lion would focus on developing the Air Force. Currently, Dayin's focus was on armored forces and rocket artillery. Missile research and development was also underway. But Lion remained deeply concerned about air superiority. If air superiority were ever to change, Lion would retake it as quickly as possible. However, jet aircraft development was already underway. It's just that a significant industrial quota hadn't been allocated. After learning that the B-29 had ripped apart the Demon Air Force, Lion couldn't help but pump his fist. He then ordered the aircraft factory to accelerate jet aircraft development. Better to be prepared. The next day, the demon soldiers regrouped and launched a new offensive. The Demon Empire's reputation as a bulldozer finally shone brightly again. The demon soldiers, with their formidable physique, gained a certain advantage in the battle. But the elves, relying on their weapons, barely held off the demons. As time went on, the elven soldiers gradually retreated. This wasn't because they couldn't win. It was because they were coordinating the larger operation. Over 300 elves and demons died fighting for a single 3-story house. The casualties were evenly matched. The elves had proven their combat effectiveness, and to better inflict damage on the demons, the military proposed letting the demons into the city. Then, they would be held in a fixed area, bombed at night by B-29 bombers. The demons couldn't abandon the land they had secured, so they were bound to be bombed tonight. After a brief battle plan was established, the elves conceded the 3 damaged blocks. The houses in these 3 blocks had been largely demolished. There is no point in defending any longer. Chapter 150. Night soon fell. Over 50,000 demon troops were stationed within the city, defending the blocks captured during the day. But one demon officer sensed something was amiss. The unusual daytime behavior and the quiet nighttime calm filled the officer with suspicion. The elves, clearly intent on fighting to the death, had decisively abandoned their positions during the day. Although these blocks had been nearly completely demolished, it didn't mean they could no longer resist the attack. But the elves had simply abandoned this place. So, the officer concluded that the opposing elves would surely launch a counterattack under cover of darkness. The officer was indeed correct. Their enemy would attack at night, but this attack would come from the sky. To avoid accidentally harming friendly forces within the city, this time, 100 Stuka bombers were dispatched, loaded with incendiary bombs. These 100 pilots were among the first to be assigned to the Elven Empire, and had ample combat experience. That was why they were assigned to this dangerous mission. At the same time, Leon ordered the elves to prepare flares. Separate the bombing zone from the non-bombing zone. At midnight, the demon soldiers, already on high alert, finally saw the elves move. But they only saw them throw a large number of flares into the streets. Instantly, the demon-held area was isolated. Several red flares flew into the demon-held area. The demon soldiers watched the elves' movements with some confusion, but soon they heard the familiar roar of airplanes. Run! It was unknown who said this, but all the soldiers began to evacuate, seeking cover to avoid the airstrike. At this moment, the Stuka formations, having already secured their bombing zone, began their descent. The demon soldiers once again heard terrifying death screams. Many soldiers took refuge in houses, attempting to avoid the bombing, but they had not anticipated the Air Force's use of incendiary bombs. Napalm bomb after napalm bomb rained down, instantly igniting the entire area. Even the soldiers hiding in the houses were not spared. The raging flames shot through the windows. The entire demon-held area was reduced to a sea of fire. Except for the stunned elves. Even the Air Force pilots themselves had not anticipated the sheer power of the incendiary bombs. The sea of fire mercilessly devoured the lives of the demon soldiers in the occupied area. They frantically searched for water to put out the fire, but found none nearby. The original water elemental magic circle had long been destroyed by the retreating elves. The officers at the demon army headquarters witnessed this, and immediately dispatched a unit of magicians to extinguish the fire. Some nearby troops tried to extinguish the fire, but it was too intense. Furthermore, many of the elven buildings were made of wood, amplifying the power of the incendiary bombs. The soldiers could only watch helplessly as their comrades, trapped in the captured area, burned to death. By the time the magician unit arrived, the flames had already ignited. A 7th-level magician cast a water spell without hesitation. It successfully brought down a heavy rain, but how could a mere rain extinguish the burning of the gasoline bombs? Finally, with the help of several 7th-level magicians, the flames were successfully extinguished, but the 50,000 demon soldiers inside had been killed or wounded. The positions captured during the day had been reduced to rubble. The entire captured area lay bare. Upon hearing this, Ired erupted in anger once again. He was furious, not because of the loss of 50,000 troops, but because of the loss of the positions he had secured during the day. The destroyed captured area was no way to stop the elves' offensive, and it wouldn't allow the army to build a defense. Thinking of this, Ired came up with another plan. He would assemble 300,000 troops, divide them into 3 groups, and launch a rotating attack. A 24-hour attack. This would prevent the Gradian Air Force from continuing to bomb the captured area. After all, both sides were already in a state of chaos. Would you really dare bomb them? Just as Ired ordered the new offensive, many soldiers took the opportunity to rest and prepare for the next day's attack. At the same time, Ired had learned of the Great Yan's entry into the war. He assembled the remaining 1 million plus troops, and deployed them on both sides, to block the Great Yan reinforcements from reaching the capital of the Eastern Elf Empire. Unbeknownst to them, the 1st Armored Division had already arrived along the Song River. Gazing at the elven capital across the river, the soldiers of the Armored Division wore a look of determination. They had received orders to enter the elven capital, and help the elves resist the demonic army. However, they did not act immediately upon arrival. Instead, they held a trump card, waiting for the right moment to strike. The demonic army was completely unaware of the 1st Armored Division's arrival in the elven capital. They had secretly entered the city under cover of darkness. The Armored Division's armored units, aided by elven magicians, had crossed the Song River and, with the help of the elves, had concealed themselves. Currently, the capital boasts 500,000 Elf Empire soldiers, and 50,000 Great Flame armored troops have just arrived. In terms of troop strength, the Demon Empire's forces are 4 times greater than the Elf Empire's. But Sith has already begun an emergency mobilization, seeking to gather another 500,000 troops. And to the north, over 1 million troops are still confronting the Demon Empire. Under the threat of the mobile fortress, the Northern Elven army is steadily retreating. At this moment, Leon and his men have arrived within the territory of the Forest Elf Kingdom. After analyzing the situation, Leon ordered his troops north. The elf capital is a meat grinder, There's no need to throw elite soldiers into it to die. Let the elf soldiers hold off the demon empire. However, Leon still sent 5 Star Tigers to the elf capital. They were assigned to the 1st Armored Division. In urban combat, these weapons are a formidable force. No matter how staunch the enemy's resistance, a single shell would utterly crumble. De Yin headed north to repel the Demon Empire's offensive. I heard its mobile fortress is incredibly strong, but I wonder if it's simply because it's strong enough, or if the Gustav shells are even more powerful. To protect the mobile fortress, Leon specially brought 2 Gustavs. The high-spirited demon army never imagined that their enemies had already found a way to defeat the fortress. The next day, the demon soldiers outside the city launched another attack. This meant a full 300,000-man army engaged in a relentless battle. This ruthlessly depleted both sides' forces. Faced with the Demon Empire's relentless offensive, the Elven Empire could only push forward. The ultimate result was the 500,000-man army's utter depletion. But the important thing wasn't their depletion, but how long they could hold out. As long as they could hold out, there was hope of victory. Chapter 151. As the battle to defend the capital reached a stalemate, the demons in the north also received orders to attack. They were ordered to advance and put pressure on the Eastern Elf Empire. So, millions of demons advanced again. Even though the elven soldiers fought tooth and nail, trying their best to stop the demons' advance, they were powerless against the mobile fortress. In just one day, the demon army advanced 100 kilometers. The elven army was losing ground. As night fell, the demon army did not launch an attack. The elven soldiers had a rare chance to rest. At this moment, inside the demon army's mobile fortress, the demons were celebrating because they would break through the Eastern Elf Empire's last line of defense in the north tomorrow. If the elves lost this last line of defense, the entire northern front would collapse. The elves had no way to deal with this, because the division of the Elven Empire had greatly weakened the Eastern Elves' combat effectiveness. Many resources were controlled by the Western Elf Empire. The commander of the Eastern Elves' northern defense line had been sleepless for days. He knew the fate of the entire empire rested in his hands. If he couldn't hold the north, the entire empire would be destroyed because of him. Just as the commander was at his wit's end, a soldier ran in. "General, the Great Flame is coming." The commander leaped up in excitement upon hearing this. He then ran out. A large number of tanks arrived under the cover of darkness. He had originally thought that the Great Flame support would be delayed for a few days, but instead, the Great Flame had used its magicians to repair the road all the way to them. The commander was speechless as he looked at the thousands of tanks. An armored division has 4 tank regiments, each with over 230 tanks. An armored division has over 1,000 tanks. 3 armored divisions appeared together on the northern front. Over 3,000 tanks shot the elves present. The opposing demon armored force had only a little over 1,000 magic crystal tanks. And they treated them like precious treasures. After arriving, Leon and his men immediately inquired about the enemy's situation. The commander quickly recounted the situation. The situation turned out to be even worse than Leon had expected. If Leon and his men hadn't arrived in time, the demons would likely have broken through the defenses by tomorrow morning. Thankfully, they arrived. At the same time, Leon ordered Karl to take 2 Gustav guns and prepare to bombard the fortress. Leon also wanted to know whether the fortress was stronger or the Gustav was more powerful. Karl led a group of men to a location 30 kilometers away and began to deploy. At the same time, he ordered the armored forces to rest immediately and all Air Force aircraft to stand by. Tomorrow at dawn, Gustav's firing will signal a counterattack. Inside the Forest Elf Kingdom, at a large airfield, the Stuka formation, having just completed its bombing mission, returned to the airfield. They were then ordered to rest immediately, as combat missions would begin at dawn. Logistics personnel were performing maintenance on the Stukas and reloading their ammunition. On the northern front, armored troops were cleaning their tanks. These were their treasures. Tomorrow they would experience the baptism of fire. Many new recruits, gazing at the moon overhead, could not help but recall the Great Flame. As expected, the moment you leave home, you miss it. At this moment, at the artillery positions, 2 artillery divisions combined held nearly 2,000 guns. All the guns were aimed, awaiting the command. As soon as their leader gave the order, they would unleash their shells relentlessly. Feel the wrath of the Great Flame. Time passed, and the demons slept through the long night. Never could they have imagined what they would face upon waking. A hint of pale dawn appeared on the horizon. Dawn had arrived. Woo! The Demon Empire sounded the horn of attack. Millions of troops launched their mighty assault. The mobile fortress was also activated. And just then, a violent whistling sound filled the air. The demons instinctively assumed it was another artillery barrage, and retreated into their trenches. The elven artillery fire had been sparse, so the demons took no notice. But they seemed to notice only one whistling sound in the air. Just as they were puzzled, the soldiers inside the mobile fortress suddenly felt a chill on their backs. One soldier seemed to see his own breasts. The next second, the soldiers inside the fortress's vision went black. A 7-ton armor-piercing shell struck the fortress directly and accurately. A night of fine-tuning, coupled with Carl's mental prediction of the trajectory, a direct first shot hit. The 7-ton shell directly subjected the fortress to a torrent of damage it was not meant to endure. The fortress's surface instantly swelled, and flames shot up into the sky. Was this a single shot a hit? Lion muttered, looking at the exploding fortress. Gustav's power wasn't that great, was it? It must have hit the magic crystal reservoir. What luck! But this fortress was incredibly resilient. Even with the violent explosion inside, the main structure didn't suffer much damage. Leon couldn't help but marvel at the Demon Empire's mastery of magic. But it was only a sigh, because the second Gustav opened fire. Another 7-ton shell slammed into the fortress. The fortress exploded again. The violent blast pounded the fortress. The fortress finally collapsed. Seeing this, Leon immediately ordered the artillery to open fire. To increase the efficiency of the 107mm rocket launcher, Leon used a vehicle-mounted 36-barrel 107mm rocket launcher. This maximized the vehicle's effectiveness. After receiving the order, the artillery began to roar. 500 trucks loaded with 107mm rocket launchers also opened fire. The demons witnessed the most terrifying attack they had ever seen. A barrage of rockets flew towards them. And so did the large-caliber artillery. The entire demon position was devastated, since the demons were the attackers. That night, they didn't put much effort into building defenses. They only dug 2-meter trenches and constructed some air raid shelters. They were completely incapable of withstanding artillery fire above 100 millimeters. Soon, the demon positions were completely devastated by the barrage. And just then, before the demons could react, they saw countless tanks approaching from the elves' direction. It was the Great Flame. The Great Flame was coming. They finally understood the source of the elves' terrifying attack. It turned out that the Great Flame had joined the battle. The demons finally remembered the fear they had felt at the mercy of the Great Flame in the Forest Elf Kingdom. And they discovered that the Great Flame was growing stronger. The countless artillery fire terrified them, and their once proud fortress was shattered in a single blow. The remaining demon soldiers struggled to emerge from the earth. What greeted them was the Great Flame Steel Torrent. Chapter 152. The stunned demon soldiers struggled to extract themselves from the earth and hastily engaged. As soon as they picked up their guns, they were met with a torrent of steel bearing down on them. The demon chariots were immediately blasted by the rockets. The remaining chariots immediately engaged the enemy. The demon commander, without hesitation, ordered the artillery to provide cover fire. He also ordered the remaining troops to withdraw immediately. By this point, the 50,000 troops within the position had become abandoned. The demon soldiers were left powerless to fight back, and just then, their own artillery fire fell upon them. The Great Flame armored troops observed the situation, and found that the artillery fire was not intense. They charged at full speed, charging through the demon positions. Many demon soldiers still struggling in the earth were buried. The demon soldiers had lost their will to fight. Faced with the torrent of steel and abandoned by their teammates, they ultimately chose to surrender. But the Great Flame armored troops didn't even glance at them. Instead, he charged at full speed, chasing the demon army. If it flees, he pursues, it can't escape even with wings. The demon commander was no fool. After escaping death, he immediately ordered the magic crystal chariot troops to meet the enemy. He also requested air support to cover the army's retreat. However, they underestimated the terrifying power of the Great Flame Steel Torrent. The demon chariot troops opened fire, their magic power striking the scrapwood armor attached to the tiger tanks. The scrapwood, which had been designed to block magic power, finally revealed its true form. Although the scrapwood armor was shattered, this bought the tiger tanks time. Come! Look at the camera. The next second, an 88mm armor-piercing round pierced the magic crystal chariot. The armored forces continued their advance. The tiger tanks, along with the T-34s, engaged in lightning mode. The demons were left defenseless along the way. Many logistics troops, unaware of the situation on the front lines, were caught directly by the armored forces that had breached their defenses. At the same time, the infantry began to expand the gap opened by the armored forces. The Demon Air Force, receiving a call for assistance from the front, immediately dispatched aircraft. But upon takeoff, they heard a terrifying roar. Thousands of aircraft flew towards the Demon Empire's positions. Lion had emptied his resources to achieve victory. All the pilots in the entire Great Flame were dispatched by Lion. The result was obvious. Over 300 demonic aircraft faced thousands of Great Flame aircraft. The Demon Air Force decisively retreated. After all, continuing the battle would only result in one outcome: total annihilation. The Demon Air Force was not confident they could defeat 3 of them alone. The demons below cheered as they saw the air support arrive. But the next second, they saw the dark mass of the Great Flame Air Force. And then, the once imposing Demon Air Force took flight. The demon soldiers were stunned. This was our Air Force? Before they could even complain, the demon soldiers immediately took flight. The Stuka formation had already begun its dive. Death screams echoed over the demon positions. The demon mages immediately prepared air defenses. Having long-standing experience with the Stuka, the demons were well versed in defending against it. More than a dozen mages cast spells at the same target. A barrage of fireballs and ice cones flew towards the swooping Stukas. Normally, the Stukas would evacuate quickly. But this time was different. One Stuka after another accelerated and dived. Isn't there a saying? Not all pilots are fearless, but those who dare to fly dive bombers are no cowards. To accurately hit their targets, dive bombers must dive under anti-aircraft fire. And the closer they are to the target, the higher their accuracy. As a large number of Stukas began to dive, the demon mages remained unafraid, keeping a close eye on the Stukas. If they came within range, they would inflict a severe punishment on the Great Yin Air Force. The lead Stuka was emblazoned with a red 5-pointed star. And its pilot was none other than Alan, the Air Force's combat hero. Since Alan's last return, he had quickly returned to the military. He was fighting on the front lines again, and his valor grew stronger with each battle. So far, a total of 12 magical aircraft had been destroyed. This red star was affixed after the 10th magical aircraft was destroyed. It symbolized Alan's achievement. Alan also became the first soldier in the Air Force to be awarded the silver medal. From then on, his comrades gave him a name, Flaming Eagle. What they didn't know was that the name of the eagle would resound throughout the world. Soon, the Stuka formation entered the demon attack range. The intensive attack threatened the Stuka pilots. Many Stuka bombers quickly dropped their bombs and retreated. But Alan discovered a unique tent. He saw many armored demons coming in and out of this tent. These armored demons were very different from ordinary demon forces. Because of their flashy golden color, Alan concluded there must be a big fish inside. Due to the increasing sophistication of the demonic magicians in air defense, the Stuka formations found it difficult to conduct daytime air strikes. Thus, the demonic magicians lowered their vigilance. However, they would ultimately pay a heavy price for their negligence. Watching Alan recklessly driving his Stuka down, the demonic magicians were also stunned, but then realized this was also an opportunity. Both sides put their full strength into the fight. Watching fireballs and icicles fly past, Alan remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on the unique tent. Just then, the generals inside the tent were informed by their subordinates that a Stuka was diving towards them. Hurrying to pack up and flee, but it was too late. Alan's Stuka bomber was less than 500 meters above the ground. But Alan hadn't yet dropped his bombs. It was still diving. Alan knew that if the 1,000-kilogram bomb he was carrying could accurately hit the target, it would likely inflict heavy damage on the demon army. Approaching 300 meters, Alan finally dropped the bomb. Then, it suddenly stretched, almost touching the top of the jungle below. This shocked everyone present. The demon generals, who had just emerged from their tents, watched the small pumpkins fall. They uttered only 2 words, "Oh my God." The next second, the demon general's vision went black, and they had no idea whether they were alive or dead. Chapter 153. The Great Flame soldiers and magicians were stunned as they watched the Stuka fly so close to the treetops. The demon magicians marveled at Alan's courage. Diving under anti-aircraft fire in a dive bomber takes immense courage. But Alan did it. Looking at the Stuka bathed in the morning sun, the Great Flame soldiers cheered. The demon side was in a state of panic, as a 1,000-kilogram pumpkin from a Stuka had just destroyed their headquarters. Although the Supreme Commander had already departed, the Deputy Commander, who was responsible for the rearguard, was instantly reduced to ash by the pumpkin. And several senior generals were also wiped out by Alan. The entire Demon frontline command system was completely paralyzed. The Demon junior officers found themselves unable to contact headquarters. They then assumed that their commanders had abandoned them and left on their own. After all, this was a Demon tradition. Many of the demon junior officers chose to lead their troops in retreat. Some demon officers led their troops to stay behind as cover. But no matter which option they chose, there was only one outcome: they would be beaten to a pulp by the armored troops. The remaining troops had a much better fate than those who fled, with a high probability of capture. But the fleeing demon soldiers were in a terrible state. The armored troops had no time to accept their surrender. The surrendering troops were tied up and laid down their weapons. If they encountered any hesitant troops, they were simply fired upon. Many demons were instantly killed while still considering their decision. Armored soldier: "What? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Oh, you said you don't surrender, well then." He pulled the trigger. The armored forces' lightning attack shattered the demons' vaunted step-by-step tactics. The demons, relying on their mobile fortresses, had adopted a step-by-step strategy. Although their advance was slow, their advance was steady. They lived up to their reputation as the bulldozers of the demon empire. But they hadn't anticipated encountering the unruly Great Flame. Using suppressive firepower, the Great Flame's armored forces directly breached the demon empire's defenses. The demon empire could only deploy layers of defense, attempting to stop the armored forces. But it was futile. The armored forces' breakthrough forced the demons to divert forces to contain them, reducing the pressure on the front. The infantry easily broke through the demon empire's defenses. The demon empire was forced to retract its lines. But as the armored forces advanced, the demon empire's front lengthened. The only outcome was complete defeat. The battle line was too long, forcing the less mobile demon soldiers to repeatedly toss and turn. After repeated attempts, the demon soldiers could no longer withstand the pressure. The battle line was torn, and the entire demon defense collapsed. The Eastern Elf Empire's army seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. In one day, the armored forces advanced 200 kilometers. This 200-kilometer distance was an insurmountable gap for the defeated demon soldiers. According to De Yan's statistics, they accepted the surrender of over 300,000 demon troops. The Eastern Elf Empire accepted the surrender of nearly 400,000 demon troops. The total strength of the entire demon northern border defense line was only 1.8 million. This battle destroyed half of the demon northern frontier's troops. And the demons were unable to build a new defense line. The demoralized soldiers were unable to build a new defensive line. Even if they forced one, they would only be penetrated by the armored forces. They could only gather their defeated troops and retreat. This retreat betrayed the million-strong army attacking the elven capital from the west. But it was a helpless move. At this moment, Iarda, who was attacking the elven capital, also received the battle report from the north. He couldn't help but curse Leon. He was ruining his plans at the critical moment, but Iarda didn't retreat. After a day's effort, they had already captured most of the outer city. This gave Iarda a false impression, a false sense of impending victory. They didn't know that hundreds of thousands of troops in the inner city were already fully prepared. Furthermore, most of the buildings in the outer city were wooden, while those in the inner city were stone and brick. This greatly increased the difficulty of street fighting. At the same time, under the guidance of the armored division, the elves converted key buildings into gun towers. These contained 75mm and 50mm anti-tank guns. Even the armored division's tanks were hidden inside the houses, just waiting for the demon army to enter. Time passed, and soon it was the next day. The armored forces in the north attacked again, attempting to force the Demon Empire's army to withdraw from the Eastern Elf Empire. The Demon Empire's new defense line was now less than 500 kilometers from the border. If the armored forces could make a further effort and force the demons directly back into the Demon Empire, then the demon army besieging the Elf Empire's capital would be isolated. Destroy this army, and the war would be practically over. The armored forces launched another attack. Under the cover of the Stuka, the lightning offensive drove the demons, whose tactics were outdated, into self-destruction. In reality, the demons only needed to hold one city, and wear down Leon and his men. But under Gustav's threat, the demons could not hold a city for long. And the entire northern border had been nearly destroyed by the demons. There were few intact cities left. How could they possibly withstand the attack of the Great Flame? The Demon Empire retreated again and again. Meanwhile, the battle in the Elven capital reached a fever pitch. In the inner city of the Elven capital, Major William, the battalion commander, was inside a 4-story building, observing the approaching demon soldiers through a telescope. William's battalion of nearly 1,000 men, plus 2,000 Elven soldiers, was responsible for 4 city blocks. William and his men were fully prepared. If the demons captured the first floor, they would take the second, then the third, and finally the fourth. William and his men had already broken through the building. If they failed, they would retreat. After all, William didn't want his soldiers trapped inside the house. Even the leader secretly told them, if you can't win, you can give up the fight and use mobile warfare, unless the situation becomes extremely critical. Leon expressed his unwillingness to see the elite soldiers of Dehien die in a foreign land. This wasn't just one person's selfish desire, it was the leader's. Captain, we got it figured out. There are approximately 800 demon soldiers heading this way. There are only 150 of our men, and 200 elven soldiers on this street. A soldier ran over and said. William lowered his binoculars. Are there any armored units? Captain, we confirmed it. All two-legged. No armored units, not even vehicles. The soldier said affirmatively. William thought for a moment and said, send the coordinates to the artillery. Have them strike accurately. Show off our skills to our elven brothers. Chapter 154. After William requested artillery support, a mortar platoon prepared to support William. Because of the urban fighting, the 1st Armored Division did not carry large-caliber artillery, unlike heavy artillery. The large-caliber artillery was stationed on the other side of the Tsang River. Instead, some artillery with a caliber of 100 mm or less was carried across the river. For example, 75 mm infantry guns and a large number of mortars. The 1st Armored Division favored 81 mm and 120 mm mortars. The mortar platoon quickly obtained a precise position. The artillerymen manning 4 81 mm mortars began their bombardment. Bang! 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 As the shells were fired, William and his men heard the whistling sound several blocks away. The demon soldiers also heard the whistling sound they had heard countless times before. They immediately took shelter in the houses on both sides of the river. However, many others were too slow to react and were directly overturned by the mortars. The demon soldiers who entered the house realized their nightmare had just begun. A small group of a dozen demon soldiers had just entered a house when they saw several elven soldiers. Both sides were stunned for a moment. Then they raised their weapons and opened fire. The demons' magic rifles couldn't fire at the same rate as the babosha. They were almost immediately suppressed by the incoming fire. The demon soldiers could only throw magic crystal grenades, risking their own injuries. Boom! As the grenades exploded in the house, the elven soldiers were furious. Damn it, this is unsportsmanlike, isn't it? The elven soldiers didn't even pull out their grenades, but simply sent them flying with their iron fists. The elf squad leader looked at the soldier firing his iron fists, his lips twitching. What's wrong, squad leader? Nothing, you did well. The elf squad leader patted the soldier on the shoulder. This young man showed promise, and was decisive. Fighting broke out not only in this house, but in many other houses almost simultaneously. William also determined the scale of the battle. The demon soldiers were divided into about 40 small groups. After entering the houses on both sides, they came under attack from both elf soldiers and the Great Yen Defense Force. Some demon soldiers, upon seeing the familiar steel helmets, finally realized that things were not simple. The presence of Great Yen soldiers meant that this war would be difficult to win quickly. In their minds, Great Yen soldiers' attacks were accompanied by overwhelming artillery fire and a torrent of steel. The demon soldiers couldn't even raise their heads to fight back. However, the street fighting before them reassured them. It's impossible that the Great Flame could pin them to the ground at close range, right? And the reality was, the demon soldiers were once again bruised. Over 20 demon soldiers stormed a house guarded by a squad of Great Flame National Defense Army soldiers. As soon as they entered, they were spotted by 2 riflemen. The Great Flame soldiers opened fire first, directly hitting the leading soldier. The remaining demon soldiers, seeing this, immediately hid and waited for an opportunity to return fire. The squad leader and deputy squad leader immediately deployed their MP-40s to suppress the fire. The machine gunners were setting up their MG-42s. As the machine gunners opened fire, the 2 squad leaders took the opportunity to reload. The demon soldiers, pinned down by machine gun fire, had no choice but to hide behind cover. Several grenadiers in the infantry squad immediately launched grenades. Most of the demon soldiers trapped behind cover were instantly killed. The entire set of moves was seamlessly coordinated. In a single blow, the demon soldiers were utterly defeated. The remaining demon soldiers no longer had any desire to continue fighting. They decisively withdrew. The Great Flame soldiers did not pursue, but instead continued to strengthen their fortifications. Although their leader urged them to protect themselves, they were determined not to disappoint him, and were determined to demonstrate the might of the Great Flame here. With one blow, they crushed the demons to the ground. The demon commander, Irda, also received news of the thwarted attack and learned that great flame soldiers had appeared in the elven capital. He then ordered the Air Force to bomb the Song River. For both the elves and the Great Flame, the only way to transport supplies was through the Song River. But Irda had thought of it, and so had Lion and his men. So, Lion deployed an air defense regiment along the Sangjiang River. Equipped with a modified version of the Flak 37 quadruple anti-aircraft cannon, and a large number of Type 88 caliber guns. It was arguably the case that even the Great Yin Air Force itself didn't dare challenge this air defense regiment. The Air Force could already imagine the Demon Air Force being beaten into submission. After receiving the bombing order, the Demon Air Force didn't choose to take off immediately, instead responding with a late-night airstrike. Irda expressed his understanding. He then randomly ordered the Demon soldiers to launch a new offensive. After all, with over 1 million troops, couldn't they overwhelm the hundreds of thousands of elven soldiers within? But reality presented him with another setback. During the day, the Demon soldiers launched 4 offensives. But each was repelled. They occupied less than 8 city blocks, advancing the battle line by 20 meters. Upon learning of this outcome, Irda wanted to lash out, but found he had no reason to. Nevertheless, he questioned many soldiers about their experiences with urban combat. The Demon soldiers unanimously stated that the elves and the Great Flame had far superior firepower. Furthermore, the houses were sturdy, forcing them to enter through fixed entrances, where they were met with a harsh punishment by the waiting enemy. After hearing these opinions, Irda immediately ordered the magicians to devise a solution. The magicians modified the magic crystal rifles, converting them from bolt action to semi-automatic. However, their power was significantly reduced. They also modified the magic crystal chariot cannons, increasing their power and using them to attack the houses. Seeing this, Irda gradually felt reassured. We win tomorrow, right? While the Demon Army was refitting its equipment, the Demon Air Force also began its airstrikes. What they didn't know was that what awaited them on the banks of the Song River would be their nightmare. Over 200 magical aircraft flew towards the Song River. At that moment, the Song River was bustling with activity, with numerous small boats transporting supplies to the elven capital across the river. It was these small boats that ensured the supply of the entire elven capital. Even the armored division's weapons and ammunition depended on them. So, to protect these small boats, Lion deployed an air defense regiment. Watching these boats deliver supplies to the other side, the soldiers of the air defense regiment couldn't help but sigh. The power of the people is great. Luckily, they were in Diyin. Is there any place in the world happier than Diyin? Just as the soldiers were sighing with emotion, numerous points of light appeared in the night sky. The soldiers of the air defense regiment immediately realized that these were the lights emitted by the magic circles of the magical aircraft. Prepare for battle. Chapter 155. Woo! The soldiers immediately sounded the air defense alarm upon seeing the demon plane. All soldiers in the air defense regiment immediately took up their respective combat positions. The rangefinder was determining the demon plane's altitude based on its size in the crosshairs. After roughly writing down a few numbers, they quickly reported this to headquarters, who then used the vast amount of data to identify the most frequently occurring numbers. They then roughly determined the demon plane's altitude. This time, the demon plane flew very low, only 1,000 meters. This confirmed that Diyin had no anti-aircraft firepower. Because the demons still believed that Diyin lacked magicians, they could not deploy magical air defense. But they forgot that Diyin's foundation was not magic, but the product of industry. After briefly establishing tactics, the quadruple Flak 37s opened fire. The entire air defense regiment consisted of 2 anti-aircraft battalions consisting of 60 quadruple Flak 37 guns, and 1 battalion consisting of 32 88mm guns. There was also an infantry battalion. 120 quadruple Flak 37 anti-aircraft guns formed a dense web of fire at a terrifying rate of fire. Each modified Flak 37 gun had a rate of fire of nearly 200 rounds per minute. And they fired magic bullets. The quadruple anti-aircraft guns had a rate of fire of 800 rounds per minute. The dense stream of magic bullets fired from these 120 quadruple anti-aircraft guns lit up the entire night sky. A 7th level elven mage, who had borrowed the gun to cast illumination magic, was stunned. The light emitted by the weapons used by the Great Flame soldiers alone had already illuminated the entire night sky. The neatly arrayed Demon Air Force suffered a devastating blow. Originally, their formation was intended to facilitate bombing, but now it had become a death warrant. The 88mm gunners, ready to unleash their might, couldn't help but grumble upon this scene. Their teammates had already finished their work, so what were they doing with their 88mm guns? Were they supposed to be used against infantry? The 88mm gunners fell into deep thought. It didn't seem impossible. The leader hadn't said they couldn't use infantry. The gunner gave a lewd smile. The elves transporting supplies watched this shocking scene for a long time, unable to recover. So this is how air defense works. The soldiers in the demon army camp also watched the scene. They had originally thought the demon air force could deal a severe lesson to the Yin, or even destroy the supply lines to the elven capital. But they were severely punished by the Yan's anti-aircraft firepower. Many of the magicians responsible for air defense couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Seeing the intense anti-aircraft fire from the Great Flame, these magicians asked themselves, how could they possibly accomplish this? Irida muttered to himself as he watched this scene. Can the Empire really win this war? Over 200 magical aircraft were shot down immediately upon contact, nearly a third. The remaining aircraft, gazing at the approaching dock, gritted their teeth and decided to take a gamble. However, 9 out of 10 gambles are lost. As they drew closer, the Great Flame's anti-aircraft fire had a higher and higher accuracy. Though they tried their best to disperse and take evasive maneuvers, they still couldn't avoid being hit. Imagine a dozen men firing machine guns at you, letting you spin and jump. If you can escape, I lose. In the end, only a dozen or so magic-powered aircraft arrived at their destination, hastily dropping their bombs. The bombs plunged into the Song River, sending up massive waves. Over a dozen small boats, unable to dodge, were blown to smithereens. The soldiers of the anti-aircraft regiment, witnessing this, felt a sense of self-blame for their inability to fully defend against the attack. But their commander didn't blame them. They'd done their best, and who could say that anti-aircraft firepower could completely intercept the enemy? At least one regiment wasn't enough, 3 more were needed. The commander immediately sent a telegram to military headquarters, requesting additional anti-aircraft firepower be deployed along the Song River. After receiving the news, Caddis agreed to the plan. The original anti-aircraft regiment was upgraded to an anti-aircraft brigade. A squadron of 100 Mustang fighters was placed on 24-hour standby, ready to immediately support the Song River in the event of an emergency. Caddis's original words were, "Not a single magic crystal bomb was allowed to hit the supply line." Lion agreed. With the leader's authorization, firepower along the entire Sangjiang River was escalated drastically. Over the past few days, quadruple modified Flak 37 anti-aircraft guns have been deployed along the Sangjiang River. And these days, elven civilians have risked their lives transporting war supplies to the elven capital. The hundreds of small boats along the Yangtze River have now become thousands. Tens of thousands of elven civilians have volunteered to help transport supplies. The Great Yin Air Defense Brigade tried to persuade them to leave, but the elves' words silenced the soldiers. Our soldiers are waiting on the other side of the river for these life-saving supplies. They are defending our capital, and we are protecting their backs. Lion also learned of the heroic deeds of these elven civilians. He immediately ordered the front lines to provide them with food. He also trained them on how to evade aircraft bombing, instructing them to immediately enter the dug air raid shelters upon hearing the air raid sirens. At the same time, Lion began the ratification operation in the Eastern Elf Empire. After all, who could resist such heroic individuals? As the war progressed, the very thing Lion least wanted to see happened. The 1st Armored Division suffered heavy casualties. Hundreds of elite Great Flame soldiers were killed every day. But Lion said nothing. The elves were even more heroic, with tens of thousands of elven soldiers dying daily. The small boats on the Sangjiang River not only carried supplies, but also elven recruits destined for death. While the battle in the elven capital raged, the war in the northern part of the Eastern Elf Empire finally came to an end. The nearly 2 million strong demon army was defeated by the Great Flame. A total of 1.2 million demon soldiers were captured, and over 300,000 were killed. Only a little over 500,000 demon soldiers retreated into the Demon Empire. After the battle, the Elven Empire left 600,000 troops at the border and immediately marched south with Leon and his men. They were headed for the Elven capital to launch a siege and annihilation campaign. With the defeat of the northern demons, life was also difficult for the demons within the Elven capital. Although they had successfully established a foothold in the inner city, the tens of thousands of casualties each day made every step forward fraught with difficulty. Many demon soldiers found themselves only advancing 2 or 3 houses after suffering hundreds of casualties. Even on some crucial commanding heights, both sides suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. The demon soldiers were bewildered. What was the point of all this? Chapter 156. As the war progressed, the season shifted from early autumn to late autumn. And just after the northern demons were defeated, the seasons on the continent entered late autumn. Winter was about to arrive. However, due to the Elven Empire's unique location, even in winter, snow was rarely seen. The Demon Empire, on the other hand, was eager to acquire Elven territory, as every winter, the Demon Empire suffered from the severe cold. If they could annex the Elven Empire, everything would be fine. This was why the Demon Empire marched south to fight. Inside the Elven Empire's capital, the soldiers, who had fought all day, had begun to rest. It was an unwritten rule between the two sides: no one would attack at night. They enjoyed the rare peace that the night brought. But William, the commander of the infantry battalion, was furious. He had found his brother in the 1st Armored Division. Yes, William's brother Fleischtam had also joined the Gratian National Defense Army. This infuriated William, not because his brother had joined the army, but because he had come to the Elven capital. The Elven capital was now a bloodbath, a place where veterans and rookies alike would perish. At first, William was deeply concerned for his brother's safety. But soon, his brother's company was disbanded. His company was incorporated into William's infantry battalion. William was able to care for his brother. However, he didn't show any special favor to Fleischtam. He still let him perform his proper combat duties. But his brother didn't embarrass William. Although, as a new recruit, he was inevitably timid on the battlefield, he gradually adapted after nearly 10 days of fighting. William and his men were also commended. The infantry battalion he led had withstood the attacks of nearly 5,000 demon soldiers for 4 consecutive days. And of the 4 blocks William defended, only 1 was lost. A salient had been formed within the positions currently held by the Great Flame and the Elves. This greatly tied down the demon army's forces. To secure this salient, the 1st Armored Division provided William and his men with soldiers from other disorganized companies. A tank platoon was also dispatched to support William. However, this tank platoon was incomplete, consisting of only 3 T-34s. With these 3 T-34s, William and his men destroyed 8 magic crystal tanks. However, as the battlefront tightened, the 1st Armored Division had no additional soldiers to reinforce William. So, William now had only about 600 soldiers. But ammunition was sufficient, and supplies were delivered to William's battalion daily. Night. William hid in a small room, using a flashlight to discuss tomorrow's mission with several company commanders. His younger brother ate nearby. "Captain of the 1st Company, can you hold out tomorrow? Your company only has a little over 100 men left, right?" William looked at the captain with some concern. The captain nodded. "Although we only have 100 or so men now, we still have 12 MG-42s at our disposal. It will be difficult for the demons to defeat us." William stopped talking after hearing this. The captain of the 1st Company and the other company commanders knew that the entire battalion was already under strength. If more soldiers from other companies were withdrawn, the existing defense line would likely collapse. The reason William and his men were in such a difficult position was that the over 2,000 Elven soldiers originally assigned to assist them had all been killed. The Elven soldiers had no experience in urban fighting and had received no professional training. However, some of the soldiers in William's infantry battalion had experienced urban fighting in the Forest Elf Kingdom. The military also provided all soldiers with urban combat training. As a result, the casualties among the Gratian soldiers were far higher than those among the Elven soldiers. Just as William was discussing the battle plan, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night, followed by a burst of gunfire. "Captain, those sons of bitches are launching a night raid. Our company can't hold out. We estimate there are over 20 magic crystal chariots carrying over 1,000 demon soldiers charging towards us." A messenger ran in breathlessly. William immediately ordered the battalion commanders to return to their company headquarters and prepare for battle. He then raised his rifle and looked at his brother. Fleischtam quickly swallowed his food and picked up his rifle. "Follow me." With that, William donned his helmet and personally led his troops to close the gap. His younger brother followed immediately. Soon, news of the attack on William's Saab spread throughout the 1st Armored Division. William, without hesitation, requested fire support from Division Headquarters. Without hesitation, Division Headquarters dispatched 5 Tiger tanks to reinforce them. And they ordered the artillery to immediately support William's troops. But everyone at Division Headquarters remained gloomy. It wasn't just William who was gloomy, they were under attack. It was the demon who had first broken the rule prohibiting attacks at night. This meant the soldiers would likely face high-intensity combat 24/7. This was a tremendous test for the soldiers. Just as the higher-ups were worried, the battle on the front lines entered a fierce battle. Ever since the demon soldiers adopted the semi-automatic magic rifles, Their combat effectiveness had skyrocketed. However, after converting the magic rifles to semi-automatic, their power was even less than that of the MP40. And now, more than half of the soldiers in the 1st Armored Division were using MP40s. This simply crushed the demon soldiers. The demon soldiers had also learned to be clever, picking up the PPSHs from the elven soldiers and the MP40s from the Great Flame soldiers. The Great Flame soldiers' riflemen would cut off the demon soldiers' magic rifles, revert them to single shot, and hand them over to the marksmen. As a result, when the two sides engaged in a fight, it was impossible to tell which unit belonged to which side based on the sound of gunfire. The only way to tell was to check for the sound of MG42 gunfire. Because the machine gunner and his 2 assistant gunners would destroy as many MG42s as possible before sacrificing themselves or retreating, the demon soldiers were now completely unable to wield MG42s. It was precisely because of the machine guns that the Great Flame soldiers were able to hold their own against the demon soldiers. However, William soon discovered that tonight's enemy was unusual. Their firepower was nearly double that of the usual. Furthermore, its power far surpassed that of previous attacks. In just over 10 minutes of fighting, over 30 Great Flame soldiers were wounded. Having just finished their exchange of fire, William, suppressed by the enemy's firepower, finally understood the reason for the sudden increase in the demon's firepower. It was because the enemy also possessed firepower similar to that of a machine gun. Furthermore, under the cover of 20 magic crystal chariots, they were slowly advancing towards William. From the perspective of the situation, William and his men were gradually losing ground and had to retreat. But could they really retreat? Chapter 157. William and his men gradually fell into disarray in the battle. 20 magic crystal chariots and a massive amount of heavy firepower directly suppressed William and his men. William and his men finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed. Watching the gradually encircling demon army, William glanced at the wounded soldiers. He then ordered his men to retreat, because continuing to defend would only result in one outcome: total destruction. Just then, a messenger arrived to inform William. The retreat route was completely blocked. And at some point, over 10 magic crystal chariots had blocked the retreat. The elven soldiers in charge of the 2 flanks had disappeared. William was stunned for a second upon hearing this news. He didn't show any excessive anger, but spoke calmly. Prepare to hold on. Reinforcements will arrive. Although reinforcements from the 1st Armored Division couldn't arrive immediately, the artillery had already begun supporting William and his men. The mortar squads and platoons in the nearby blocks. The bombardment of the block where William was standing began. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of mortar shells fell into the block, temporarily suppressing the demon soldiers' offensive. But the demon soldiers did not retreat, instead launching a new round of attacks. The magic crystal chariots advanced under the mortar fire. The 81mm mortar shells had little damage to the magic crystal chariots. To enhance their survivability, the magic crystal chariots had numerous magic circles engraved on their surfaces to absorb damage. So much so that even Iron Fist had difficulty destroying the crystal chariots. Only the PAC-40 anti-tank gun could achieve a single shot at a range of less than 500 meters. Watching the magic crystal chariot advance, William and his men abandoned their concealment and unleashed their last 2 anti-tank guns. The magic crystal chariot, recklessly advancing, had no idea what lay ahead. This was urban combat. No one knew what might emerge from the houses on either side. Could be teammates, enemies, or even armored units. Bang! An anti-tank gun fired first, a single armor-piercing round striking the magic crystal chariot head-on. But its magic circle blocked the round. The magic crystal chariot immediately searched for the anti-tank gun's position. The gunner operating it knew they only had one chance to fire. They had to kill with one strike. But the magic mirror chariot hadn't revealed its flanks. This prevented the gunner from firing. Just then, a fist flew out from the house next to the magic crystal chariot, striking it directly. The magic crystal chariot's flanks were relatively vulnerable. This strike directly destroyed the magic crystal chariot's magic circle. The magic crystal chariot immediately turned, aiming its front at the house, and simultaneously blasted the entire first floor apart with a single shot. Because compared to the anti-tank guns at a distance, if the Iron Fist, so close, landed 2 more hits, the magic crystal chariot would be completely destroyed. The other magic crystal chariots beside it immediately opened fire, assisting their teammates in attacking the enemy. The Great Flame soldier who fired the Iron Fist was instantly blown to pieces. The anti-tank gunner finally seized his opportunity and aimed at the flank of the magic crystal chariot's turret. This was because a large amount of magic crystals would accumulate near the magic crystal chariot's main gun, constantly supplying the magic cannon. At that moment, the anti-tank gun opened fire. A promising armor-piercing round flew towards the magic crystal war vehicle. Everyone was watching the shot. The round struck the turret's flank directly, its tungsten core shredding the armor. It sank right inside, and then something unexpected happened. The round penetrated the turret, detonating the magic crystal within. The crystal's terrifying power immediately re-energized the round. The round pierced through, striking the second magic crystal war vehicle. The magic crystal war vehicle's magic array flickered rapidly, but it still couldn't stop the enhanced round. The round pierced the second magic crystal war vehicle's turret, detonating the crystal again. Finally, due to a deflection, it struck the driver's seat of the third magic crystal war vehicle. With one shot, 3 magic crystal war vehicles were shattered. Everyone was stunned. Even the gunner himself was stunned. What was going on? Did he fire that shot with his lifespan? William, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to destroy the 3 magic crystal chariots on the road. He ordered his soldiers to drive the demons back. Because the street was narrow, only 5 magic crystal chariots could enter at once. More would likely hinder the attack or retreat. And the anti-tank gun had just blasted 3 of them, forcing the 2 remaining magic crystal chariots to retreat. At this point, the demon soldiers were left with no protection. The great flame soldiers sounded the horn for the counterattack. Dilly 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 dilly. With the sound of the charge horn, the great flame soldiers in the houses on both sides launched a joint charge. He charged out, MP40 in hand. The demon soldiers, engaged in a gunfight behind cover, were stunned. Before they could react, they were blasted to pieces by a burst of bullets. The machine gunner, however, was even more daring, raising his modified MG42. Hipfire. Swish. Some demon soldiers preparing to retreat were shattered. Many demon soldiers saw the machine gunner firing from the hip and charging towards them. Their fighting spirit instantly vanished. How could they fight? Without the protection of their armored units, the demon soldiers were no match for the ferocious attack of the great flame soldiers. Soon, the demon soldiers were driven out. William and his men regained control of the block. But a count revealed that William's battalion was down to fewer than 200 men, and their retreat route had been completely blocked by the demons. They were left alone. The mood was inevitably low. But William did not give up. He encouraged everyone. "We done it, something many couldn't. We held off a large number of demon soldiers. We succeeded. So there's no need to grieve. If we die, our comrades will avenge us." As William finished speaking, everyone gradually recovered. They seized this opportunity to rest briefly. But before they could rest for long, the demons launched another attack. The 2 anti-tank guns were destroyed after firing just 4 shots. The soldiers in the houses on both sides fell one after another. Soon, the demon soldiers surrounded the building where William was. Watching the large number of enemies preparing to attack the building, William wasn't afraid of death, but instead glanced at his brother beside him with concern. He patted his neck, and his brother smiled, saying nothing. William looked back at the remaining 11 soldiers. After a moment's silence, everyone suddenly burst into laughter, and the demon soldiers launched a general attack. But at this moment, the dense roar of engines came from the block behind. Chapter 158. A loud roar announced to everyone that reinforcements from the Great Yin had arrived. A gray painted tiger tank burst out of a nearby house, ramming into several walls. However, the driver seemed to be driving in the wrong direction. The commander observed from the observation window that the tank had seemingly driven into the middle of the road. He hurriedly ordered the driver to adjust the direction. The demon soldiers immediately realized that reinforcements from the Great Yin had arrived. Without a word, they opened fire. However, due to their nervousness, the attack from the first magic crystal tank grazed the tiger tank. This frightened the commander greatly. He then cursed angrily. "It's hitting me in the face! Shoot!" An armor-piercing round blasted from the gun barrel. The single shot knocked down the leading magic crystal tank. The magic crystal tanks immediately changed their formation, spreading out and adopting a circling tactic. But before they could move, more than a dozen tiger tanks burst out from the houses on either side. Looking at the dozen or so tiger tanks, the demon soldiers were terrified. Although the magic crystal chariots had been strengthened and could fight the T-34, they simply didn't have the energy to engage in a fierce battle with the tiger tanks. The Tiger tank's 88mm main gun could pierce their hulls with a single shot. This wasn't to say the magic circle was ineffective. It was rather that the Tiger tank's shells had been specially modified. They were engraved with demon-suppressing inscriptions. These were typically inscribed by Dochi knights. They were used to counter certain special magical instruments. At first, Leon didn't focus on the role of Dochi. But as the war progressed, the Demon Empire's magic became increasingly difficult for Leon. At the same time, Catus told Leon about the special use of Doqi. It was used to engrave runes. The Doqi Knight's victory over the magicians was not only due to their immense strength, but also due to their magical weapons. However, engraving a single weapon took too long. So Leon simplified the process, having only some Doqi Knights engrave a single inscription on the shells. And this single inscription determined the success or failure of the Demon Empire. The magic crystal chariot was like paper against the tiger tank. And the magic crystal chariot's counterattack was completely ineffective against the tiger tank. The first wave of attacks would likely be blocked by the scrap wood armor hanging from the tank. And the second wave of attacks would be blocked by its formidable armor. It would take 5 rounds hitting the same spot to penetrate the tiger tank. And what tiger tank would stand there and take the beating? Thus, the tiger tank became the nightmare of the demon soldiers. The magic crystal tanks, upon seeing the massive tiger tanks appear, began to retreat. But how could they be allowed to do so? If the enemy can go, so can I. Dozens of flares rose into the night sky. The entire street was illuminated. Then the tiger tanks began their hunt. One by one, the magic crystal tanks were called out, and each one was canned. The demon soldiers were in even worse shape. To encircle and annihilate these thousands of demon soldiers, the 1st Armored Division dispatched an entire regiment. Yes, you heard correctly. A regiment of 4,000 men to encircle and annihilate these thousands of demon soldiers. This was because the 1st Armored Division's forces were already extremely spread out. The 1st Armored Division was desperate to split every soldier in half. Soldier, aminos, this entire regiment was dedicated to defending division headquarters, to secure the William Battalion salient. Division headquarters was also in dire straits. They pulled the tank brigade commander over and gave him a barrage of scolding. Then, to the shock of the tank commander, they forced a heavy tank company onto William and his men. The tank brigade commander declared, "Don't ask for my opinion anymore. My tank brigade is designed to be split up." Although the tank brigade commander complained about the division commander's splitting of the tank brigade, he didn't refuse to carry it out, because he also understood the importance of this salient. The demon soldiers, realizing they were surrounded, immediately called for help from headquarters. Upon hearing this, their commander immediately requested assistance from allied forces and requested air support. Soon, the surrounding troops surrounded the regiment. The intimidating air force followed. Not to be outdone, the Dayin Army's Mustang formation, tasked with defending the Sangjiang River, immediately took off to engage the Demon Air Force. As the fighting escalated, the Armored Division mobilized more troops, drawing a significant number from the elves to encircle the demon troops surrounding the infantry regiment. Upon witnessing this, the Demon Army requested support from their superiors, and the Dayin and Elven soldiers were once again surrounded by the Chinese soldiers, who arrived later. Together, the two sides formed 4 encirclement circles. Both sides were stunned. Since the defense of the Elven capital, neither side had engaged in such a large-scale direct engagement. Most of the time, they spent their time engaging in street fighting, exhausting the other side's forces. Who could have imagined that tonight, just 3 city blocks and fewer than 600 troops would be deployed for a single salient? As a result, both sides have already committed over 100,000 troops. Just because of this single salient. William, I'm terrified. Even more shocking is that both the Demon Empire and Great Yin intend to send more troops into this encirclement. The commander of the 1st Armored Division already foresaw that the battle surrounding the salient would affect the entire war. In just one night, both sides had assembled over 100,000 troops here. If the deployment continued, it would very likely draw the entire demon army into this encirclement. The demon soldiers would then be mired in street fighting, unable to withdraw their forces even after learning that their leader had led the main force out. Just do it. The commander of the Armored Division, making a desperate move, abandoned some insignificant positions and stationed some new elven recruits there. He personally led 20,000 Great Yin soldiers and 200,000 elven soldiers into battle. They participated in the encirclement. The Armored Division commander also submitted his plan to the military. After hearing this plan, Catus agreed without hesitation. But Catus was concerned about whether the 1st Armored Division could withstand the attack of nearly 1,000,000 demon soldiers. Also, if they were trapped in the encirclement, how would they get their supplies? Catus decisively threw this problem to Leon. Leon couldn't help but curse. You throw all the problems at me, am I Doraemon? But Leon still thought about it. It would be difficult to maintain the Armored Division supply with just the 200 simple transport planes he had. The Great Yin Armored Division consumed nearly 1,000 tons of supplies a day. and 200 simple transport planes could barely keep up with the division's needs. But what about the elves? Chapter 159. Just as Leon was in trouble, Queen Sif of the Eastern Elf Empire heard the news from somewhere. She then told Leon that she had a way to transport supplies. Leon immediately asked Sif what it was. Sif asked Leon if he had forgotten about the Elven Empire's Air Force. Hearing this, Leon finally remembered the Elven Air Force, which had disappeared since the war. Sif explained the Qingzheng Knights' aerial transport capabilities. The Qingzheng Knights were equipped with giant dragonflies. The dragonflies had a wingspan of 6 meters. They were special magical beasts. They could carry nearly a ton of weight. However, their most fatal flaws were their low altitude and slow speed. This is why the Qingzheng Knights of the Elven Empire disappeared after the war, especially after the demons developed an air force. The Elven Empire currently still has nearly 50,000 Qingzheng Knights. This was mainly because the Western Elf Empire took some of the Qingzheng Knights away during the Empire's division. However, the arrival of these 50,000 Qingzheng Knights was a timely help for Lion. Although the difficulty of transporting supplies had been resolved, Lion still ordered the aircraft factory to accelerate research and development. The aircraft factory director informed Lion that De Yan's current industrial capacity could not support multiple projects simultaneously. Lion also realized that things could not be accomplished by words alone. Although industrial capacity was gradually increasing, however, as the fighting on the front lines expanded, the entire De Yan industry must prioritize the supply of supplies for the soldiers on the front lines. Second priority was the manufacture of weapons and equipment, and only then the research and development of new weapons and equipment. Even with the blueprints, it takes time to produce qualified equipment. But war won't let you prepare. You never know when it will come upon you. All we can do is do our best. With Sif's dispatch of reinforcements, the front supply needs were met. To circumvent the demonic air defenses, the Supreme Empire chose to transport supplies at midnight, making it difficult for the demon soldiers to detect them. But over time, the demon soldiers finally discovered them. So, to protect these lifelines, Lion deployed the Great Flame Air Force and artillery to provide cover. Once the Elven Empire was ready to transport supplies, the Air Force would escort them, while the heavy artillery units along the Sangjiang River would cover the demon-controlled areas with fire. Through these two methods, this lifeline was protected. The demons had no way to prevent this, because the magicians refused to go out to defend the air defenses under the threat of heavy artillery. After experiencing battles large and small, the artillery of the 1st Armored Division had refined its accuracy to a terrifying level. As soon as the Air Force discovered the anti-aircraft fire point, the heavy artillery would immediately bring down the enemy. A few meters of error was normal. The power of the heavy artillery didn't depend on that. As long as the enemy was completely blown to the ground, no one would complain of error. The elves and Great Flame soldiers, receiving supplies, fiercely withstood the demonic attack. Because William's battalion had been wiped out, the 1st Armored Division assembled the troops of several other regiments and provided William with half a battalion of troops. William, and these 400-plus soldiers, like gods descending from heaven, miraculously held off the siege of thousands of demonic soldiers. William and his men defended the last 6 buildings like they were defending their underwear. The demons had clearly captured one of the buildings during the day. But at night, the Great Yin soldiers would retake the lost ground. Many demon soldiers were puzzled as to why the Great Yin soldiers were so persistent. They didn't understand, not now, and never would. William and his men had been ordered to defend this block to the death. So they had to complete this mission. Either die or hold on. This was a fight to the death. After more than 2 weeks of fighting, William and his men had gone from handsome young men to scruffy homeless men. Their uniforms were black, their faces covered in dust. Even some soldiers leaning against the wall smiled, leaving only the whites of their eyes and teeth. Both sides had lost their initial bravery. They were now extremely cautious, remaining silent as long as the other side remained hidden. And now it was finally the Great Yin sharpshooters' turn to shine. 3 sharpshooters could control half a street. So the demon soldiers targeted the sharpshooters just as much as they targeted the machine gunners. Many times, even charging right in front of the enemy, they were forced back by the sharpshooters' bullets. The demon soldiers had lost their initial high morale. Their fighting spirit was completely sapped by repeated failed attacks. The hope in their eyes had faded. They no longer thought about winning the war, but about returning alive. Life wears down a person's edges, but war wears down a person's spirit. Every battle took a toll on the soldiers' hearts. But the Demon Empire clearly didn't realize this. In their previous wars, the Empire's bulldozers would sweep everything aside. Until they encountered the Great Flame, a massive boulder that completely crippled the bulldozers. Compared to the demon soldiers' lack of fighting spirit, the Great Flame soldiers' eyes were filled with determination. Because their leader had told them, if we win this war, we will be proud to be Great Flame people. If we win this war, all those who once looked down on us will regret it. Because dignity is earned through fighting, not through humble begging. As the war for the elf capital entered a stalemate, Lion and his men finally arrived outside the elite capital. By this time, the demon army had already committed all its forces to the elf capital. Even Irides's headquarters had been relocated inside the city. So Irides's determination was evident. But what good was determination alone? Lion's army and the elf army quickly surrounded the elf capital. The encirclement was complete. The demon army lost its last chance to retreat. It wasn't that the demon empire hadn't demanded a withdrawal. It was Irides's insistence. He believed his army could capture the elven capital. But as the encirclement grew, Irides's withdrawal became impossible even if he wanted to. Now the demon army had only one path: win the war, capture the elven capital, and defeat the Great Flame. Soon, the demon army, the elven soldiers within the elven capital, and the Great Flame soldiers all learned of the arrival of 1,000,000 reinforcements on the outskirts. That day, the demon empire was driven to flight by the excited elves and Great Flame soldiers. Meanwhile, the demon army itself was conducting its final mobilization. Chapter 160. Everyone. The Great Yin has defeated the Northern Army. They already marched south, surrounding us. We have no reinforcements, so we can only rely on ourselves. All soldiers, get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow is our last chance. We will launch a breakout. If we do, we have a chance to return home, back to the Demon Empire, back to our homeland. Some confused demon soldiers were excited. They could finally go home. Some clever demon soldiers pondered their commander's words. Breakout? The Northern Army has been repelled. So even if they broke out, where could they escape to? The demon soldiers fell into deep thought. But more soldiers were encouraging each other. It was as if they had already seen what would happen after the breakout tomorrow. That night, as the army completed the encirclement, to prevent the demons from breaking out, the Great Yin soldiers built a defensive position that even the Great Yin soldiers themselves feared. A simple defensive line was formed around the elven capital. Countless salients were constructed along the defensive line. Each salient was equipped with a machine gun. Anti-tank guns were deployed in the recesses between the salients. Behind the line lay the constantly mobile armored forces, ready to provide support should a breach in the front appear. And every 2 salients was equipped with a quadruple Flak 37 modified anti-aircraft gun. Whether it was direct fire or anti-aircraft fire, it was enough to inflict a severe blow on the enemy. Looking at this terrifying firepower deployment, even the Great Yin soldiers themselves felt terrified. Furthermore, a vast expanse of barbed wire stretched beyond the defenses, creating vast, uninhabited areas. Seeing this, the Great Yin soldiers couldn't help but sigh. Would anyone else charge the line? Could they possibly break through? The Great Yin soldiers fell into deep thought. The next day, watching the demon soldiers gathering inside the city, they understood that the demon soldiers were making a desperate move. The elves and Great Yin soldiers within the city were also busy, launching countermeasures. All the demon soldiers were gathering in one direction. It seemed they were planning a joint breakout from that direction. To counter the demons' actions, the 1st Armored Division assembled its remaining several hundred serviceable tanks and placed them firmly behind the demons. If the demons attempted a breakout, the 1st Armored Division would immediately launch an attack and hold them back. The demons realized that the Great Yin soldiers and elves within the city would not allow them to succeed. So, the commanders counted 100,000 demon soldiers with no background and left them behind as a cover. These demon soldiers dared not speak out. Even though they were deeply enraged, they still refused to resist. If they stayed, they might die. If they resisted, their families would also be implicated. Thus, these remaining demon soldiers could only endure silently. Some other demon soldiers hoped that the Great Flame would attack sooner, so that they would no longer have to live in constant fear after being captured. The hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers were also ready. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the demon army's magic crystal cannons opened fire. The intense artillery fire attempted to tear through the Great Flame soldiers' defenses. But before the bombardment could last long, the Great Flame's artillery fire arrived, and the large-caliber howitzers directly destroyed the demon artillery positions. The demon Air Force engaged in a fierce aerial battle with the arriving Great Yin Air Force. Seeing this, Irida finally understood that going to war with the Great Yin was a mistake. Without the cover of artillery fire and air force, Irida knew he could only rely on himself. He then assembled his remaining 800 magic crystal chariots and ordered the 700,000 demon army to charge. As long as the charge began, everything would be fine. The soldiers within the Great Yin defense line were amused by this scene, fearing they might lose their target. But Irida wasn't so foolish as to send his soldiers to their deaths. The magic crystal chariots led the way. To reinforce the magic crystal chariots, Irida dispatched all his magicians to follow behind them, casting spells on them. To protect them, one magic crystal chariot continued to advance towards the position despite being bombarded by several Pak-40 and 88mm tank guns. But the next second, a magic crystal chariot was pierced through. What was this? Everyone couldn't help but notice the scene. The barrel of an 88mm anti-aircraft gun was still smoking. The anti-aircraft gun fired horizontally. The scene was so beautiful. The magic crystal chariot formation realized that De Yin possessed a weapon capable of destroying the enhanced magic crystal chariots. They immediately accelerated, attempting to cover the final few hundred meters. But at this moment, a terrifying roar echoed from the sky. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of 107mm rockets streaked across the sky, landing among the charging demon army. The dense rocket barrage blasted the demon soldiers, along with some magicians, into the air. Even some magic crystal tanks were destroyed. A 107mm rocket attack is different from an artillery barrage. A 107mm rocket can unleash terrifying power in an instant, serving as a rapid support weapon. Artillery barrages, on the other hand, are sustained strikes. They can disrupt the enemy's advance for a long time. The 107mm rocket attack abruptly interrupted the charging demon army. After a brief recovery, Irida ordered his soldiers to attack again. Seizing this opportunity, Leon and his men concentrated their armored forces in the direction of the demon army's attack. The best way to deal with a torrent of steel is to counter it with a torrent of steel. Watching the increasing number of Tiger tanks, the magic crystal tank formation finally grew frightened. But they continued to charge forward. They were everyone's hope. They had to break through the defenses. Only by breaking through could they return home. But the Tiger tanks ruthlessly extinguished their last hope. Looking at the line of Tiger tanks, with every shot, a magic crystal chariot was damaged or destroyed. The few hundred meters before them became a deathly distance, an insurmountable chasm. Watching some of the magic crystal chariots destroyed, the demon magicians, unwilling to accept this, increased their magical protection. The hulls of some of the magic crystal chariots glowed like flares. The gunners were nearly blinded by the glare. Through the scope, the magic crystal chariots were just a speck of light. But the gunners didn't relax, for they knew the demons were at their last gasp. Victory was within reach. All the Great Yin soldiers fought hard, watching the dwindling number of magic crystal chariots. The demon soldiers' nightmare was about to begin. Once the magic crystal chariots were destroyed, the Great Yin's iron torrent would unleash its full might. As the battle raged outside, a decisive battle erupted within the city. Chapter 161. The fighting inside the city was even more brutal. The decisive battle erupted in the already shattered elven capital. The demons initially launched the attack. But as more and more elven soldiers and great flame soldiers joined the fray, the 100,000 cannon fodder were quickly surrounded. Over 200,000 troops surrounded the 100,000 demons, constantly shrinking the demon soldiers' living space. The demon soldiers could only retreat to a single building. This building was the landmark of the Elven Empire, the headquarters of the Church of the God of Light. It was called a headquarters, but it didn't resemble a church. It was built like a European palace. Even ravaged by war, its former splendor could still be seen. But now, with the onset of war, these church members, who claimed to be messengers of God, had disappeared without a trace. They claimed to defend the Elven Empire, but with gold coins in their pockets, they packed up their belongings and fled. And the believers continued to pray, praying that the Goddess of Light would save them. Sif then ordered the Vatican headquarters sealed off. The fanatical believers were driven out. Some even attacked the palace. This infuriated Sif, who had them arrested and sent to the front lines as laborers. As time passed, the defense of the capital began. People gradually forgot about the sealed-off building. The flames of war once again lit up the area. Gazing at the majestic building before them, Gudley, the commander of the heavy tank battalion, lowered his binoculars. He called over an elf nearby and inquired about the building's sturdiness. The elf, not knowing the exact strength of the structure, offered no answer. Gudley ordered a Tiger tank to open fire. Boom! An 88mm armor-piercing round struck the building's outer wall. But a scene that shocked everyone occurred. The 88mm armor-piercing round only left a small hole in the outer wall. And what was even more incredible was that the round didn't even penetrate the outer wall, Gudley's expression grew increasingly serious upon seeing this. The remaining 10,000 demon soldiers in the building were extremely excited. Dying couldn't do anything to them. The commander in charge of the rearguard troops looked at the writing on his phone with some trepidation. It read, "Come to Vatican headquarters immediately. Your lives will be saved." The commander realized that the writing had appeared out of thin air. It had suddenly appeared on his hand. This frightened the commander, but with no other options, they came here with the intention of giving it a try. Before coming here, the rearguard troops had 50,000 to 60,000 men, but after arriving, they had only 10,000. And not a single shot was fired along the way. The rearguard commander had not reported the situation here, because the commander knew the Empire had wronged these soldiers, and so had he. All he could do was give them one last helping hand. Whether it was surrender or hiding. They had done their best, they had done justice to the Empire. It was the nobles who had abandoned them. If there was a chance, he hoped they could survive. And the commander knew he couldn't surrender at any cost. So when he was called to stay, his life was already beginning to count down. The commander took out a piece of paper. He was writing his final suicide note. "Lova, please forgive me. I can no longer return home and take good care of our child. If possible, don't let him know his father died in a war of aggression. Don't let the child join the army. The Empire is corrupt, and our child shouldn't fight for a corrupt empire. If you have the chance, send him to the Yin. At least there, the child's future is free. Thank you for your tolerance for me these 7 years. If there's an afterlife, I will never leave you." After writing the letter, the commander took out a one-time teleportation magic scroll. He teleported the letter directly to his wife. He then put on his helmet and walked out of the command center. Prepare for battle. The royal guards knew that a fierce battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, Gudry outside the building requested support. After repeatedly asking Queen Sif's opinion, Sif offered to destroy the building. In truth, Leon's request was merely symbolic. Whether they agreed or not, the building had only one fate. A Stern Tiger slowly drove around the corner. The demon soldiers inside the building stared at the Stern Tiger's cannon, which could have crammed a person into it. They couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is this? Soon, the Stern Tiger arrived at where Gudry and his men had assembled. Gudry explained the situation to the Stern Tiger's commander and ordered them to destroy the building. Flanked by 6 Tiger tanks, the Stern Tiger approached the building. Soon, the Stern Tiger reached its designated position. The commander then ordered the reload. The 5th level Dochi Knight easily lifted the Stern Tiger's 350-kilogram cannon with his bare hands. Reloading was completed with ease. If Leon had seen this, he would have been amazed. "Is this a nuclear-powered loader?" The 5th level Dochi Knight signaled to the commander that reloading was complete. "Fire!" Boom! The gunner fired decisively. A shell, with a tail of flame, flew towards the building. The demons close by could see the rocket. Boom! The next second, as the rocket struck the building, a burst of flame shot up into the sky. The violent explosion was so intense that even Gudley and the others, a kilometer or 2 away, could feel its terrifying power. The building was directly destroyed by a single rocket. Although the main structure still held firm, it had lost its former splendor. The demon soldiers were terrified. They were now lambs to the slaughter, their fate not in their own hands. And what made them even more frightened was the approach of another Stern Tiger. Then the 2 Stern Tigers took turns firing. Initially, the 2 Stern Tigers' attacks didn't cause much damage to the building. But as the attacks mounted, the building finally gave way and collapsed. The demon soldiers inside retreated to the square behind. In a simple formation, they prepared for the final decisive battle with the Yin. But Gudley chose not to fight them to the death, but instead called for air support. Why fight a fair battle when you can use airstrikes and absolute force to suppress them? Fairness is a fairy tale lie, used to lull children to sleep. Reality is cruel. Some things are destined to be unfair. The weak have no say. Watching the Stukas approach, the rearguard troops, without any anti-aircraft firepower, despaired. They could only watch helplessly as the Stukas dropped their bombs, and then departed without a care in the world. Looking at the soldiers bombed and defenseless, the commander finally collapsed. The Empire's defeat was inevitable. Chapter 162. With the demon army in the elven capital completely annihilated, the Yin and the elves launched a full-scale counterattack. They attacked the demon army that had broken through from both inside and outside. Ira cursed the remaining troops for their weakness and ordered them to intensify the attack. The commander in charge of the frontline attack spoke. "Commander, our soldiers are exhausted and can no longer attack. They need to rest and regroup before launching a new attack. Are you telling me what to do?" Killian, be aware of your status. Killian didn't dare to retort, and silently lowered his head. Irda was the brother-in-law of the demon emperor Latifase. The relationship was extremely strong. Killian was just a grassroots boy, a civilian general, who had risen through the ranks by fighting against the Holy Empire's western expedition. Both the demon emperor Latifase and the nobles showed him little regard. And military commanders, like Killian, also marginalized him. The Empire's current campaign against the Elven Empire, after the defeat at the Forest Elf Kingdom, had no choice but to call upon this general. Killian was one of the few young generals with experience in major battles. Having participated in 5 western expeditions of the Holy Empire, Killian was only 43 years old. He was the most experienced of the young generals, and a legacy left to the Demon Empire by the previous marshal. However, Latifase favored the nobles, who in turn suppressed the common people. The common people had been nearly wiped out from the entire Demon Empire's court. If Latifase had not preserved the last remaining common people, the entire court would have been dominated by the nobles. Although the nobility now held the final say, the common people still controlled a portion of the armed forces. But the Empire's atmosphere had changed. The common people were exploited and oppressed by the nobility. The situation of the common people throughout the Empire was precarious. Thankfully, Latifase was a capable emperor. He almost single-handedly rallied the entire empire. He simply tied all the problems to the war chariot, using hostile forces to alleviate internal conflicts. This is the work of a master. It's impossible without some strength. His thoughts returned to the present. Killian was ejected and returned to his tent with a heavy heart. The generals on the front lines were all looking at him. Killian sighed and spoke. The commander did not agree to our request. He asked us to continue the attack. Hearing this, the generals were furious. Their soldiers were no longer able to fight. A large number of soldiers had died in battle, with many battalions losing over half their men. The morale of the entire army was now shattered. And Killian's next words had the generals on edge. The commander ordered us to attack immediately. That's impossible. The soldiers are completely exhausted. If we continue, there's only one outcome. The generals tried to persuade Killian. But seeing Killian's expression, they saw a look of helplessness. Then they realized they couldn't change this outcome. Killian put on his helmet and personally inspected the soldiers on the front lines. At this moment, the soldiers in the trenches had lost their initial high spirits. Ever since they entered the Elven capital, their bodies and minds had been worn down. The light had faded from the soldiers' eyes. They sat numbly in the trenches, staring blankly ahead. Some broke down in tears. They had survived the great flame's terrifying attack that day. So, they knew there was no way they could break through this defensive line. That meant they would never return home alive. They were worried and terrified. But worry and fear were futile, because no amount of worry or fear could change the facts before them. The lifeless eyes of their comrades beside them, the wounded scattered throughout the trenches, were a constant reminder that they were trapped in this place. We were all here, with no way back. The only possibility was to break through this impenetrable defensive line. But today, they were exhausted and unable to launch another offensive. And just then, they saw their familiar general coming to comfort them. Many soldiers forced themselves to stand, and Killian sat them down one by one. Many were flattered. But Killian grew increasingly silent. As he walked along, he saw no sign of fighting spirit on the soldiers' faces. Their faces were filled with disappointment and disgust with the war. In the trenches lay countless wounded soldiers, some still alive, others slumbering forever. Killian knew that the army before him was on the verge of collapse. They could no longer fight. They no longer had the will to continue. Perhaps surrender is the best outcome. After a brief inspection, Killian returned to headquarters and summoned the generals. There's no point in continuing the fight. The soldiers are no longer able to launch an attack. Even rest won't allow them to recover, Killian stated firmly. The other generals acquiesced. For this was indeed the reality. The demon soldiers' early heroic battles had demonstrated their combat effectiveness to all the generals. But as the war progressed, the generals also realized that the demon army was at its wits' end. But everyone felt a heavy heart. Because Irda had ordered the soldiers to attack, this was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. After a long pause, Killian spoke. I go to headquarters again and bring back an answer, good or bad. Soon, Killian returned with a slap mark on his face. The generals bowed their heads silently. The outcome was already known. Order the soldiers to rest for 15 minutes, then prepare to attack, Killian said calmly. The generals' faces were filled with disbelief. This was monstrous. Only 15 minutes of rest before the soldiers launched an attack. They simply didn't treat them as human beings, But the next second, Killian spoke again. Delay as long as possible, allowing the soldiers to rest a little longer. This is the only thing we can do. The generals agreed to this plan and immediately ordered the buglers not to blow the attack horn without their own orders. As time ticked by, Irida finally discovered a clue. Why hadn't the frontline troops launched the attack yet? Irida furiously rushed into Killian's tent. The answer was soon revealed. Irida then made a surprising decision. He ordered Killian to charge with the soldiers. The entire front line was in an uproar. Chapter 163. General. General. In the trenches on the front lines, the soldiers looked at Killian and bowed their heads silently. They had learned that Killian would join them in the attack. This was tantamount to sending their general to his death. Compared to other generals, they preferred Killian, a general who cared about them. So, they found it difficult to accept Killian's arrival. Killian smiled, then put on his helmet. He walked in front of the crowd, waiting for the attack horn to sound. Time passed by minute by minute. Killian had never felt these minutes so long. Looking at the muddy trenches beneath his feet, Killian found that they were no different from the roads in the slums. Looking at the high moon, it was still the same as it had been 20 years ago. He had fought for the Empire for over 20 years. But in the end, nothing had changed. Common people like him were still being exploited. Killian thought about this and took out a piece of paper. He wrote a final note. There is no room for civilians left. You must fight to the end with force. After writing, he took out a teleportation scroll and delivered it to his own people in the Empire. After all this, the sound no one wanted to hear was heard. Woo! The horn sounded, alerting both sides. The attack began. The Great Yin soldiers were stunned. Were the demons desperate, and they were still attacking? Despite their complaints, all the Great Yin soldiers immediately went into combat mode. The machine gunners were already in position. Looking at the demon army, that was like a black tide, all the Great Yin soldiers were on full alert. Bang! 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 Hundreds of flares rose into the night sky. Instantly illuminating it, the demon soldiers chose not to retreat. Instead, they charged forward relentlessly. Anti-tank guns opened fire, but with little effect. The demon army charged forward recklessly. They were about to reach the 800-meter mark. The machine gunners were on full alert. As the demon soldiers approached the 800-meter mark, thousands of MG-42s along the entire defense line opened fire. Bullets flew toward the demon soldiers, threatening to rip them apart. Suddenly, a magical glow shone from the demon soldiers. What was this? Magical protection? The machine gunners were momentarily stunned, then shifted their MG-42s into high gear. Come on! Come on! Watch how I wipe you out! Squeak! All the machine gunners silently shifted their MG-42s into high gear. But the demon soldiers, powered by magical protection, charged towards the defense line. The demon soldiers formed a human wall. Each demon soldier's fall could push the demon army forward 10 meters. The demon army went crazy. This should be their last desperate stand. As the demon army drew closer to the defense line, De Yin also prepared countermeasures. Seeing the demon army about to charge directly at them, a battalion commander pressed the detonator. Boom! The charging demon army was directly blown into the sky by the explosives De Yin had planted in advance. And the troops led by Killian, located in the center of the army, instantly became the vanguard. But Killian did not hesitate, and continued to lead his troops into the charge. And Dian's sniper also noticed the appearance of Killian. Because of his military uniform, the sniper had to take notice. Bang! A bullet flew directly toward Killian. Just as it was about to hit, a scene occurred that made the sniper question his fate. Killian immediately drew his sword and split the bullet with one blow. Sniper? ? Is this still human? The sniper immediately fired again. But the result was the same. Seeing Killian take the lead, the other soldiers' fighting spirit was rekindled. They rushed towards the defense line. The courage was commendable. But the next moment, a scene that made them despair arrived. Thousands of tanks crossed the trenches and launched an attack on the demon army. Looking at the overwhelming torrent of steel, Killian also felt despair. He immediately decided to lead the central troops to cover the rear, allowing the rear troops to retreat. But looking back, the trench he had emerged from was already filled with the supervision team. Killian knew the outcome was sealed. Then, unwillingly, he launched his attack. And the fate of flesh and blood facing a torrent of steel was only one. An hour later, the armored forces ceased fire. There was not a single living soul left on the battlefield. Killian, blood-soaked, stared at the torrent of steel before him. His eyes were filled with resentment. Why? Why did the enemy possess such weapons? Why was heaven so unfair? Killian roared inwardly, then turned to look at the demons watching him from the trenches. Suddenly, Killian smiled. Then, without hesitation, he slashed his sword and committed suicide. Killian fell. So did the 100,000-man army. Only 500,000 of the demon army remained, lingering. The remaining troops were terrified. I simply didn't want to continue fighting. The main reason was that most of the remaining troops were the sons of nobles, and those controlled by them. The armed forces commanded by the common people had completely withered. Does the Empire still have a future? I don't know. Killian no longer needs to know, he's already free. With the end of that night's attack, the demon army didn't launch another attack. Instead, they retreated to their positions. De Yin also didn't attack again. The two sides remained in a stalemate. Because Leon knew the demon army was running out of food. After the demons on the northern border were repelled, Leon dispatched an armored division to cut off the demon army's connection with the demons on the western front. As a result, these 500,000 men were now starved of food. The reserves would soon be depleted. By then, this 500,000-man army could be defeated without a single blow. So there was no need to launch another attack now. The soldiers could rest well. And the demons on the other side would be in dire straits. Not only was food limited, but they also faced daily bombardments from the Great Yin. The Great Yin artillery's daily mission was now to conduct a few rounds of artillery fire before meals. After firing the required ammunition, meals began. The Great Yin soldiers ate well, and slept soundly every day. The demons on the other side, on the other hand, were starving and faced airstrikes from the Great Yin Air Force while sleeping. The demon soldiers had already begun to complain. They longed for an end to the war. They wanted food. Every mealtime, for some reason, the aroma of Great Yan's food wafted across the battlefield. It reached their noses, arousing their appetites. They sniffed the air. Then, they looked at the black bread in their hands. And then, they saw the sumptuous meals in the general's hands. Then they thought of General Shilian, who had died a few days earlier. Something was beginning to spread within the army. And yet the high-ranking general seemed unconcerned. Chapter 164. Just as Leon was waiting for the demon army to collapse, Demon Emperor Latiface became restless. He hadn't lost his composure after learning of the Northern Army's repulse, nor had he panicked when the demon army was surrounded. But now, he was anxious. After learning of Killian's death, Latiface could no longer sit still. He knew what kind of person Ayarda was. But under pressure from Queen Yan and the nobles, he had no choice but to appoint Ayarda as commander-in-chief. Also, to prevent this idiot from commanding recklessly, Latiface appointed Killian as deputy commander-in-chief. This meant he was there to back up Ayarda. Before his death, the previous imperial marshal had given Latiface a promise. Relying on Killian would ensure the empire's safety for 20 years. But now Killian was dead. The frontline army had no hope relying on those idiots. Night fell. Latiface paced back and forth beside the bed, his face filled with anxiety. Your Majesty, it's time for bed. The Queen, Evian, said seductively, her figure now radiant, casually lying on the bed. But Latiface seemed not to hear, continuing to pace back and forth. Finally, Evian grew impatient. What are you talking about? Why don't you come over here? Latiface said coldly. It's all because of your useless brother. He forced Killian to death. Killian? A general's death is nothing. What's so regrettable about that? Latiface's face darkened at this. He reached out and grabbed Evian's neck. Evian instantly panicked. Remember, if I had to choose between your brother and Killian, I would definitely choose Killian. Evian's face flushed crimson, and she seemed almost breathless. Latiface let go. He then spoke to the attendant beside him. Go inform the ministers to come to the hall immediately for this discussion. Yes. Latiface glanced back at Evian lying on the bed, and Evian forced a smile. Seeing this, Latiface left without a backward glance. Inside the hall, Latiface arrived early. Looking at the seat that had once belonged to Killian, his face was filled with regret. I thought I could protect you by distancing myself from you, but in the end, I failed. The Empire is sorry for you, and I am sorry for you too. Latiface muttered. The entire Empire had been hollowed out by the nobles since the previous emperor ascended the throne. The previous emperor had taken advantage of the Holy Empire's westward expedition to cultivate numerous forces loyal to the royal family and among the common people. The three-way checks and balances were used to restrain the nobles. But with the previous emperor's sudden death, overnight, the power cultivated by the previous emperor was wiped out. So, Latiface could only carefully cultivate his own power. But now, Everything was ruined. Just as Latife's was pondering, a servant reminded him that the ministers had arrived. Latife's expression immediately changed, and he shouted angrily, "Get in!" Several ministers trotted in. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, Latife's had never spoken to them like that before. So, he decisively gave in. "Look at the person you chose. Irda is a piece of crap, a hopeless case. Killian is dead. Are you satisfied? Now that Killian is dead, what do you tell me about the Empire? What will we use to fight other nations, with your vast fortunes?" Latife's roared. The ministers dared not utter a word, for they also knew the importance of Killian. Now that Killian was gone, the Empire's defeat on the front was inevitable. Now the focus wasn't on victory, but on preserving strength. But the noble ministers refused to give up, struggling. "Let Irda launch a final offensive. If we can break through, we can gain more at the negotiating table." "Chips," a noble minister said with certainty. Latife picked up a nearby teacup and threw it. The minister, unable to dodge, was hit directly in the head. He stared at the demon king Latife in horror, his eyes filled with confusion. "Attack! Attack with your head! Go to the front lines and attack, you bunch of idiots who only know how to talk. How many troops does the Empire have now? Do you know? Less than 3 million. Defending the Papal States requires 2 million, and 500,000 are trapped in the Elven Empire. There are 200,000 troops on the Western Elven front, and 200,000 remnants on the Elven Empire's northern border. Now there are only 100,000 guards guarding the capital. Tell me, how can the Empire continue to fight?" Hearing the demon king Latife's roar, the ministers fell silent. Although Latife's curse was harsh, it was the truth. Well, even if Irda summoned a spirit and led his troops to break through, how many would be left? How can they continue to fight the Great Flame and the Elves? The Eastern Elf Empire still has 1.5 million troops. Even if they sacrifice their lives, they can fill the Empire's front line against the Elf Empire. Latife's roared with almost all his might. He had been frustrated for too long, and he didn't want to be frustrated anymore. "Your Majesty, do you mean surrender?" the Demon Empire's military minister asked tentatively. "What else?" Latife's retorted. "Then who will bear the responsibility for this defeat?" The military minister's eyes rolled around, then fixed their gaze on Latife's. "You want me to bear this responsibility?" Latife's was furious, and then looked at the other ministers. The other ministers looked elsewhere. Okay, you initiated the war, and now you want me to take the blame. So let's see how far you parasites can go," Latife said, his expression no longer submissive. The ministers looked puzzled. Why did the previously obedient Latife's had suddenly turned hostile? But they weren't worried about any disturbances Latife's could stir up. Having ascended the throne for over a decade, they all knew everything Latife's did daily. Even Queen Ivian was theirs. So Latife's was invisible to them. But that was just their perception. There was still much about Latife's they didn't know. Looking at the departing minister, Latife's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Lapus." A man in black appeared before Latife's. "Let's do it. Start with the Minister of War. The Empire needs to deal with its restless nobles, and the defeat requires a scapegoat." "Yes." The men in black vanished in an instant. Latife's addressed the people around him. "Don't think I don't know you were sent by them. Since you taken their money, prepare to die." He clapped his hands as they stared at him in bewilderment. Then, a large number of men in black appeared, dispatching the attendants and maids in a flash. The entire palace was instantly flooded with blood. Chapter 165. The next day, the entire Demon Empire's capital, Silua, was in an uproar. Civilians and nobles alike were in a frenzy. The first incident was that assassins had entered the palace the previous night, killing numerous attendants and maids. Even the demon queen Ivian was injured and fell into a coma. The second incident was even more devastating. The Empire's frontline troops had been routed, and the Minister of War had committed suicide out of fear of punishment. According to the Empire's announcement, the Minister of War had embezzled military funds, leaving the soldiers without weapons and equipment, leading to the disastrous defeat of the war. To protect the Empire, the Demon Emperor, Latife's, had chosen to compromise and surrender to the humans. When ordinary people heard this news, they were instantly filled with hatred for the Minister of War. The nobles, however, were already sweating profusely. The Minister of War hadn't simply committed suicide out of fear of punishment. They learned that his entire family of 114 members had been slaughtered. Even infants in swaddling clothes had been spared. All killed with a single strike. The nobles had already thought of Latife's. But they couldn't figure out where Latifes had conjured up this power. Where did these people even come from? Just as they were wondering, some of the great nobles had already begun assembling their armies. But something even more terrifying had occurred. Their troops had been replaced. In other words, the imperial guards now stationed in the capital's camp were the soldiers who were supposed to be on the battlefield. So where had their own soldiers gone? The nobles thought of the demon army trapped on the battlefield. And that wasn't the scariest part. As the war with the Demon Empire progressed, the lives of ordinary people in the Demon Empire became increasingly difficult, their quality of life significantly declining. Inflation was rampant throughout the rear. A loaf of black bread cost 5 copper coins. Ordinary people could only rely on their families' food reserves or scrimp and save. And the nobles continued to live in dissipation. But for the sake of the empire, all the common people persevered, working tirelessly. But with the news of the empire's defeat, the Demon Empire finally collapsed. Angry commoners took to the streets, attacking the nobles. Many knelt at the palace gates, begging Latifes for justice. Latifes, instead of rushing to deal with the situation, had his men fan the flames. He exposed numerous crimes committed by the nobles. At the same time, he mobilized the army and stationed it in the capital. At first, the common people thought these troops were coming to suppress them. But they soon discovered that these troops did not attack them. Instead, they simply stationed themselves in the capital, treating them as if they were nothing. After repeated probing, the common people finally determined that these troops were merely there to maintain law and order. It seems His Majesty has acquiesced. Led by some, the common people launched a public opinion offensive. Every day, they attacked the residences of guilty nobles. And if a noble dared to drive out or harm a commoner, the waiting army would break down their door, confiscate their property, and imprison them. Some powerful nobles attempted to resist with force. But they were instantly killed by the sudden appearance of men in black. The nobles were forced to obey. But as more nobles were captured, they became increasingly insecure. Many nobles began to band together for support. But Latifes said, "Great. No excuse. We can just wipe them out." Riding on the public outrage and Latifes' decades of forbearance, Latifes finally erupted on this day. He instantly eliminated all his opponents. After dealing with these issues, Latifes began preparing for surrender. Surrender was necessary, but how and under what conditions? These must be fought for. Latifes immediately contacted Lion and ordered the soldiers on the front lines to cease fire. Upon hearing Latifes' surrender, Lion immediately agreed and ordered his soldiers to cease fire. After all, artillery shells cost money. The intimidation bombardment these days had cost a lot of artillery shells. This war had also cost a lot of money, and it just so happened that a country had surrendered. Lion was already ecstatic. He wanted to experience what it felt like to be a great power. Soon, Latifes contacted Lion in the morning, and by noon, Lion had delivered Diane's request to Latifes' desk. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Latifes exclaimed, looking at the unequal treaty on the table. The unequal treaty stated, all captured demon soldiers, as well as those within the Elden Empire, must surrender to the Yin and undergo labor reform. The date of release will be determined based on their crimes and performance. The southern border of the Demon Empire must not be fortified. The land south of Fort Latini must be ceded to the Yin. 100 million gold coins must be paid in compensation to the Yin, to be paid over 5 years. 200 million gold coins must be paid in compensation to the Eastern Elden Empire, to be paid over 20 years. The Eastern Elden Empire must be recognized as the sole legitimate empire of the Elden Empire. The Yin is permitted to build factories within the Demon Empire. This was the unequal treaty. First, the captives, who were a valuable labor force. That's why Lion was desperately trying to hold on to them. As for the compensation, Lion only demanded a symbolic amount. First, the Demon Empire's economy was on the verge of collapse. If it collapsed, Great Yan's industrial products would lose a market. Also, the Papal States and the Demon Empire were locked in a bitter conflict. Lion wanted to keep the Demon Empire afloat, allowing it to survive the Papal States' attacks. At the same time, he would economically invade the Demon Empire, and then export his culture through economic means. The factories he established were intended to suppress the Demon Empire's existing industries. Lion didn't ask for much land, only the land south of the fortress. Because the land north of the fortress was completely devoid of soil, only gravel. To take such a useless piece of land, and then station a large army there, it would be better to choose important land. At least, that was the case for Great Yin at the moment. Fort Latini was the southern gateway to the Demon Empire. Lion must seize the fortress. At the same time, an airfield can be built here. B-29 bombers can even bomb the Demon Empire's capital. The indemnity to the Eastern Elves is intended to compensate them. But again, all this money will ultimately go to Lion. Since De Yin is here, the Eastern Elves have to show some appreciation, right? No money, just give people resources. Hee. If all else fails, I think Her Majesty still has her charm. Sif is a 9th level powerhouse, taking her back would be a sure win. But this is just wishful thinking. 200 million gold coins are nowhere near enough to restore and rebuild the Elven Empire, so the Eastern Elves will surely need De Yin's help. De Yin will then be able to completely control the Eastern Elves. And once all this is accomplished, Lion gazed upon his plan with satisfaction. Eastern Elves, Holy Empire, Orc Empire, Demon Empire. The 4 grand chessboards have been laid, waiting for the passage of time and the heavens move. Chapter 166. Although this was an unequal treaty, the Demon Empire had to sign it. Because the Papal States' crusade was about to break through the Demon Empire's defenses. The Papal States assembled 5 million troops for the crusade. The Demon Empire used 2 million troops to repel the Papal States' attack. The Papal States still had to gather even more troops to threaten the Demon Empire. The Papal States was so stubborn in its fight against the Demon Empire. It was because the Papal States and the Demon Empire had different beliefs. The Demon Empire's religious beliefs described their Papal States' goddess of light as an evil deity. The people of the Papal States were dissatisfied with this, and after years of petitioning, the Papal States finally launched a crusade. The Crusaders were composed of a large number of believers, most of whom were civilians from the Papal States. And the equipment was basically all civilian provided, solely for the purpose of punishing heretics. Lion also began to attach greater importance to the Demon Empire. 2 million troops held off 5 million enemies. This clearly demonstrates the Demon Empire's inherent strength. Lion also felt a growing sense of crisis. He must be technologically advanced. The current Demon Empire serves as a cautionary tale. To counter the Papal States, Lion selected 100,000 demon soldiers captured in the Forest Elf Kingdom last time and sent them back to the Demon Empire, selecting those who had performed well in labor reform. Soldiers influenced by red ideology, once integrated into the Demon Empire, will subtly change in certain ways. When Latiface heard that Great Yin had returned 150,000 men, his hostility toward Great Yin softened somewhat. 150,000 men wasn't a large number, but they could fill the front lines and prevent the Crusaders from breaking through. Then find a way to recruit soldiers from within the country. Latiface finally agreed to this unequal treaty. A few days later, outside the Elven capital, in the center of the battlefield, in a makeshift tent, De Yin's high-ranking officials and the Demon Army's high-ranking officials gathered. De Yin dispatched a powerful force. Carl, Kedes, Chester, Winster, and Lion. On the other side stood Iarda and other noble generals. Lion almost left. What kind of bastard? Are you worthy of eating at my table? As a victorious nation, you must maintain the dignity that comes with a victor. But Lion didn't leave. He wanted to see how Iarda, known for being a hopeless case, would handle this unequal treaty. After seeing the unequal treaty, Iarda suddenly stood up and exclaimed in horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Carl said coldly. Your Demon Emperor has agreed. All you need to do is sign. And don't put on airs. Hearing Carl's words, Iarda sat down, a look of disbelief on his face. A noble general spoke up. Human. Stop being so arrogant. The Empire won't let you go. Hearing this, Leon and the others' expressions suddenly brightened. Lion turned his head away, forcing himself not to laugh. Caddis and Chester looked solemn. Winster looked puzzled. Carl burst out laughing. Iarda and the others were stunned. After laughing, Carl pulled a plate from his storage ring and spoke. You know, in our eyes, 500,000 of you are just a dish. Only when we put you on the table can you truly be considered a dish. If you don't put it on the table, you're not even a dish. Hearing Carl's vivid description, Iris's face turned green. He wanted to explode several times, but he sat down. After a long moment, Iarda sighed and finally picked up the pen. If he didn't sign, he'd be beaten into a jerk. If he signed, he could live a little longer, letting his Demon Emperor brother-in-law save him. Wait, Iarda suddenly looked up. He looked at Leon and the others across from him, his eyes filled with fear. He finally understood why Demon Emperor Latiface had asked him to sign, and why so many powerful men had come from Dian. They all had to confirm that it was him who signed this unequal treaty. For the first time, Iarda felt his brother-in-law was so unfamiliar. If he signed this unequal treaty, Lion and the others across from him would definitely send someone. return to the Demon Empire intact. Then what awaited him would be the wrath of the citizens and the abandonment of the Demon Emperor. Irida suddenly went mad. He wanted to leave. He didn't want to sign this unequal treaty, but Caddis and the others wouldn't let him. Irida found himself unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as he wrote his name on the treaty. No! No! Don't do this. In the end, Irida slumped in the chair, a look of despair on his face. He looked as if he had been ravaged by a giant. Caddis and Leon exchanged a glance. Irida had already signed. Lettyface would take action against the nobles. Diane could seize the opportunity to insert his own people into the Demon Empire's political arena. Lettyface might have anticipated Leon's move. But now Lettyface must cut the Gordian knot and eliminate the biggest cancer. As for the future, Lettyface believes he can handle it. Lion, he. After Irida signed the agreement and was escorted back to his country for a civil trial, Irida was sentenced to death, and a large number of nobles were purged. Demon Emperor Lettyface posthumously awarded the title of Marshal of the Shilian Empire, and bestowed the title of Duke on Shilian's son. On the day of Shilian's burial, he disregarded his imperial authority and burst into tears. Everyone present was deeply moved. Lettyface's reputation did not diminish with the defeat, but instead greatly increased. The matter of the Demon Empire came to an end, and Leon prepared to return to Dayin, while also preparing to assist the Eastern Elves and the Holy Empire. But the conflict within the Orc Empire had reached a head-on confrontation. With the Demon Empire's surrender, the Orc Empire was stunned, but Baromir did not give up. Looking at the million-strong mage army in his hands, Baromir felt he was back on his feet. But the internal conflicts were making Baromir irritable. The conflict between the common people and the nobles was growing. Ever since Barity's death, the common people of the Empire had gone berserk. Every day, scores of common people came to the palace to petition Baromir for Barity's vindication. But each time, their requests fell on deaf ears. The nobles drove these common people away. It was clear that Baromir had chosen between the nobles and the common people. The nobles, through probing, had ascertained Baromir's stance. Then they escalated their actions. The protests of the past few days had significantly impacted the nobles' income. Many common people began boycotting the goods produced by their nobles. In retaliation, the nobles demanded increased taxes. This move would ultimately detonate the Orc Empire. Lion was also quietly keeping an eye on the Orc Empire. In 2 months, the Orc prisoners could be released. Yuan Qingqi's Qingqi Kingdom's 200,000-man army had also received Great Yan equipment and completed Great Yan military training. Lion's decisive support for Yuan Qingqi wasn't just due to Yuan Qingqi and the Great Yan alliance. More importantly, Yuan Qingqi actually possessed the royal bloodline of the Orc Empire. Chapter 167. With the war over, Leon returned to Dayin with his army. Dayin had entered early winter, but winter hadn't affected the city's construction. The people of Dayin were still working furiously to build Dayin and their home. Dayin had now completed preliminary industrialization and fully industrialized its military industry. The military industry had matured and was transitioning to the later stages of World War II. At the same time, civilian industries were also developing rapidly. It had only been a little over a year since the start of the first 3-year plan. But Dayin, relying on magic and the enthusiasm of its people, had managed to double the construction speed. With the help of magicians, they had completed 2/3 of the project in just 1 year. And they were hoping to complete the remaining third within 3 months. This shocked Leon. He had thought everyone was moving fast enough, but it turned out they could even speed it up. Wow, is this a world where science is the norm and metaphysics is the norm? I learned a lot. Sin City, in particular, has changed dramatically. In just 1 month, Sin City has added many more skyscrapers. Even the capital is no longer the tallest building. A new 12-story building has been constructed. This will be the future scientific research center of Dayin. All future military and civilian research and development will be conducted here. This clearly demonstrates the importance Leon places on scientific research. Even the capital is only 7 stories high. But before Leon could even speak, his people were already planning to build a taller capital. Leon said there was no need for that at the moment. Should the capital, just 6 months old, be abandoned? Leon wasn't wealthy, so he couldn't do it. And Leon's original words were these: if one day all buildings were taller than the capital, then the capital would naturally be rebuilt. Besides buildings, Leon's biggest concern was food. Although he knew of some hybrid products from his previous life, this world wasn't exactly the same as the original. There were many plants Leon hadn't seen. But Leon hadn't found any trace of potatoes in this world. At least not yet. and Leon had only found rice and wheat. He had researchers cultivate them, aiming to have them ready before next year's spring plowing. Leon assigned 2 magicians to the hybridization laboratory and had them use ripening magic. They had obtained preliminary hybrid products. While they were still some way from being complete, he believed they would be able to produce a product that would satisfy Leon before next year's spring plowing. In addition to the internal competition in civilian research, the military industry was also experiencing a surge in competition. Since the development of rockets, the pace of propulsion system development had skyrocketed. The arrival of missiles is not far off. What concerns Lion even more is the income situation of the residents. Dayan's current revenue structure is distorted. No taxes are levied on any citizen. Because, given the current economic situation of the people, taxation is impossible. Many of them have only accumulated a year's income and are just beginning to achieve a comfortable life. Taking taxes from them now would not raise much money and would only increase their burden. So, Lion temporarily abolished the national tax. Instead, the national revenue is focused on trade and arms. Currently, over 60% of Dayan's revenue comes from arms sales. Another 40% comes from industrial products. But this 40% is gradually increasing. Dayan's products are particularly gaining market share in neighboring countries experiencing war. The war has impacted these countries' domestic markets, and many businesses have been forced into bankruptcy. Dayan's products have squeezed in and are rapidly rising in prominence. Congress estimates that the share of commodity trade will rise to 60% to 70% next year, and the profits from arms sales are far less than those from industrial products. Why? Take a convertible. It might cost only 2 gold coins. And Dayan can price it at 200 gold coins. Will anyone buy it? Of course they will. Now, nobles from all over the world are marveling at Dayan's might, and especially are buying Dayan clothing. It's as if wearing these clothes will make you an enviable Dayan citizen. These cars were highly sought after by the nobles, though they also felt they were overpriced. But seeing everyone else buying them, wouldn't you buy one? Thus, tens of thousands of cars alone were sold. This alone brought in millions of gold coins. Not to mention the other goods. Many nobles also found the clothing of the Great Yan people to be not only simple, but also very comfortable. While women's clothing wasn't particularly refined, when they saw the men's clothing, they couldn't help but admire the aesthetic taste of the Great Yan people. Straight lapels, for patch pockets with flaps, a closed figure-8 neckline, fitted sleeves, 5 visible buttons, and a seamless back. This is the famous Zhongshan suit. These strange designs puzzled many, but leader Leon ordered that all civil servants, except for military personnel, must wear this attire. Some were initially puzzled, but after trying them on, they discovered that the Zhongshan suits fit them perfectly. Following the lead from civil servants, a Zhongshan suit craze swept Dayan. Not only that, but even neighboring countries saw a similar surge. Some even hailed Dayan as a beacon of the world. And after successfully defeating the Demon Empire, Dayan's name shone brightly. Many recalled the former glory of the Holy Empire, especially when they learned that Leon was not only a direct descendant of Dreen, but also a descendant of the once hero Kunberg. Blessed by his dual identity as the savior of the empire, the divine voice of Leon's succession to the Holy Empire resounded. But Leon declined and, through the Intelligence Bureau, suppressed this voice. If he became emperor, he would set a bad precedent for future generations. I can control myself, but what about my descendants? The reason the alliance from the previous life still lingers in our hearts even after its collapse isn't just because it was powerful, but because it held something we longed for. At the same time, Leon ordered the Intelligence Bureau to intensify its infiltration of the Holy Empire, demanding even the knowledge of what Emperor Charles ate every day. Hans, however, interpreted this as demanding the knowledge of everything everyone associated with Charles did every day. Leon stared blankly at the mountain of intelligence. Hans, what can I say about you? Not long after Leon returned, Hans found Leon. He told Leon that the research had yielded results. Leon then remembered the demon he had recruited. The group arrived in the forest north of Sin City. In the forest, they turned left and right. After passing through a heavily guarded gate, they entered a cave. And inside the cave lay a massive steel door. Chapter 168. As Lion and his companions entered this vast underground facility, Caddis realized that such a magnificent facility existed beneath the Great Yan Empire. Looking at the heavy gate, Caddis felt a terrifying surge of magical energy. This gate must be made of a material that blocks magic. This means that, through magical means, the situation inside cannot be observed from the outside, and even some magical assassins cannot enter quietly. Caddis didn't know where Lion had obtained so much metal, but he knew there must be something important inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth Lion's massive deployment. And what made Caddis sigh was that the soldiers stationed here were from Lion's Royal Guards Division. The soldiers of Lion's Royal Guards Division were carefully selected from the Great Yin National Defense Force. Total strength was only 10,000. But after Caddis scanned the area with his mental power, he saw that there were a full 2,000 soldiers stationed just outside. And what's going on inside is still unknown. Lion arrived at the main gate. The soldier immediately called inside, and with the combined efforts of both inside and outside, the metal door slowly swung open. Next to it was a bottomless corridor. On either side of the doorway were 2 lighted duty rooms. For the first time, Caddis felt a sense of fear. The air inside made Caddis feel uneasy. Caddis scanned with his mental power, and found that the end was not far ahead. It seemed that the magic-proof metal was blocking detection again. Lion, led by several guards, walked inside. Caddis followed. The group consisted of Caddis, Leon, Hans, and several guards. They soon reached the end. Leon took out the key hanging from his neck and opened the door. An elevator appeared before them. A few people stepped inside. Hans flipped the switch. It was a magic crystal elevator. Ordinary elevators, while practical, lacked the powerful drive of the magic mirror elevator. Their cargo capacity was slightly inferior. So, magic crystal elevators became the elevator of choice for military facilities. Even a standard elevator, if replaced with a magic crystal elevator, could carry over 200 tons of cargo. The group descended rapidly in the elevator. After a few minutes, Caddis couldn't help but ask, "How deep is this place?" "Very deep." Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of descent, the elevator finally stopped. Caddis realized that the elevator must have reached the rock layer beneath the Great Flame Earth. As the elevator door opened, Caddis was stunned by the scene before him. As the gate opened, Caddis saw many people walking back and forth in strange white clothing. They hurried back and forth. Some were pushing ore, others were pushing bottles and jars. The ore was very precious. But the bottles and jars filled Caddis with a sense of fear. The contents of the bottles and jars could pose a threat to Caddis. Lion led Caddis and the others inside. As they walked, Leon asked, "Is Teresa okay?" "Nothing unusual, but she seems to have a strong hostility towards orcs. It's hard for any orc test subjects to survive," Hans said with some fear. Looking at the frightened Hans, Leon sensed something was amiss. Because there weren't many things that could frighten this cold-blooded intelligence chief. "Would I die if I went in?" Leon began to doubt his life. Looking at the dazed Caddis beside him, Leon regained his confidence. He pushed the door open and walked in. "Ah! Don't come in!" The moment he opened the door, he heard screams. Leon looked at Hans, bewildered. Hans was also bewildered. "What's going on? I don't know either. Is this what you said, everything under control? Isn't this related to the inside?" Looking at Hans's sincere face, Leon was speechless, with no objections. As soon as he entered, the staff on both sides immediately saluted Leon. "Leader." Leon waved back. In the distance, Teresa was still intently experimenting on the test subject. Gazing at the horrific orcs, Caddis's face showed no trace of disgust. Instead, he asked, "What are they doing?" "Testing some drugs, newly produced drugs. We can't use them on our own people," Hans explained. "Are these orcs prisoners of war?" "Yes, but they're extremely criminals." Hearing Hans's answer, Caddis nodded in satisfaction. This is truly making the most of them. In fact, Hans hadn't finished his story yet. Not only are they testing drugs, but they're also testing secret weapons. In reality, Leon went to such great lengths to capture these guilty prisoners for experiments. In reality, he couldn't commit the brutal act of capturing orcs and civilians. Leon couldn't bring himself to drag innocent people into this. He wasn't the beast of the old world. These orcs, having committed heinous crimes, were just the thing to make them feel worse than death. Watching Teresa's experiments, even Caddis, a veteran of the slaughterhouse, felt a surge of fear. Caddis had seen countless deaths, but never such a horrific one. He patted Leon's shoulder and tried to leave. But the moment he patted Leon, Leon jumped in shock. Caddis didn't say anything, for he was also frightened. Hans, standing nearby, had wisely turned away, forcing himself to ignore the sight. Leon couldn't help but kick him. "Damn it, your boss, I'm still here watching this inappropriate stuff, and you're hiding. Do you deserve your salary?" Hans stood up, rubbing his butt with a resentful look on his face. "How much do I earn a month? What's wrong with being lazy? Do you think you make more than me?" Lion twitched his lips, and silently led the two out. Let's not disturb Teresa. Yes. Definitely not out of fear. Lion continued to lead them deeper. In a base deeper inside, Caddis watched hundreds of people carefully sorting ore. Confused, he looked at Leon, his eyes seemingly asking what they were doing. Lion said seriously, "We're searching for raw materials to make super weapons. But unfortunately, we've been searching for almost 6 months and haven't found any clues." Caddis frowned slightly at this. "Secret weapon? What is that?" "This is my great-grandfather Kuenberg's unfulfilled dream. If he had been able to create it, perhaps the outcome would have been different," Lion said with some emotion as he looked at the worker sorting ore. Chapter 169. The step the master never took? Caddis was puzzled, but soon realized what was happening. Lion seemed to be tracing Kuenberg's path again. But thinking of Kuenberg's fate, Caddis felt a little worried. Caddis didn't say it at first because Leon wasn't following the exact same path as Kuenberg. Kuenberg's policies tended to be completely pro-people, but Leon was different. Lion's policies protected the rights of the people, but they also restricted them, allowing some talented people to join the country while preventing those without talent from endangering it. Lion, on the other hand, used his personal prestige and charisma to create a sense of willingness to work for him. When power expands, many people will betray their original aspirations. Kuenberg's failure was largely due to the betrayal of its original founders. But in Diyen, there were no such concerns, because Leon always taught everyone that the people should support their leader. And the leader should protect the people and ensure they live a good life. Lion ensured everyone was well fed and clothed, and naturally, the people would support him. Furthermore, Lion always maintained control of the army. Caddis and Carl were solely responsible for command. And Lion could have bypassed Caddis and Carl and directly commanded the army. But Lion wouldn't do that, at least not yet. He knew he wasn't a qualified general, so he wouldn't blindly interfere in military operations. But at the same time, Lion had established this rule to prevent anyone from harboring ill intentions in the future. So Caddis wasn't worried about Lion repeating his mistakes. But as Lion continued researching the secret weapon, Caddis discovered that Kuenberg seemed to have been working on a similar secret weapon back then. Caddis couldn't help but speak. "Actually, there were reasons for Master's failure back then, but I never told you. It wasn't out of fear, but out of trust in you. I knew you wouldn't repeat the same mistake. But now, I must tell you the truth." Caddis pulled a thick leather book from his storage ring. Looking at Caddis's determined gaze, Leon, somewhat puzzled, picked up the book and began to flip through it. He opened the first page and saw these words in bold: "The autobiography of Kuenberg, a wanderer in a foreign land." When Leon saw these words, he was shocked. He then looked at Caddis in disbelief, as if asking where you got it. "My master gave it to me before he died. He told me to keep it safe, knowing that others would follow his path, and this book is his summary." "Then why did you take it out so soon?" Lion was puzzled. "Because I was worried you'd be influenced by it, or afraid of the final outcome," Caddis said with a bit of hesitation. Of course, he knew taking it out was a good thing, but he didn't want to put too much pressure on Lion. Originally, Caddis had planned to wait 2 years, until Diyen was truly powerful, before taking out the book. And now, it seemed that Lion's development had far surpassed that of Kuenberg. So it was time to take it out. Lion ignored Caddis, knowing he was doing it for his own good. But he also knew he had to face this. But as Leon read further, his hands trembled more and more. For what was written there wasn't just the reason for Kuenberg's failure. It was more about Kuenberg's helplessness in the face of these times. Leon could even sense Kuenberg's despair through the book. Unconsciously, Leon had fallen into a state of utter fear. No, there was something wrong with this book. Just as Leon was about to collapse, Caddis brought him back to reality. Ha, ha! For the first time, Leon felt this frightened, leaning against the wall and gasping for air. Because Leon knew that if he continued reading, he would most likely be trapped in this book forever. What was wrong with this book? Caddis was also puzzled. He checked it repeatedly but found nothing unusual. But why would Leon be in danger just by picking up the book? Caddis was puzzled, but Leon was still thinking about what he had just seen. Kuenberg was indeed a time traveler. He had just arrived in this world, full of novelty. And he had encountered some strange adventures, gradually growing up. But he also lamented the injustice of this world. So he met Dreams of the past. He and Dreams founded the Holy Empire together. The Holy Empire was called the Holy Empire not because of Dreams, but because of Kuenberg. Because Kuenberg was the first hero, the Holy Knight Kuenberg. But later, as the Holy Empire conquered the East and the West, the Holy Empire reached its peak. The accomplished Kuenberg began to reform the empire, setting it on the right track and ensuring everyone had enough to eat. But the temptation of the throne and the hereditary nobility was there. He caused the people who had once followed Kuenberg to betray him. And Kuenberg's cultivation was completely lost, not because he went to the storm sea to rescue Dreens, but rather, he was cursed, or rather, cast with a curse of malice by Dreens. Dren sacrificed Kuenberg's power in exchange for 1,000 years of good fortune for the Holy Empire. Kuenberg also swore a solemn oath that the Holy Empire would eventually be destroyed by Dreens' fear. Afterwards, Kuenberg was placed under house arrest. Kuenberg and all his efforts were in vain. Even Kuenberg's achievements were erased, lost in the long river of history. Only this autobiography remained. It turns out that the Holy Empire wasn't as bright as he had imagined. That's right, he had never believed in the Holy Empire from the beginning. But Kuenberg's fate worried Leon. Titus said, looking at Leon in deep thought. Are you scared? Looking at Caddis, Leon thought of seniors like Carl, as well as those good-for-nothings and icebergs, who had committed such crimes. Lion suddenly smiled with relief. It wasn't me who was betrayed. Kuenberg was betrayed because his name was Kuenberg. And I am Leon. I am not him, and he is not me. What I have, he may not have, and what he has, I may not have. This is precisely where we differ. No matter the outcome, I will strive, for no reason. Maybe I just can't bear to see them suffer. Watching Leon gradually regain his composure, Caddis also smiled and asked, So what's your answer? Lion smiled and pointed to his heart. Some things don't need to be spoken, because time will reveal them. Chapter 170. The group returned to Teresa's workstation. Teresa only realized what was happening after being reminded by the other staff members. The leader has arrived. Teresa immediately stopped what she was doing and waited for Leon's arrival. She also ordered the staff to hide all those creepy people. After all, the leader couldn't bear to see such shady things. Leon and Caddis arrived quickly. Looking at this ordinary-looking girl, who could strike fear into everyone's heart, everyone immediately grew serious. Teresa, thank you for your hard work. Now let me report on your work, Leon said, trying to control himself. This place is terrifying. I want to go back. Report to the leader. All 876 drugs produced by the Institute have been tested, and 147 have produced adverse reactions. Also, 6 biological weapons have been developed, the most powerful of which can dissolve everything in the human body, killing anyone who comes into contact with it. Teresa's words became increasingly frantic. Leon's eyelids twitched as he looked at Teresa. Touch will kill. Lion looked at Hans, seemingly asking, Is this what you mean by everything is under control? Hans also wiped his brow. When did Teresa develop such a terrifying weapon? The others were silent, looking at the closed door behind them. The three couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their bodies. Caddis said nothing. Lion ignored Hans and got into the car. Hans immediately followed. Looking out the car window at the coal mountains and oil lakes, Lion spoke. Teresa's research must be constantly monitored. If necessary, research and development can be halted at any time. Weapons are necessary, but they cannot be beyond our control. Biological weapons are a double-edged sword and must be strictly controlled. Lion recalled the harm done to innocent people by biological weapons in his previous life. He must control these weapons. Definitely. Definitely. Definitely, Caddis nodded. He recognized Teresa. To be more precise, she looked very similar to his father. Teresa's father was a Marquis of the Violet Duchy. He was one of the few nobles who held a sense of justice. It's a pity that fate played such a trick on them. Caddis felt a little sad. He couldn't imagine what a little girl had gone through to become like this. The group returned to Sin City and began a short rest. A few days later, while Leon was at home, playing with the silly, cute little girl and the gluttonous, softer girl, Chester found Leon. His face burned. Lion was terrified. No, brother, Senior Chester, what's going on? Navy! Navy! News from the shipyard. The warship's about to be launched. Chester excitedly grabbed Lion's shoulders. Lion was a little confused at first, but when he heard the second half, he couldn't sit still anymore. He flew straight out. He grabbed Froststar's hand and looked at her anxiously. Froststar looked puzzled, but seeing Leon's anxiety, her pretty face flushed. Then, as if realizing something, she silently lowered her head. This isn't good. In broad daylight. If he wants? After a while, Lion realized Froststar hadn't taken him up yet. Then, looking at the smoke rising above his head, his mind froze. What's this? Froststar, what are you doing? Take me up. There's a warship launching at the shipyard. Leon rubbed Froststar's face, somewhat puzzled. Froststar was stunned for a moment, then reacted, wishing she could find a way to slip inside. This is so embarrassing. Froststar, oh Froststar. How could you even think such things? If Leon knew, he'd definitely tell on me. It's okay, please continue. I like it. What bad intentions could I have? Froststar quickly flew Leon to Nanchuan City. They arrived at the military-restricted zone of Nanchuan Harbor. This was the only shipyard currently owned by Great Yin. Leon's original design was to enable this shipyard to produce warships, with a full load displacement of tons. This was to facilitate the production of other warships in the future. Currently, Great Yin is focusing on cruisers, but with the advent of cruisers, hostile forces will inevitably scramble to imitate them. At this time, De Yin could secretly build battleships. In a magical world, once battleships are infused with magic, then incredible effects will emerge. For the cruiser, Lion chose the legendary light cruiser of World War I, the Königsberg. Although its firepower and armor perfectly matched its 3,400-ton displacement, compared to behemoths like battleships, the Königsberg had a speed of 24 knots, with 1 knot being 1.852 kilometers. And, under Lion's modifications, the Königsberg was transformed into a sea speedboat. Powered by a magic crystal fuel hybrid, the Königsberg was reborn. The speed reached 45 knots. Königsberg, invincible. Invincible. To strengthen the Königsberg's firepower, Lion replaced the 105mm guns with 150mm guns. Looking at the 3,400-ton Königsberg, reaching a speed of 45 knots, Lion wondered if he was being too ruthless. The surrounding nations were still using wooden sailing ships. Would it be too advanced to just throw a cruiser in their faces? Of course not at all. Once the cruiser was introduced, other nations would imitate it. And then, they would fall into Lion's trap. Lion built his warship small. The enemy would only imitate them from small warships. Lion, armed with the wisdom of his past lives, could build a perfect warship. But could the enemy? The answer, of course, was no. Looking at the 20 Königsberg battleships about to be launched in the dock, Chester and Lion's eyes were filled with hope. This was the first batch of the Great Yin Navy. There would be more warships in the future, Chester said, looking at the Königsberg battleships before him. His mouth was practically drooling. If he had had a warship like this back then, he would have driven the Western Empire into a state of panic. The shipyard's ability to produce warships so quickly was due to the selfless dedication of the captured magicians. 7 months had passed, and the first warship wasn't even built in the first 3 months. But after the first warship was built, the magicians began to work hard. A 3,400-ton warship was a piece of cake for De Yin at that moment. When in doubt, magic solved the problem. If that didn't work, they captured another 10,000. So, De Yin could build warships without any scruples. But Chester wasn't dazzled by the Königsberg cruiser before him. Chester stopped Leon and asked, "So where are the 100,000-ton dreadnoughts you promised me?" Lion's sweat dropped. "No, kiddies. Why should I pay for your boasting?" Chapter 171. Woo. As the warship sailed out of the dock, workers loading cargo at the distant harbor immediately spotted these steel warships. They had never seen warships like these before. Or perhaps, this style had never occurred to them. When they saw the Great Yin flag fluttering above, everyone understood that this was new equipment. Or perhaps, that Great Yin now had a navy. And some foreign nobles, who had just arrived in Nanchuan City by sea, preparing to visit Great Yin, looked at the warship's pristine white livery. They felt as if they had seen their dream lover. Because in this era when wooden sailing ships were still the norm, the appearance of steel warships caught everyone off guard. Furthermore, some accompanying military commanders saw the cannons on the cruisers and understood that they were weapons used in war. The cruiser's strange shape puzzled many commanders. It looked like a stretched wooden sailing ship. Could such a ship truly be used in war? Many commanders were skeptical. But when they saw a cruiser, at full power, steaming towards the harbor at an absurd speed, everyone's expressions changed. In this era of wooden sailing ships, even if many were equipped with magic crystal drives, they couldn't reach a speed of 20 knots. This was simply because wooden sailing ships were inherently limited. Their wooden structure prevented them from supporting a more powerful power transmission. However, De Yin's first batch of cruisers, powered by a mixture of magic crystals and fuel, successfully transformed into seagoing speedboats. With a speed of 45 knots, a tonnage of 3,400, and 10 150mm guns, they were more than enough to sweep everything in their path. Furthermore, an underground river was discovered beneath a cave where Chester had been imprisoned. The river had reached the width and depth of the Songjiang River. Lion ordered a shipbuilding team to follow the river upstream and build a secret dock on its edge. There, they began constructing dreadnoughts. Lion had a premonition that within a year or two, the continental landscape would undergo another drastic shift. The Western Empire was likely to launch an expedition. Because the Western Empire was across the sea, even the Intelligence Bureau had difficulty infiltrating it, but the Bureau had nonetheless placed agents there. According to intelligence gathered by the Intelligence Bureau's spies in the Western Empire appeared to be developing a new warship. And a Western Empire noble had publicly stated outside the university that they were about to build a 3,000-ton behemoth. Also, most of the Western Empire's warships were now wooden sailing ships covered in iron sheets. And most of these ships weighed over 1,000 tons. And their magic crystal drive far surpasses that of other nations. Although cruisers alone should be able to defeat the West French Empire, Lion, just to be safe, began constructing dreadnoughts. After all, only when these war behemoths appeared would Lion feel at ease. This must be the late stage of firepower phobia. As the cruiser departed the harbor, Lion, Chester, and Frostar, who were aboard the warship, were chatting. But suddenly Chester paused and gazed out to sea. His initial expression, kind and gentle, turned to a frosty one. "What's going on?" Lion, seeing this, instantly sensed something was about to happen. "They're coming." "Who?" "The men from the sea." Seeing Chester's brave stance, Leon didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the battle alert sounded. Although the sailors on board were new recruits, they had already completed 6 months of theoretical training and a month of simulated driving. To better equip the sailors with the warships, Leon even transferred a lieutenant general from the Army's artillery corps to operate the ship's guns. They were all guns anyway, so why not just round them up? It's okay, maybe they'd be able to operate the ion cannons in the future too. As the battle alert sounded, these somewhat inexperienced sailors gradually began to move. Although they had no experience in naval warfare, they were soldiers. Soldiers must be prepared for anything. Soon, the remaining 19 cruisers surrounded Leon and his men in the center. All their gunfire was directed at the periphery. At that moment, a massive waterspout rose into the sky. Chester snorted coldly. The waterspouts vanished in an instant. Leon's eyes widened. "I forgot, Chester's home turf is at sea. Fearless Chester of the raging sea." The sailors, initially filled with fear at the sight of hundreds of waterspouts, were suddenly stunned. With Chester backing them up, what's there to fear? And as the waterspouts were quelled, the people in the sea seemed restless. Then, a mermaid in golden armor emerged. "Humans, the sea is our territory, you are not welcome," the golden-armored mermaid declared domineeringly, her eyes filled with contempt. Leon was stunned upon hearing this. Because humans have always roamed the seas of this continent. And now, someone is telling them they're not allowed to sail the sea? No, so all other countries can sail the sea, but only we in Great Yin can't. Treat us differently, huh? Discriminate against us, huh? Chester, bite him. Chester didn't say anything. He instead observed the golden-armored mermaid before him. He wanted to determine which faction this golden-armored mermaid belonged to. Because the sea, like the land, has nations of all sizes. And the BUNC nation, to which Salia belonged, was a medium-sized nation. There were 5 or 6 nations more powerful than the BUNC nation. There was even a powerful force that called itself an empire. After observing for a long time, Chester finally confirmed that the golden-armored mermaid before him was a garrison general of the Sanshui Empire. He was responsible for guarding an area between the 2 Great Yin nations. But Chester hadn't known when the Sanshui Empire had extended its influence into the Inner Sea. The Inner Sea refers to the sea separating the Holy Empire and the Dwarf Empire. To the west of the sea lies the Elf Empire. This sea is shared by humans, dwarves, and elves. It belongs to no maritime power. But now, the garrison general suddenly appeared, ruthlessly trampling on the dignity of the humans, dwarves, and elves. Chester then spoke with authority. "This is the Inner Sea of Zhongzhou. It does not belong to your Sanshui Empire. Your presence now is already crossing the line. Are you planning a war with Zhongzhou and Nanlu?" The Sanshui Empire general laughed at this. Then he said with disdain, "The Holy Empire has declined. They no longer need the sea. Naturally, our Sanshui Empire will take it over for you. The Holy Empire hasn't collapsed. It's still an empire, and you're just a bunch of scum hiding underwater. Who do you think your Sanshui Empire is? I'm not dead yet. Open your eyes and see clearly. Who am I? Consider your own worth." Before Leon could even open his mouth to retort, Chester spoke first. These blunt yet commanding words left the other party speechless. Then the Sanshui Empire's general also observed Chester. You never know until you see, but you're shocked. When he recognized Chester, he leaped into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 172. After returning to the sea, the general of the Sanshui Empire swam madly off without looking back. When he caught a glimpse of Chester, he instantly felt a surge of fear. He could already see his great-grandmother waving at him. 20 years ago, there was a saying, all sea tribes must bow before the Holy Empire. If you dare not, Chester will personally lead you. You will be beaten to the ground without a fight. In reality, it wasn't the Holy Empire that everyone feared, but Chester. This legendary figure single-handedly propelled the Holy Empire's navy to glory. Back when the Holy Empire's navy dominated the seas, the Sea Tribe, led by the Sanshui Empire, assembled the forces of more than a dozen nations in an attempt to drive the Holy Empire back. They collided head-on, with 5,000 Holy Empire Navy warships led by Chester. But before the warships could strike, Chester defeated the Sea Tribe's most powerful warriors one by one. But the Sea Tribe refused to give up, because they thought they were in numbers, and couldn't fear Chester alone. But Chester taught them a hard lesson. Originally, the Sea Tribes possessed semi-artifacts and some quasi-artifacts that could harness the sea to their advantage. But when Chester took action, control of the sea was seized. Chester became the ruler of the ocean. And with a wave of his hand, he drove the Sea Tribes back. From then on, the Sea Tribes huddled down, knowing they could never defeat Chester. In front of Chester, they were nothing but food. Since then, the Holy Empire's dominance has returned to its peak. After Chester's fall, these sea creatures gradually grew restless. Taking advantage of the Holy Empire's decline, they annexed its former territorial waters. At first, they were sneaky, until today, when Chester collided with them. In the end, they were crushed to pieces by Chester. Watching the retreating Sanshui Empire general, Chester snorted coldly. Still trying to escape? He then produced a golden staff and waved it gently. Then, the fleeing Sanshui Empire general suddenly felt the surrounding waters pushing him away and dragging him toward the surface. No! I don't want it. Looking at the bottoms of the warships, the Sanshui Empire general finally felt fear. Don't come over here. The Sanshui Empire general was immediately captured. Seeing Chester's cold gaze, the Sanshui Empire general immediately gave in. Duke Chester, I'm only following orders. I hope you spare me. I have a 70-year-old mother at home. Bang! Before the Sanshui Empire general could finish his words, Chester knocked on the deck with his staff. This interrupted the Sanshui Empire general's spell. The Sanshui Empire general's expression immediately changed. You speak, I listen. Go back and tell your emperor that Great Yin will take back everything in the Holy Empire. If you refuse to return it, we Great Yin won't mind forcibly taking it back. The Sanshui Empire general nodded immediately, then suddenly thought of something. Anxiously he spoke. Your Excellency, your wife Salia, is about to be married to the emperor of the Sanshui Empire. Hearing this, Chester's face remained expressionless, but the surrounding sea was already boiling, and the terrifying ripples filled everyone with fear. The Sanshui Empire general seemed to realize he said something he shouldn't have. As a member of the sea race, he could sense the wrath of the water more than anyone else. Even the water itself was angry. Fearless of the raging sea, his reputation lived up to its name. When? Chester asked coldly. 5 days later. The Sanshui Empire general swallowed hard and spoke. Go back. Remember what I told you to do. Give your emperor a heads up. I definitely attend his wedding. I definitely. Chester raised his staff fiercely. Tens of thousands of giant dragons made of seawater burst forth from the ocean. The dancing dragons filled the sky, leaving everyone stunned. Is this the mighty admiral? Leon witnessed Chester's power for the first time. Caddis hadn't used much of a move so far, and neither had Chester. But Chester's move today truly earned Leon's praise. Lion, likewise, was worried about Salia's situation. Judging from the situation, Chester must go and cause trouble. So, he had to support Chester without hesitation. What worried Lion right now wasn't the impact of the disruption, but whether he could win. If he could win, then he wouldn't just do it casually. But what if he couldn't? So, after completing the fleet trials, Lion immediately returned to Dian and summoned Caddis and the others to discuss the matter. Caddis, Carl, and the others were all beaming. Don't worry, Chester will handle everything. Honestly, the Sanshui Empire can't do anything to Chester, Caddis said with certainty. Because Chester wasn't just a 9th-rank magician, he was also a favored one of heaven. However, after learning that Lion had expressed his support for Chester, they couldn't help but sigh. Edward III would have avoided his subjects if something happened in their homes. But Lion wouldn't do that. Instead, he would protect them and do his utmost to help them. And Lion wasn't afraid of the consequences, he was worried about whether he could win. In fact, Lion was thinking this way: is the sea creature strong? Even if they are strong, can they come ashore and attack me? Since they can't come ashore, then wait for me. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. So, Lion was even more concerned about whether Chester could win. If Chester failed, Great Yen would lose a great supporter like Chester, and Chester's affairs would also be considered Great Yen's affairs. That was why Lion was so anxious. But Caddis's answer surprised Lion. Could Chester really take on an entire country single-handedly? Caddis smiled at Leon, who was skeptical. If you don't believe me, we go with you in a few days and show you the world. Leon's eyes lit up when he heard this. I don't think he's ever been to the bottom of the ocean yet. With Caddis and Carl protecting him, it's safe to say that no one in this world could harm Leon without him. But just to be safe, Leon went to find Evelyn, the Witch of Knowledge. When he knocked on Evelyn's door. If Evelyn opened the door, it would mean consent. If she didn't, it would mean refusal. And this time, the door opened. Chapter 173. Before Leon entered, a bird flew over. There was a letter tied to the bird's leg. Leon took it down and opened it. There were only 3 words on it. Go back and wait. Leon looked at the small house before him, and couldn't help but sigh that a witch actually lived here. Back at the Duke's palace, Leon began to work on commending the soldiers for this battle. Many soldiers had won merit in this war, while many were also injured or killed. The total number of soldiers who had won merit was 3,457. The number of soldiers who had been injured was 1,000. The number of soldiers who had died was 1,000. The majority of those who had died had fallen in the defense of the Elven Empire's capital. Half of the 1st Armored Division was nearly wiped out. But the enemy's losses were even greater. But these numbers spurred Leon on. Each number meant a soldier of the Great Yen had died. Or perhaps never to return to the army again. This battle had wiped out a fully staffed Great Yen division. This also exposed De Yan's weakness, a severe shortage of troops. Currently, De Yen has only 4 armored divisions, 2 infantry divisions, 2 mountain infantry divisions, and 2 artillery divisions. 1 Air Force Group Army commands 1,500 aircraft of various types. The Navy currently has only 30,000 personnel, and most of them are currently studying at military academies. De Yan's Navy is not yet fully established and still has a long way to go. Lion plans to complete the first 3-year plan ahead of schedule next year, and achieve the goal of expanding the military to 1 million. By then, De Yen will have 8 armored divisions, 4 infantry divisions, 4 mountain infantry divisions, and 4 artillery divisions. The number of aircraft in the Air Force will double. The Navy was to have 100 warships within a year, and 300 within 2 years. This was to counter the Western French Empire. But Leon soon came up with a new idea. We discuss it in detail after the commendation ceremony. This time, over 3,000 soldiers will be honored. And several soldiers' legends amazed Leon. One soldier destroyed 3 magic crystal tanks at once, with a single 75mm anti-tank gun. When Leon heard this news, he was shocked and found it hard to believe. But since it was presented to him, it must be true. And then, there was Alan, whose name had appeared many times before. This time, Alan shot down a total of 17 enemy planes in this war. Including the ones Alan had already shot down, Alan's total number of enemy planes shot down exceeded 30. And Alan wasn't flying a Mustang fighter, but a Stuka bomber. Even Carl personally asked Alan if he wanted to change his plane. Wouldn't it be a waste to use such aerial combat talent for bombing? But Alan didn't choose to switch. He had fallen deeply in love with the Stuka dive bomber. Because he remained calm every time he dove. So Carl respected Alan's opinion. But he ordered the aircraft factory to increase Alan's Stuka's firepower and engine power. He completely modified Alan's Stuka bomber. In addition, Alan received 2 silver medals and 1 gold medal during this war. The 2 silver medals were earned in aerial combat, and the gold medal was earned for destroying the enemy's frontline headquarters. A pilot who completed an extreme dive with a Stuka, regardless of whether or not he destroyed his target, would surely become an ace. Practically flying above the treetops, this act of courage deserved the gold medal. Gudry did not receive a gold medal for this battle, only a bronze one. But Leon grew increasingly satisfied with Gudry, because he had demonstrated his exceptional command in this battle. He always managed to achieve what others could not with the limited armored units at his disposal. William and his battalion each received a gold medal. First, William's command maximized the combat effectiveness of the infantry. He personally led his men in repelling the enemy on numerous occasions. William's battalion also received a collective gold medal. However, only 13 soldiers remained from William's battalion. The rest had already died. Diane will posthumously honor the fallen soldiers with martyr honors. Their families and children will receive preferential treatment. At the same time, the names of all fallen soldiers were recorded and engraved on a stone tablet in front of the Capitol. As long as Diane exists, the achievements of the fallen soldiers will never be erased. They live forever in our hearts. The commendation ceremony lasted for 2 full days. The entire Diane was in a state of cheering. Many ordinary people were proud to have a family member in the military. But some still felt uneasy. For example, William, now a lieutenant colonel and battalion commander, looked at his younger brother, bewildered. The war was over. But his younger brother was still in the army. He had been promoted from private first class to private second class. In this battle, Fleischham killed 6 demon soldiers. And he was only 18 years old. William wasn't much older, only 27. And Fleischham had received a bronze medal. It was a reward for their perseverance to the end. Looking at his brother, with the bronze medal, William didn't know what to say. After a long pause, William patted his brother's shoulder and said, "This is your decision. I can't change it, but have you thought about how to tell Mother?" William's words silenced his brother. Looking at his brother lowering his head, William sighed and rubbed his head. "Okay, go home first. Mother must miss you." The two quickly returned home. They found their mother sitting in a chair, silent. William patted his brother, indicating that he should go and talk to Mother himself. The brother walked in with his head lowered, but Mother spoke directly. "Stop! What did I tell you? The battlefield is no joke. Your brother is already enlisting, and you're still young. Why are you joining us? If anything happens to you too, how will I survive?" As his mother spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. William couldn't stand it any longer and came in to comfort her. "Okay, Mom, it'd be at least 1.5 years before your brother is discharged. Since things have come to this, why not just face it?" Hearing William's words, his mother knew the matter was done and could not be changed. But she couldn't help but feel sad. She spoke to William with concern. "William, take good care of your brother. Make sure he's well. You too." Hearing his mother's words, William smiled. I will. Chapter 174. A few days after the commendation ceremony, just the day before Lyon and his men were set to help Chester with his destruction, Bonaparte came to find Lyon. After 6 months of studying at the military academy, Bonaparte had successfully transitioned from a nobleman to a reserve officer. He had, however, not yet experienced the baptism of war. But Bonaparte's appearance surprised Lyon. Because Bonaparte still had at least 6 months to graduate, he must have come to him now for something. Looking at Bonaparte before him, Lyon's eyes were filled with surprise. Bonaparte had become more reserved, less sharp than before. Instead, he had a greater confidence, a confidence in the unknown. "Bonaparte, what is it that brings you to me?" Lyon didn't elaborate further, getting straight to the point. "Leader, the Western French Empire's expedition is imminent. It's expected to launch in 1 year and arrive in central China in 1.5 years at the latest." Bonaparte's answer shocked Lyon. Although the intelligence agency had already made predictions, but Bonaparte's news was not much different from the intelligence agency's predictions. This was what shocked Leon the most. "How did you know that?" "My fiancé." Bonaparte's expression finally showed a flicker. "Fiancé?" Leon seemed to have guessed why Bonaparte had come to him. "You want to go back?" "Yes, the current emperor of the Western French Empire, Dorius, wants to forcibly marry my fiancé because, aside from my fiancé and my mother, everyone else thought I was dead," Bonaparte said calmly. "But what could you do if you went back?" Leon waited to see how Bonaparte would answer him. "Go back and fight against Dorius. My fiancé has waited for me for 10 years. I can't keep her waiting any longer. Besides, I'm from the Western Empire. Dorius's tyranny has brought misery to the people of the empire. I must make one last effort for my country," Bonaparte said firmly. After hearing this answer, Leon didn't look at Bonaparte, but instead gazed at the map on the table, lost in thought. Could Bonaparte truly shake such a vast empire? Without Diane's participation, Bonaparte would likely have been crushed to death. "How confident are you that you can go back?" "Not confident." "So you're still going back?" "That's right." "Isn't this a gamble? You're putting your life on the line." "Isn't life a gamble?" Hearing Bonaparte's response, Leon knew this talented man was finally going where he belonged. "Have you completed your studies?" "I learned the basics of artillery, and have also taught myself advanced artillery, including its coordination with other arms." Listening to Bonaparte's answer, Leon looked as if he had seen a ghost. "This is a 3-year course, and you're telling me you finished it in just 6 months?" Leon asked. "One last question. Is your fiancée reliable?" Bonaparte paused, then spoke. "I believe she." "Very well. Next, let's discuss my support for you in another capacity." Bonaparte immediately understood Leon's meaning. The guards had no idea what the leader and the officer were discussing. But the leader had been discussing it with him all day. The guards were envious. They couldn't understand why an officer could be kept by their leader for a whole day of conversation. But they discovered that they hadn't seen the officer since that day. The next day, Leon, having had a good sleep, emerged from his bed. Caddis, Chester, and the others had already enjoyed a delicious breakfast at the Duke's residence. Looking at the 3 people gorging themselves, Leon couldn't help but twitch his lips. "They're treating this place like a canteen." Looking at the 3 people gorging themselves, Leon said, "I have no problem." Soon, after eating and drinking their fill, they were ready to depart. The Sanshui Empire lies in the deep sea, 3,000 kilometers southeast of the Holy Empire, 3,000 kilometers from the coastline. The citizens of the Sanshui Empire generally possess an affinity for water. As a result, the Sanshui Empire boasts a vast number of magicians. Even though most are low-level magicians, their sheer number is enough to make them the most powerful nation among the sea races. Since becoming the world's most powerful nation, the Sanshui Empire has expanded. It has wantonly oppressed smaller nations, forcing many princesses and noble ladies into marriage by the Sanshui Empire's nobles. All sea creatures live under the Sanshui Empire's hegemony. The Sanshui Empire's capital is located within a giant bubble. In fact, sea creatures don't like to be submerged in water constantly, as water's resistance is far greater than air's. So, the nobles use magic to create large bubbles to isolate the seawater, creating a waterless environment. They also capture many human craftsmen to build palaces for them. The palaces in the Sanshui Empire's capital are much larger than those in the Holy Empire. The Sanshui Empire's capital is bustling with activity today. Dozens of sea nations sent envoys to congratulate Emperor Obus of the Sanshui Empire on his marriage to Princess Salia of the Bunc Kingdom. Today, Salia wore a long white dress, looking like a first love. But her eyes were silent, filled with despair. Beside her, Capys and Kalana were deeply reluctant to let her go. Obus gazed at Salia, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Salia surrendered obediently because Obus's army was at the gates. If Salia was not handed over, the Bunc Kingdom would be destroyed. Salia initially considered suicide, but the elders used Capys and Kalana as threats to force her. Salia had no choice but to submit. Looking at Obus, who looked like a fat pig before her, Salia had already decided to commit suicide. She would never betray Chester. Capys could only watch helplessly, as his sister was forcibly married. Soon, the wedding would begin. Aside from the people of the Bunc nation, everyone else was beaming. It was unclear whether it was a forced smile or something else. Obus gave Salia a threatening look. Salia could only reluctantly move. The wedding officially began. But at that moment, the magic circle in the Sanshui Empire's capital issued a strong warning. Obus could sense something approaching the capital. The envoys from other nations could also sense this powerful force. The elders of the Sanshui Empire, feeling this terrifying power, began to tremble uncontrollably. Because they remembered who possessed this power. As the immense magical energy drew closer, the crowd finally saw what it was. A white ship rushed out of the sea. Wait, how did the ship get launched? Why was it in the sea? And its speed astonished everyone. It was a Königsberg cruiser. But now, it had transformed into a submarine. What's going on? Chapter 175. A ship suddenly flew towards them. Everyone was stunned. Who sent it? But don't worry, they can't penetrate the magic circle, the most powerful in the Sanshui Empire. As the warship was about to collide with the magic circle, everyone prepared to watch the joke. But then a shocking scene unfolded. The warship passed right through the magic circle. The magic circle had no effect at all. Everyone was stunned. The warship slammed directly into the Imperial Palace, collapsing several palaces under its magical protection. Yet, the warship remained unscathed. As the warship stopped, Obus immediately had his soldiers surrounded. The ship's hatch opened, and several humans emerged. The sea creatures were puzzled. Why were humans here? What were they doing here? But when Salia saw them, a smile lit up her face, but then it was filled with anxiety. Chester! Run! What are you doing here? Salia shouted with her last bit of strength. I'm here to take you home. Chester laughed. The sea creatures erupted in excitement. They had heard the name that had filled them with such fear. Chester. It was Chester. Everyone was furious. Chester's appearance reminded all the sea creatures of the days they had been dominated. I heard you are the new emperor of the Sanshui Empire. Chester looked at Obus with disdain. I am the emperor of the Sanshui Empire, the great Obus. Human, what are you doing? Obus said, looking at Chester. He hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. Being only in his 20s, Obus had never been dominated by Chester before. So he maintained his composure as an emperor. The ministers on the side frantically glanced at Emperor Obus. Obus looked at the terrified ministers with disdain. The Sanshui Empire was the most powerful empire of the Sea Clan. Who among the Sea Clan dared disobey Obus's orders? After 10 years on the throne, Obus had grown accustomed to doing things his own way, so he didn't take Chester seriously. The next second, Obus was pinned to the ground by a series of water spears, brushing against his clothes. Feeling the sharpness of the water spears, Obus dared not move. There was nothing he could do. His life was not in his own hands. The ministers on the side hurried to help. Obus's lackeys immediately called for protection. But they were stopped by a great general. The great general was a veteran of 3 dynasties, and had seen a great deal. So of course, he knew the man before him was the real Chester. He stopped Obus's suicidal behavior. Then he looked at Chester and spoke. Duke Chester, what brings you here? You come to me without a reason. The Sanshui Empire demands an explanation. The general knew Chester before him was a true lord. But the diplomacy between great powers must be firm. Explanation? You want me to explain? My wife, Salia, was forcibly married by your Sanshui Empire, and you want me to explain? Chester's words immediately choked the general's words. This is impossible to explain. Then the general looked at Obus. Obus's face was filled with anger. He looked at the general, as if to ask why he hadn't captured the human before him. The general, in turn, looked at Obus as if he were a fool. His eyes seemed to say something. If you can do it, go ahead. Obus was able to ascend the throne, because the previous emperor had only 1 heir left. So, without any resistance, Obus was thrust onto the throne. Although Obus was incompetent, and only enjoyed playing with women, he didn't interfere too much in state affairs. So, everyone turned a blind eye. The general remained unmoved, and the 2 sides remained in a stalemate. And just as both sides were in an awkward situation, Leon staggered out of the battleship. He was seasick. To be precise, it was because the cruiser, under Chester's perverted power, had exceeded 200 kilometers per hour. Even more outrageous, the battleship was spinning due to its excessive speed. So, ugh! As soon as Leon emerged, he vomited upon meeting Obus's gaze. Obus, Everyone, Obus became even more furious at the scene. Are you giving me no respect? Chester, I can't beat you, but you're not giving me any respect either. Human! Are you looking down on me? Obus said. Leon waved his hand, and vomited again. Ugh! You! Ugh! Ugh! Leon vomited with every word Obus said. Chester couldn't tell if Leon was genuine or just pretending. Cadiz, standing by, had a blank expression on his face, while Carl had already started laughing. Leon, that's not the way you mess things up. After vomiting for a long time, Obus fell silent. Leon then took out a tissue to clean himself and straightened his clothes. He walked up to Obus and said sternly, My name is Leon, leader of the great Yen nation of the Holy Empire. Without excessive respect, he got straight to the point. I am the emperor of the Sanshui Empire the Great. Stop! Leon interrupted Obus's spell and spoke directly. Are you Obus? Yes. I am. You want to force Salia into marriage? Yes, I heard you threatened a small nation? Yes, That's right. Close the door. Release Chester? Leon spoke immediately, ignoring the stunned crowd. He addressed everyone directly. Brothers of the Sea Tribe. You have been oppressed by the Sanshui Empire for too long. Perhaps our generation can endure it, but what about the next generation? Can we bear to see our children oppressed as well? Perhaps you are people of status now, and don't have to worry, but what about the future? Can you guarantee that your descendants will be like you? Listening to Leon's words, many members of the Sea Tribe began to ponder. Even those who hadn't been listening immediately joined in, seeing everyone listening. Cappies and the others, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the hunk Chester, their eyes lit with hope. Kalana, listening to Leon's words and observing the crowd around them, seemed hesitant to speak. She instantly understood what Leon needed and spoke immediately. Right. That's right. We don't want to be oppressed by the Sanshui Empire. Kalana's words were like a boulder dropped into water, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Delegates from various countries were whispering among themselves. But most of the discussions were quiet, as they dared not openly resist the Sanshui Empire. Obus was furious at this scene. But Leon was utterly satisfied. The seeds had been planted, all that was left was the spark. Leon then looked at Chester. Time to get to work. Since he's here to cause trouble, he must do it thoroughly. Give him the blame. Chapter 176. Chester understood Lion's intention and prepared to take action. Ever since the destruction of the Sifa fleet in the Storm Sea, Chester had been simmering with rage. And his wife was about to become someone else's wife. Chester's rage had reached its peak. Caddis watched Chester, who was about to go berserk, and silently protected Lion. Lion, somewhat puzzled, asked curiously, Senior Caddis, who is stronger, you or Senior Chester? This question silenced Caddis. After a long pause, Caddis replied, In the sea, he's stronger than me. Hearing this, Leon instinctively assumed Caddis was superior. But before Caddis could finish his words, On the ground, he's still stronger than me. The air was awkward. So Chester was the strongest of the group. But Lion discovered that Chester's presence was the least noticeable. Chester was unlike Carl, who loved to be in the public eye. Ever since his last separation from Salia, Chester had been depressed. Even though he often appeared strong on the outside, his heart was far from at peace. Then, caught in the middle of a war, he had no time to recover and search for Salia. Although Caddis and his men didn't directly attack, they had to remain within the army, guarding against attacks from powerful enemy figures. The soldiers below engaged in combat with the enemy. They, in turn, engaged in a silent struggle with the enemy. Today, Chester finally had the opportunity to reunite with Salia. But it happened in this way. Chester's rage had reached its peak. Chester stepped forward. The Sanshui Empire's general immediately ordered his soldiers to defend and assembled all 9th-rank magicians to confront Chester. Tension erupted between the two sides, and Caddis suddenly spoke. Watch carefully. You learn a lot from this. Lion then focused intently on the impending battle. I had originally assumed that battles between magicians would be extravagant and showy. But Chester casually pulled out his staff. He then raised his hand and gently waved it twice. Straight away, simple water spears appeared before Chester. Lion couldn't help but sigh at this scene. These water spears don't look very powerful, do they? They seem like just that, right? But the next second, the water spears burst out towards the enemy. One of the water spears missed, striking a palace. The next second, the entire palace instantly dissolved into liquid. Leon, ? Is this something I should learn? Are you trying to learn a thing? And then something even more outrageous happened. 7 or 8 magicians began to besiege Chester. Chester easily fended off the attacks without much effort, and even waited for an opportunity to counterattack. The magicians were already sweating profusely. They then turned to the general, pleading for his support. The general's mouth twitched. As expected, Chester is still Chester, and your uncle is still your uncle. But Obus refused to give up. He felt that Chester would soon be defeated. So he mobilized the royal family. In total, there were over 20 9th-level magicians. Without hesitation, he began to siege Chester. They all knew how powerful Chester was, but some had never fought him. So they still wanted to test their mettle to see who was stronger, Chester or them. The outcome, of course, was shattering upon contact. Chester easily held the 20-odd mages in check. They were unable to inflict any significant damage on Chester. As the battle progressed, the 20-odd mages began to gradually lose ground. Chester, like a magical turret, unleashed the most basic spells, such as Water Ball, Water Spear, and Water Shield. These basic spells, because they took so little time to chant, became formidable attacks when Chester brought them to their full potential. Chester didn't learn many powerful offensive spells. For a long time, Chester's life was plagued by poverty. He didn't have the money to buy magic books. So, Chester could only practice these low-level spells over and over again. But what Chester didn't know was that it was these low-level spells that made him who he was. Any technique, practiced 10,000 times, becomes invincible. But Chester practiced more than 10,000 times. Even the most basic water ball technique, Chester practiced it hundreds of times every day. 10 years. Poverty forced Chester to practice basic magic for a full 10 years. But it was during these 10 years that Chester's basic magic reached its peak. He became so proficient that he no longer needed to chant, and could cast low-level spells. And as Chester's cultivation grew, the power of his low-level magic didn't remain the same, it grew even stronger. Chester could now cast 100,000 water balls simultaneously. This is why Caddis said he couldn't defeat Chester. On land, Chester wasn't sure he could withstand the relentless barrage of 100,000 water spheres. Not to mention now in the sea. Furthermore, Chester possessed one quasi-artifact and one true artifact. Weapons are categorized from level 1 to level 9. Above level 9 are semi-artifacts, quasi-artifacts, and artifacts. What Chester held was a quasi-artifact. It was a quasi-artifact custom-made for Chester by the legendary blacksmiths of the Holy Empire, commissioned by Alexander the Great. The Raging Sea Wave Staff. Its affinity with the water element has been tripled. And there are other artifacts related to the water element. But he hasn't revealed it yet. Only Caddis and his group know of its existence. And now, with just a quasi-artifact, the top magicians of the entire Sanshui Empire are severely suppressed. Seeing this, Obus could only place his hopes on the Great General. The Great General sighed upon seeing this, and then produced the Sanshui Empire's only divine artifact, the Sea God Armor. Legend has it that this was the armor worn by the Sea God before his ascension. After his ascension, the armor was left at the bottom of the sea, used to guard the four seas. The Sanshui Empire was founded by the Sea God's heirs. Naturally, the armor passed into their hands. The Great General and Obus were actually uncle and nephew. So, the Sea God armor remained in the Great General's possession. Watching Chester completely subdue the Sanshui Empire's magicians, the Great General could no longer sit still. He immediately donned the Sea God armor, and seized control of the water element. Feeling his control over the water element gradually weaken, Chester spotted his former defeated opponent. The Great General, clad in pale golden Sea God armor, flew towards Chester. Chester waved his hand, defeating all the magicians. He focused all his attention on the general before him. Chapter 177. Okadora, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Chester asked. It's my duty, come on, Okadora said calmly. With a casual wave of his hand, he seized control of all water elements. Is this a divine artifact? Currently, Diyen only has one divine artifact. It was the one the assassin used in that assassination. It can conceal a person's whereabouts. However, compared to the Poseidon armor before him, the former is clearly far more useless. Leon drooled as he looked at the Poseidon armor. There was nothing he could do. He was too envious. Seeing his control taken away, Chester randomly used a quasi-divine artifact to fight for it. But Okadora, with his divine artifact, easily crushed Chester. Watching Chester gradually fall behind, Cappy's eyes, once filled with hope, gradually dimmed. He's old after all. And the enemy has a divine weapon. In fact, Cappy's also has a divine weapon. It's the trident in his hand. But this divine weapon doesn't recognize Cappy's. So he can't use it at all. Is this the end? This was Cappy's inner monologue. Everyone believed Chester was about to lose. But Chester didn't hide it anymore. He took out his own divine weapon. A golden eye appeared between Chester's brows. Okadora was instantly shocked. This is the Eye of the Storm. You got it? Those who survive great adversity will be blessed in the future. Come, let's have a fair fight, Chester said, raising his staff fiercely. Control of the seawater was directly seized. Okadora immediately counterattacked, but to little avail. A vast mass of water elementals danced up and down around Chester, as if Chester were the true master of the ocean. For the first time, Okadora doubted the Poseidon armor he wore. But considering Chester's strength and the might of the Eye of the Storm, Okadora felt relieved. Chester was a once-in-a-millennium genius. And he possessed the Eye of the Storm, a divine artifact. The Eye of the Storm was the most powerful treasure of the Storm Sea. To be precise, no matter who entered the Storm Sea, including the sea creatures, once entered, there was only one way to leave: find the Eye of the Storm and pass its test. And to find the Eye of the Storm, they had to defeat the Storm Siren, who was infinitely close to being a god. Looking at the Eye of the Storm between Chester's brows, Okadora knew that Chester before him had the power to challenge gods. Lately, he's been treating it with greater caution. Enhanced by the artifact, Chester finally began unleashing a massive spell. After a brief chant, a wall of water surged towards Okadora, attempting to encircle her. Okadora, leveraging the artifact's immense power, broke free. But he was in a state of disarray. His usual composure was gone. Seeing this, Cappy's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. Could there still be a chance? Chester pressed on, conjuring tens of thousands of water dragons and charging towards Okadora. He slammed Okadora into the muddy seabed. Both sides moved from the capital to the sea beyond. Everyone who had been attending the wedding witnessed this epic duel. With the aid of the artifact, Chester successfully pinned Okadora to the ground. Seeing Okadora was about to collapse, Chester prepared for a final blow. But at that moment, Chester sensed something amiss. Okadora, seemingly on the verge of defeat, once again ignited a terrifying surge of magical energy. Chester suddenly grew serious, sensing a hint of unusual power. Okadora now held a long sword. An aura emanated from it that Chester found incredibly familiar. Kraken blade? Chester said fearfully. It seems you recognized it. Are you ready to accept defeat? Okadora said coldly. Originally, he hadn't wanted to reveal this artifact he had obtained, but now he had no choice. Because if they lost this battle today, the Sanshui Empire would be utterly disgraced. The continent has its own myths, and the seabed has its own. There are 3 great taboos beneath the sea, each foreshadowing 3 great artifacts. One is the Storm Banshee of the Storm Sea. One is the Great Eye beneath the abyss of the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom. And yet another is the Kraken. Each of these 3 taboos represents a divine artifact. The Eye of the Storm Sea, the Trident of Poseidon beneath the abyss of the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom, and the Kraken blade, guarded by the Kraken. Almost instantly, the 2 divine artifacts collided. In reality, it was originally a collision of 3 artifacts, but unfortunately, Capys was unable to awaken the Trident of Poseidon. With the appearance of the Kraken blade, Chester gradually fell under the pressure of the 2 artifacts. Chester was on the verge of defeat. And just then, Capys struck. He knew he couldn't gain the Trident's approval. But that didn't mean others couldn't. Chester! Capys roared, then threw the Trident to Chester. When Chester took the Trident, he instantly sensed something was amiss. Because this humble fork could actually possess divine power, and before Chester could even recover from his shock, Okadora launched another attack. The 2 weapons collided. In the next second, the Trident was shattered to pieces. Seeing this, the Capys were stunned. This was the Trident passed down through their ancestors. How could this happen? The Trident in Chester's hand was indeed the real Trident. The Poseidon armor Okadora wore was indeed a legacy left by the Poseidon. However, these 2 artifacts belonged to different sea gods. The Sea Cucumber Trident was a sacred artifact owned by the first sea god, Poseidon. For unknown reasons, Poseidon fell. The new sea god left behind his armor. Looking at the shattered Trident, Chester was stunned. Isn't this a sacred artifact? How did it break? Before Chester could react, his vision suddenly went black, and his entire consciousness was pulled into a different dimension. Chester found himself in the depths of the ocean, unable to discern anything around him. But he could sense a terrifying presence around him, constantly moving around him. Suddenly, something seemed to glow before his eyes. Chester walked over. Then, he saw a golden throne. A figure in golden armor sat atop it, clutching the intact Trident. All around him was darkness. A question suddenly occurred to Chester. Wait, a human? Chapter 178. Looking at the man in golden armor before him, Chester finally realized he was human, because Chester didn't sense any aura of the sea creatures from him. He was a pure human. Who are you? Chester said calmly. The man in golden armor raised his head. When Chester saw the man's face clearly, he was completely stunned. He looked just like him. I am you, and you are me. The man in golden armor said calmly, then glanced at the Poseidon Trident beside him. Chester was somewhat confused. The man in golden armor spoke. My name is Poseidon, and I waited for you for tens of thousands of years. After hearing the man in golden armor's words, Chester's eyes widened. The man before him was actually the first Poseidon, and he said he waited for him for tens of thousands of years? I know you're curious why we look the same, and you're curious why I said I waited for you for tens of thousands of years, Poseidon said, slamming his trident against the ground. Then, the entire space lit up. Chester finally realized what was around him. He saw tentacles hundreds of meters thick wriggling around. And there were many mythical sea monsters. Each monster emanated divine power. This shocked Chester. I am you, Chester, and you are Poseidon? Poseidon began. Before Chester could respond, he continued. 100,000 years ago, I became Poseidon as a human. But only after becoming a god did I realize that being a god isn't free. I'm forced to stay here, guarding these monsters. But the gods' intrigues mean I can't escape the war of the gods even here. Poseidon finished, looking at Chester meaningfully. And I perished in the war of the gods, but I learned a shocking secret. Tens of thousands of years from now, this world will welcome aliens. And these aliens will change the world, making it a better place. But some gods disagree, believing that the aliens will destroy it. Kuenberg was the first pioneer. His death was inevitable, or perhaps his failure was preordained. So we place all our hopes on the present, on Leon. Chester's eyes widened at Poseidon's words. These words were insane. But Chester knew he had to listen. Poseidon continued. So whether it's you, Keates, or Carl, it's all destined. Fate has destined you to meet. We've been planning for tens of thousands of years, sacrificing countless gods, all for this day. Listening to Poseidon's words, Chester felt his mind explode. The amount of information was overwhelming. Chester, you don't need to know more right now. You just need to know that you must protect Leon. He will make this world what you envision it to be. Poseidon finished, handing Chester the trident of Poseidon. Chester hesitated, but then took it. If you want to know, then go to the abyss of the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom. There you will find all the answers, including our ending. Then, Poseidon and the entire space vanished into a point of light. Chester instantly regained consciousness and found himself outside the Sanshui Empire's capital, still in the same position as before. Time hadn't passed. The next second, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. The shattered Poseidon trident pieced itself back together, instantly restored, and everyone present could sense the trident's terrifying power. Could this be the legendary Poseidon trident? While everyone was still perplexed, Chester swung the trident forward. The previously invisible seawater instantly transformed into razor-sharp water blades. Okadora's soul trembled at the sight of these insignificant water blades. Because the Poseidon trident possesses a natural resistance against sea creatures. Even a simple water blade could threaten Okadora. Just as the water blade was about to strike Okadora, Chester withdrew. The water blade stopped in front of Okadora. Oladora had never felt death so close before. The last time he felt that way was because of Chester. Watching Chester withdraw, Obus breathed a sigh of relief. Had Chester been ruthless, Oladora's life would have been in danger. Thankfully, Chester withdrew. Seeing this, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. If Chester had killed Oladora, a war would have likely broken out. Chester looked down at Oladora, as if asking, "Do you accept this?" Okadora lowered his head, admitting defeat. Seeing Oladora surrender, Chester raised the trident of Poseidon. Instantly, everyone present felt the divine power emanating from the trident of Poseidon. Everyone was asking questions and questioning. How could Chester, a human, gain the recognition of the sea god trident? Even Capys was stunned. He hadn't expected Chester to actually gain the sea god trident's approval. So what should they do now? Capys looked at Chester, then at Salia standing beside him. Yes, that's what we do. Looking at the shocked crowd, Chester approached Obus and asked, "Are you, the Sanshui Empire, sure you want to go to war with our great Yin nation?" Obus was speechless with fear, the divine power unleashed by the sea god trident suffocating him. It took him a long time to utter a single word. No. As Obus gave in, Chester retracted the trident's imposing presence. Under everyone's gaze, he approached Salia. "I'm sorry I'm late. You won't blame me, will you?" Chester smiled. Salia didn't say anything, but the tears in her eyes spoke volumes. She hugged Chester and burst into tears. Looking at the man before her, Salia's face was filled with disbelief. 6 months ago, Chester had seemed almost exhausted. But now, Chester seemed to have returned to his 40s. Save for the white hair. But Chester's demeanor reminded Salia of when he had just become Admiral of the Navy. He was just as high-spirited then as he is now, practically a copycat. Cottus, observing the loving couple, curled his lips and muttered, "Chester has been reborn. He's now his full self." Carl, standing beside him, responded, "What about you? When are you going to look for that item?" Chapter 179. Chester returned with a powerful presence. He taught all the sea creatures a lesson. He told them that humans were still powerful. They could not lay their hands on human possessions. They had earned them with the blood of countless humans. Obus guaranteed that no sea creatures would invade Diane's territorial waters. At the same time, he ensured that Diane's ships would not be affected in any way in the inland seas. As Diane's trade grew, many people became jealous. They simply could not attack the land trade routes. Not only were they protected by the armies of various countries, but if attacked, the Diane National Defense Force would teach them a lesson, explaining the meaning of a blitzkrieg. How fast could a horse-drawn carriage be faster than a car on the road? So they had to find other solutions. They set their sights on the sea. The Diane Navy had not yet been established, and its coastal defenses were weak, allowing many pirates to profit from this. To deal with these pirates, Diane, without a navy at first, dispatched numerous fighter jets to destroy pirate hideouts. Over time, however, the pirates learned to be more resourceful. They moved their base onto ships. After each robbery, they simply sailed away, out of the fighter plane's combat radius. Diane was helpless. A few months later, they built some small gunboats. But the pirates were incredibly agile. De Yin then realized that the reason these pirates could easily evade De Yan's pursuit was largely due to the Sea Tribe. Some of the Sea Tribe had tipped off the pirates, and upon the De Yin Navy's arrival, they immediately signaled the pirates. The pirates immediately entered the uninhabited island. The Great Yin Navy couldn't pursue them, nor could it not pursue them. But things were different now. With Obus's orders, the Sea Clan soldiers would also crack down on pirates, though collusion wasn't ruled out. But what happened and what didn't happen were two different things. With Obus's promise, Leon and his team's trip was a complete success. If there was any imperfection, it was that they hadn't properly promoted the Great Yin ideology to the various Sea Clan nations. Because Chester had learned that the Sea Clan had a vast population base, no less than that of other species. But compared to other races, the Sea Clan had hundreds of states, large and small. From small nations with populations of a few 100,000 to larger nations with populations exceeding 100 million. The law of the jungle was vividly embodied among the Sea Clan. Decades ago, the number of Sea Clan nations within the Great Ocean was far greater than it is today. But with the predatory practices of the Sangshui Empire and other nations, a large number of small nations were destroyed. Those that survived were forced to pay tribute to more powerful nations in exchange for not being annihilated by the great powers. The sacrifices made by the small nation that has survived to this day are unimaginable. Oppressed for so long, they can no longer endure such a life. Every generation is oppressed and exploited. The previous generation comforts them, and they need to comfort the next generation. Do they want to? The answer is of course no, but what else can they do? The only solution is to deceive themselves. Perhaps in dreams, they won't be oppressed. But today, Leon's words awaken the long-hidden blood within them. They have been exploited and oppressed for so long that they have forgotten that their ancestors successfully built a nation from that chaotic era with the swords in their hands. As expected, after kneeling for so long, one forgets they're actually a member of the Sea Clan. Lion was dragged away by Caddis and the others. Lion had originally planned to attack again, but Caddis had already seen the murderous look in Obus's eyes. The representatives of the various Sea Clan nations had silently memorized all of Leon's words. They would take them back to their kings to awaken all their compatriots. As the cruiser resurfaced, Lion finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and the moment he surfaced, he vomited again. But amidst his sadness, Leon pondered. Is it time to develop submarines? Although, with Chester's help, anything could enter the sea. But the sight of the cruiser entering the sea reminded Leon. If Chester could do it, then so could everyone else. If a warship launched an attack from the sea, could De Yin withstand it? The answer was, of course, no. So, upon returning to De Yin, Leon immediately put submarine development on the agenda. Dian industry. Full. So, Lion optimized Dian's industrial production priorities. He prioritized the most important areas. He also inspected people's livelihoods and discovered several problems. First, many farmers have changed their mindset and subconsciously underestimate themselves when facing others. Lion corrected this several times, but with little success. Lion had no other options but to rely on Dian's grassroots cadres to subtly influence and change them. Another issue is the progress of road construction. The 2 vertical and 2 horizontal railway networks are now fully constructed. Construction is also underway on the final railway around De Yin. At the same time, numerous military airfields have been constructed along De Yin's borders. Many military airfields have also been built within the Eastern Elf Empire. De Yin doesn't station troops in Eastern Elf, but it has built numerous military airfields. Once transport aircraft become available, these military airfields will quickly evolve into military bases. It's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. With the start of post-war reconstruction, the Eastern Elf Empire has discovered the mess it is in. The bottomless pit of post-war construction has exacerbated the already struggling Eastern Elf Empire. Seeing the continuous flow of loans from De Yin, Sif acted like a gangster. She simply refused to leave, frantically borrowing low-interest and interest-free loans from De Yin. Seeing the Eastern Elf Empire in its current state, Leon's smile never faltered. Take it hard. One day, you will pay it back double. After dealing with all this, Leon finally had a chance to rest. After working for over a year, I finally had time to rest. Give myself a break. Yeah. Just like that. Just as Leon was about to have a nice lie-in the next day, sleeping until noon, the people Leon least wanted to see arrived. Or rather, individually, Leon would have welcomed them with open arms. But now they were all here in a group. Leon was woken early in the morning. The noise downstairs made him irritated. Grandma Lee. You dare disturb my sleep? I teach you a lesson. Leon thought it was the silly, cute little girl Hey You and Yin Xian making trouble downstairs again. He then rushed downstairs in a rage. But he was stunned. He saw his mother, Irina, sitting at a tea table, leisurely sipping tea. Next to Irina were more women than a truck could carry. Leon, Just coming down, Leon met the gazes of all the women. Leon froze in his tracks, already sweating profusely. Chapter 180. The air fell silent, and Leon looked awkwardly at his mother, Irina, and the truckload of women. The next second, Leon turned and ran. There was no way the shy Leon could withstand the gazes of over 20 women. Their eyes were blazing with fire. They wished they could devour Leon. Irina, on the other hand, leisurely ate breakfast at the Duke's mansion. She didn't care at all about Leon's departure. Because Irina knew Leon couldn't escape, he would eventually come down. At this moment, Leon was already making phone calls. In both his past life and this one, Leon had a deep fear of blind dates. Every blind date shattered his confidence. You never know just how extraordinary the other person is. Thinking of his past life, Leon couldn't help but wince. And just then, the phone rang. Leon picked it up and answered it. Hello? Where are you? I'm at the Duke's mansion. What's going on? Wait a minute, I'll be right there. The next second, Yun Qingqi hung up. Leon held the phone, bewildered. Before he put it down, it rang again. Hello? Leon? You're at the Duke's mansion, right? Yes, Leia, you're coming? Yes. Wait for me. The next second, the call was hung up again. Leon was left bewildered. What was going on today? Ding-ling-ling. Frostar? Ding-ling-ling. Celtic? Ding-ling-ling. Sif? Leon was stunned. He'd been on the phone all morning. What the hell was going on? What happened? Why are all the female friends rushing to him today? Leon thought of his mother's mysterious smile and the truckloads of women. Could it be? No way. A terrifying outcome flashed through Leon's mind. Is this forcing him to make a choice? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He could choose, but if he chose the wrong one, he'd be beaten to death. If he chose everything, could he handle it? Leon's face was filled with despair. There was so much beauty in this world. Fox-eared girls, cat-eared girls, mermaids, succubi. Countless images from his past life flashed through Leon's mind. The thought sent a chill down his spine. But quickly, looking at the documents before him, Leon put it all behind him. Turn his grief into strength. With the aircraft carrier missiles still to come, how could Leon rest? So Leon got back to work. He contributed vigorously to the great Yin military industry. But what was coming would come. At noon, the dining chairs at the Duke's mansion, never filled with people, were now completely occupied. 30 women gathered. 23 of them, Leon had never met before. They must have been gathered by his mother from somewhere. There were only 7 familiar faces: Frostar, Flameheart, Blackfeather, Leia, Sif, Celtic, and Yun Qingqi. Though there were only 7 of them, their aura overshadowed the other 20 or so. Tension flared at the table. Sparks flashed in Frostar and Yun Qingqi's eyes. Yin Xian, on the other hand, happily ate lunch. Silly Rabbit had no idea he was about to miss his chance. And Blackfeather had a look of despair on his face. Because everyone else is older than her, Lion definitely wouldn't like younger ones. Kelter's face remained expressionless. She came here more for Fallen Lee's city. If she could become the leader's wife, Fallen Lee's city would gain more resources. Sif shared the same sentiment. But both of them had a crush on Leon, so Irina had called them over. Leia, looking at the crowd, unconsciously lowered her head. She felt like the most useless. But soon, Leia raised her head again. What's there to be afraid of? The outcome is uncertain. I might as well give it a try. Looking at the tense crowd, Leon grew up. Can I say a few words? No. Shuangxing and Young Kinky said simultaneously. Lion smiled sheepishly, and silently blocked her mouth with food. The other women consciously chose to stay away from this chaotic scene, because they had already seen that she was just there to play along. Seeing this, Irina waved her hand, signaling them to leave. The invited women left somewhat reluctantly. 7 strong contenders remained. Each one was a formidable opponent, except for that silly rabbit. Yinxin, who's calling me? The invisible flames of war quickly spread to Leon. Yun Qingqi took the lead. Leon, tell the truth, who do you choose? Shuangxing also looked at Leon. Think clearly. Between me and her, who do you choose? Sif and Kelt remained calm. as if they had nothing to do with this stalemate. Hayu and Leia, on the other hand, stared at Leon, hoping to elicit a different answer from him. Irina was already smiling, knowing that no matter the outcome, her daughter-in-law wouldn't have to worry. Looking at the pressure on Leon, Lion was already paralyzed. They were forcing him to choose, looking at the two massive icebergs on either side of him. Lion was overwhelmed. Looking at Xuanxing, her eyes were filled with sincerity, as if asking, "You won't not choose me, right?" Looking at young Kinky had the demeanor of a little woman. He silently lowered his head, his hands moving restlessly. Looking at the deadly choice before him, Leon fell silent. "I, Leon, leader of the great Yin nation, second-generation hero, one of the heirs to the Holy Empire, how could I be so incompetent? This isn't me. A man needs to fight." Leon, abandoning his usual attempt at smoothing things over, looked at the two men with a sharp gaze. Xuanxing and young Kinky were both slightly stunned. The next second, Leon embraced one person each, petrifying everyone present. "Sorry, I want them all." This statement instantly silenced everyone. Sif and Kelt were stunned, their minds simultaneously forming a common thought. Who's in charge? Is it too late for them to join now? Hayu's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. This opportunity has arrived. He slipped under the table and hugged Leon's legs. He looked at Leon with a pleading expression. "You bastard, be my partner, please?" Leon couldn't refuse Hayu's eyes twinkling. Seeing this, Froststar and Yunqing, who had been petrified, were stunned. "What the hell? Are they here to steal my property?" Hayu looked at the two men fighting tooth and nail, his lips curled up. "Ha ha. I'm the smart one, okay? As long as I take Leon down, there'd be endless cake to eat." However, this wasn't the peak of the Shura field. Leia had also joined the fray. She looked at Leon with pitiful eyes, as if to say, "Don't you want me anymore?" Chapter 181. Leia attacked, instantly disabusing everyone present. This ability to play the victim has reached its peak. Even Irina couldn't help but hold her forehead. As expected, no woman is simple. In response, Leon had already chosen to give in. Just as Leon was about to comfort Leia, he was grabbed by three people. Hayu hugged Leon's legs, while Yunqing and the other two hooked each of Leon's arms. "Lion, eh?" The air was awkward. Leia was also stunned. "Even in this state, are you still a man? Are you just here to comfort my wounded heart?" Leia hadn't understood what her mother meant when she said she had to fight for everything herself, but now she knew. If she didn't fight for it, she would miss Leon. Under the gazes of the crowd, Leia attacked directly. "Lion, ? How can I tolerate this?" Fight back? After a long moment, the two separated. Yunqing, standing nearby, was already gasping for breath. Seeing the impending war, Leon glanced at Irina, who was doing nothing. "Escape. Mom, you're not coming back for dinner tonight. There are several meetings at the capital today." Leon grabbed the black feather and threw it to Irina, then swerved and sprinted out of the encirclement of Froststar and Yunqing. Watching Leon's swift escape, everyone present laughed. Yunqing's anger faded, and he looked at Froststar with a proud expression. "I knew it. Leon wouldn't give up on any of us," Froststar said. "Of course I knew that. I just wanted to know Leon's attitude towards us. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, but it won't be so easy for others." Irina smiled and then spoke. "So you guys staged this big show to force Leon?" Yunqing grabbed Xuanxing's hand, acting like a close sister. "That's right. Only this way can we push that idiot Leon further and force him to get on board." Irina smiled silently as she listened to Yunqing's words. "Thank you, Mother, for your help. Otherwise, this wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Leia, standing nearby, was the first to change her tune, immediately irritating the others. "Stop it, we're all family from now on. As for Sif and Kelt, you can follow your own ideas. Stay or go, it's up to you." Irina fixed her gaze on the two. Kelt's face was expressionless, while Sif's expression was nonchalant. Irina knew their motives were not pure, they were more concerned with self-interest. But how many marriages in this world aren't based on profit? Xiaoang is good in every way except for relationships. Fortunately, you're here. I can see Xiaoang likes you, but he just doesn't know how to express it. It was like that before, and it's still like that now. Xiaoang always likes to keep it to himself. Irina sighed. Everyone started chatting with Irina, trying to make a good impression. Leon, having just entered the capital, didn't realize he'd been tricked, or rather, he didn't realize how clearly he'd been arranged. Today, there was a very important meeting at the capital, one regarding the situation within the Orcish territory. The Orc Empire still had its eyes fixed on the Holy Empire. Baromalt believed his 1 million strong mage army could sweep everything away. Therefore, they refused to acknowledge the Orc Empire's defeat. But the truth was, the Orc Empire had already been defeated, and was nearly as defeated as the Demon Empire. The Demon Empire's surrender allowed the Demon Empire to preserve nearly half its strength. But if the Orc Empire didn't surrender, they would face destruction. At the same time, the rehabilitation of Orc Empire prisoners of war was underway. After these days of rehabilitation, Leon learned something. The lower classes of the Orc Empire didn't harbor much hatred, or rather, they didn't want war to break out. And many of them lived much the same way as the people of Great Yin before Leon arrived. They were starving, underfed, and exploited daily by the nobles, leaving them with no extra money year-round. Furthermore, Barity's death caused great unrest in the Orc Empire, and many orcs sought to redress Barity's wrongdoing. But they were brutally suppressed by the nobles. The Orc Empire was filled with fear and repression. Leon saw this as a golden opportunity. An opportunity to completely transform the Orc Empire. However, this plan will have to wait until the beginning of next spring to fully execute. Because Leon has already dispatched spies to sabotage the Orc Empire's economy. Next spring, the Orc Empire's economy will completely collapse. Even if it doesn't completely collapse, it will still have a significant impact on the Orc Empire. At that time, the Orc captives, who have undergone transformation, will also return to the Orc Empire. And that will be the time for the captives to exert their power. Perhaps the Orc Empire will be plunged into a bottom-up reform. At this time, the 4 flame mechanized divisions of the Qing Kingdom, totaling 200,000 men, would immediately march north. They would return all the damage the Orc Empire had inflicted upon them, and let the Orc Empire feel the pain they had endured. Just as the Orc Empire was gradually entering a crisis, the Demon Empire was gradually turning the corner. The economy, once on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized thanks to the economic injection from the Great Flame. Prices gradually returned to normal. Many demons could not help but improve their views of the Great Flame. Furthermore, due to stable prices and the provision of extremely low-priced military equipment from the Great Flame, the Demon Empire withstood the Papal State's attacks and even launched localized counterattacks. But this was only superficial. In reality, the Great Flame had essentially taken control of the Demon Empire's economy. Furthermore, much of the Demon Empire's military employed Great Flame munitions. The ammunition for these munitions all came from the Great Flame. If the Great Flame supply ceased, the Demon Empire's frontline soldiers would be severely impacted. So why was the Demon Empire so short of equipment, forcing it to rely on Yin? Because Leon hadn't returned the weapons and equipment of the captured Mage Corps soldiers. The 2 million Mage Corps, built with the full might of the Demon Empire, had been taken over by Yin. A vast quantity of magical weapons had fallen into Yin's hands. Now that they were in my hands, why would I return them? Leon could only tearfully accept these gifts from nature. Then he sent all the weapons and equipment to the arsenal. The scrapped ones were recycled, and the usable ones had their magic arrays removed and refitted onto Yin's weapons. Wouldn't that be somewhat degrading? No, Leon said. The junk man is fearless. Chapter 182. With the Demon Empire's surrender, Yin seized a large amount of demonic weapons and equipment on the battlefield. After disassembling and examining their equipment, Leon and his team discovered that the demonic equipment wasn't particularly sophisticated. Many of their magical weapons were crudely made. But with the influx of magic crystals, these weapons possessed extraordinary power. However, due to their shoddy construction, the conversion rate of magic crystals into power was extremely low, and the vast majority of magic crystals failed to unleash their full potential. For this reason, as soon as Leon obtained these magical weapons, he began modifying them and devising ways to combine them with industrial weapons. Although magical weapons closely resembled industrial weapons, they were merely superficial. Though superficially, they appeared similar to the weapons used by Yin soldiers, in reality, they were vastly different. For example, the magic rifle required a magic crystal to be loaded each time it was fired. Furthermore, due to the sheer size of the magic crystals, the magic crystal rifle could only store a maximum of 3. Each magic crystal possesses immense power. However, due to a flawed mechanism, the magic crystal rifle's conversion rate to magic power is extremely low. In human terms, this translates to a waste of natural resources. A single magic crystal originally possessed the power of a grenade. But now, after firing, the power of a magic crystal is even less than that of a 12.7 caliber bullet. The reason why Leon values the magic industry so highly is not only because of the large number of weapons he captured, but also because, after defeating the Demon Empire and the Orc Empire, Yin purchased a large amount of magic crystal ore within the Demon Empire. Because the only thing Yin lacked was these precious magic crystals. Previously, the Elven Empire provided Yin with magic crystals. But an Elven Empire, and now only half the Eastern Elven Empire, simply couldn't provide sufficient magic crystals. This was because Yan's navy was about to be built, with a large number of warships about to be launched. Relying on ordinary fuel as a propulsion system wouldn't be enough to build a Yan navy in such a short time. The power systems of warships were very different from those of cars and tanks. If Yan wanted to have powerful warships quickly, then there was only one solution: to use magic crystals for propulsion. So, after frantically purchasing magic crystal mines from other countries, Yan intensified its research into magic crystal technology. As his research deepened, Leon became even more amazed by the wonders of magic. Although Yan had already shown signs of developing magical technology, its magical technology had always been considered subordinate to its industrial technology. This led Yan's research into a misunderstanding, prioritizing magical technology over industrial technology. The only consequence of this approach is that magical technology will develop very slowly. Leon aims to change this situation. But one must eat one bite at a time, and one must take one step at a time. Disassembling and learning from others' existing achievements is the fastest way forward. But as he disassembled the technology, he saw the dismal state of the Magic Empire's magical technology. Leon himself couldn't stand it anymore. The Magic Empire's magical technology was too crude. For example, the Magic Crystal Chariot was simply a large iron shell with 4 wheels mounted on it, and a magic circle was engraved on the drive shaft of each wheel. By feeding the magic circle with magic crystals, the wheels rotated, propelling the Magic Crystal Chariot forward. That's why Leon couldn't bear to watch. Spending several times the magic crystals, yet achieving the same result. The Magic Crystal Chariot's speed wasn't even as fast as a T-34 tank powered by ordinary fuel. But on a different note, the magic crystals consumed to power a Magic Crystal Chariot for 3 hours of combat were enough to power 2 Tiger tanks for 4 hours. And the magic world had no shortage of magic crystals. But what Yin lacked the most was magic crystals. Looking at these colorful crystals, Leon couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of magic. At the same time, Yin also began optimizing and upgrading its equipment. First, the Tiger tank's original magic crystal fuel hybrid drive was replaced with a magic crystal drive. With this drive change, the Tiger tank's power system was greatly enhanced. The original staggered road wheels were replaced with 6 pairs of road wheels. And at the same time, the Tiger tank's appearance was optimized as much as possible. Some scrap wood armor was fashioned into sloped armor. The T-34 also adopted a magic crystal drive. Due to the optimization of the power system, the T-34 tank's ammunition load was significantly increased. The original engine was reduced by nearly a third. This freed up more space for weapons and ammunition. The Tiger tank's ammunition load was also significantly increased. And aircraft engines were also being replaced with magic crystal drives. Calculations have shown that if the original fuel tanks were completely filled with magic crystals, the Stuka with the new engine could increase its combat radius. The attack range has doubled compared to the original. The original B-29's attack range was also increased by 3/4. Leon also discovered that magic crystal engines were ideal for equipping the upcoming transport aircraft. It would free up a significant amount of space for carrying more cargo. A considerable number of military trucks have already begun replacing their magic crystal engines, or even switching to magic crystal fuel hybrids. This is especially true of the Armored Corps' military trucks. Also, many mechanical equipment within the factory now uses magic crystals. This is because using magic crystals doesn't produce any waste. The only drawback is that magic crystals are relatively precious, and currently transportation costs are quite high. Just as Yin was intensively pursuing its magical industrialization, the latest news from the Demon Empire arrived. The Papal State dispatched a large number of Pegasus Knights. With their high mobility and the Knights' powerful fighting spirit, they were able to defeat the original Demon Air Force. This wasn't to say that the Demon Air Force was merely a facade. After experiencing the trials and tribulations of the Yin Air Force, the Demon Air Force had already acquired extensive combat experience. So, the problem in air combat wasn't a matter of combat effectiveness. Rather, it was the magic crystal plane's propulsion system, which meant they couldn't perform emergency maneuvers. They were easily outmaneuvered by the Pegasus Knights. The Demon Empire was gradually losing air superiority. However, The Demon Empire had also discovered that the Pegasus Knights couldn't fly above 5,000 meters. Similarly, the Demon planes couldn't reach that altitude either. With air superiority lost, the Demon Empire's offensive was once again repelled. At this point, the Demon Empire began to request support from Great Flame. The Demon Empire hoped Great Flame would send its air force to join the battle. However, Leon flatly refused. However, Leon had an idea for an aircraft that could help the Demon Empire quickly regain air superiority and possess powerful ground attack firepower. Chapter 183. Leon's first thought was the Zeppelin. Without an air unit or attack method capable of reaching a height of 5,000 meters in the Papal States, the Zeppelin was invincible. And the Zeppelin's maximum altitude was 8,000 meters. Furthermore, the Zeppelin was no match for the Great Yin Air Force. And most Great Yin Air Force aircraft could reach the Zeppelin's altitude. So, while the Zeppelin was a powerful weapon for the demons, it was somewhat useless for the Great Yin Air Force. However, the Zeppelin had a considerable payload capacity. A typical Zeppelin had a payload capacity of 150 tons, while a military Zeppelin could reach 250 tons. A few more could support an entire armor division. In fact, the demons did have ways to deal with air units. Although the maximum attack range of a magician was only 1,000 meters. Use ice cone magic to refine the ice cone to a thickness of 1 or 2 centimeters, then apply reinforcement magic to make it incredibly hard. The typical Stuka attack altitude is around 1,000 to 5,000 meters. When facing aircraft flying at altitudes of several thousand meters, the demon magicians will use their ingenuity. They first use acceleration magic, with 4 magicians simultaneously accelerating the reinforcement ice cone magic cast by another magician. The coordinated ice cone magic of 5 people can hit aircraft at an altitude of 3,000 meters. To attack even higher aircraft, more magicians are needed. If necessary, they can even use space magic to create a brief spatial overlap, infinitely shortening the distance between the aircraft and the magicians. However, the Papal States were unaware of this method, and they had never faced being suppressed from the air. When they were suppressed from the air, they would likely discover this method. But the demons were no fools. They typically deployed magicians to protect important facilities. De Yin currently lacked this capability, and its magicians were extremely scarce. Before defeating the Demon Empire, the army of magicians was largely reliant on prisoners of war. However, after defeating the Demon Empire, a large influx of magicians from the Holy Empire arrived. This successfully replenished De Yin with a wave of fresh blood. After all, their own magicians were completely different from those captured. De Yin also began to use some magicians to protect some important weapons and facilities. Lion said, "I finally become the person I once envied. It's not that industry is unimportant, but that magic is simpler. Some aspects of industry cannot be replaced by magic, and similarly, there are aspects of magic that industry cannot replace. If you want to progress, you can't give up magic. You must have both, supporting each other and developing them, to keep moving forward. But development aside, the most important thing right now is for the Demon Empire to withstand the Papal States' attacks this winter. The Papal States' Crusaders are incredibly frenzied, launching winter offensives even in winter. They're completely unafraid of the cold. Is this the terrifying power of faith? So, without any hesitation, Leon ordered the aircraft factory to begin construction of the Zeppelin the very next day. The Zeppelin is complex, yet neither simple nor uncomplicated. First, the Zeppelin's structure. A rigid metal frame, filled with a large number of hydrogen bladders. Between the airbags, the engine and cabin were installed. A streamlined metal frame was used on the outermost layer to protect the hydrogen airbags and improve the airship's stability. For safety reasons, Leon replaced the hydrogen airbags with helium airbags. He also increased the engine power and increased the strength of the airship's material. This ensured the airship's safety and stability. After all, sellers should have a conscience, right? Leon was no unscrupulous merchant. De Yin products must be top-notch. High prices are synonymous with De Yin. And so, too, is refinement. But when the Demon Empire saw the cost of the airship, they were instantly shocked. A Zeppelin airship cost 50,000 gold coins. That's right, 50,000 gold coins, the price of an infantry division. Will the demon buy it? It's okay, dear, we support pay-later use now. So, with some skepticism, the Demon Empire purchased a Zeppelin airship for testing. To ensure timely delivery, the aircraft factory completed this war behemoth in just 3 days. Its firepower was also upgraded to an unprecedented level. 8 37mm anti-aircraft guns were installed on the lower deck. The top machine guns were replaced with M2 heavy machine guns. Furthermore, A large number of heavy bombs were provided. Of course, these weapons would cost extra. However, since this was the first ship, the Demon Empire needed to make a substantial purchase. Therefore, these weapons were generously provided. Don't worry, once he uses them, he fall in love with the feeling. 5 days later, a massive silver behemoth appeared above the battlefield of the Demon Empire. Both the Crusaders and the Demon Empire soldiers were terrified by the sudden appearance of this silver behemoth. Having never seen a zeppelin before, they had no idea what it was. But some demon soldiers, who had fought against De Yin, immediately realized that this was De Yin's work. After all, De Yin was the current overlord of the skies, and only De Yin could create such a terrifying war beast. As expected, as the airship descended, the Crusaders' nightmare began. First, the anti-aircraft guns under the Zeppelin opened fire. This immediately disrupted the Crusaders' original offensive formation. The magicians could only defend themselves haphazardly and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. But they discovered that their attacks could not reach the war beast. However, they could still block the 37mm anti-aircraft guns with magic. But their nightmare had just begun. After discovering that the anti-aircraft guns had been blocked by the Crusaders' magicians, the Demon Empire general on the airship opened the operating manual provided by De Yin. That's right, all the soldiers on the airship were half-baked, fumbling around with the manual in hand. One dared to sell, the other dared to fly. Leon commented, "They're not from the Great Yin, so why bother? Besides, the demons are tough, I believe they can master it." "What? You say they can't master it? No problem, just pile them up." "What? You say it's too cruel? They're not our own anyway, and the manual mentions potential life-threatening situations. Besides, they're contributing to the great cause of spaceflight. In the future, the Great Yin will write their names in a book." But it was just a passing mention. Demon, ? The airship commander looked at the manual and ordered the soldiers to drop their bombs. The soldiers, holding the manual in front of their eyes, began adjusting their bombs. They took aim and hurled them. The Crusaders below only saw countless small black dots falling. This is Chapter 184. Boom, boom, boom. 250-kilogram bombs rained down one after another. The Crusaders below were instantly overwhelmed. The lucky ones escaped, while the less fortunate died instantly. The even less fortunate watched themselves shattered into pieces. Many soldiers were unable to reassemble their shattered comrades. They could only watch helplessly as the Zeppelin airship dropped its bombs above. Looking at this war behemoth, the Crusaders felt fear for the first time. The impact of the behemoth far exceeded the impact of casualties. Humans are always in awe of large things. The war behemoth is called a war behemoth because it can easily destroy a person's psychological defenses. The Zeppelin's first battle had a huge impact on the Crusaders. They easily recaptured the ground they had lost in the past few days. At the same time, the news that the Demon Empire possessed a war behemoth spread like snowflakes. The surrounding nations all set their sights on De Yin, because only De Yin could produce such a miraculous weapon. At the same time, after witnessing the Zeppelin's brilliant military success, the Demon Empire immediately placed an increased order with Lion, placing an order for 40 Zeppelins. Including the weapons and equipment, the transaction value reached 3 million gold coins. Currently, De Yin's annual tax revenue is only 100 million. 3 million is no small amount. But for De Yin next year, tax revenue will reach more than 100 million. It will reach 1 billion. The daily transaction value is rising. Day by day, De Yin's development was exponential. This made the surrounding nations envious, especially the Holy Empire, mired in civil war. Adhering to the legitimate reason of a war, Lion would not send troops until the Holy Empire requested assistance. Because Lion wanted to watch both sides fight to the death. Preferably, both sides would suffer losses. That way, De Yin could smoothly take over the Holy Empire. As for Charles, just abide by the monarch offline system. However, with the arrival of winter, all nations settled down, with the exception of the Demon Empire and the Papal States. Winter warfare places high demands on logistics and soldiers. Thus, on this continent, it was a common practice not to wage war in winter. Except for the orcs and demons. They might move south in winter, but that was in the past. Now, they simply couldn't afford to do so. The first opponent they would face if they went south would be the powerful De Yin. Although Baromir boasted about moving south to annex the Holy Empire, but he didn't dare actually do it. Sceneries of being dominated by the Great Flame on the battlefield, and having his retreat cut off flashed through his mind. It was best to stay put. Except for the Demon Empire and the Papal States, Central China, the Northern Continent, and the Western continent had entered a brief period of peace. But except for the Great Flame, the people of every nation were struggling to survive this winter. The Eastern Elves and the Holy Empire enjoyed the support of the Great Flame. And thanks to the Great Flame's control, the Demon Empire's economy had seen prices driven down. The people of these three nations could barely make ends meet, but the future of the Orc Empire was fraught with worry. At this moment, while this side was quiet, the other side of the sea was not. A port at the northernmost tip of the eastern continent. Northwind Harbor. The winter snow had already fallen. The land around the harbor was covered in white. A merchant ship from Yin arrived at the port. The lightly clad stevedores, who had been waiting at the harbor since early in the morning, saw the ship approach. They immediately rushed to meet it, scrambling to carry the cargo. Some of them flushed red under the weight of the cargo, but they stubbornly carried on, fearing that if they didn't, others would, and they would earn nothing. They still had families to support. The overseers, standing by, took attendance sheets and logged everyone's attendance. At first, the overseers would skip a few times, but after a worker uprising killed several overseers, the news could no longer be suppressed and reached the ears of Lady Eleanor. Without a word, Eleanor replaced the overseers with her own men. From then on, the exploitation of the stevedores never happened again. All the people living in Northwind Harbor were grateful to this beautiful and kind female lord. Northwind Territory had the lowest taxes among the surrounding territories, and because of this low tax rate, Eleanor had little money left after paying the imperial taxes. Yet the people of the territory still lived a tight life. Because of the low taxes, Eleanor's remaining money barely covered her military expenses. She also lived a tight life herself. The people of Northwind Territory were sincerely grateful to this great female lord. However, they also learned that Lady Eleanor was to be forcibly married to Emperor Narati of the Westful Empire. As citizens of the Westful Empire, they knew Narati was an unwavering tyrant. 3 women had already perished at his hands. Lord Eleanor's marriage had only one outcome. But their lowly status meant they could do nothing to prevent it. Northwind Harbor. As the cargo was unloaded, a man wearing a bicorn hat emerged. This startled the stevedores present, for the man had disembarked from a great Yin merchant ship. And yet, he was dressed like a soldier of the Western French Empire. But the stevedores didn't ask any further questions. They were just ordinary people, and it wasn't good to know too much. The man's blue eyes gazed upon his long-lost homeland. He gazed at the castle not far away, where the person he longed for so long lived. Looking at his homeland, the man cried out in his heart, "I, Bonaparte, am back." Just as Bonaparte roared inwardly, the captain of the great Yin merchant ship beside him patted Bonaparte on the shoulder. "Mr. Bonaparte, your cargo has arrived. This is the first batch. I hope you can convince His Excellency that the great Yin would invest in a single person for free." "Understood. Rest assured, I will not disappoint His Excellency," Bonaparte said sincerely. The captain of the great Yin merchant ship was an agent of the Intelligence Bureau, responsible for delivering weapons and ammunition to Bonaparte this time. Lion was taking a huge gamble, giving aid to a Bonaparte who had no foundation. Lion was willing to take the gamble for 2 reasons. First, Bonaparte was truly a talent, worthy of Lion's investment. Second, regardless of Bonaparte's success or failure, it would have an impact on the West French Empire, and could temporarily delay the West French Empire's expedition. Bonaparte watched the boxes carried away by the stevedores. Inside were the foundation for his own uprising. 10,000 80% new Zhongzheng rifles. 580% new ZB-26 rifles. 100 mortars of various calibers. And 5,000 rounds of artillery shells. 10-pack 37 anti-tank guns. 500 rounds of artillery shells. 500,000 bullets. 50,000 M24 grenades. Most of these weapons were obtained from the Demon Empire. Because the Demon Empire captured many weapons during the war with the Elven Empire, and these weapons were not valued by the Great Yin. So, Chapter 185. Although these equipment are secondhand, the quantity is sufficient. Lion promised to send 10 times the amount within 6 months. Bonaparte, who had initially been somewhat concerned about second-hand goods, immediately accepted them. Even if the equipment was 80% new, it was still usable. By choice, between 10,000 new pieces of equipment and 100,000 pieces of 80% new equipment, Bonaparte chose the latter without hesitation. Currently, the Western Empire was still in the cold weapon era, but it had already developed the rudiments of magical technology. If the equipment of 100,000 men could be armed, they could easily conquer a region. And Lion promised that as long as Bonaparte gained territory, new military aid from Great Yin would continue to arrive. Thinking of this, Bonaparte's heart grew increasingly excited. He never took his eyes off the boxes. The days in winter were very short, and night soon fell. Bonaparte was on the street in North Wind Harbor, observing the people around him. Just like 10 years ago, a chill wind blew, and Bonaparte wrapped himself in his coat and quickened his pace. Looking at the castle before him, Bonaparte remembered his departure 10 years ago. Was it also a snowy night like this? That day, snowflakes danced, and Mother and Eleanor watched me leave. I'm finally back, and I won't run away anymore. Bonaparte knocked on the castle gate. Knock, knock, knock. Who's coming? The castle guard immediately asked. Bonaparte spoke. Tell Lady Eleanor that the person who left on that snowy night 10 years ago has returned. The castle guard was puzzled, but he went to report it anyway. After all, who in their right mind would disturb Lady Eleanor's rest so late at night? If you didn't know Lady Eleanor, then doing this would be tantamount to seeking death. After a while, the castle gate opened. A woman, wrapped in a white fox fur coat, approached. She had long golden hair, blue eyes, and a flawless face. Her face was filled with joy. Bonaparte was stunned. You're back. Eleanor rushed over and hugged Bonaparte. Bonaparte hugged Eleanor tightly. I'm back. You suffered, Eleanor. From now on, you're no longer alone. I won't abandon you again. Bonaparte hugged Eleanor tightly, tears streaming down his face as he spoke. 10 years. 10 years. Bonaparte had been wandering in a foreign land for 10 years. Whenever he felt overwhelmed, he would think of his homeland, where his mother and fiancée were waiting for him. Driven by his longing for his homeland, Bonaparte spent 9 years and a days in Dijon. During this time, Bonaparte attempted to join the Holy Empire army, but without any background, he could only serve as a soldier, and would always remain just that. Bonaparte also considered learning magic, but with only a limited talent for it, he could never become a powerful warrior. This path failed again. After countless setbacks, Bonaparte finally chose to give up. He should have returned home by now, but he didn't dare, fearing to disappoint his mother and Eleanor. So he continued to live in the Sin territory. Because of his appearance and temperament, the previous mayor of Nanchuan City gave Bonaparte a position as a captain. Bonaparte thought this was the end of his life. But Bonaparte never lowered his standards for himself. Dressed neatly, he meticulously completed his duties every day. Bonaparte tried his best, but in this world, effort alone isn't enough. He remained captain for 5 years. 10 years passed like that. How many decades are there in a lifetime? Bonaparte's 10 years passed in mediocrity. Just when Bonaparte was feeling disheartened, someone arrived and changed his life. Lion, the founding of Dijon completely changed Bonaparte's fate. Life's turning points come only so often, and Bonaparte seized them. He could finally return, at least no longer having to flee the expectant gazes of his mother and Eleanor. All right, I'm suffocating. Let go! Eleanor's words brought Bonaparte back to his senses. Bonaparte reluctantly let go of Eleanor. Puff! Eleanor couldn't help but laugh at Bonaparte's expression. The castle guards standing by were stunned. This was the first time Lady Eleanor had been so affectionate with a man. Many of the castle guards were heartbroken. No! Many could only secretly wipe away their tears. Why wasn't I the protagonist? Eleanor spoke immediately. Okay, don't just stand there. Mother doesn't know you're back yet. She's been sad every snowy day these past few years, always blaming herself for letting you go alone. Eleanor began to cry as she spoke. Wasn't she the same? Okay, I'm back now. I'm not leaving anymore. I'd be with you forever. Bonaparte smiled a smile he hadn't had in the past 10 years. Well, we agreed not to lie to me, Eleanor said angrily, her hands on her hips, and her cheeks puffed out. Bonaparte begged for mercy. Of course I will. I'd be a bitch if I lied to you. Bonaparte entered the castle. It looked much the same as when he had left, still warm and familiar. Eleanor led Bonaparte to a room and gently knocked on the door. Who? Mother. It's me, Eleanor began. Come in. Eleanor then opened the door and gestured for Bonaparte to enter. She winked, as if threatening him. If you don't give our mother a good talk, you have to suffer the consequences. Bonaparte took a deep breath and walked in. He saw a woman slumped on the bed, her face gazing at the moon outside the window, with a sorrowful expression. She was in her 40s or 50s, but her hair was already white. Seeing this, Bonaparte could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward and hugged his mother. Mother! I'm back! The woman was stunned after being embraced, turning back in disbelief. Finally, she saw the person she had longed for, her own child. Is it you, Bonaparte? It's me, my mother. I'm back. I suffered so much all these years. Bonaparte finally cried, like a child. Because of the presence of strangers, he hadn't dared cry in front of Eleanor, venting the grievances and resentment he had felt for the past 10 years. He finally cried in front of his mother. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Goya, his mother, gently stroked Bonaparte's back, comforting him as if he were comforting a child. At some point, Bonaparte fell asleep while crying. Goya gently covered him with a quilt, and then looked at him lovingly from the side. Goya and Eleanor both assumed that Bonaparte would live a normal life this time. But to their surprise, Bonaparte's epic story was only just beginning. Chapter 186. The next day, when Goya and Eleanor looked at the boxes of goods being delivered, they were both stunned. They didn't know where Bonaparte had gotten so much stuff, but seeing the Great Yen logo on them, they couldn't help but marvel. Great Yen goods are now hard currency in the Western French Empire. 6 months ago, Great Yen goods entered the Western French Empire, causing an instant sensation. A large number of nobles rushed to buy Great Yen goods. The price of Great Yen goods skyrocketed, with the price of a light bulb reaching 1 gold coin. The official price of a light bulb in Great Yen is no more than 50 copper coins. Here, it's a full gold coin. And then, there are the batteries. A battery costs 10 silver coins, and can keep a light bulb running continuously for 7 days. The batteries are so expensive because Great Yen doesn't produce many. Most of the batteries are used to supply the military. And the apartments where civilians live, almost every household has electricity. Therefore, batteries were unnecessary. De Yen sold them to other countries at a markup. Other commodities, like perfume, spices, and sugar also drove the Western Empire into a frenzy. To give Bonaparte the capital to start his own business, De Yen sponsored Bonaparte with goods worth 1,000 gold coins. If nothing unexpected happened, Bonaparte would profit at least 500,000 gold coins. With these 500,000 gold coins, Bonaparte could easily build an army of over 100,000 men. Lion said, with the food already in your mouth, if you still lose, then you're blind. The Western Empire's expedition was also partly connected to De Yen. They believed that De Yen possessed innumerable wealth. Greed is one of the causes of war. Looking at the cargo, Eleanor couldn't help but ask, Bonaparte, are you connected to De Yen? Bonaparte pondered for a moment, nodded, and spoke. I studied in De Yen for a while, and gained the support of their leader, but the price was that I had to trade minerals from the Western French Empire for their support. And they needed to rent 2 ports. Eleanor was a little surprised when she heard this. But all this is based on the premise that I need to conquer the Western French Empire, Bonaparte said. This stunned Goya and Eleanor, because they heard a very complex message in Bonaparte's words. In their small heads, they were filled with confusion. But they didn't ask too many questions, because Bonaparte had his own ideas. They only needed to support him silently from behind. Bonaparte finished inspecting all the cargo. Then he looked at Eleanor. Is it true that Narati plans to marry you? Eleanor nodded, not denying it outright. Bonaparte's heart clenched at this sight. He let out a sigh and asked, What are you going to do? Of course I listened to you. You're my fiancé, Eleanor said, placing her hand on Bonaparte's cheek. Bonaparte smiled. So this is love? Goya, standing by, watched the two of them with a smile on his face. It's great to be young. Bonaparte quickly got into gear and began recruiting troops. Although the Spanish Empire was now officially ruled by Narati, yet the uprisings never ceased. Many nobles yearned for the former royal family. However, following the palace coup 12 years prior, they saw the royal family as completely annihilated. And if someone told them now that a royal bloodline still existed, whether they obeyed Bonaparte or not, it would be a heavy blow to the West French Empire. After all, there's a difference between having a legitimate cause and having no legitimate cause. The reason Bonaparte could easily recruit troops was Eleanor's help, and because many people were starving and cold in winter, joining the army would ease the burden on their families. And their eyes lit up when they received these equipment. What exactly was this? Time would tell. The uprising in the West French Empire, orchestrated by Bonaparte, was proceeding at full speed. It would erupt by summer at the latest. Across the ocean, Lion was also watching. However, Lion also had its eye on another place. The Great Yen prisoner of war camp. There were now several million prisoners in the Great Yen prisoner of war camp. After the execution of prisoners found guilty of serious crimes, there were only a little over 2 million prisoners left in the camp. The number of demons and orcs was split evenly. The camp was divided into over 200 sections, large and small. The 2 million prisoners were successfully divided. The prisoners' daily routine consisted of waking up, working, eating lunch, working again, and eating dinner. Then, they attended evening classes. Evening classes were the ones Leon dealt with most harshly. In Leon's own words, prisoners who skipped work during the day could be let off with a light punishment. But if they dared skip classes at night, they would not be allowed to see the next day's sunrise. Under Leon's iron-fisted command, the entire prisoner of war camp was filled with eager learners. Every night, they sat in the classroom, punctually and at attention. They listened as the instructors and political commissars, transferred from the army, explained the Great Flame to them. They explained the Great Flame from its very beginnings. The first day's 3 questions silenced all the prisoners. Why are you here? Why did you join the war? What did you gain from joining the war? Many prisoners, initially resistant, gradually became receptive. Now, many prisoners began arriving to class on time. This was because the Great Flame military teachers treated them as real people, not as the nobles of their own country treated them as mercenaries. And, as the political commissars progressed through the textbook, many prisoners realized that their assistance to the nobles had yielded them nothing, but had instead enriched them while they remained impoverished. A demon captive lost his temper in class. Comrades, do you know how much a loaf of bread cost when I was captured? 5 copper coins. These 5 copper coins are what an ordinary worker earns in a day's work, and a loaf of bread costs 5 copper coins. 5 copper coins. How could my fellow demons possibly afford that? Looking at the excited demon captive, the political commissar didn't accuse him of disrupting class order. Instead, he allowed him to stand on the podium and share his thoughts with the demon captives. Because of this demon's opening remarks, it's not necessarily the political commissar and his fellow captives who are now standing on the podium. Many demon and orc captives would spontaneously stand up to vent their pent-up emotions. In fact, these prisoners of war, who hadn't committed any crimes, were also pitiful. What dying could do was to awaken their inner courage and sense of responsibility. One can't just kneel forever, one must stand up. Chapter 187. With Commissar Dian's red education, the red spirit was gradually seeping into the hearts of every captive. Many prisoners, even after class, would discuss the lessons of tonight. Urus was one of them. Having emerged from the shadow of war, he had initially resisted being captured, unwilling to accept the outcome. Because being a captive meant he couldn't return home immediately. After being held captive for several days, and undergoing the political commissar's education, Urus finally realized that the only way to return home early was to complete his work and study diligently. At first, Urus simply attended class perfunctorily. But as time went on, he was unknowingly drawn to what the political commissars were saying. Just like the flyer that day, the words on it, and the commissar's words sank into Urus's heart. When Urus understood, he began to reflect. Isn't what the commissar said the truest reflection of himself? I had no idea why I joined this war, just for a few silver coins. And all I got was the few silver coins I earned from conscription. But what about the nobles? The wealth they held was enough to last them several lifetimes. Thinking of this, Urus couldn't sleep. He got up and looked out the window at the moon. Since Urus hadn't killed any civilians, prisoners like Urus were held in a slightly better equipped prisoner of war camp. In addition to the most basic beds, there were also thicker quilts. Of course, these quilts were definitely discarded quilts by the people of Dian. Their residence even had several windows. It was a place for them to mourn, but also a way to motivate them. It was meant to encourage them to work harder and strive to return home soon. Honest Urus lived a simple life, undergoing his transformation. Every day, Urus would carve a line on the wall to calculate how long it would take him to return home. To return home soon, Urus had to perform well. And performing well included giving a speech. Urus finally mustered the courage to stand on the podium, and the political commissar, noticing Urus's trepidation, immediately led the applause. Urus finally calmed down. Then, his voice trembling, he spoke. Hello everyone, my name is Urus. I'm an ordinary person from the Orc Empire. I came here because I participated in the war. At first, I was like everyone else, filled with anxiety and constantly wanting to leave. But now, I still want to leave. Of course, I'm not thinking of escaping, but returning home. Because only my mother and sister are left at home. I used to think that Dian was responsible for this situation. But later, I realized that while we were partly responsible, the nobles who stood above us were even more responsible. They ate the food we produced and exploited us harshly. And we, on the other hand, were starving and barely clothed. We toiled for a year, and in the end, what did we get? Urus spoke all this out, almost cathartically. The orcs and demons present were silent. For most of them were ordinary people, people of the lower class, just like Urus. So of course, they knew Urus's feelings. Urus glanced at the silent crowd and continued. What we get are parents who constantly worry about food, siblings who never get new clothes, and unattainable dreams. Many times, I don't understand why we are born to be exploited by the nobles. What's the difference between us and them? We're all orcs. We're all flesh and blood, born of our parents, but they only have one thing more than us, their noble title. And some nobles, besides this title, what else do they have? Marshal Baruti was an excellent marshal and an excellent noble. He possessed humility and kindness. But such an excellent noble was ultimately stripped of his Orc Empire citizenship on charges of treason. Why? Because we are overshadowed by a bunch of corrupt and decadent nobles who only care about sucking blood and don't care about us. Urus practically roared these words. Everyone present, including the political commissar, listened to Urus's speech in silence. The feudal system must be eliminated not only because of its backwardness, but also because of the dark aspects of it. However, the Orc Empire is precisely at the end of its feudal system. Originally, the Orc Empire wasn't at the end of its feudal system, but the emergence of Yin accelerated the process of industrialization. To achieve industrialization, the rotten feudal system must be ruthlessly crushed by the wheels of time. This is a lesson learned the hard way. Urus was a little confused after saying this, wondering where he had the courage to speak these words. But he just said it. The political commissar, watching the stunned crowd, immediately led the applause. Thunderous applause erupted. This was the highest respect for Urus. The several nobles in the audience, however, looked grim. Even after several days of reform, they hadn't been able to change their deeply ingrained ideas. After all, they were the beneficiaries of feudalism. Of course, they wouldn't agree with Urus's views. And Urus was the first one in recent days to directly criticize the feudal aristocracy. Urus had no idea what this would mean. The political commissar gave Urus an excellent grade. Urus was overjoyed. He was one step closer to home. Just as Urus fell into a blissful sleep, a dozen nobles gathered around Urus's bed. Then, Urus was covered by the quilt. Then, a dozen or so men began to punch and kick him. The other prisoners nearby tried to intervene. But they were instantly frightened back by the nobles. Because of one thing they said, if you dare report this, your families in the empire will suffer a fate worse than death. Under this threat, none of the captives dared to speak out. The flames of their minds, which had been slowly awakening over the past few days, were once again extinguished. After beating Urus half to death, the nobles marched away. Looking at the captives, who were afraid to speak out, they laughed heartily. Alas, these nobles had miscalculated one step. Because Yin never followed conventional paths. The next day, when the dormitory warden saw Urus's bruised face, he immediately stopped the entire dormitory of hundreds of people and told them to wait. Then, a large number of heavily armed Yin soldiers, accompanied by the prisoner of war camp commander, arrived. Everyone in the dormitory was thrown into panic. The nobles, who had feigned composure the previous night. Chapter 188. Watching the great Yin soldiers surround them, the hundreds of prisoners gradually grew panicked. The commander of the prisoner of war camp was a lieutenant colonel. He was a retired major. He had lost a leg in the war, and the great Yin would not abandon a hero. So, he was assigned to the camp to manage the tens of thousands of prisoners. And guarding the camp was only a single company of soldiers. The prisoners dared not resist, believing they hadn't committed any serious crimes. They only needed a few months or 6 months to return home. There was no need to risk bad luck. So, the prisoners behaved very peacefully. The major always faced them with a kind face. But today, after learning of Urus's situation, the major's face was frosted. The murderous intent on his face, as he looked at the prisoners, terrified everyone. Even the military dog beside him felt a little uneasy. The major looked at the crowd of over 100 people before him, and said coldly, "Last night, someone injured this brother, Urus. He had already been awarded an excellent grade by the political commissar, which should have been a cause for celebration for you. But less than a night later, some of you have beaten him to this state." The major then looked at Urus, who lay on a stretcher, receiving treatment from a medic. He had also heard the young man's speech and understood that he, too, was an innocent victim of war. So, the major did not take matters into his own hands, but reported Urus's situation to the military. The military immediately reported the matter to Leon, who responded with a single sentence. "If this matter isn't handled properly, then everyone in this dormitory will be executed, because if Urus can't be given an explanation, then the so-called ideological reform is a joke." After receiving Leon's order, the major already had a plan in mind. He returned his gaze to the men before him, his lips curled slightly, and then he spoke. You have 15 seconds now. All those who committed violence last night, step out immediately. The ordinary prisoners, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look at the nobles who had committed violence. The nobles glared at the prisoners with menacing eyes. The prisoners could only swallow their anger. The major, seeing this, already had his answer, but he had to put on a good show. The 15 seconds have passed. It seems you're all united? Not a single one is willing to step forward, and no one has even reported. I admire your unity. The major laughed as he spoke. But everyone could sense the malice in the major's smile. Since you're united, you're a collective, so any punishment should be a collective one. The major said this with a smile, but then his expression suddenly changed, turning frosty. Everyone in dormitory 103 received a poor grade. Except for Urus. Hearing the major's words, everyone was furious. Especially the ordinary prisoners, who had done nothing wrong. When they heard they received a poor grade, they were completely devastated. Because those with a poor grade would typically have to wait several years before returning. What had once been a few months suddenly turned into years. The disparity was unbearable for them. Many prisoners burst into tears, while others stared at the major in disbelief. The major smiled and said, "What? Regret it now? I give you one more chance. If you can identify last night's murderer, I let you go." The prisoners looked from the major to the nobles, their eyes filled with confusion. The major, seeing this, finally understood why the prisoners were so reluctant to reveal their identities. To set an example for the other prisoners, the major drew his pistol and approached a noble. In full view of the crowd, he pressed the barrel of his rifle against the noble's forehead. The noble instantly knelt, a foul odor emanating from him, and a pool of yellow liquid flowed at his feet. "Commander, I didn't do anything last night." The noble was trying to make a final defense. The major ignored him, looking at the surrounding captives. He then struck the noble on the head with his rifle and said, "Do you accept?" The noble nodded repeatedly. The major immediately spoke. "Did you see? These nobles are prisoners of war just like you. The tactics they use are merely an attempt to intimidate you, as they have no way of contacting the outside world. Remember, you may be ordinary people, but you, like them, are human. They can intimidate you, but here, all their tactics are lies." The major squeezed the trigger, and the next second, the nobles who participated in the brawl last night were gone from this world. All the prisoners were startled awake. Yes, these nobles had no way of getting their message across, so why should he be afraid? The major watched the gradually awakening captives, knowing the matter was accomplished. The major didn't blame the captives. Their inaction was due to their long-term oppression. Changing mindsets is difficult. The major himself had held similar beliefs before Lion came to Yin. Even after Lion's arrival, it took him a long time to change his mindset. Looking at the captives whose eyes were gradually clearing, the major knew he would have to watch over them for a long time. The road ahead was long and arduous. Soon, the nobles who had committed the crime were identified one by one. The remaining nobles were terrified, but their fear was unnecessary. Yin would not wrongly accuse an innocent person, and the major's method of dealing with these murderous nobles was simple and brutal. He simply hung the dozen or so nobles, and let everyone watch them die. Let all the prisoners realize that the nobles aren't omniscient. Urus, on the other hand, relaxed for a few days. Leon even visited Urus in person. After hearing Urus's speech, Leon immediately understood that Urus was the key to awakening this million-strong orc army. So Leon planned to focus on training Urus, making him the leader among the orc captives. He would lead these awakened orcs to bring about a revolution in the orc empire. One way to strengthen Urus's resolve was for Leon to visit him in person. He assured him that his family was fine and reassured him. And because he had received an excellent grade, Yin would send agents to protect his family. Hearing this, Urus was speechless with emotion, and his resolve to follow Leon became even stronger. He would repay those who treated him well. Chapter 189. After resolving the issue of Urus and the other prisoners of war, Leon needed to settle accounts. During this war, some of Yan's equipment blueprints had been leaked. Among them, the Panzer IV was the most important. Yan's confidentiality was divided into 4 levels. The Tiger tank and other excellent tanks were kept top secret. Since the Panzer IV had no use and was produced in small numbers, Leon lowered the Panzer IV's confidentiality. Each top-secret item required significant manpower and resources to protect. Lion anticipated the possibility of enemy agents attempting to steal secrets. So, he retained a defensive force. Unexpectedly, they actually came. The Intelligence Bureau followed the clues and captured hundreds of Dwarf Empire spies. And there were also numerous spies from other countries, including the Eastern Elf Empire and the Holy Empire. Lion directly instructed the Intelligence Bureau to notify these countries, asking them to explain themselves. In the end, with the exception of the Eastern Elf Empire and the Holy Empire, the other countries were effectively dead. Silence. Leon ordered the Intelligence Bureau to make full use of these traitors. However, Leon did meet with the Dwarf Empire's spy chief in Diyan. Diyan's infiltration efforts into other countries had begun to show success. But infiltration into the Dwarf Empire had remained largely unsuccessful. The people of the Dwarf Empire were very xenophobic. So Diyan had no recourse, not even the all-powerful Intelligence Bureau chief Hans. So Leon placed his chance of success on these dwarf spies. Inside the Diyan Intelligence Bureau's secret base, Leon, led by Hans, arrived at the dungeon. Several CIA agents guarding the dungeon were eating breakfast. They had been interrogating all night, sleepless. After breakfast, they had to continue the interrogation. Just as they were enjoying their meal, one of their companions was stunned. He saw their leader, Leon, standing behind them. The operator immediately stood up. "Hello, leader." The rest of the operators immediately stood up and echoed, "Hello, leader." Lion gestured for them to sit down, brought a small stool, and sat down beside them. The operators were immediately sweating profusely. Lion glanced at the bowls of noodles on the table and said, "You worked hard. Is this all you're having for breakfast?" "Not hard. We're just having a few simple bites," one of the operators said nervously. "So exciting. The leader is actually caring about me. By the way, did you get any interrogation results?" Lion asked. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. Seeing this, Leon wasn't disappointed. Instead, he patted their shoulders. "Well, you've been interrogating all night. Get some rest." With that, he led Hans inside. Leon wanted to see just how tenacious the dwarf spy was, and also to see Hans's interrogation methods. Hans didn't take Leon to find the little fish and shrimp, but went straight to the spy chief. In a separate room, Leon met the dwarf spy chief. He discovered he was the same dwarf blacksmith from before, the magic blacksmith who had kindly warned Leon when he arrived in Sin City. Looking at Leon, the dwarf blacksmith, Bloom, gave a somewhat awkward smile. The person he hated most was Leon, because he'd eaten the food Leon had given him, and even smashed the pot. Looking at Bloom, Leon didn't speak. Instead, he waited for Bloom to speak. Just staring at Bloom, Leon's calm gaze made Bloom uncomfortable. Hans, standing by, knew this wouldn't lead to anything, so he started to exert his strength. He slammed the table, forcing Bloom to focus. Hans sat down in front of Bloom and picked up the documents on the table. Bloom, from Balantara, the capital of the Dwarf Empire, was sent by the Dwarf Emperor 16 years ago to settle in Sin City. His family. Hans was slightly startled by this, then spoke in a surprised tone. "Wow! You have 2 sisters, 3 brothers, and living parents. I thought people in our profession didn't have many family members." Hearing the threat in Hans's tone, Brito pursed his lips and spoke calmly. "So what if you knew? They're far away in the Dwarf Empire, well protected by His Majesty the Emperor. You have absolutely no way to stop them." Hearing this, Hans gave a strange smile. Seeing Hans smile, Bloom felt a wave of unease. "What if we announce that you, Bloom, have defected to the Great Yin?" Bloom said disdainfully. "Who do you think would believe that trick?" Hans laughed again. "It's a lowbrow trick, but a single sentence can make your emperor doubt you. He'd doubt the truth of it." Hearing this, Bloom's expression finally changed. Hans continued, "If the dwarf emperor ransomed you, do you think he would still use you? So, do you think he would redeem you, a useless pawn?" Bloom fell silent. Hans's flurry of attack silenced Bloom. Although Hans's words were riddled with holes, Bloom had no time to ponder them. He was preoccupied with whether the dwarf emperor would redeem him. His undercover work into Yin was over, and he was no longer useful. Bloom, this loyal minister, had immediately returned the blueprints after receiving them, leaving no room for error. This was the simplicity of a dwarf. That was why he was so flustered. Bloom wanted to go home. He wanted to go home now. He was afraid that the emperor would truly abandon him. Looking at Bloom's panic, Hans knew his goal had been achieved. He then took Leon out, leaving Bloom alone. Outside the cell, at the dining table, Hans was eating a few bowls of noodles left untouched by the operators. Leon looked at Hans with some confusion. Hans smiled and handed Leon a pair of chopsticks. The two of them began to eat the noodles. After a few bites, Hans pointed at the noodles and said, "Leader, would you eat a bowl of noodles that someone else had touched? You don't know if it's even okay." Leon looked at the noodles thoughtfully. Even if the noodle chef kept telling you there was nothing wrong with this bowl of noodles, you still wouldn't touch it. Hans took another big mouthful of noodles and spoke slowly. That's just human nature. Honestly, leader, in our line of work, we absolutely can't have families. Otherwise, we'd be a burden to them. Hans finished his last sip of soup and wiped his mouth. And there's only one way to prove this bowl of noodles. Let someone kill you, one last step, and Bloom will be at your service. Leon reacted instantly. Chapter 190. It seems the leader has already guessed. Hans put down his bowl. Will this implicate innocent people? Leon asked, but he knew the question was unnecessary. When Bloom arrived, his family was dragged into this, no longer innocent. Don't worry, leader. Just stand in the light. I will solve all your problems. The Intelligence Bureau lives in the shadows of Dayin. Hans smiled. Leon looked at Hans, unsure what to say. Yes. Every country will always have its darkness. Light won't fill every corner. And Hans and his men are the ones walking in the darkness. Leon patted Hans' shoulder and sighed. Dayin will remember you in the future. Your contributions will not be forgotten. No. Leader, it's better if we don't appear in textbooks. It'd scare the children. Hans said with a smile. Leon was speechless for a long time after hearing this. He finally placed his hand on Hans's shoulder, not letting it go for a long time. Hans smiled, and Leon smiled too. But there was guilt in Leon's eyes, and disappointment in Hans's. The next day, Bloom watched in disbelief as Nanshu City receded behind him. He had been released, or rather, Dayin had contacted the Dwarf Empire and sent him back. Bloom left with joy. He was finally going home. But he had no idea what awaited him in the dwarf capital of Balantara. A few days later, Bloom returned to the Dwarf Empire, to his homeland. He returned home and saw his long-missed family. But they were completely silent, and even his two younger sisters were terrified of him. His younger brother was even more outspoken, glaring at him. Bloom was puzzled. Why were his siblings acting this way? Had he done something wrong? Even his mother seemed somewhat distant. It wasn't until Bloom went out to buy groceries that a dwarf woman recognized him. She pointed at him and called him a traitor. That's when Bloom understood why his family treated him this way. Everyone saw only one possible reason for his return. He was a traitor. And almost as soon as Bloom arrived in the Dwarf Empire, the news of Bloom's treason spread throughout the Dwarf Empire. It spread incredibly quickly. From then on, Bloom lived a life of rumors and gossip. Until the Dwarf Emperor Anvari summoned Bloom. Anvari knew of these rumors, but he needed to convince Brum to follow him wholeheartedly, and to test and discipline Brum. So, Anvari gave him a hand, intending to offer a helping hand. However, Anvari didn't expect Hans to be waiting for him. After Brum arrived at the palace, a dwarf approached Brum's home. The dwarves guarding Brum's home didn't pay much attention. Dwarves attacked Brum's home every day. They were used to it. But the next moment, they regretted their decision. They saw the dwarf pull out a magic scroll and roar. Death to the traitor. The next second, a 6th-level fire spell instantly reduced Bloom's home, along with the dwarf, to ash. The dwarves protecting Bloom's home were sweating profusely. Clearly, this dwarf had no magical power at all, yet, who could have imagined he could suddenly produce a magic scroll? The dwarf guards were heartbroken. It's all over, it's all over. The matter was quickly reported. Bloom, who had been crying to Anvari, was furious upon hearing the news. He looked at Emperor Anvari, as if questioning why he hadn't come forward to explain that he wasn't a traitor. Anvari was at a loss. How had things escalated to this point? Anvari, realizing what was happening, roared in anger. Execute all the guards. My dear Lord Bloom, I will clear your name immediately. Hearing this, Bloom realized that his exclusion had something to do with Anvari. At first, Bloom thought it was Dayin who was behind the incident, but seeing Anvari's reaction, Bloom realized how ridiculous his loyalty was. Then Bloom's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Outside the harbor of Balantala, the capital of the Dwarf Empire, a Dayin merchant ship was sailing away from the Dwarf Empire. The unconscious Bloom family slept peacefully. At the bow, Hans looked towards Dayin in the distance and smiled, removing his divine artifact, the Cloak of Invisibility. It was done. Hans smiled, then picked up another bowl of noodles and began to eat. Okay, time to treat myself. Dayin, the capital. Lion looked at Hans's action report on his desk. He couldn't help but sigh. Is this what politics is? Without much effort, he successfully alienated a loyal minister from the emperor. Seeing this, Leon immediately realized that Hans wasn't just teaching him how to sow discord. he was also teaching him to trust those he employed, and not employ those he doubted. Lion suddenly realized, and it took him a while to recover. He then realized that he still had many shortcomings. He still had a long way to go. Just as Leon was about to go to Caddis and the others for a lesson, Froststar burst in. Lion was a little confused by Froststar's ill intentions. "Come with me," Froststar said casually. "I won't." Lion turned his head away. Froststar was stunned. Where did Leon get the courage? Seeing Leon unwilling to move, Froststar dragged Leon away. But Leon, determined to change, wouldn't let Froststar do anything with him. Leon immediately gave Froststar a wallbang. "Damn it! Man, we're going to fight." Looking at Leon, so serious, so close, Froststar's face instantly flushed, and she whispered softly, "What are you doing?" Leon didn't say anything, but simply remained in that position, staring at the beauty before him. Froststar's face flushed even more. She found herself completely powerless, otherwise why would she be wallbanged by Leon? At this moment, Leon, though outwardly calm, was actually a volcanic eruption within him. He feared Froststar would kill him with a single punch, and his current movements were already teetering on the brink of death. Just when Leon thought he was doomed, he realized that Froststar didn't show any resistance. Lion suddenly discovered a new world. Could it be that, in this state, he was finally going to turn things around? Leon didn't hesitate. Chapter 191. Lion attacked directly. Xuanxing's eyes widened instantly. She hadn't expected Leon to be so bold. But why wouldn't she push him away? They continued kissing. The next second, the door shattered into pieces. Yuan Qingqi rushed in with a sullen face. Xuanxing instantly pushed Leon aside and shielded him behind her. Yuan Qingqi looked at the two men before him and said with gritted teeth, "You did this behind my back? Don't you think I'm serious?" Lion shielded Froststar behind him and asked, "How about you come too?" After hearing what Leon said, Xuanxing and Yuan Qingqi's CPUs were completely blown away. What's going on with Leon? What medicine is he taking? Why is he so hard today? Are you okay? You're talking nonsense. Xuanxing touched Leon's forehead and muttered. Leon couldn't stand this loss, so he reached back and said, "I'm not sick, I'm already super hard. I just want to stop being dominated by you." Watching Leon's behavior, the two fell silent again. Yuan Qingqi used his magic to grab Leon. "Lion, ? Bitch. Put me down. Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Looks like you took the wrong medicine. How dare you talk like that?" Yuan Qingqi grabbed Leon and stroked Leon's face. Then Leon's action stunned him. As long as he's brave. Snake is on maternity leave. Lion attacked without hesitation. The reason for his bravery was that Leon had already made some progress. He had already achieved initial success with Froststar today, even if Yuan Qingqi slapped him away. No matter what, Leon had won, but the next second, the blow he expected didn't happen. Yuan Qingqi's usual domineering and aloofness instantly vanished. Instead, a blush spread across his cheeks, and smoke billowed from his head. Seeing this, Leon nearly burst into tears. "I finally made it. I finally made it. My day is finally coming." Just as Leon was ecstatic, Yuan Qingqi shyly lowered his head and punched Leon away. Xuanxing's eyes widened at the sight, and she immediately went to look for the sin-smacking Leon. At this moment, Yuan Qingqi's heart was in turmoil. She didn't know why she hadn't stopped Leon and let him kiss her for so long. But Yuan Qingqi seemed to have discovered that she was liking this feeling. If Leon knew, he'd be so overjoyed he wouldn't be able to sleep. Xuanxing soon brought Leon back. It looked like Leon was sent flying, but in reality, not much damage was done. This was because most of the magic power was acting on the air, sending Leon flying. Watching Leon's shambling return, Yuan Qingqi lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Just now, she hadn't expected that she would send Leon flying with a single punch. But Leon didn't blame Yuan Qingqi. Because a beating is love, a scolding is affection. What Leon endures now, he will repay double in the future. If you don't give me 10 or 8 children, how could I possibly let you go? Yuan Qingqi felt a chill on her back, then suddenly remembered that she had come to Leon today for a serious matter. She then looked at Xuanxing, who also remembered that she had a serious matter today. The two men stared at Leon with stern eyes. Leon immediately sensed something was amiss. The last time, they looked at Leon like that was at the dinner table. That day, blood almost flowed like a river. Yuan Qingqi said sternly, "Leon, we came to see you today because we plan to put you through 6 months of intensive training." Leon, who was looking at documents, was stunned by this. What? What did you mean? Intensive training? The entire universe flashed through Leon's tiny mind. He had a premonition of something bad happening. That's right, you're only a 5th level Dochi Knight, with no combat experience or even any Dochi skills. Translated, you're the most useless person I ever met. Leon couldn't help but clutch his chest after hearing this. It hurts. It hurts so much. How could you bully someone like that? Yuan Qingqi seemed to hear Leon's thoughts and nodded silently. Leon felt terrible. No, buddy. I'm your man. Are you putting me down like that? Frost Star beside him nodded silently. A bit useless indeed. Hearing this, Leon instantly lost hope. But the two ignored Leon's expression and lifted him up. Leon, ? Then they flew directly back to the Duke's palace with Leon. Looking at the two beauties in the courtyard, Leon wasn't happy at all. Because he saw metal pillars thicker than his waist. One in each hand, each weighs only 500 pounds. I believe you can do it. Come on, Leon, little dog. Yuan Qingqi beside him clapped his hands and said sweetly. A 500-pound load? As a 5th level Dochi Knight, Leon carried it with relative ease. But things got tougher next. Because Leon had to carry these two metal pillars for 10 kilometers. This wasn't a physical exercise, but rather a test of Leon's mastery of Dochi. Leon needed to use Dochi to maintain his stamina, allowing him to carry these 1,000-pound loads for the entire 10-kilometer run. If he used too much Dochi in the first half, the second half would be extremely difficult. If he used too little in the first half, he wouldn't be able to complete the 10 kilometers within the allotted time. So this would train Leon's Dochi mastery. However, this was just preliminary training. Dochi mastery required further refinement. As Leon's first time, he quickly collapsed. Hey you, who was eating cake, jumped out. Sitting on a bench nearby, he watched Leon run tirelessly. Seeing Leon collapse on the ground, he walked over and came to his side. Is that all right? You little bastard. You scumbag? Hey, you said, hands on his hips, looking like he was asking for a beating. Hearing this, Leon clenched his fists. You won't have any cake tonight. I'm giving all your cake to Yin Xian. Hey, you instantly flew into a rage. Without even trying to argue, he simply lifted Leon up and, with his delicate hands, dug two grips into the metal pillars. Under Leon's astonished gaze, he held Leon in his left hand and two metal pillars in his right, and ran at a speed far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even Yuan Qingqi and the others were stunned by this scene. Just imagine, a 1.3 meter tall loli carrying a 1.8 meter tall man, then dragging two heavy objects the size of 4 or 5 Lolita girls combined, running at the speed of a car. Is this a silly, cute little loli or a powerful Lolita? Chapter 192. Evening, at the dinner table. Exhausted, Leon slumped in his chair. He had no strength left in his body. Seeing Leon like this, everyone at the table was stifling laughter. Yin Xian didn't give him any face. Leon, why are you so weak? Looking at Yin Xian's innocent face, Leon was speechless and could only smile bitterly. He was still weak after all. 30 years. Before Leon could finish his words, Yin Xian lay on top of him and rubbed against him. Leon, everyone says that animal ears can help men regain their energy. I give you mine. Feel it. Get well soon. Looking at Yin Xian's eyes filled with concern, Leon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yin Xian's mind was that of a child. She had no idea what love was. She only treated people according to her instincts. When she was happy, she laughed. When she was sad, she cried. Leon suddenly found himself envious of Yin Xian. As the burden grew heavier, Leon lost all his former freedom. Power can be alluring, but it can also be restrictive. Often, desire doesn't guarantee success. The carefree little boy of the imperial capital had finally become a politician whose emotions remained hidden. Just as Leon's thoughts wandered, Frost Star approached him, holding a bowl of rice. Open it. I feed you. Lion smiled faintly, and was about to eat, when a sudden realization struck him. He immediately lifted the bowl with trembling, weak hands. I do it myself. Leader, how can you do it yourself? It would be so much better to let Frost Star feed you. A jealous voice rang out. Yuan Qingqi approached Leon and smiled at him. Big sister, don't laugh, I'm scared. Hey you, who was eating cake, saw this. The foolish little girl finally got wiser. Seeing something was wrong, she immediately rushed to Yinqin and lifted her from Leon's embrace. Goodbye, Mom. After saying goodbye to Elena, the little girl ran upstairs, carrying Yinqin, as if fleeing some terrible terror. Yinqin, shock. Stupid dragon, Where are you taking me? I want to find Leon. I want to play with Leon. Yanxin didn't notice the abrupt change in the atmosphere. Yu covered Yanxin's mouth and smiled at the crowd. Yuan Qingqi and Xuanxing didn't care, though they knew they couldn't live without Leon. But the battle for the first wife must be fought without compromise. Elena, standing by, watched the whole thing with a calm demeanor. The more intense the fight, the better. The more bloodshed, the more deaths. Elena said, no matter what, she earned it. As long as she could hold her grandchildren, a son? Sacrifice, just bear it, it will pass. Watching the two icebergs about to turn into volcanoes. While his mother, Elena, remained steady, Leon was sweating profusely. The next second, the two titanic icebergs melted instantly, one on each side clutching Leon's hand, their eyes filled with pleading. Don't do this, I'm scared. Leon grew even more frightened, already feeling that he might die here today. Tell me, am I the first wife, or is Frostar the first wife? Yuan Qingqi spoke in a coquettish tone. Leon almost lost control of himself when he heard this. The contrast was too great. Frostar, not wanting to be outdone, followed suit. Leon. Plop. Leon slid off the chair and half knelt on the ground. Two ladies, can you please let me go and kneel down before my wives? A man's knees are made of gold. Kneeling before his wives is not shameful. Your life is at stake. But before he could even kneel, the two men lifted Leon up. Leon, you're our dear leader. You can't just kneel down like that. The two men said in unison. Then I won't kneel. So can you please let me go? Leon was neither up nor down. No. The two men said simultaneously, their voices rising an octave. Tell me, who's the first wife? Looking at the two, Leon knew that no matter how he answered, neither of them would react much. They just wanted a result. The question of who was the first wife was finally resolved. After avoiding them for so long, Leon knew it was time to respond. In terms of who came first, it should be Leia. Before Leon could finish his words, the two of them simultaneously gave him a hand and gave him a wall bang. The two smiled at Leon. Leon took a deep breath and shouted. Without a first wife, you're all the same in my heart. I can't let you go. Leon, I'm so wise. But the next second, the two of them said something that nearly frightened Leon to death. In that case, how about we split it in half? Yuan Qingqi looked at Xuanxing and said. Xuanxing suddenly smiled strangely. The two of them smiled strangely at the same time. Oh my God! Lion suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air. Frightened and sweating, Leon realized he was lying on the bed. Looking around, he saw two people lying face down. It was Xuanxing and Yuan Qingqi. They were lying on their sides, looking at Leon. Lion, who had just woken up, was instantly frightened. Why am I here? You fainted before you finished training and didn't even have dinner. Xuanxing said. Thank you, honey. Wait, who can change my clothes? Lion had just finished thanking her when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Xuanxing and Yuan Qingqi exchanged a smile. Lion twitched his lips. It's okay, I won't suffer any loss. I've been smart since I was a child. There's no way I suffer any loss. Lion sighed after relaxing. It seems everything in the dream was fake. It didn't really happen, right? Lion, your dream talk just now was very interesting. Yuan Qingqi said. Xuanxing also looked at Lion with a smile. Lion was silent for a moment, then hugged the two of them. Sleep. If you don't sleep, I sleep. Watching Lion gradually stand up, the two of them smiled. The reason they had been so tough with Lion was to make him tougher. Because a leader can't be dominated by his wife. Lion, it doesn't matter. Living off a gigolo is not shameful. If I could live off a gigolo, that would be even better. And just as Lion was dealing with the backyard. In Yin, the night shift miners unearthed something in a mine. In a mine, the night shift miners, earning 25 silver coins a month, stared blankly at the wall they dug through. Miners earn the highest wages of all workers in Yin. Other workers earn a maximum of 15 silver coins, but miners earn significantly more. This puzzled many, but it was Leon's decision. They risked their lives to earn money, so what's wrong with a little more? Chapter 193. But just as the miners were about to enter, their captain stopped them. The captain could sense gusts of cold air blowing from the walls. For some reason, as a veteran miner, his instinct told him not to go in. Once he did, the consequences could be unpredictable. The captain immediately reported to the mine manager. The mine manager in charge immediately reported to his superiors. Late at night, the capital's duty room received the news from the mine. Just as the duty room was about to order the miners to cease operations, and wait for someone to notify the Intelligence Bureau tomorrow. More news arrived from the mine. 10 minutes earlier, just as the mine manager had ordered the miners to evacuate, a chilling gust of wind suddenly blew through the mine. Skeletons crawled out one after another. They wore rusty Imperial iron armor. The Imperial swords they held had become tetanus-resistant blades from the erosion of time. The mine manager, upon seeing this, did not hesitate and immediately ordered all miners to evacuate. They immediately called for help from nearby and reported the situation to the capital. The mine's simple gate couldn't hold back the skeleton soldiers for long. But it also gave the miners an opportunity to escape. The miners ran toward the distant village to warn the villagers to leave. The mine manager didn't leave, but instead gathered a few miners who had volunteered to stay behind and worked together to block the gate. They brought in the coal trucks. They lined up the trucks, blocking the gate. This would delay the skeleton soldiers' escape. But it couldn't hold them back for long, as the skeleton soldiers piled up high and were about to climb out of the gate. At the same time, the capital received news of the mine and immediately reported it to the military and intelligence agencies. The colonel on duty at the military headquarters arrived without hesitation, scanning the area around the mine for any Dayin troops. Lucky luck favored Dayin. A Dayin infantry battalion was conducting a field exercise nearby. The mine was no more than 5 kilometers away. Without hesitation, the colonel sent a message to the battalion. The battalion's telegraph operator immediately handed the message to his commander. The commander of the battalion was none other than William. William was at a loss for words as he read the message. Looking at the skeleton soldiers on it, William asked, "What are these?" But as a soldier, he immediately assembled his troops. The battalion arrived at the mine quickly. However, they were shocked by the scene before them. Countless skeletons had formed a sea of skeletons, crawling out of the mine. The mining trucks at the gate had been overturned. The mine manager, along with the remaining miners, was using more mining trucks to plug the gap. But the newly formed defense line of mining trucks was already shaky. Thankfully, William and his men arrived just in time. But looking at this sea of skeletons, William's heart instantly sank. A conservative estimate was that there were at least tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers here. Could his infantry battalion hold out? And it looked like even more skeletons were bursting out of the mine. However, William didn't retreat and immediately ordered his soldiers to build a defensive line. Because William and his men had just arrived, they couldn't establish a defensive line. So, William immediately ordered the machine gunners to set up their guns and prepare for an offensive. At the same time, William began to report to his superiors. Because his soldiers might not be able to deal with the skeletons, he had to request reinforcements. Soon, William's infantry battalion had set up all 64 MG-42s and 24 vehicle-mounted M2 heavy machine guns. But since this was a field exercise, and within the territory of Dayin, William and his men had little ammunition. But the battle had to continue. He looked behind him at the village that had been awakened. A large number of villagers were frantically evacuating the village. Not far from them lay a sea of skeletons. The only line of defense between the two sides was William's infantry battalion. There was no retreat. A few minutes later, the terrifying skeleton soldiers finally broke through the defensive line. Watching the tidal wave of skeleton soldiers approaching, every soldier in the infantry battalion was filled with anxiety. Most of them were new recruits. William's infantry battalion's veterans had practically all perished in the defense of the Elven capital. So many of the new recruits were nervous, and even the veterans weren't exactly relieved. They fought humans many times, but fighting skeletons was new to them. How powerful were these creatures? But the leader had said something. In the event of any force majeure, use physical force to neutralize them. Facing these undead creatures, William didn't close in and fire. He simply ordered his machine gunners to suppress them from a distance. Because the skeleton soldiers hadn't formed a formation, they simply charged forward, one by one. If a machine gunner couldn't even hit that, he could probably change his profession. The machine gunners grinned as they watched the skeleton soldiers lined up to die. Isn't this easier than target shooting? But their smile soon faltered. Because these skeleton soldiers were impossible to kill with a single shot. When the skeleton soldiers were hit, their bones flew everywhere. Many of them even shattered at the slightest touch. But they wouldn't stop. Some snipers tried to kill the skeleton soldiers with headshots. But it was ineffective. Decapitated, the skeleton soldiers continued to charge forward. Thankfully, after testing with a dozen snipers, they discovered the skeleton soldiers' weakness, the location of the flame in their heart. This posed a challenge for the machine gunners. After all, the flame was only the size of a fist, and a long-range machine gun would struggle to hit a fist-sized target. More often than not, they would simply blast the target into ash. So the machine gunners could only alternate fire, strafing back and forth. Although the machine gunners couldn't kill the skeletons immediately, the fire net they created successfully stalled the skeletons' attack. At this time, the Gradian Air Force in the capital also received the order to take off. The military issued the order with utmost urgency. The order also ordered the Air Force to dispatch an elite Stuka formation for a precision strike. The bewildered Air Force didn't hesitate and took off immediately. When they saw the target was a mine, they were stunned. But soldiers only follow orders, right or wrong. In less than 10 minutes, the Stuka formation had taken off. It would reach its destination within 5 minutes. Many residents of Sin City were also awakened by the late-night Stuka formation. To reach its destination quickly, the Stuka formation flew close to the ground, not even gaining altitude. The awakened people couldn't help but wonder what exactly had happened. Chapter 194. However, when these Stuka bombers approached the mine, the Stuka pilots were stunned when they saw what was happening below. Because the numerous flares illuminated the sea of skeletons, the pilots could clearly see it. What was going on? Everyone prepared to drop bombs. The Stuka squadron's captain, Alan, brought everyone back to the present moment. They immediately dived. And William, below, finally smiled after hearing the death screams. They're finally here. If they don't come soon, they burst out. This Stuka squadron was the most elite group of pilots in the Gradian Air Force. So they set their bombing range at 500 meters. This distance was already considered the extreme for a dive bomber. Of course, the Stuka's maximum bombing range was 300 meters. But even Alan didn't dare repeat his previous extreme dive at night. Soon, 24 Stuka bombers dropped their bombs. Thousands of skeleton soldiers were reduced to ash. Alan discovered that bombing these skeleton soldiers with aerial bombs wasn't very effective. He immediately reported the results to his superiors. After a brief discussion, his superiors ordered a switch to gasoline bombs. Watching the departing Stuka formation, then looking at the skeleton soldiers preparing to launch another offensive, William sighed. What the hell was this? Why was it so difficult to deal with? Similarly, as the number of skeleton soldiers increased, all the nearby Diyin soldiers rushed over. A conservative estimate was that more than a division of troops was rapidly gathering nearby. The Air Force also dispatched hundreds of Stukas to bomb the area in rotation. But who could have imagined that these skeletons, instead of being repulsed, fought even harder? And Leon and the others were awakened. In the middle of the night, Hans rushed directly to the Duke's residence and knocked on Leon's door. Leon awoke from his dream. He groggily opened the door. "Leader," Hans said anxiously. Seeing it was Hans, Leon immediately grew serious. Because Hans's appearance meant something serious was about to happen. "Leader, something's happened," Hans said anxiously on the way. Leon also saw cars of Wehrmacht soldiers outside the car window. "What's going on?" "A large number of skeletons have appeared at a mine. The military has dispatched all the troops they can mobilize," Hans said as he drove. "What?" Leon was also stunned. Although Leon knew the military could mobilize no more than a division in non-wartime emergencies, the situation would be far more serious if the military mobilized all its forces. The sound of airplanes overhead signaled to Leon the gravity of the situation. Soon, Leon and his companions arrived at the capital. Caddis was waiting for Leon at the military headquarters. Carl had already gone. Ordinary people would find it difficult to deal with these undead creatures. This was Leon's first encounter with them. Undead creatures were already recorded in books, and they hadn't appeared in this world for a long time. Caddis waited at the military headquarters so Leon could share details about the undead creatures. "Senior Caddis, what's going on?" "Preliminary judgment suggests we unearthed Dreen's treasure," Caddis said seriously. "Unearthed treasure? Isn't that a good thing?" Lion was puzzled, because isn't treasure generally good? Then what about these skeletons? Dreen's treasure can indeed elevate Diyin to a higher level, but Dreen's isn't a good man. Caddis fell silent. Hearing Caddis's words, Leon also sensed something was amiss. Dreen's committed too much bloodshed during his conquest of the continent. Furthermore, Dreen's himself was a necromancer, transforming many of his slain enemies into undead creatures, using them for endless conquests. Undead creatures have no lifespan, so after Dreen's achieved success, dealing with this undead army became a major problem. Caddis shook his head. Dreen's divided his undead army into 5 parts, each hidden in 5 different treasure chests. A conservative estimate suggests that Dreen's possesses at least 10 million undead. But the combined undead forces of the other 4 treasure chests do not exceed 5 million. After hearing this, Leon could no longer sit still. After all, Kaitis had made it clear, There were 5 million undead buried underground within Great Yin. Wow, it turns out our Great Yin specialties aren't just oil and coal, but also undead armies. After a brief silence, Leon Rick ordered the military headquarters to send a telegram to all troops, especially the armored forces, to rush to this mine as quickly as possible. Caddis didn't try to stop Leon, as these undead creatures needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. But just as Leon was thinking, Caddis prepared to leave, but before leaving, he told Leon to find Evelyn. Go find Evelyn? Yes, she's from the same era as Dreams Kunenberg, she must know. Then Caddis flew directly towards the mine. Leon didn't hesitate, and led Hans to Evelyn's mansion. As soon as they reached the gate, Leon was about to knock on it, but he saw Evelyn standing outside. You're here? Senior Evelyn. What are these undead creatures? Before Leon could finish, Evelyn gagged him with her finger. Call me sister? Leon's mouth twitched. 1,000-year-old witch, and yet she was still acting like this. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Leon spoke without hesitation. Sister. Evelyn smiled and nodded, motioning for Leon to continue. What's going on with those undead creatures? Is there really 5 million of them, as Kitty said? Evelyn shook her head. Not 5 million. Leon breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Evelyn's words nearly made him drop to the ground. It's 50 million undead creatures, Evelyn said calmly. How much? Leon's voice echoed throughout the mansion. Hans, standing nearby, trembling, took out a notebook and wrote down the number. 50 million, 50 million. This is doomed. This has truly become a specialty of Great Yin. Looking at the panicked Leon, Evelyn spoke slowly. The 50 million undead army isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is what you always wanted. Hearing Evelyn's words, Leon immediately grew serious. What do I want most? There's only one thing I want most. Chapter 195. Are you saying what I want is inside the treasure? Lion asked tentatively. Yes, the answer you seek is inside. Evelyn nodded. But what Leon was most concerned about right now wasn't 235, but these undead creatures. If they were allowed to escape, the entire Great Yin would be plunged into turmoil. But Evelyn, seemingly aware of Leon's inner thoughts, spoke. Don't worry, 50 million undead creatures can't do anything to the Great Yin. Don't underestimate us. The next second, Leon felt himself soar. Hans, standing beside him, was also carried aloft. Evelyn's hand swung slightly, and the three of them flew towards the mine. Meanwhile, Celtic and Elena, having received the news from Fallen Lee City, rushed towards the mine. Caddis, Chester, Winster, Carl, Zoe, Yunqingqi, and Shuangxing. And Evelyn beside Leon. Lion suddenly realized that 50 million undead creatures weren't so scary after all. Maybe undead creatures really are a specialty of the Yin. Take a bite, they're so crunchy. Watching Leon being led to the mine by Evelyn, Caddis's face lightened with relief. Because of all the people present, Chester was the most capable fighter. And Evelyn's arrival signaled the arrival of another powerful ally. Watching the National Defense soldiers pin the skeleton army to the ground outside the defense line, Lion was also somewhat puzzled. From the looks of it, it seemed that Caddis and his men wouldn't need to intervene. No, Caddis and his men still had to intervene. 50 million undead can't be easily defeated with bullets. Watching the Yan's top fighters gather together, Caddis also began to formulate a battle plan. There's only one plan. Each of us fight on our own, charge in and destroy them. Leon, what a good tactic. Simple, clear, and yet elegant. After hearing Caddis's battle plan, Chester looked at him with a puzzled expression. His eyes were filled with doubt. Are you still the same Caddis who always took every step carefully? Why are you becoming more and more simplistic and brutal now? In the past, you fought battles by concentrating superior forces and then formulating elaborate battle plans. Sometimes, to capture a city, you resorted to a series of tactics. But now you just do it all the time. Bomb the Air Force, bomb the artillery, crush the armor. You changed, but I changed too. Chester said, after seeing the Navy's powerful ships and cannons, I feel like I can use my brain. Wouldn't it be nice to cover him with firepower? After all, I become the person I hate. The group planned to launch the attack at dawn. Undead creatures are weakened in sunlight. This gave Caddis and his men a bit of a break. Soon, Caddis and his men began clearing out the undead creatures on the periphery. These undead creatures were merely the most common skeleton soldiers. They were at the bottom of the undead spectrum. What truly worried Caddis were the more powerful undead creatures. Although Dreams' undead army had been erased from history books, only those at the top, like Caddis, knew the true terror of Dreams' undead army. skeleton soldiers were only the basics. There were also many skeleton elves, skeleton dwarves, and even skeleton dragons. There were even many 9th level warriors transformed into undead creatures. This was what worried Caddis and the others. No matter how difficult it was, they had to solve it, because Yin couldn't leave these troublesome roots untouched. As the sun rose, Caddis and the others took action. Carl unleashed a torrent of lightning, blasting the surrounding skeleton soldiers into smithereens. Currently, only Carl and Chester could inflict full-scale damage. Caddis focused more on single-target damage. With Carl as a walking discharger, the group successfully eliminated the surrounding skeleton soldiers without much effort. But looking at the bottomless mine, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Caddis and the others used their mental power to perform a cursory scan of the mine. They discovered an enormous palace beneath the massive mine. After the walls had been breached, the palace could be detected by mental power. Caddis's cursory scan revealed at least 10 9th level auras within. Furthermore, the palace was interconnected, like an underground maze. And several areas were completely undetectable. But according to Caddis's cursory scan, there were at least hundreds of millions of gold coins inside. There were also numerous rare items. It looked like this was the true treasure of Dreen. Everyone began to advance into the mine. With Carl there, these small soldiers couldn't harm him or his companions at all. They soon reached the side of the dugout wall. They discovered that the wall, originally only slightly broken, had been shattered into a large gap. Furthermore, the marks on it suggested that some large animal had damaged the wall. Everyone became increasingly alert. They hadn't experienced any danger along the way. But as Dreen's treasure, it couldn't possibly be without danger. Then there remained only one explanation. All these dangers lay hidden within this palace. Caddis stepped in first. Then, Caddis felt his mental power rapidly corroding. He immediately drew out the violet sword and pinned it to the ground. A golden shield instantly enveloped everyone. While this corrosion wasn't dangerous, in the dim light, it could easily lead to a serious blunder. And now, Caddis had confirmed what it was. It could be a 9th level nightmare beast, or perhaps an artifact from Dreen's treasure vault. Evelyn nodded, agreeing with Caddis's words. As the Witch of Knowledge, Evelyn already knew what was inside. But she couldn't say it. The Witch of Knowledge was omniscient, but she must keep all the answers within herself. She knew, but she couldn't speak. This is the tragedy of witches. Many people believe that witches are high and mighty, terrifying and fearful. But in reality, witches are merely beings cursed by the gods. Bearing powers beyond human reach, they have been granted endless lifespans. This dooms them to a lonely death. Unable to ascend, they can only watch flowers bloom and wither, witnessing all the good and evil, beauty and ugliness in the world. Many witches have become mentally unstable, but Evelyn is relatively normal. Caddis led the others, groping forward. Soon, Caddis noticed something was amiss. Something was approaching. Everyone else sensed something amiss. But Caddis and his companions weren't afraid, because together they were 10 9th level warriors. Anyone who came would be beaten to a pulp. Chapter 196. The next second, a skeleton dragon rushed out. It exuded a terrifying aura, and was about to touch everyone. Irina waved her hand, and the skeleton dragon before her instantly turned to ash. Everyone was stunned. An 8th or 9th level skeleton dragon, reduced to ash with a wave of her hand. When did the skeleton dragon become so weak? Skeleton dragon, why don't you try? After a brief moment of shock, everyone continued to move forward. As they walked deeper, Caddis became increasingly uneasy. He felt something inside calling him. But when he asked Chester and the others, they hadn't found anything. This further solidified Caddis's suspicions. What could be inside? The bottomless corridor was filled with a constant rustling sound. It made people feel very uneasy. Just as they passed through the corridor and arrived at a square, a large number of candles began to burn. A large number of light balls rose and illuminated in the sky. Everyone was slightly stunned. Only Evelyn remained calm and said, "We're here, it's time for you to come out." Evelyn's voice echoed through the square, forming an echo. Caddis and the others were puzzled. What did Evelyn mean by this? While everyone was still pondering, the sound of horse hooves suddenly rang out in the square. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the hooves, everyone immediately grew serious. They couldn't identify the voice's owner. It was as if the voice had appeared out of thin air. Caddis turned to look at Chester, who shook his head, indicating that he couldn't confirm what it was. Time passed minute by minute. An unknown being appeared before everyone. Everyone finally saw clearly what this unknown being was. A skeleton knight, but after seeing it clearly, everyone was stunned. Because the skeleton knight's armor also had a violet engraved on its chest, And this violet was golden. Caddis froze in his tracks. He had recognized the skeleton knight before him. Since the founding of the Violet Duchy, only one person had possessed a golden violet. That was the founder of the Violet Duchy, the guardian of the imperial city, the Violet Duke Barian Iso. And Barian was Caddis Iso's ancestor. For the first time, Caddis realized how different this world was from what he had known. He was shocked to find that Barian was buried in a holy tomb amidst a sea of violets. Why was Barian here? Everyone looked in disbelief. They also knew this was Guardian Barian, the most powerful Dochi knight in history. Zoe looked at Caddis with some concern, her eyes filled with confusion. And just then, Barian spoke. Call Leon down. Here are the answers he wants. Barian's ethereal voice echoed. Caddis glanced at Fristar and told her to go up and inform Leon. He stared at Barian before him. Just as they fell silent, Evelyn struck up a conversation with Barian. 1,000 years, and you still haven't let it go? No. Dreen said that once I extract it, I can revive her. Barian turned his head away. But you and I both know he lied to you, and you stayed here for 1,000 years for a lie. Evelyn said with regret. Stop talking. Barian drew his sword. Even in the crypt, Barian's sword was as carefully cared for as his armor. Thousands of years hadn't faded Barian's luster. Even if I didn't say it, the ending was already predetermined, wasn't it? Evelyn sighed. Barian put down his sword and spoke after a long moment. The ending is predetermined, because it can't be extracted. Or perhaps, that thing doesn't exist in this world. Evelyn's eyes widened upon hearing this. No! It's impossible. The gods clearly told me that thing really exists. Evelyn said frantically. Because she is the all-knowing and all-powerful witch of knowledge. The divinely infused knowledge within her mind truly exists. But why? The method for shattering the witch of knowledge's faith is simple. Prove her knowledge wrong. Barian looked at the shattered Evelyn without saying anything. Caddis immediately turned to his wife, Zoe, who quickly supported Evelyn, giving her some comfort. Evelyn was about to question him when Leon arrived. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Leon still didn't understand what was happening. Seeing Leon approach, Barian immediately approached him. Caddis and the others immediately shielded Leon behind them. But the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. Barian took a step, and the next second, everyone froze in place. Leon thought it was an immobilization spell, but he quickly realized it wasn't. He could move. And so could Barian, and the watch on his wrist had stopped ticking. Is this time magic? Watching Barian approach him, Leon would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid. He had come down from nowhere, and was suddenly confronted by the boss. The next second, a blinding white light suddenly lit up in front of Leon. Leon's world went white. After a moment, Leon opened his eyes. He found himself in a sea of violets. In the pavilion before him sat a dark-haired man. Hello, who are you? Leon asked, looking at the man who looked not much older than himself. I'm Barian, the skeleton knight from earlier, Barian said with a smile. His handsome face made Leon feel ashamed. Are you Senior Barian? Leon was a little surprised. He didn't know why the long-dead Barian was here. I'm Barian, and I'm here to tell you the whereabouts of what you're after, Barian said, looking at the violets around him. Isn't that uranium I'm after? Could it be that Senior Barian has found it? Leon was a little excited. Barian smiled and clapped his hands. Evelyn, looking bewildered, appeared beside him. Looking at Evelyn, who looked off, Leon was a little bewildered. What's going on? Why does Evelyn seem unintelligent? Is the witch of knowledge foolish? That shouldn't be the case. Just then, Barian spoke. It wasn't convenient to talk about it just now. Here, even gods can't eavesdrop. After hearing Barian's words, Leon also sensed something was amiss. What was going on? It felt like he was about to hear some incredible secret. Chapter 197. Actually, the substance Leon wants does exist, and Irina's understanding is correct. But you've forgotten one thing, there's a god above us, Barian said, taking a sip of tea. Then he slowly looked at the two of them. Leon seemed to sense something was amiss. Barian spoke. Actually, Dreens also wants to refine uranium, and he told me that if I could refine it, I could resurrect her. I know that's a lie, but what if it's true? Hearing Barian's words, Leon began to think. If Dreens also knew about uranium, he must have started refining it 1,000 years ago. But until now, Barian hasn't claimed to have refined uranium. Thinking of this, Leon looked at Barian. That's right, 1,000 years, nothing to show for it, Barian said with a wry smile. Then why are Kuenberg and Dreen looking for uranium? Isn't that a waste of effort? Leon was puzzled. Evelyn, standing beside him, raised her head thoughtfully. Who says uranium doesn't exist? Baryan produced a small bottle. Inside the bottle was a piece of silver metal. This is... Leon shakily took up the bottle, unable to believe that what he saw was uranium. Yes, this is what you want. The uranium you've been longing for. Baryan said calmly. So uranium exists in this world? Then why do you say it doesn't? Evelyn pressed. Because in the past, uranium did exist, but now, there is no uranium left in this world, except for this last bit. Baryan finally revealed the secret he had kept hidden for so long. To be precise, it took him 1,000 years to achieve this result. Why? Leon was puzzled. Without uranium, how could he create Adam? Because God is afraid too. He's afraid we humans will create this forbidden weapon. God is selfish. He keeps us captive in this world, ostensibly blessing his lackeys, allowing these blessed lackeys to start wars and tear the world apart. And Kunberg's desire to create forbidden weapons is to escape God's bondage. It's a pity God has blocked our only path, Baryan said, his tone filled with regret. No one could accept this fact. Everyone tells you that your destiny is in your own hands. But who could have imagined that they were just a pawn of God? Baryan looked at Evelyn with a complicated expression. Evelyn couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It turns out he was also a pawn of God, blessed by God, so he could spread his knowledge. Or rather, God's thoughts. What kind of world God wanted. Lion fell silent, unsure how to continue. Baryan, unable to speak, pulled out a random leather book and handed it to Leon. What is this? Lion took the book and asked. This is my experience refining all metals over the past 1,000 years. I hope it can help you, because I know you and Kunberg are on the same path. I don't want you to end up like Kunberg, but I also don't want you to become drains. You must be yourself. Baryan spoke earnestly. Evelyn, beside him, seemed to reflect on something. Baryan, have you taken that step? Baryan didn't answer Evelyn's question. Instead, he stood up and walked into the sea of violets. He plucked a violet, placed it before him, and carefully inhaled its scent. Then, he spoke. I didn't take that step, but I took half a step. But what good is a half step? Ultimately, I can't escape my fate as a pawn. The most ridiculous thing is that our fates were predetermined by the gods from the moment we were born. Baryan grew furious as he spoke. It could be said that Baryan had already taken that half step, becoming the most powerful being in the world. The witches were blocked by that threshold, tantalizingly close to that step. But Baryan had already achieved half success. That half step allowed Baryan to finally understand the true nature of this world, and sense its truth. That's how he realized the absurdity of his fate. Lion looked at the former and current hero before him, feeling lost. A god? Are gods really that terrifying? What was the point of all his efforts then? Lion was lost. But then, the details of Yin suddenly appeared before his eyes. The people living and working in peace and contentment, the smiling children, and the soldiers loyal to their country. So what if they were gods? So what if I lost my uranium? No one can stop me. Since I'm determined to make this world a better place, Yin will crush all enemies with all its might. God! If he has the guts, come down and kill me. Otherwise, sooner or later, I fight him. Thinking of this, Leon stood up and spoke firmly to Baryan. So what if we're without uranium? Those so-called gods control our fate because they're afraid. They're afraid we do something that scares them. Do something that scares them, because they're afraid? That's why they try every possible way to control us. Hearing Leon's words, Baryan instantly came to his senses. He felt as if he had grasped something, but nothing at all. He had a feeling that if he understood what Leon was saying, he would be able to take the final step. Evelyn pondered this for a moment. Yes. They're afraid. I'm going to scare them. I'm going to make them pay. As Baryan spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him. Even Evelyn felt a sense of fear. Leon was paralyzed, for the aura emanating from Baryan was far more powerful than that of Keatis and Chester combined. The originally gray magic power within Baryan gradually took on a golden hue. What's this? Evelyn's eyes widened. He's going to take that step. He's going to be the first mortal to break through the boundaries in thousands of years. Evelyn explained to Leon. Leon was stunned. Is he going to break through? Suddenly, the entire world shattered, and Leon found himself back in the underground palace. Following this, Baryan, who had been a skeleton knight, was instantly enveloped in golden magic. Caddis and the others also noticed Baryan's transformation. Chester, standing nearby, exclaimed in alarm. Divine power? Not good. Without hesitation, Chester hurled the trident of Poseidon into the air, piercing the rock above him. He burst through the ground and soared into the sky. At this moment, a large number of dark clouds appeared in the sky, gathering and brewing a massive thunderstorm. Chapter 198. Everyone, prepare to help Barian break through. Evelyn then flew out of the underground palace and cast a spell. Everyone immediately pulled out their most valuable treasures to help Barian protect him. The dark clouds above seemed to sense that everyone below was uniting to resist them. Then, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, struck down. But Poseidon's trident blocked it. However, beads of sweat appeared on Chester's face, and the surface of Poseidon's trident dimmed slightly. But everyone knew that Barian had to be protected. For in thousands of years, no one had been able to break through. Cadus and the others also wanted to know what was going on. The dark clouds above seemed enraged. A large number of lightning bolts began to fall, and Cadus and the others began to defend themselves. But as the number of lightning bolts increased, Cadus and the others became increasingly overwhelmed. This was the thunder tribulation that catapulted Cadus and the others into godhood. If Cadus and the others could withstand one or two of these with their physical bodies alone, they would already be considered peak-level warriors. And Cadus and the others were using the thunder tribulation to train themselves and temper their bodies. However, their endurance was limited, and soon, Cadus and the others were gradually becoming exhausted. And yet, the thunder tribulation showed no sign of dissipating. Just then, Barian stopped Cadus and the others and spoke. "All right, you've done enough for me. Escape won't solve the problem. Don't worry, I won't die here. I make those gods pay." Barian burst out of the golden cocoon. His skeleton instantly transformed into flesh. Looking at Barian, who was only in his 20s, Zoe glanced from him to Cadus. As expected, they looked 8 times the same. Cadus looked at his wife, a question mark already on his face. "It's already this hour, and you still have the mind to think about this?" Barian also drew his sword. A quasi-artifact, the violet never fades. Legend has it that this sword is made from a single violet. Yes, a single flower combined with a piece of rare metal created this quasi-artifact. Legend has it that this violet was given to Barian by his late wife, hoping that it would accompany him in her place. Barian incorporated this flower into the sword to remind himself of the person who waited for him. In the past, Barian wielded this sword in battles far and wide, but he never killed anyone with it. Every enemy he faced was defeated within 3 strikes. But Barian would not kill his opponent. If the opponent was a righteous man, Barian would spare him, but if the opponent was notorious, Barian's lieutenant would finish him off. Yet Barian's reputation for mercy spread throughout the continent. The longsword had witnessed Barian's growth. He always managed to defeat his opponents in the face of adversity. This was why the name of the Violet Knight resonated throughout the continent. And today, Barian would once again wield this long sword to challenge the impossible. Watching Barian's aura gradually grow stronger, everyone realized that he was serious. Including Cadus, Barian's descendant, no one present had ever witnessed Barian at his full strength. Evelyn should have seen Barian in action, but when he followed Dreens, Evelyn was traveling the eastern continent. So Barian's true strength remained a mystery. Barian quickly adjusted himself, donning a suit of silver armor. The patterns on the armor illuminated, as if responding to his master's high fighting spirit. Barian raised his sword, as if taunting the heavens. "Come here." The dark clouds were instantly enraged, and bolts of lightning rained down like a rain of arrows. But Barian didn't flinch. He soared upward, using his body to withstand the thunderbolt. Everyone present was stunned. The surrounding Gratian soldiers, led by Leon, had already retreated. Leon didn't want the thunderbolt to accidentally injure these precious soldiers. These were all good colleagues of the Great Yin. They couldn't die here, but on the retreat route, everyone's eyes turned to the human soaring upward, braving the thunderbolt. William's brother, Fleischtam, tugged at William's clothes and asked, "Is that us humans? Can we humans really defy the heavens?" William watched Barian ascend and nodded silently. "Yes, we can, we will. We must believe that under the leadership of our leader, we can do it." "Really?" "Of course it's true. People often say that the gods have abandoned the great flame, but aren't we doing well now? I believe that as long as we work hard, nothing is impossible. The power of a united people is great. As long as we work hard, we will succeed." William said something that baffled his younger brother. Looking at his dazed brother, William couldn't help but stroke his hair. His younger brother just smiled foolishly. The people of Great Yin, far away in Sin City, also witnessed the terrifying thunder. But when they saw the soldiers patrolling the streets, they felt reassured. As long as our leader is here, as long as Great Yin exists, we have no fear, because we are Great Yin people. Watching Barian gradually ascend, the dark cloud was momentarily stunned. It had forgotten to release its lightning. It had struck countless would-be gods, but it had never seen anyone so wrathfully charge upward like Baryan. But then, the dark cloud increased the intensity of its lightning. A scene that would have made the dark cloud despair appeared. Tempered by the thunder tribulation, Baryan's aura became increasingly stable, and the violet never withering in his hand was gradually polished, evolving from a quasi-artifact to a true artifact. His armor was also transforming into an artifact. The dark cloud was stunned. If it had any expression, it would have been crying and wanting to go home. This world is crazy, my family, who understands? A foolish man just rushed into this challenge, and even challenged me. The dark cloud struck down several more lightning bolts, but the effect was minimal. Baryan frowned and muttered. Did you miss your meal? The dark cloud instantly erupted in anger. Tens of thousands of golden lightning bolts struck Baryan. And the watching kiddies, and the others were also shocked. This must be the final thunder tribulation. Baryan could also sense the power of the laws contained in these lightning bolts. It seemed this was the final stage. Baryan also unleashed all his strength to resist the thunder tribulation. Success or failure depends on this one move. Everyone watched as Baryan's tiny form was completely annihilated by the golden lightning. All they could see was the raging thunder. Is Baryan still alive? Chapter 199. After a long while, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. As the clouds dispersed, the sun gradually emerged, its rays once again shone upon the land. It was as if the terrifying thunder tribulation had never occurred. But the scarred earth told everyone just how terrifying it had been. Everyone couldn't help but worry about Baryan. Is Baryan still alive? They rushed towards the center of the thunder tribulation. They saw Baryan, dressed in a noble robe, leisurely emerging from the 100-meter deep pit. The crowd was stunned to see that Baryan was completely unharmed. Leon's face was filled with disbelief. That was a thunder tribulation, and he managed to withstand it like that? Baryan smiled, patted Leon's shoulder, and said with a smile, Leader, thank you for your words just now. By the way, does your great Yin still need any more helpers? Leon almost jumped for joy at hearing this. Baryan. This is Baryan, the one who has achieved divine enlightenment. Leon appeared calm, but in reality, his heart was erupting like a volcano, stirring up a tsunami. Calm, what the hell is calm about? As Leon's partner, Froststar almost burst out laughing as she watched him, trying to contain his anger. No problem. Senior Baryan. Great Flame welcomes you. Leon immediately said seriously. Baryan smiled and looked at Leon, his eyes seemingly asking, as the host, why don't you take me back? Leon immediately asked Hans to drive the car over. In the car, Baryan and Leon discussed uranium. Although the uranium in this world had been wiped out by the gods, it didn't affect Leon's discussion. Most importantly, Baryan wanted to know what uranium could do. He had spent 1,000 years, and he had to know the result. Listening to Leon's description of uranium, Baryan gradually realized its terrifying power. He too developed a strong interest in this weapon. For it was a power wielded by mortals, yet possessed the power to slay gods. So this was what the gods feared, this very power, but now, nothing could be said. The only uranium left in the world was this small vial before him. The two of them fell silent. And at this moment, Baryan suddenly remembered something. Over the past 1,000 years, besides refining uranium, I also studied magic. After hearing Baryan's words, a flicker of doubt crossed Leon's mind. Magic? What did Baryan mean by this? I discovered that magic isn't something ethereal. It exists in the air and the earth. It's everywhere, and possesses immense power. My research has revealed that magic is actually a substance. Baryan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Listening to Baryan's words, Leon had already formed a certain idea. He hadn't thought about magic in that way before. Baryan reminded him that magic was a substance, and that magicians could unleash terrifying magic with just a small amount of it. This had always puzzled Leon. But then Leon thought of uranium weapons. So little, yet they could unleash devastating power. So, do magic and uranium have something in common? Uranium works through fission, while magic works through the magician. So the problem arises. Leon must find a way to make magic power complete a chain reaction. But can magic power actually produce a chain reaction? It seems he have to test it on the magicians. But Leon also thought of these undead creatures. Senior Baryan, what should we do with these undead creatures? Take them back and play with them. Baryan said nonchalantly. Take them back and play with them? Leon was stunned. These are tens of millions of undead creatures. Take them back as toys? Wait. Undead creatures don't seem to tire. Leon already had a capitalist smile on his face. Although we're talking about Red, who wouldn't want to possess these tireless, incessant undead creatures, Leon seemed to see a 50 million strong workforce beckoning him. The current 5 million strong workforce of Yin could crush the surrounding countries. With the addition of these 50 million workers, Leon declared, invincible. 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 And many undead creatures were mages in their previous lives. So, even after becoming undead, they transformed into skeleton mages. They're all mages, so let's replicate the magic. Don't even mention it. A dreadnought a day. Leon's eyes were already filled with small amounts of money. With money, there's labor. Junker mama. Dreadnought. Rat. Aircraft carrier. Here I come, Baryan, looking at the nearly frantic Leon, couldn't help but twitch his lips. What's wrong with this kid? It's just 50 million undead creatures, isn't it? Is it really necessary to be like this? That's too little. If the evil capitalist Leon could hear Balion's inner monologue, Leon would definitely say, that's right, I'm a fool. If being a fool can provide me with this labor, then please make me a fool. Soon, the car entered Sin City. Looking at Sin City before him, and seeing the shock in Balion's eyes, Leon was filled with pride. This is the power of the working people. But Leon also remembered Congress's proposal to change Sin City's name. However, Leon refused the name change. Leon's original words were, although the name Sin City is not pleasant, and even more of an insult, I still hope to keep it because it reminds us that we must never forget the past. We must not forget the hard times of the past. The name Sin City reminds us that only through unremitting efforts and continued struggle can we preserve everything we have worked so hard to achieve. Leon's words immediately canceled the name change for Sin City, and instead motivated everyone in Sin City to work even harder. Leon, don't look at me, I'm not exploiting the labor. Looking at the tall buildings in the city, these nearly 10-story structures, Baryan's eyes were filled with disbelief. 1,000 years isn't long, but it's not short either. But when Baryan learned that the Sin City before him had transformed into its current state in just 1 year, Baryan's eyes were filled with shock, and then he said to Leon with certainty, "You're better than Kunberg, and much better." Listening to Baryan's praise, Leon rubbed his head sheepishly. It's all the wisdom of our predecessors, and the hard work of everyone. I'm just a porter and a witness. No, you're much better than Kunberg. Kunberg prefers to talk, while you're a doer. Only doers can achieve these things. Talking is completely useless. Baryan shook his head and looked at the conspicuous Capitol building in the distance. Chapter 200. On the same day that Baryan joined Great Yin, Salia received a letter from her brother Capys asking for help. Yes, something had happened in the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom. And it was a major one. Within the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom lies an abyss. This abyss reaches a depth of tens of thousands of meters. No one can emerge alive from it. For the abyss is infested with abyssal monsters. Legend has it that the abyss connects to another world. Some say that the other side of the abyss is where the gods reside. The monsters within the abyss guard the gods' gates. But others say that the monsters within the abyss are another civilization, whose ultimate goal is to invade this world. Whatever the purpose of these abyss monsters, since the founding of the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom, successive rulers have deployed heavy troops to guard the abyss. However, the abyss monsters seem endless, never stopping, and tirelessly attacking the defenses. Yet, even when facing the threat of national annihilation, the successive rulers of the Abyss Sea Kingdom never withdrew their troops. Because only the rulers of the Abyss Sea Kingdom knew just how terrifying these abyss monsters truly were. As descendants of Poseidon, the Abyss Sea Kingdom had their understanding of abyss monsters ingrained in their very bones. Brutal, bloodthirsty, and vicious, these are the very words that define abyss monsters. For tens of thousands of years, the sacrifices of countless people in the Abyss Sea Kingdom have held off the attacks of the abyss monsters. But now, for unknown reasons, the abyss monsters seem to have suddenly become stronger, doubling the pressure on the sea soldiers defending the abyss. The entire defense is on the verge of collapse. Capys has already requested support from surrounding nations. The Sanshui Empire wanted to send troops to support it. But the Sanshui Empire was currently busy suppressing rebellions by smaller nations, and had no spare forces. Ever since Leon's last visit to the Sanshui Empire, the entire underwater world had been in turmoil. Many smaller nations, after Leon's persuasion, successfully joined the rebellion against the Sanshui Empire's rule. As a result, the Sanshui Empire now needed a massive military force to suppress the rebellion. So, the BUNC nation's request fell on deaf ears. Other nations were completely unable to assist the BUNC nation. Weaker nations were busy resisting, while stronger ones were busy suppressing. The BUNC nation was now completely isolated and helpless. Inside the BUNC nation, A massive city sat on the seabed, and at its center stood a grand imperial palace. This city and this imperial palace both foreshadowed the nation's past glory. As descendants of the sea god, the BUNC nation was once extremely powerful. But even the most powerful nations can decline. The BUNC nation once boasted millions of soldiers. Today, the BUNC nation relies on its limited land area to support an army of 1.1 million. It can only be considered a medium-sized nation. The strongest of other medium-sized nations has an army of only 300,000. However, in order to defend the abyss, the BUNC nation must maintain such a large army. The surrounding countries are aware of the BUNC nation's situation and have no intention of attacking it. After all, whoever annexed the BUNC nation would inherit the mess. So, instead of invading, the new surrounding countries provided the BUNC nation with supplies each year, helping the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom resist the abyss. But now, inside the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom, that terrifying abyss, it's surrounded by a cluster of fortresses, equipped with numerous magical hydraulic cannons. They are used to combat the abyssal monsters that crawl out of the abyss. Before his death, Poseidon cast a forbidden spell on the abyss. This prevented these abyssal monsters from swimming out directly, forcing them to crawl. This greatly suppressed the abyssal monsters. Otherwise, if millions of abyssal monsters swam out simultaneously, the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom would be destroyed in an instant. On the fortress, Chappies, clad in the golden armor symbolizing a king, gazed down upon the abyss from the fortress. "Your Majesty, this is dangerous." A general stepped forward, wanting to escort Cappies away. But Cappies stopped the general, shaking his head. "Danger? Once the fortress falls, the entire Azure Abyss Sea nation will cease to exist. Where is there any safe place?" After hearing Cappies' words, the general silently retreated. "How long will it take for the abyss monsters to launch their next attack?" 3 days at the latest, 2 days at the earliest. The general gave a relatively accurate number. As a general who had guarded the abyss fortress for over 30 years, the general could already judge the timing of an attack based on the speed at which the abyss monsters gathered and the types of monsters that appeared. Cappies breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but then turned serious. Because Cappies hadn't received a response from any country. Every country was preoccupied with its own affairs. Cappies was confused. He didn't know what to do. As a monarch, he had once believed he could do whatever he pleased. But only after becoming king did he realize the weight of the burden he bore. Call the princess. Cappies seemed to have made a momentous decision. Soon, armored Karana arrived at his side. "Father, Karana is ready. I will live and die with you." Looking at Karana, whose helmet was tilted, Karana smiled and carefully straightened it for her. Karana blushed as she watched her father straighten her helmet, and she couldn't help but lower her head. So embarrassing. I had wanted to put on a good show in front of my father, but now I made a fool of myself. So humiliating. Glancing at his daughter's adorable appearance, Karana smiled heartily. The pressure of the abyss monsters had been suffocating for the past few days. The sight of his daughter before him soothed his panic. As a monarch, he couldn't show his fear, he could only hide it, digesting it on his own. Kalana seemed to understand Cappies' inner pain and silently rested her head in her father's arms. His father's hair had turned gray, but his arms were still the safest place. Cappies caressed Kalana's head lovingly. If only time could just stop. The soldiers nearby turned their backs upon this scene. Suddenly, Cappies seemed to have a thought and grasped Kalana's shoulders, speaking earnestly. "Kalana, father will give you one last command. Will you obey me?" Kalana, who had lived in the palace since childhood, with everything provided for her, had lived a carefree life for 18 years. She had never seen the world, nor the intrigues of the world, and had no idea of the hidden meaning behind Cappies' words. "Yes, father." Chapter 201. "Then will you promise your father to stay with your aunt for a while?" Cappies said earnestly. Kalana was puzzled, but she obeyed her father's order. Watching Kalana being escorted away, Cappies felt a pang of reluctance, but he soon let it go. Perhaps if she stayed here, her daughter would end up like him. As Cappies was escorted away, Cappies ordered the evacuation of the people. It seemed the BUNC kingdom couldn't survive. Cappies sighed. How had he become the last monarch of the BUNC kingdom? Dejected, Cappies stood on the fortress, his mind lost. The soldiers nearby were also affected by Cappies' influence. He couldn't help but think of the village not far behind the fortress. Their families live inside, perhaps evacuating now. Why does this world have to endure endless war? I can't understand. We're just small soldiers. All we can do is defend this fortress and protect our families. That's our responsibility, The monsters beneath the abyss are preparing for a new offensive, and Capys and his men are also making preparations. Thinking they're isolated and helpless, Capys has filled the fortress with magic crystals. If the fortress falls, they detonate the crystals inside, triggering an undersea earthquake and blocking the abyss. Woo! 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 Just then, the sound of conch shells echoed from the distance of the fortress. The conch's ethereal sound struck everyone's heart. Everyone paused their work to listen to the sudden music. I am crowned alone from the abyss. With the seawater as my veil, the sand as my carpet, and the fish as my crown. I wish to save all beings from suffering. Crush the enemy's sharp blades and armor. Use my body to forge an immortal wall. Protecting all beings is our honor. A melodious song drifted across the water. Some sea creature, a woman, was cheering the army on, singing the battle song of the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom. The magically empowered voice echoed across the sea. The surrounding kingdoms also heard this war song, symbolizing the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom's fight to the death. Capys and his men joined in the singing, repeatedly striking their armor with their hands. Dong! 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 As the song spread across the sea, on the surface, a massive fleet, flying red flags, sailed towards the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom. 20 Königsberg cruisers and hundreds of smaller gunboats sailed the sea. The soldiers aboard also heard the song, which seemed to come from the sea. Chester fell into deep thought as he listened to this all-too-familiar song. It was a familiar song, yet he was certain he had never heard it before. But why did it make him want to cry? To calm himself, Chester went up on deck and looked out at the sea. The song continued, and Chester couldn't calm down for a long time. And at that moment, a flood of memories suddenly flashed through Chester's mind. He had plunged into the abyss. He had fought a monster in the deep sea, its armor and spikes resembling a dragon and a snake. He had clutched his horrible wound and sat on a throne, surrounded by terrifying eyes staring at him. Holding a key, he closed a large door, blocking out all those eyes. Chester's mind was about to explode, and he collapsed to the ground in pain. Salia, standing beside him, hurried over to support him. Just then, a large dark cloud drifted in the distance. A storm was about to arrive. Chester forced himself to stand. Seeing Chester like this, Salia was momentarily unsure what to do. Gazing at the eerie dark clouds in the distance, the sea told her something was approaching. Fleet formation. Magicians, prepare! Chester roared. A large number of magicians emerged from the warship onto the deck, ready to unleash their magic. They all came from the Holy Empire, heroes of the Imperial Navy, forced out of service by the Cardinal. Now, hearing that Chester had been reappointed as Admiral, the Commander-in-Chief of the Great Yin Navy, they chose to fight once more, following in Chester's footsteps. In Chester's time, the Imperial Navy, with its wooden sailing vessels, would collectively release magical energy to form a massive shield when encountering a thunderstorm. So, as the Great Yin Navy faced a thunderstorm for the first time, Chester played it safe. The thunderstorm wasn't Chester's biggest concern. What he feared was what lay beneath the surface. Chester could sense the terror of the water. What on earth was that? Suddenly, a mermaid leaped from the surface. She leaped directly onto the ship. Her once ornate armor was now tattered, and her attire, as if she were fleeing, couldn't conceal her stunning beauty. Soraya, standing nearby, exclaimed, "Kalana? Why is it you?" Kalana, panting with exhaustion, finally realized her aunt was on the ship. Just now, the seawater had reminded her that someone on the ship could save her, but she hadn't expected it to be her aunt. "Aunt, stop talking. Run! The Kraken is chasing us." Kalana reacted immediately, grabbing Salia and preparing to run. Salia was a little confused. Wait, Kraken? Hasn't the Kraken always been sleeping in the eye of the sea? Why would it suddenly leave? And why is it chasing you? Chester, who had just recovered, listened to the conversation, a little confused. But suddenly, he felt something calling out from Kalana. He looked at Kalana. "Why are you here?" "Aunt, uncle, my father sent me to find you and give you this." Kalana then removed a blue key from her neck and handed it to Salia. Salia took the key, somewhat puzzled. Chester's eyes widened. Isn't this the key from the fragmented memory he just held? The gate was closed. The Kraken was chasing Kalana for this key. The next second, a massive monster suddenly emerged from the distant sea. Even the Königsberg cruiser seemed dwarfed by it. Looking at its countless tentacles, Chester was certain it was the Kraken. What had happened to this world? Legend has it that the Kraken's appearance on the sea spells the end of the world. What was going on? Before Chester could react, the Kraken attacked. Chester didn't hesitate, unsheathed his trident and sword. With a sudden jerk, the next second, the Kraken, symbolizing the mightiest force under the sea, soared from the sea. The Trident possesses absolute control over the water. The Kraken's body contains a vast amount of fluid, completely suppressed by the Trident. But at this moment, the Kraken launched a counterattack. Chapter 202. A wisp of golden magic emerged from the Kraken. It directly broke free from the control of Poseidon's Trident. Is this divine power? Chester's heart grew heavy. According to legend, the Kraken was born at the beginning of the world, a monster that survived the ascension of the gods. However, the Kraken chose not to ascend. With its strength, it was more than capable of ascending. But it chose to remain in this world, becoming a legendary being. Thus, the Kraken's strength must be at the peak of the 9th rank. Looking at the hundreds-meter-tall Kraken, Chester felt a little uneasy, because he had never fought such a legendary being in his life. A surge of fighting spirit instantly filled Chester's heart. Anyone who isn't a god isn't invincible. Even if they were gods, they weren't necessarily invincible. Chester waved Poseidon's trident, trying to disperse the dark clouds in the sky. But Chester discovered he couldn't use the trident of Poseidon to wrestle control of this area from the Kraken. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. The trident of Poseidon was definitely not this weak. As a naval admiral, someone who had once roamed the seas, Chester had certainly heard of the trident of Poseidon. This artifact, the one that ruled the 4 seas. Legend has it that Poseidon also found this artifact from the primordial sea. It could be said that the trident of Poseidon was a purely natural artifact, nurtured by the laws of this world. And the Kraken was also nurtured by this world. That shouldn't be right. Could the artifact in his hand be fake? Just as Chester was wondering, the Kraken spoke. Chester, no, Poseidon. Fate has brought us together again. You imprisoned my people for tens of thousands of years. And you're still trying to stop me today. Is this fate? The Kraken's voice boomed like thunder. Everyone heard the Kraken's voice, and they couldn't help but marvel. Throughout history, the legendary Kraken had never spoken. It actually spoke today. What shocked everyone even more was the Kraken's words. Chester? Poseidon. Marshal Chester is Poseidon? Everyone felt their brains were running out. Because of this shocking news, the magicians forgot to cast their spells. Who could have imagined that the marshal they had followed for so long was actually a god? Even Chester himself was stunned. Although he knew he might be Poseidon, how did the Kraken know? Wait, it said I imprisoned its people for tens of thousands of years? Its people are. That door. The horrors behind that door. Chester was in a state of confusion. Fragments of memory told Chester that the horror behind the door didn't belong to this world. So, this so-called Kraken wasn't from this world either, and its purpose was to release the things behind the door. At this thought, Chester's heart palpitated. Memories told him that the existence behind the door would destroy this world. Thinking of this, Chester gradually connected the dots. The appearance of Poseidon's trident forced the monsters in the abyss to riot prematurely, and the crisis of the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom was intended to force the key to appear. And the Kraken's appearance was to ambush Karana, obtain the key, and then travel to the abyss and open the door. At this point, Chester understood everything. This was all a trap, or rather, the beginning of his arrival in the Sanshue Empire. The beginning of a chain of schemes. But who had orchestrated this chain of schemes? Just as Chester pondered, the Kraken launched his attack. Chester snapped back to his senses. What chain of schemes? There was only one variable in this chain of schemes, himself. The turning point lay in his own hands. Isn't that an existence infinitely close to godhood? Just a touch, and you find out. Chester swung the Poseidon trident, blocking the incoming tentacles. But it wasn't easy. For some reason, Chester couldn't unleash the trident's true power. He could never grasp that feeling. That feeling of absolute control over the sea. The fight between truly powerful beings wasn't full of fancy moves. Both sides engaged in simple attacks. Water elemental magic, tentacle attacks, trident counterattacks. But each attack carried the power of the law. Kalana sensed the law's power in the air. Greedily absorbing it, she was feeling it. But the power of the laws of the two was completely different. Chester possessed more of a protective force. The Kraken possessed more of a destructive force. Kalana seemed to have discovered a new power of law between the two. A brand new law had sprouted within Kalana's sea of consciousness. But neither Chester nor the Kraken noticed Kalana's difference. The two sides were already engaged in a fierce battle. The Kraken's massive body was covered in wounds of varying sizes, and due to the presence of the law's power, they could not heal quickly. Chester was also suffering. The pseudo-artifact armor on his body had been completely shattered, leaving numerous wounds. Salia looked at the wounded Chester with a frantic heart. Chester, if you can't win, just run. Don't fight like hell. As if hearing Salia's inner thoughts, Chester turned back and looked at her. "Last time you saved me in the stormy sea, this time it's my turn to save you." Chester understood that the Kraken had no intention of leaving any survivors. Everyone who witnessed it would die. Chester charged forward once more, this time with a reckless abandon, trading injury for injury. The Kraken felt a flicker of fear. He tried to mobilize the water element, but found it impossible. Chester watched the Kraken's movements and couldn't help but sneer. In addition to the Poseidon Trident, Chester also held a quasi-artifact, the Raging Sea Wave Staff. With these two weapons, Chester limited the opponent's control over the water element. The Kraken didn't hesitate and immediately counterattacked. Neither side could now use magic. The elements in the air had been completely stripped away, and both sides were locked in a bitter struggle, relying only on physical strength. Chester, the magician, however, considered himself a warrior. He engaged the Kraken in close combat, because Chester knew he had to win. The fate of the fleet, the fate of the Azure Sea Nation, and even Salia, all rested in his hands. He absolutely could not lose. Chester plunged the Raging Sea Wave Staff directly into the Kraken's left eye. The Kraken instantly lost an eye, and then it erupted in rage. A tentacle imbued with divine power leaped towards Chester at terrifying speed. Danger! The next second, Chester's vision went black, and he found himself before the throne again. Chapter 203. Looking at the familiar throne before him, the familiar man sat on it. The man just stared at Chester. "What's going on?" Chester couldn't help but ask, because he wanted to know what was going on. "The truth is, this is your destiny, and mine too." The man on the throne took off his helmet and said. A face identical to Chester's appeared before Chester. "Are you Poseidon?" Chester asked tentatively. Although Poseidon had said he was Chester and Chester was him, seeing Poseidon's true face for the first time, Chester couldn't help but ask. "I am Poseidon, yes, I look just like you," Poseidon said, holding his forehead. Sure enough, Chester, like him, loved repeating himself. "What exactly is the Kraken? Is it a creature from this world?" Chester asked. "The Kraken isn't a creature of this world, it's from another. And the gate behind me connects to another world. That world is filled with only death and decay, and my mission is to guard this gate," Poseidon said calmly. "Then why don't the gods care about this place?" Chester asked, puzzled. "Why should the gods care? The era of the gods' ascension is over, and this world only serves as a source of entertainment for the gods. Everyone and every creature in this world is a toy of the gods," Chester said nonchalantly. "Then what's the meaning of our lives?" Chester said. "I don't know." Poseidon uttered the word "I don't know" for the first time. Hearing Poseidon's words, Chester lowered his head. "So this world has been abandoned. I don't know the meaning of others' lives, but I do know the meaning of my own. I watch these lives nurtured by nature, and watch the human and sea races gradually develop. I suddenly realized that all living beings are equal, but some are born gods, while others are born humble slaves. Should hard work be treated as cannon fodder? In fact, I had the ability to ascend back then, but what would that mean? After gaining endless life, what awaits?" Poseidon sighed. Listening to Poseidon's words, Chester's admiration for him grew even more. "So you're still in this world? Everything seems real?" "As if you're still alive," Chester said. "My fall is a fact. I used my last strength to seal this gate. Now my consciousness spreads across the entire ocean, awaiting your appearance," Poseidon said, looking at Chester. "What should I do?" Chester seemed to understand his mission. "You are me, so our fate is the same, and we both share the same heart. A heart that hates to see the suffering of all beings." Poseidon raised the trident of Poseidon. The surrounding waters rippled with it, and Chester could sense the adoration for Poseidon in the water. "But why can't I unleash the power of the trident of Poseidon?" Chester was a little confused. "Because you weren't at your wit's end yet, and now that you met me, you're truly at your wit's end," Poseidon said calmly. This left Chester somewhat bewildered. Although the trident of Poseidon is a divine weapon, it's more of a support weapon. It only has one true move. Poseidon spoke calmly, as if divine weapons with only one move were very common. Chester's mouth twitched. A divine weapon with only one move was unprecedented. Looking at Chester's shock, Poseidon had a predictable expression. This was the same expression Poseidon had when he himself obtained the trident of Poseidon and learned it only had one move. Poseidon stood up and patted Chester's shoulder. "Don't panic. Let me show you how to use it. This is standard." Poseidon raised the trident of Poseidon, a golden light flashing in his eyes. He aimed it at a distant boulder. The next second, the calm seawater instantly transformed into sharp blades of water, effortlessly piercing the boulder. Chester was puzzled. Wasn't this a piece of cake? But the next second, Chester lost his composure. A vast number of water blades emerged, filling the entire sea. What makes a divine weapon divine isn't simply its power, but the person who wields it. You must learn to wield it. It's never the weapon that's powerful, but yourself. Even I haven't fully explored the full power of Poseidon's trident. At this point, Poseidon glanced at Chester. Seeing Chester's pensive expression, Poseidon continued. Okay, time's running out. I need to teach you the rest of the moves quickly. These are all things I figured out myself. A few minutes later, Poseidon taught Chester all the moves he learned. Don't blink. Next up is the single move of Poseidon's trident. Poseidon thrust the trident forward with a nonchalant air. A huge rock in the distance instantly exploded. Huh? That's it? Chester was puzzled. Was Poseidon's single move so lame? But as Poseidon smirked at him, Chester gradually grew more serious. He began to feel the force of this blow. Soon, Chester noticed something was amiss. Poseidon's trident had struck with such a decisive blow. There was no way the opponent could evade it. It was a 100% hit rate. Do you understand? Chester nodded, half comprehending. Remember, many gods may appear to be impressive on the surface, but they absolutely can't withstand this blow. This attack is more than just an absolute strike, you need to understand it, Poseidon said earnestly. Chester was about to ask more, but the next second, Poseidon waved his hand. Alright, the journey ahead is up to you. Don't worry, you eventually become me, and then you know everything I done. Poseidon smiled and sat back on the throne. The next second, Poseidon instantly transformed into scattered starlight. Seeing this, Chester fell silent. Without a word, he took up the trident of Poseidon. The journey you haven't completed, I take your place. We are no one's toys, we are ourselves. The next second, Chester opened his eyes. He found himself back at the battle with the Kraken. It was the same Kraken before him. Alien? Die! Chapter 204. Looking at the Kraken before him, Chester's inner rage ignited. Many sea creatures worshipped the Kraken as gods. And sea creatures had a tradition of sacrificing lives, using living sea creatures to pay tribute to this damned alien race. Although the Holy Empire was decaying, thanks to Kuenberg's efforts, human sacrifice had become a thing of the past. And this was a fact that not even the church could change. Facing the incoming attack, Chester didn't hesitate, and used the move he had just learned. Thrust forward with the trident of Poseidon. After all, Chester had formed an incredibly sharp water blade in its path. And then, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. The tentacle was about to strike Chester, but in the next second, it sliced through Chester's body, splitting him in two. Woo! The Kraken's wail echoed. That tentacle was the Kraken's most powerful. It was cleaved directly by Chester. The Kraken was instantly exposed. The entire sea suddenly turned blood red. It seemed to boil. And from the bottom of the warship came the sound of corrosion. The mages on the warship immediately unleashed their magic defenses. But seeing the mages struggling, Chester knew they wouldn't hold out for much longer. Chester swung his Poseidon trident. He struck down at the Kraken. The Kraken's body immediately glowed with a golden luster. It withstood the blow head-on. But the Kraken saw Chester's malicious smile. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding struck. The next second, the entire sea split open, revealing the seabed beneath. The Kraken instantly plunged downward. Under the influence of Poseidon's trident, the water on either side could no longer merge. Chester glanced back at the fleet and swung the trident again, returning the water to its original state. Then, without hesitation, he leaped in. At the bottom of the sea, the Kraken crashed into a patch of sand. The 1,000-meter drop had knocked it reeling. Before the Kraken could react, Chester arrived, carrying Poseidon's trident. The Kraken, upon seeing this, was terrified. Though it knew Chester was at the end of his rope, wasn't it, too, that it was? After a brief moment of deliberation, the wise Kraken decided to flee. How could Chester let the Kraken go? He used his trident to transform the surrounding seawater into sharp blades, completely blocking the Kraken's escape route. With every step the Kraken took, countless wounds appeared on its body. Looking at the battered Kraken, Chester decided to deliver a final blow. But the next second, something unexpected happened to Chester. The Kraken suddenly transformed into countless small octopuses, fleeing in all directions. Seeing this, Chester used his sea cucumber trident again, locking onto all the octopuses and blasting them with a blast of water blades. Over 100,000 small octopuses were instantly slain. Then the sea fell silent. Wait, is this the end? Chester carefully scanned the seabed several times with his mental power. He found nothing unusual. To be on the safe side, Chester pulverized the bodies of the small octopuses, physically erasing them. After completing all this, Chester finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like it's over. Chester waited for a long time before leaving. At the same time, in the eye of the sea, where the krakens dwell, a mournful cry rang out, followed by another wailing sound. The densely packed krakens mourned the death of their comrades. If Chester had witnessed this, he would have been stunned. For who could have imagined there was more than one kraken, but Chester didn't know this. In the eyes of all the krakens, a man holding Poseidon's trident flashed. Chester had been declared a sworn enemy by the krakens. But Chester himself didn't know. If he had known, he would probably have told everyone. Buy one takoyaki, get one free? As Chester returned to the surface, he waved his hand gently, and the dark clouds instantly dissipated. Meanwhile, in the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom, the garrison general and cappies watched in disbelief as the abyss monsters retreated. What's going on? Didn't they say they were going to fight? Why are they retreating again? At this moment, a man in a dark green robe roared in the abyss. They're truly incompetent, and only capable of causing trouble. They can't even catch a single person, and they kept us waiting for so long. Poseidon has awakened. If we don't break through the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom's blockade soon, he will drive us back from the abyss to our own world. The surrounding abyss monsters, emitting a terrifying aura, dared not object, but silently listened to the man's lecture. The people of the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom could never have imagined that this time, the abyss monsters could have easily broken through their defenses, but would suddenly retreat. The fleeing citizens of the Abyssal Sea Kingdom were stunned when they received the news of their return. But the next moment, they jumped for joy. Because they could go home. Home is better than anywhere else. When Cappy saw Chester returning with his daughter, he seemed to understand why the abyss monsters had retreated. Father! Don't you want me anymore? Kalana hugged Cappy's and began to stir in his arms. Chester and Salia chose to ignore her. Salia looked at Chester, her eyes asking, isn't it cute? How about having a child too? No, we're already old, is that okay? Guess? Chester fell silent. He had a feeling that something terrible was going to happen tonight, that he would die miserably. As the two of them were talking, Kalana explained the situation to Cappy's. Cappy's instantly understood the whole story, especially when he heard Chester split the sea with Poseidon's trident. Cappy's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Chester, actually, you still have something. Take it, and you be your true self. Cappy's led Chester to a dilapidated palace. A set of petrified armor hung in the center. Chester instantly recognized it as the golden armor worn by Poseidon. But why had it suddenly turned to stone? While protecting the sea creatures, Poseidon encountered the strongest of the abyssal monsters. The enemy used a petrification method that even gods could not avoid. But this armor saved Poseidon's life, but at the cost of its petrification. Listening to Cappy's words, Chester could feel the armor before him calling him. Chapter 205. While Chester battled the Kraken at sea, the development of Dehyen was also in full swing. Some outdoor work, which had been suspended due to the severe cold, resumed. Thanks to the 50 million selfless undead creatures. They truly are the good people of Dehyen. Oh no, the good undead of Dehyen. Because undead creatures cannot feel heat or cold, large numbers of skeleton soldiers were transporting materials for railway construction through the ice and snow. Although it was not the winter of divine punishment, winter in Dehyen was still cold. The lowest temperature in northern Dehyen was minus 15 degrees Celsius. The temperature in Nanchuan City was minus 5 degrees Celsius. The sea near Nanchuan City had begun to freeze over. Only the waters near Nanchuan Harbor remained unfrozen. However, the ice was very thin, which might have been difficult for wooden ships to navigate. But beneath the steel warships of the Dehyen Navy, the ice smoke was as thin as paper. Furthermore, with the addition of the undead, many potentially dangerous tasks were replaced by the undead. For example, mining. Millions of undead were deployed to the mines. And these undead were quite satisfied with Leon's arrangements. The undead believed that the mines were far better than being exposed to the sun. At first, Leon was hesitant about whether to pay these undead. The undead hadn't asked for wages. Out of a guilty conscience, Leon still questioned the undead. Some of the undead possessed intelligence. Leon promoted these undead to small-time leaders, tasked with keeping an eye on their subordinates. When they heard Leon ask if he wanted wages, the undead creature froze. Then it spoke. What's a wage? This question silenced both sides. Leon asked uncertainly. Don't you get a wage? Wages? You can get a wage? The undead creature's words silenced Leon. Leon patted the undead creature's sturdy shoulder and asked calmly. So, is there anything you want? If you could give us some magic crystals, that would be best, the undead leader said after some thought. Excellent, very good. Leon agreed without hesitation. Where did this nice guy come from? He really makes me cry. In addition to these skeleton soldiers working outdoors and performing dangerous tasks, there are also many skeleton mages working in the Great Flame Arsenal, contributing to the construction of the Great Flame. A skeleton mage retains about 1/3 of their original strength. But that was enough, because among the 50 million undead creatures, there were a full 1 million skeleton mages. Lion had been recruiting for ages, but hadn't managed to recruit more than 100,000 mages. Now, 1 million mages were being shoved in. Lion's grin stretched to a crooked grin. 10,000 mages could produce 100,000 rifles a day. Or 5 million rounds of ammunition. 100 aircraft. 200 tanks. 300 150mm howitzers. And a Königsberg cruiser. Now with 1 million skeleton mages. Lion was on a roll. Even though it took 2 or 3 skeleton mages to make up a single useful magician. But quantity is always sufficient. Spread out evenly, Lion possesses the equivalent of 300,000 magicians. 1 million magicians are divided into 5 parts: arsenal, de yin construction, shipyard, aircraft factory, de yin industry. In an instant, all those skeleton mages were divided up. Lion was devastated. Just a moment ago, he was so rich, but now his pockets were empty. But Lion knew that de yin's productivity would increase more than tenfold. Transport aircraft and missiles were also available, and most importantly radar. For transport aircraft, Lion chose the C-47 and Ju-52. Those aerial giants were already on Lion's agenda, but some Cold War technologies had yet to be developed, so these giants would have to wait a while. The C-47 had both military and civilian applications, and de yin aviation was about to be established. The Ju-52 Junker's grandmother was a very reliable aerial transport aircraft. The Junker's grandmother's durability and 3 engines gave it a head start. However, compared to the up-and-coming C-47, the Junkers fell short due to its payload capacity. After deciding on a transport aircraft, Leon inquired about the aircraft factory's progress on jet aircraft development. The factory stated that the jet's hull had been manufactured and had undergone a series of tests. However, the turbine engine remained a challenge, and weapons research would likely produce a turbine engine this winter. As for the bomber, Leon was preoccupied with the war with the Demon Empire, and the number of Zeppelins was limited. The Demon Empire simply could not afford to continue its offensive. So, Latifes again requested support from Leon, hoping that de Yin could send bombers to participate in the battle. Leon refused without hesitation. Selling weapons to the Demon Empire and sending troops are two different things. With rebellions imminent, de Yin couldn't rashly start a war with another country. Even if de Yin reached its goal of expanding its military to 1 million next summer, Leon wouldn't send troops to the Demon Empire. However, Leon didn't want to see the Demon Empire defeated, but he couldn't sell the B-29 to the Demon Empire. So Leon chose the cheap yet excellent Mosquito bomber. He sold 100 of them to the Demon Empire at a high price. Perhaps in his past life, the Mosquito bomber could soar through the skies. But here, the modified anti-aircraft guns ensured that no aircraft could escape unscathed. And the Mosquito bomber was extremely fragile. After all, it was a wooden plane. It couldn't withstand the attack of the modified anti-aircraft guns. So Leon had no major concerns about selling it to the Demon Empire. The number of bombers was strictly controlled, and the Demon Empire was not allowed to possess more than 200. As for the missiles, the Yin had accumulated a certain amount of engine experience from its initial rocket development, so the missile engine issue was not the most difficult. The engine used the same liquid engine as the V-2 rocket. The most difficult part was how to ensure the missile's precise impact. At first, de Yin's researchers attempted to control the missile's flight trajectory by creating a sophisticated engine. But all efforts failed. Leon proposed a guidance system, and the researchers seemed to have discovered a new world. Leon immediately focused his attention on the guidance system. Research and development began 6 months ago. But Leon didn't believe a guidance system could be developed in 6 months. But when Leon looked at the identical V-2 rocket before him, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 206. Indeed, what stood before Leon was the V-2 rocket crafted by the Arsenal and the Research Institute. The V-2 rocket used a 3-axis gyroscope to receive radio signals for guidance. However, most later missiles relied on guidance computers. Both of these methods were quite complex. Leon was curious about how this V-2 rocket was actually developed. But when the researchers explained the principle to Leon, he was completely stunned. Because the V2 didn't use gyroscopic guidance or guidance computers. They used magic guidance. And it had a screen. First, they piled a large amount of magic crystals on the V2 rocket's engine and engraved an operating magic circle. This magic circle could change the engine's direction. Also, behind this operating magic circle, an image magic circle was engraved. The other end of the image magic circle was connected to a glass plate. The image magic would project the rocket's flight progress through the magic crystal powder every 3 seconds, leaving an image on the glass plate. This image is then transmitted to another glass plate held by the launcher. And the magic crystal powder can change color. So the resulting image is a strikingly colorful one. Isn't this just a computer screen? It's almost like a remote-controlled toy. 2 magic circles and 100 magic crystals successfully solved the V2 rocket's guidance problem, turning it into a precision missile capable of hitting whatever target it was pointed at. Similarly, to increase the V2 rocket's range, Lion optimized the engine. The original liquid engine was replaced with a magic crystal engine. The original 320-kilometer range was increased to nearly 800 kilometers. V2 rockets could even be deployed on the northern border of the Qinchi Kingdom, potentially even reaching the Acropolis, the Orcish capital. The researchers requested Leon order a test launch. To confirm the V2 rocket's accuracy, Leon and his team ordered the Navy to deploy an abandoned fishing boat at sea. The V2 rocket was then transported to Nanchuan City by train. Many people in Sin City and Nanchuan City were puzzled by this event. What was going on today? Why such a large-scale mobilization? But Leon and his team would not reveal any information. Because if the V2 rocket test launch was successful, it would not only mark the beginning of the missile age, but also the forefront of the space age. So Leon and his team did a very thorough job of protection. He even ordered the Intelligence Bureau to eliminate some spies from various countries in Diyin. Let them think that Diyin was about to launch a new military operation, thus forcing the spies to divert their attention. Soon, the V2 rocket was transported to the mountains far from Nanchuan City. The surrounding area was blocked off for several kilometers by the military. Of course, this was also a military-restricted area. The researcher looked at Leon excitedly and handed him the launch button. Leon returned the launch button to the researcher. "This is your child. You must watch it grow up. You are the treasures of Diyin," Leon said with a smile. The researcher took the launch button with a beaming smile. Because, seriously, they had been researching for 6 months, and today was finally the day for the test launch. They definitely wanted to be able to operate it themselves. 70 or 80 researchers carefully inspected the V2 rocket. Soon, the V2 rocket completed its pre-launch preparations. Lion watched beads of sweat drip down the chief engineer's forehead. In reality, the most nervous person wasn't Lion, nor the researchers, but the chief engineer. Lion grabbed a tissue and wiped the chief engineer's sweat himself. "Thank you." The focused chief engineer didn't notice his leader wiping his sweat, and simply replied with a subconscious thank you. Watching the signal from the researchers ahead, the chief engineer trembled as he pressed the launch button. Boom! Whoosh whoosh. With a loud bang, a large amount of colorful particles erupted from the base of the V2 rocket. These were the appearance of the magic crystal after it was ignited. The V2 rocket gradually climbed upwards. Seeing this scene, everyone jumped for joy. Success? Many people shouted loudly. But the chief engineer remained calm, staring intently at the image on the glass plate beside him. He had to ensure the V2 rocket accurately hit its target. Just getting it off the ground wasn't enough. A significant deviation would be a colossal failure. The 2 researchers in charge of operating the V2 rocket were also extremely nervous. They gripped the joysticks tightly, staring at the screen in front of them, watching the image change every 3 seconds. Leon couldn't help but feel nervous too. Soon, the screen announced that the rocket had reached the sea. Their anxiety grew even greater. Many fishermen, watching the V2 rocket trailing a colorful flame in the sky, couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth is this?" A young boy, following his father fishing, pointed at a V2 rocket in the sky and asked his father, "Dad, what is this?" An old fisherman nearby, looking at the dragon head printed on the rocket, sighed. "This is our future." Soon, the V2 rocket finally approached its destination. The 2 operators of the V2 rocket immediately began adjusting its flight path. However, because the abandoned fishing boat was near the V2 rocket's maximum range, and because the magic crystals within the rocket were nearly depleted, the image transmitted back was unclear. This made everyone's heart jump to their throats. Will it hit? But at the last moment the image faded, the 2 operators aimed the missile at the fishing boat. Then, the image on the screen vanished completely. Everyone was confused as to whether it had hit or not. Just then, the Great Yin Navy, patrolling near the abandoned fishing boat, sent a telegram. The V-2 rocket had hit, and it had hit accurately. When Leon announced the result aloud to everyone, everyone was overjoyed. The chief engineer's mood finally changed, his expression finally fading. He also realized that the person who had just wiped his sweat was his leader. He lowered his head somewhat awkwardly. Leon smiled and patted the engineer's shoulder. "Well done. I'm relieved to have you on Diane's aerospace mission." Leon couldn't help but admire these indigenous people. Whether in the past life or this one, the ingenuity of the working people is boundless. For equipment they had never seen before, they could only rely on Leon's descriptions, using magic to replace things that this world couldn't yet achieve. Whether in the past life or now, it turns out that people are the same. They are the most hardworking. Looking at the launch pad of the V-2 rocket, Leon smiled. The aerospace age is coming. Chapter 207. With the successful development of the V-2 rocket, Leon walked with a swift breeze. Jet fighters were about to be unveiled. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Leon boarded a capital car and donned his invisibility cloak. Accompanied by Frostar, he planned to go to Sin City to check on everyone. Sin City was already bustling with activity in the early morning. The main roads in Sin City were all 10 lanes in both directions. The lanes in front of the capital were 12 lanes in both directions. Someone suggested adding 2 more lanes. But Leon smiled and politely declined. After all, in his previous life. Leon shook his head. He didn't have the strength now. With the development of Dian, in addition to factory trucks, many cars appeared on the roads. In addition to the luxury cars of the legitimately wealthy, there were also many Model Ts. That's right, they're legitimate wealthy people, or legitimate capitalists. If you dare act illegally, the intelligence agency will break into your house the next day, and you'd be sitting under a streetlight the next day. The efficiency is incredibly high. At the same time, to ensure a high quality of life for the people of Dian, Lion ordered the auto factory to sell the Model Ts it produced to the people of Dian at cost price. And he doesn't make a cent. What do you mean you can't make money? All of Dian's industries are state-owned, and you're telling me you're making money? Making money for your own people. Are you crazy? That's right, Lion indoctrinated these businessmen daily. He told them that making money from others is the true way to make money. Making money from your own people is immoral. You might ask, how does Dian make money? To sustain the functioning of a nation? As a publicly owned state, Lion's iron-fisted approach ensured that all industries were under its control. And there were 2 nations, the Eastern Elves and the Holy Empire. Even if Dian was cut off from the outside world, it could still produce and sell its own products. Dian's income primarily came from state-owned foreign trade and taxes paid by merchants. The money earned went to pay workers, purchase raw materials, and build Dian. Dian's healthcare and education were now completely free. After all, the total population was less than 20 million, and Dian's income was nearly exploding. If even this small population couldn't be provided for free, then all their claims of working for the people were nonsense. As for income, a luxury car could be sold for 100 times its original price. Artwork sold for several times that. How could Dian not be wealthy? And Lion strictly enforced the 8-hour workday, with weekends off. Of course, some people worked on weekends, but the workday was adjusted. Every Dian worker was guaranteed 2 days off a week. What? You dare not comply? Open the door. Dian Intelligence Bureau. The next day, the factory was fully controlled by Dian. Many subsequent factory expansions were 51% controlled by Dian, so some businessmen still invested in the factories. But these individuals must be carefully selected. If they become corrupted by money and begin to exploit workers, the Intelligence Bureau will intervene. Aside from the businessmen who possess a certain level of wealth, the gap between the rich and the poor among the rest of the population is not significant. Leon also ordered the Intelligence Bureau to conduct a strict investigation and prohibit materialism and improper speech. In other words, you can criticize Leon and speculate about his private life. But you can't affect the country or anyone else. Lion's work is transparent, everything he does, and what documents he signs. As long as it's not classified, the Great Yen Daily will report it. Lion also set up a complaint mailbox. All the letters are handled directly by the Intelligence Bureau and reach Lion. However, Lion still has some Intelligence Bureau agents do a cursory check. There are many strange letters. For example, Leader, have you eaten? Leader, are you married? I have. Someone even curses Lion. But Lion simply laughs them off and orders the Intelligence Bureau to investigate whether the person has contributed to Great Yin. If the person is a qualified Great Yin, Lion simply responds, "I'm sorry, dear sir, if you're dissatisfied with my work, please point it out and I make the right correction." Gradually, the number of letters cursing Lion decreases. Lion also gets to know the most intimate details of the people of Great Yin. Lion would even read the letters these lovely people wrote him while eating, sometimes practically spitting out his food. Thinking back to the present, Lion surveyed the Yin. 6 months had passed, and many parts of the Yin had seen a surge of tall buildings. Lion's words were coming true. When the capital became the shortest building in the Yin, it would be rebuilt. But Lion had a trick up his sleeve. Lion's own Duke's palace remained unchanged, so it was impossible for the Yin to waste money rebuilding the capital. Just a year after it was built, you're rebuilding it. That's not how the Yan's money is made. It would be better to spend more money to open a factory. Give everyone more jobs. At the same time, Lion also began to train his own political team. Because Lion realized that the Yin now almost revolved around him. What if something happened one day, wouldn't the Yin be doomed? So Lion began to train some capable young people. Let these passionate young people participate in the Yin's daily politics. This ensured the Yin was full of vitality, and Lion didn't worry about them seizing power. The army was entirely under Lion's control. And Caddis and his men provided Lion with protection. Rebellion? You'd be given a seat under the streetlight the next day. The Yin was on the right track, even though it felt both black and red. But the people at the bottom hadn't suffered any injustice. If you felt wronged, you could go to the Intelligence Bureau, and they would handle your case that same day. Lion's salary was only 15 silver coins a month. While it was more than many people's, Lion often had to go on inspections, and made a lot of purchases. Wouldn't that mean even a small amount of money would be gone? Even Lion would have to rely on the money of two wealthy women, Yun Chi-Chi and Heiyu. No way, no money. Someone suggested that Lion invest in a factory. Lion refused, believing that investing in any factory would violate the existing rules. So living on money is still better. The Yin officials generally earn around 15 silver coins. It's more than enough to get by, and seeing that Lion only has 15 silver coins, what else can they say? The leader is the same as you. You still want to be better than the leader? And the Yin has excellent benefits. 15 silver coins is, for civil servants, unspendable. Absolutely. Just then, news came from the airport. The first C-47 and the first Ju-52 have been produced. Upon hearing the news, Lion rushed to the aircraft factory. Looking at the two brand new giants in the factory, Lion drooled. It's coming! It's coming! Chapter 208. Looking at the behemoth before him, Leon drooled. Both transport aircraft had a payload capacity exceeding 10 tons. Their excellent payload capacity made Leon highly value them, because their presence would greatly enhance logistical support capabilities. Leon also planned to allocate the C-49 to the Air Force, and the Ju-52 independently to the armored divisions. That's right, Leon intended to refocus the Yan's current combat strategy around armored units. For example, artillery, Air Force, and logistics units would prioritize supporting armored units. But this was only the first set of operational plans. If the armored units could advance rapidly and achieve significant results, then the first set of plans would continue. If the armored units' offensive was thwarted, the second set of operational plans would be implemented. The focus would be on the infantry corps. The armored units would cooperate with the infantry corps, provide mobile support to the infantry at all times. If the first set of plans was a lightning-fast offensive, the second plan, then, is a defense as solid as a fortress. It can even be described as a steady steamroller. Currently no country in the world can withstand the saturation attack of the Great Yin. To carry out a saturation attack, a vast amount of ammunition is required. Thus, logistical support must be excellent. In previous wars, Lion had preemptively transported large quantities of ammunition by road to important cities near the front lines. And each offensive was led by an armored division well stocked with ammunition. This indirectly highlights the logistical pressure on the Great Yin. So, upon learning of the two new weapons' arrival, Lion rushed directly to the aircraft factory. The scene before him was just like that. Carl, with a chubby face, fondled the C-47 and Ju-52. His eyes were filled with greed. Oh my! It's all my fault. My Air Force is going to be rich. Ha ha ha. Looking at the increasingly frantic Carl, Leon twitched his lips. Senior Carl, wake up! What are you dreaming about? Are these all for our Air Force? Carl looked at Leon expectantly. Part of it. Leon gave an ambiguous answer, And Carl immediately sensed something was amiss. Because this part might really just be part. How many transport planes do you plan to produce? Carl looked at Leon gravely. 2,000. How many? Carl excitedly grabbed Leon's shoulders. He was so excited he couldn't speak. This number is just temporary. There will be more later. Leon was a little dizzy from Carl's shaking. So how much do you plan to give the Air Force? Carl's eyes lit up. I plan to give the Air Force 1,500 C-47s. But these are for the logistics units, Leon said calmly. Then why do we need 500 more? Are they for us? Carl's eyes lit up with hope again. And 500 Ju-52s are for the armored units as supply planes. Leon finished, looking at Carl. No! Carl cried out, then hugged the transport plane in front of him with a look of sorrow. I'm sorry, darling. I'm leaving you. You don't belong to me after all. I was being too sentimental. As he spoke, 2 tears fell. Leon couldn't bear it any longer and took out a tissue. Wipe it. Carl turned his head away and continued crying. No, is it that serious? Leon was at a loss for words. Of course. I love them, Carl said with a look of determination. Leon twitched his lips, then held his forehead. Is there a possibility? These transport planes will eventually belong to your Air Force. Hearing this, Carl instantly rose from the ground and used his magic to evaporate the water element that had just been released from his face. He instantly returned to normal. Leon, As expected, crying children get candy. After hearing what Leon said, Carl had an immature idea. Carl looked at the Me-262 jet aircraft being manufactured in the aircraft factory. I don't know what this plane is for, but we must give it to our Air Force. If you don't, I cry and make a scene again. Invincible. Invincible. Leon had no idea that this old general, still childish, was already filled with twisted thoughts. 2,000 transport planes. For previous aircraft manufacturers, this would have been a massive undertaking. But for today's aircraft manufacturers, it's just a matter of 2 words. Simple. With the support of 200,000 skeleton mages, we can basically produce 50 transport planes a day. Or nearly 200 fighter jets. What's worrying Leon now is no longer slow development, but rather rapid growth. Many weapons and equipment must be upgraded. Increased productivity has brought national strength to a new level. Leon has already begun replacing his weapons and equipment. First, the infantry equipment. Lion planned to skip the semi-automatic and upgrade directly to fully automatic. Now that industrial capacity had been improved, it was necessary to produce some cheap yet sophisticated weapons. Lion directly chose the AK-47. But he also produced the STG-44. Let the soldiers try out both weapons, and decide for themselves which one to deploy. After all, a weapon's quality is only as good as the soldiers who use it. However, Lion didn't plan to replace them immediately, but rather to do so in small increments. Many soldiers hadn't even mastered their Mauser rifles, and it took time to master them before they were asked to use other weapons. At the same time, Lion had no immediate plans to replace the Armored Corps' equipment. At least for now, the technological gap between other countries and Yin was still significant. They could definitely use them for a few more years. And with the increase in industrial production capacity, Yin's foreign trade capabilities were further enhanced. A steady stream of industrial products impacted the markets of various countries. Several neighboring countries dared not take any action, allowing Great Yin's industrial products to flood their markets. But other countries had already begun boycotting Great Yin's goods. They understood that Great Yin was reaping their wealth. They began to restrict the prices of Great Yin's goods, even going so far as to directly pressure Great Yin merchants to lower their prices. If they didn't, they would loot their shops. Many merchants suffered as a result. Lion was furious upon hearing this news. He immediately compensated these merchants and sent public officials to offer condolences. After all, they were Great Yin merchants, and had made contributions to Great Yin. To be attacked like this was a slap in Lion's face. Though enraged, Lion did not let his anger get the better of him. Retaliation against them now would be unwise. A long expedition was unrealistic. After completing the construction of his massive Great Yin fleet and the vast Great Yin Air Force, anyone who jumps again will be slapped to death. Now let's see the trade war. Let's see who can outlast the other. Industry versus craftsmanship. Come on. A clash. Chapter 209. Over the past few months, Yin's products have been exported to various countries. This has gradually aroused hostility from these countries. However, Yin currently lacks the conditions and opportunities for an expedition. However, how can it swallow this humiliation? To counter and retaliate against these countries, Leon chose to launch a price war without hesitation. I heard that the Dwarf Empire's blacksmithing is famous. I wonder how efficient and costly it is. Can it keep up with industrial production speeds? The Western Elf Empire's textile industry is very developed. But a piece of clothing in the Western Elf Empire costs 1 silver coin. That's a full 50 copper coins. But with Dayan's industrialized production, a piece of clothing costs no more than 10 copper coins. With this cost price, what can you use to fight me? The Dwarf Empire, the Western Elf Empire, the Papal States, and even the distant Western French Empire and its surrounding countries have all launched a commodity war against Dayan. Some people simply enjoy taking risks, because they don't know their own strengths beforehand. But when you try to hit a stone with an egg, there's only one outcome: it shatters. At first, Dayan lowered the prices of its goods. These countries thought Dayan was giving in, so they tried to pressure it to lower prices even further. Each country also lowered the prices of its own goods. But what they didn't know was that the nightmare had just begun. Each country lowered its prices, and Dayan followed suit. At first, each country could hold out, but as time went on, some high-cost handicrafts couldn't. But Dayan continued to lower prices. Each country said, "What can we do? There's only one solution. Keep lowering prices. We just can't believe it. Can Dayan still make money doing this? Leon, you never thought? We can still make money doing this." And after seeing that all countries had reduced their prices to almost cost-effective prices, Dayan's true colors were finally revealed. The prices of Dayan's products continued to fall, changing daily, causing all countries to lose their defenses. A large number of handicraft workshops went bankrupt. Each country was trying to find a solution, but Dayan also intervened. Many Dayan spies began to acquire these handicraft workshops. Even openly and covertly, they launched economic aggression against various countries. Completely control their economies. Watching their own economies gradually approach collapse, the countries finally panicked and began to submit to Dayan. But as the winner, Leon showed no mercy. Except for those very distant countries, Leon refrained from taking harsh measures. But for those countries closer, Leon persuaded them to allow Dayan to open factories within their borders. They were very reluctant. Some countries chose to accept, while others rejected. They began to increase tariffs on Great Yen goods, forcing Great Yen to raise prices. Their confidence stemmed from the fact that their domestic systems were still relatively complete. Even without Great Yen, they could still produce and sell their own goods. For those countries forced to agree to the Great Yen Treaty, their domestic systems had been nearly destroyed. And Great Yen spies had already begun to control their economies. An invisible hand was devouring these countries. And Lion watched it all unfold. But what surprised Leon was the Papal State's reaction. The Papal State was nearly shattered by the price war. But the fanatical believers once again refreshed Leon's understanding. The Papal State, on the brink of collapse, launched an attack on the Demon Empire. And for some reason, each and every one of them was as if energized by a shot of chicken blood. This directly caused the Demon Empire to lose a vast amount of land. And all the resources on these lands were plundered. Even the orcs who came to see it would be ashamed of themselves. Is this the power of religion? Leon was thankful that he had almost completely eliminated the influence of the papacy in Great Yen. After all, the Citizen Party forbade religion, directly changing the entire atmosphere of Great Yen. Everyone in Great Yen scoffed at religion. They believed in whoever could feed them. However, whether it was a trade war or a price war, the unfortunate ones were always the nobles. This was because the lower classes of this world were essentially agricultural societies. They could easily produce and sell their own products. The ones most affected were the middle and upper levels. The price offensives that the nations had painstakingly prepared were instantly thwarted by Great Yen. They finally understood a truth. Great Yen could do without them, but they couldn't do without Great Yen. After dealing with these clowns, Lion set his sights on the Western Empire. After all, this commodity turmoil was largely due to the Western Empire's instigation. But Lion couldn't directly bring down the Western Empire. But Lion remembered his old friend in the Western Empire. It's almost time to act. Winter is almost over. If you don't act now, I will. In a mountain valley in the northern part of the Western Empire, snow blanketed the entire mountainous area. Winter had fully arrived. And yet, within this deserted mountainous region, a deafening cry rang out. 10,000 men were being trained. These 10,000 men were recruited by Bonaparte over the past 2 months. And they had already been training for a month. Looking at these increasingly mature soldiers, Bonaparte finally smiled. One step closer to his goal. Just then, Bundled up tightly, Eleanor trudged through the snow and approached Bonaparte. Bonaparte asked, somewhat puzzled. Eleanor, why are you here? Something's happened. Two major things. Eleanor gasped. Which two? Bonaparte seemed to sense something was amiss. News has arrived from Great Yen. They hope we can launch an attack on the Or dynasty of the Western French Empire as soon as possible. It seems the Or dynasty has provoked Great Yen, Eleanor said. This news must be true. Given the leader's temper, anyone who dares to interfere with the Yen will be buried in the ground. Bonaparte stroked his chin and sighed. What's the other news? The other news is that Narati has sent word. He will come to take me to the palace on the third divinely appointed day. Eleanor lowered her head. She was afraid of being separated from Bonaparte. The third divinely appointed day would be in 5 days. Bonaparte embraced the beautiful woman before him. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Eleanor felt the warmth of Bonaparte's chest and gradually calmed down. Bonaparte looked at the soldiers in the distance. Did Bonaparte have any confidence? Of course not, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Will he win? He definitely will. Chapter 210. 4 days later, at Beifeng Port, the northern port of the Western Empire, the final batch of military aid from Great Yen arrived. This was a batch of slightly damaged SFH-150 howitzers. A total of 24. They were also equipped with 36 heavy trucks. The reason why Lion sent Great Yen's current mainstream howitzers was because Lion hoped that Bonaparte could cripple the Western Empire with a single blow. Preferably, he hoped to disintegrate the Western Empire with a single blow. Of course, this was only a dream. Because Great Yen currently had a serious overcapacity, the weapons and equipment with minor flaws had to be replaced. Most of them were sold to the demon front. The demons looked at these weapons and equipment, showing signs of use, and were at a loss for words. According to Great Yen's arms dealers, they were 99% new, for the Great Yen army's own use. Although a little uncomfortable, the 20% discount convinced Latif to purchase in bulk. There was no other way. The Demon Empire was now on the brink of extinction. Latifus had obtained a large amount of gold by eliminating those lawless nobles. But this was only a temporary solution. Without sufficient productivity and a robust production system, the money would eventually run out. But Latifus could no longer care about that. He simply wanted to repel the enemy before him. In addition to selling weapons to the Demon Empire, he also sold them to the Holy Empire. Because there were still millions of rebels within the Holy Empire to be suppressed. 2 million rebels were already enough to give Charles a headache, and later, a large number of civilians, instigated by the Papal State, also joined the rebellion. Leon's decision not to succeed the Holy Empire as emperor was the right one. While millions of rebels wouldn't amount to much, they would significantly restrict the development of Great Yen. And if he wanted to recapture the Holy Empire in one fell swoop and reap both fame and fortune, he had to wait until the Holy Empire and these rebels were locked in a life-and-death struggle. Then, under the guise of legitimacy, he could perform righteous acts. He would raise an army to recapture all of the Holy Empire's territory. Not only that, in addition to selling to the Holy Empire, he also received numerous orders from the Eastern Elf Empire. Although the war was over, the Eastern Elf Empire and the Western Elf Empire continued to clash. Empress Sif, in particular, confiscated and imprisoned all hostile forces within the Eastern Elf Empire. She used their money to purchase weapons and equipment from Great Yen. She also trained the army, while rebuilding the Eastern Elf Empire. She indoctrinated the citizens of the Eastern Elf Empire daily, telling them that it was the Western Elf Empire's betrayal that led to the tragic defense of the capital. The already angry elves of the Eastern Elf Empire became even more furious. The desire for revenge against the Western Elf Empire grew stronger by the day. Even Leon couldn't contain it. If Great Flame let go, the Eastern Elf Empire would be like a wild horse unleashed. In addition to these countries, Leon also sold weapons to a nation no one expected. That was the resistance forces of the Orc Empire. The resistance forces of the Orc Empire were gradually taking shape. And they were beginning to gather strength. But, being primarily civilians, they had no support from the magicians. But Leon said it didn't matter. As long as you resist tyranny, Great Flame will provide you with weapons and equipment free of charge. That's right, free of charge. The Orcish resistance knew of Diane's plan, but they had no choice but to accept it. The most expensive thing in the world is, in fact, free. The Orcish Empire's resistance had already amassed millions of men. But Lion only provided equipment for 500,000 men. After all, it was free, and Lion needed to see results. If the equipment for 500,000 men was effective, Lion would increase its investment. Even if it wasn't very effective, 500,000 men would still deal a heavy blow to the Orcish Empire. The emperors of neighboring countries had already sensed the undercurrents within their own countries and intensified their surveillance and suppression. But the people's anger would eventually ignite this world. Bonaparte of the West French Empire would be the first to launch an uprising, because he risked his life for a woman he loved. Northwind Harbor. Bonaparte ordered his soldiers to transport all the weapons and equipment back to the secret base. He also summoned the army generals to discuss tomorrow's plan. Bonaparte divided his 10,000 men into 10,000-man divisions. 3 of these were artillery divisions, 5 infantry divisions, and 2 cavalry divisions. Yes, the Western French Empire still possessed a large number of cavalry, and Bonaparte had read about a type of cavalry called dragoons while studying in Dijon. Although they were cavalry from the cold weapon era, they possessed weapons from the hot weapon era. The dragoons carried a number of convenient weapons: a Zhongzheng rifle with 30 rounds of ammunition, an M1911 pistol with 140 rounds of ammunition, and 10 M24 hand grenades. The rifles carried very little ammunition, as the dragoons' primary role was harassment. Rifles were inconvenient, but pistols offered flexibility, making them their only choice. 10 grenades provided the dragoons with powerful firepower. 2,000 dragoons would teach the Western Empire a lesson. "Your Highness, what should we do?" An old man with gray hair, dressed in Western Empire noble armor, spoke sternly. A hideous scar etched across his face, and his robust physique made it hard to imagine he was already in his 70s. The old man's name was Hobik. He was the mentor of Bonaparte's father, and a comrade-in-arms of Bonaparte's grandfather. He was also an exceptionally capable general. Even Narati dared not make any move against the old general. Hobik's prestige within the army was immense. If Narati dared to attack Hobik, the army would have surrounded the palace the next day. After his rebellion, Narati initially treated the people of the Western Empire with exceptional kindness. For a time, the people of the Western Empire considered him a wise ruler. But as time went on, Narati's true nature became apparent. He began a massive construction program and launched reckless wars. Wealth within the empire became polarized. Over 90% of the wealth was in the hands of the nobility, while the 90% of the common people held less than 10%. Furthermore, the nobility exploited the common people. The entire West French Empire was deeply in debt. No one had anticipated Bonaparte's return. He was the last remaining male of the Shiri dynasty, and the sole crown prince. Bonaparte Shiri. General Hobik was discussing with Bonaparte how to respond to Narati's convoy tomorrow. Bonaparte proposed a plan. First, get Eleanor aboard. At night, create strange noises and phenomena that seemed divinely inspired. Then seize the opportunity to launch an uprising. Hobik agreed with Bonaparte's idea. Bonaparte couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I, Bonaparte, invite the house of War to die."